Hey everyone, hope you're all doing amazing, staying happy, and keeping healthy. But real talk, are you actually enjoying my videos, or are you just here to silently judge me? No pressure, but if you're not vibing with them, well, I might just go cry in a corner. Kidding, or am I? Alright, enough of that. Let's get into today's mind-blowing video. What if Naruto discovered his Senju Heritage way earlier? Yup, you heard that right. How would this change his story? His powers? His destiny? Buckle up because this one is about to get real intense. Let's dive in. It was a rainy day in Konohagakure, also known as the Hidden Leaf Village, and for some unknown reason, it had been raining nonstop for 3 days. Naruto Uzumaki is only 5 years old and has been an orphan since the day he was born. He has spiky, sunny blonde hair, purplish purple eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He is now sitting alone in his small single room in the orphanage. He has been staring out from his window to see another child being adopted this morning week. Besides him, as a fellow orphan, he should be happy for the child that was going to be adopted by a happy-looking family. But instead, his young heart is filled with sadness as the child that is being adopted only came to the orphanage a few years later that he didn't know why, but for some reason, he was always overlooked by every parent that came. Those that gave him a look only gave him a look of fear and hatred. He had never felt so alone and so unwanted in his entire life. I just don't understand what I'm doing wrong, Naruto wondered with tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Then a soft knock came from his door, and in came the guardian of the orphanage. Naruto. Kuin, are you okay? The caretaker asked with concern in her voice as Naruto wiped his tears away. I'm okay, mother, and how are you? He asked politely with a fake smile to hide his immense sadness. The caretaker, now identified as Nanjakuzi, is able to see through his fake smile, and her heart immediately breaks for him. And he was a former Rat Tambu who became a Hunin in the regular forces and a captain of the medical corps. And finally, the caretaker at the village orphanage. She is probably the only person in the orphanage who showed genuine kindness towards young Uzumaki. Naruto. Kuin, you don't have to do that. I've seen too many fake smiles to last me a lifetime, she said to him gently and sweetly. You know, you can always tell me anything. You don't always have to be strong, she said with a sad smile. Naruto looked at his kind and caring eyes and couldn't hide his sadness any longer. He finally let go of his tears and ran to her, wrapping her in a tight hug. As she gladly returned it, she knelt down to his size as he continued to cry on her shoulder. She whispers sweet, reassuring words in his ear and gently strokes his back. Why does no one love me, mother? And why do they always look at me like I'm dangerous? Why am I not good enough? Her words were filled with pain and sadness as she said them between sobs. Nan's heart continues to break for the little boy. As a former shinobi of Konoha, she knows all too well why he is treated so poorly. She knew of his burden, but she couldn't tell him, as it is considered forbidden by the third cage. She just couldn't understand the harsh and unwarranted treatment of the sweet crying boy in her arms that she constantly receives from other adults. She absolutely adores Naruto and wanted nothing but the best for him. But she still has to play the ignorant role, not just for the sake of the law, but for his. You are a wonderful boy, Naruto. Kuin, and you should never think that you are not good enough. I know that you are destined for great things, and I know that one day you will find those that are precious to you, and when you find them, they will fill your heart with love, and that love will only make you stronger than you already are, my sweet boy. She said this with a motherly tone as she looked directly into his beautiful violet eyes and wiped away his tears. Naruto could feel the motherly love he was receiving from New York. No, she couldn't help but smile at him. His smile was so bright and contagious that she couldn't help but smile back at him. Thank you, mother, and I hope you know that you are one of my precious people too, Naruto says with another bright smile. Nan was so happy to hear that she is important to Naruto, as she feels the same way about him. As she was about to leave, she finally remembered the main reason why she came to Naruto's room in the first place. She searches through the pocket of his robes until she finally found what she was looking for. A gift. Naruto was now filled with joy as Nan handed him the beautifully wrapped gift. As he unwrapped it, Naruto was completely speechless as he saw what was a framed picture of Nan hugging him lovingly. When he was 3 years old, Naruto felt tears well up in his eyes once again, but these were not like the last ones. They were tears of pure joy. Once again, he wrapped it up in another big hug. Thank you, mother, and happily whispered in her ear, you're welcome, and happy birthday, Naruto. Kuin, whispered sweetly. In her ears, suddenly the long rain has finally stopped falling when everyone thought that the cloudy days were finally over and the sun would soon shine once again on the tree-filled village. Something unexpected happened back in Konoha. Hokage's office use in Sarutobi is a war veteran who participated in not one or two, but all three Great World Wars. Shinobi is known as the professor for his unmatched wisdom and knowledge, and the god of Shinobi for his unmatched power and skills. Aside from his well-earned titles, he is a man of peace, loves his village and the people within. He was the apprentice of the first and second Hokage, while the second Tobirama Senju was his true master. He maintains the philosophy of the will of fire of the first Sir Senju, true to his heart. He believes that love is the key to peace and states that the entire village is like one big family unit, and every Konoha shinobi with the will of fire loves, believes, appreciates, and fights to protect the village as generations had done. Previous ones before them, but no matter how strong he is like everyone else, he is a slave to time. Old age has finally caught up with him, but he will be damned if he lets it interfere with his duties. While the villagers love and respect him, there are those who now see him as frail and soft, especially his advisors, in particular one certain Danzo. Shimura Danzo is a war hawk who would occasionally undermine Hyuzen's peaceful way of governing the village. He does not share Hueno Hazarama's beliefs. Instead, he believes that Konohagakure should be superior to the other hidden villages, and that shinobi should have no emotions, as they are nothing more than tools for the greater good, while Hyuzen has half the mind to strip Danzo of his position and power. Danzo still brings results, as his division, known as Root, was able to do the dirty tasks that many of his regular shinobi couldn't handle, while Yin had ordered Danzo to disband Rot, which on paper he did, but the old Hokage isn't that naive as to believe that his old friend would just do as he says, and he suspects that the rebel division is still running around behind his back. But he needed proof. Hyuzen is sighing as he is now completely exhausted of every box's greatest enemy paperwork. Most of the paperwork is requests from the villagers regarding lease agreements to open new shops, mission reports, and money loans, etc. But some of the paperwork came from Lanzo requesting to recruit certain children in his Amba division, particularly the children of the clan, but the one that interests him the most is the last Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox Naruto. Uzumaki Hyuzen immediately rejects the request and made a mental note to see Naruto soon and warn the clan heads of his advisors. Intentions. If Danzo tries to forcefully recruit any children, it will give him enough reasons to finally imprison or execute his old friend. Thinking of Naruto made him feel sad and regretful, since he has not seen the kind boy in the whole year. Due to his busy schedule, Hyuzen acknowledged that it is a sorry excuse, as he sees the boy as a precious grandson figure and could have visited him at least once in a while. But after finally remembering that today is Naruto's birthday, it made the old Hokage feel even more sad and disappointed in himself. As he looks out the window and notices that the long rain has finally stopped, he casts a questioning look at the sudden change in weather until it happened. His they opened wide, as the rain has been replaced by snow, not the stormy snow, but the calm feeling when the first snowfall fell. He was in disbelief, as it's only the middle of autumn, but then he removes all thoughts about the suspicious whether maybe winter came early this year. Hyuzen tried to rationalize, but then he remembered that something similar had happened a long time ago when Lord Hazarama passed away. Master Tobirama was depressed for days until he finally recovered by the well of the village that needed its new Hokage. But in between those moments, I remembered that it rained for days like earlier this week. He remembered, and another important thought came to mind also. When Master Tobirama was declared missing for several months during the first Great Shinobi World War, the snow began to fall in the middle of summer. During the time he was missing and the days after his death, he was last seen near the borders of the Land of Water, but was never found until he miraculously returns alone, safe and sound and unharmed. Hyuzen finally remembers some personal information that is never reported in the books, due to him being the only one who knows such information, and he promised Tobirama that he would never tell anyone. Master Tobirama told me that he was severely injured during his last battle against the Gold and Silver Brothers. He honestly thought that he was going to die that day until someone found out unexpectedly. Hyuzen tried to remember every detail that Tobirama had explained to him flashback in the middle of the first great shinobi world war. Tobirama was awakened in a soft bed with his body covered in bandages. He looked around to see the house he is currently in. It was a small civilian shack. He assumed he is then greeted by a beautiful young woman who looks at him with concern on her face. Tobirama was obviously on guard as he fears he has been captured by enemy ninjas, but the first words that came out of the woman's mouth were something he did not expect. "I am an idiot," said the woman with a sigh of disappointment. Tobirama was taken by surprise by her sudden declaration of herself and asked her what she meant. "Well, let's see. I was walking back home, minding my own business, and suddenly I was met with the sight of a battlefield. I can't tell if my luck is getting worse or if God is playing another bad joke on me. I told myself 100 times that I wouldn't get involved in shinobi matters anyway. I never really understood why this war is happening in the first place. I was tempted to ignore everything and just walk away. But when I saw you still breathing and half beaten to hell, I guess I couldn't just let you die when I could help you." The strange woman explained her honest reason, but Tobirama was still on guard with her, as she has every right to be. This girl might be playing him for a fool as far as he's concerned. "Who are you?" he asked with his eyes narrowed, as he was determined to find out who the mysterious girl is. "It's not rude asking a lady her name before the knights can give hers. I wonder if this is how you treat all your pretty friends," he asked, crossing his arms under his busted chest with a sarcastic tone and a smile on his face. Tobirama made a small pout at being so easily mocked and replied, "My name is Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage of Kanagakur, the water dragon of Konoha, and great commander of the Leaf Shinobi Battalion," he said with pride and a victorious smile. "Wow, you must be hard to TI. Write that long name." "Hush," she said before letting out a giggle when she saw Tobirama turn his head to hide his embarrassment at being mocked once again by the strange girl. "Nice to meet you, Tobirama-kun. My name is Akir Yuki, owner of this little hut, self-proclaimed ice princess and enemy of all fish," she said, imitating his proud boast of his titles. With a bright smile, this makes Tobira blush even more, especially because of the kun he added to his name. Akira had long blonde hair, sunny waist length, bright ocean blue eyes, clear skin, and a pretty athletic yet feminine body that shows off most of her amazing curves, probably because of all the manual labor she had to do alone in her house. "Where exactly am I, Akira-chan? And don't say in your cabin or in this bed," he said quickly to stop her from making any more sly comments. She smiles, realizing her handsome patient already understands her, and blushes a little at the "chan" he added to his name. She replies with sincerity, as I could feel the urgency and concern in her voice. "Hut is near the borders of the land of water. It took me at least 6 days to bring you news of where I found you," she replied with a serious tone. Tobirama then tries to get up from his bed, but was still suffering from his injuries. Then his efforts were stopped by Kiratal. "Your wounds are still fresh, and your body needs time to heal," he says in a worried voice. "I can't stay here. My shinobi need me, and I am their commander. The longer I stay, more danger runs." In her tone was full of worry as she continued, trying to get up. "Tobirama, if you keep this up, you won't make it to them in one piece. You want to die before you can help them?" she asked as she looked straight into his vermilion eyes. "No," but Tobirama continued, trying to justify his efforts. But Akira cut him off. "Do you trust your shinobi?" he asked. Simply yes was all she could say. "Do you trust them with the future of your village?" he asked. Yes was all she could say again. "Then trust that they will find or continue the war without you, at least for a while. There are times when you have to realize that you can't do it all by yourself, and try to put your trust in others, like a certain blonde, for example," she said with a kind smile as she looked back in his eyes. Tobirama was moved by her words, as they contained nothing but truth and wisdom. He couldn't help but feel his worries slowly fading away. As he looked at her kind smile and her bright ocean blue eyes, he conceded, and he lay back on the bed. "How long do you think I'll be able to travel again?" he asked with hope in his words. "I'm not a medical ninja or a doctor, but I can say with confidence that you need at least 5 or 6 months minimum to recover around 80% of your strength. You were practically at death's door when I found you," he said in a confident and reassuring tone. Tobirama wanted to argue that it would take too long, but he had to admit that what she had said before was true. He has to start to trust others, as his last battle showed him that he wasn't invincible, and he couldn't protect everyone forever. He has full confidence with his second in command and apprentice Yusen Saratobi to temporarily take his place. After all, he wanted Yusin to be the next Hokage. So maybe he'll use this as an opportunity to test Yuin's leadership skills. As the weeks turn into months, Tobirama is feeling a little better as he can walk properly and train his body to regain his strength, but still can't travel long distances most of his time. He wanted to get to know the mysterious Akira Yuki better. He finally told him about his clan and the Keihenkai known as the Yotan or Ice style, a very rare nature transformation that combines the affinity for water and wind. He even demonstrated one of his jutsus, I did Winter Wonder style jutsu, making him fall into the snow. Tobirama was impressed, since it is known that Ice style is the second that, and Henka and transformation of strongest nature, the Wood style, is the first, while the Lava style is the third. Akira also told her that she and her parents left the Kirigakura clan, the hidden mist village, years ago to get away from all the wars and endless violence against those condominium and mages. Her parents finally passed away when she was a teenager and are now buried right outside her hut. This obviously broke the blonde girl's heart, but her cheerful and positive attitude never wavered, and it was very contagious to the sturdy white-haired Senju. Kira reminded Tobirama a lot of her late brother Hashirama, except she's smarter than Hashirama's foolish attitude. But what they have most in common is their desire for peace and their strong sense of love. Tobirama always felt so calm and warm whenever he was with her, and he couldn't stop looking in her ocean blue eyes that he found so captivating, as if he would look into them forever if he could. Maybe it's because blue is her color favorite, or maybe it was something else, even though she couldn't deny herself that she found Tobirama very attractive. But she thinks his attitude is too serious, a bit challenging, and very direct, which leads a couple to have constant innocent debates about political and trivial matters. She finds their debates to be fun and enjoyable, and every time she was able to make him laugh or smile, her heart literally skips a beat every time she sees him. And the same goes for Tobirama. When it comes to her over time, they were able to deny their mutual attraction and finally gave in to their feelings of strong desire. Years of loss, hardship, and loneliness that they both had to endure instantly vanished with one beautiful fateful night they shared, filled with passion and love, a love that was built from a short period of time and turned into something that would last forever. It is now the 8th month of Tobirama's recovery, and it is time for him to finally return to war. He fully recovered by the 6th month, but she decided to stay 2 more months just to be with Akira a little longer. But eventually she had to go back to fulfill her duties as Hokage. Please don't go, Tobirama. It seems like our time together was too short. And where will you go? Is it possible? She begged him to stay with her and couldn't finish her last sentence as the idea terrified her. I have to go to Chan. I've been gone for too long, and even though I trust Yusin, I can't let him carry this heavy burden by himself. Not while I'm still alive, she said with sadness in his voice. But I can't lose you. We can't lose you, he finished saying, while rubbing his 1-month pregnant belly. Tobirama was really conflicted. All he wanted was to be a father and marry the beautiful woman in front of him. But he's also the one, and as Hokage, he also has many other people who trust him. You won't lose me. I'm going to come home with you, and we will raise this child together. I will love you and this child for the rest of my life. We will always be together. I promise, he said while kissing her passionately, as if it were the last they would have. When they ended their heated kiss, his forehead met hers as he looked directly into her sad ocean blue eyes. See Konoha and aim there. And if I can't be there, know that I love you so much, you and little Minato. I love you so much, Kir-chan, and I hope you can forgive me, he says with tears threatening to fall from his eyes. As if he knew he couldn't keep the promise, he made her tears began to fall from Akira's eyes. She clearly sees the pain and conflict within the man in front of her. The man she loves would be completely devastated if Tobirama was killed, but she understands that his people needed him too. She placed her soft hand on his cheek and gave him a reassuring smile, so he wouldn't have any more conflicts. You are Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage of Konohagakure, the water dragon of Konoha, and the great commander of the Shinobi Battalion of the Leaf. She uses the same mocking tone of boasting that he gave her when they knew. What put a smile on his face and made him laugh softly. I will always love you, Tobirama, and of course I will forgive you, fool. But if you die a stupid death, I swear I will frequent your grave. This made them both laugh a little before looking into each other's eyes again. With love, they shared one last sweet kiss, and said goodbye before Tobirama left in a hurry, fearing that if he didn't leave now, he would never leave, and God knows he wanted to stay. The little they know is that that was the last time that they saw Akira arrived in Kanehagakure. After a month of traveling, she was able to avoid all the battle sites and arrived safely thanks to Tobirama's instructions, as it was still wartime. She had to go through several procedures to verify that she was not an enemy spy or a threat. Once she was discharged, they asked her name. In fact, Tobirama proposed to her during their 7th month together, which of course she accepted. But she still couldn't use the name Senju. She was tempted to use the name of his clan Yuki, but he was afraid that it might cause suspicion since his clan is from Kirigakure. So he would like to avoid any kind of unnecessary attention. Then he remembers a bedtime story of a certain hero that his father once told him, a hero who could walk on the raging waves Nami of the ocean and fly straight through the relentless wind hunt in the sky, using nothing but his will. And his body, a hero who was strong and brave. The hero always reminded him a lot of Tobirama. The more he thought about, he then remembers the hero's name and decides to adopt him. My name is Akira Namek, he told the guard with a smile on his face, accepting his new identity. After a few months in Konoha, Akira now lives in a small house that he was able to pay for and make a decent home out of it. Akira still has hope that Tobirama will come home to her, but it could be a very dangerous thing for a person since hers was completely broken when she heard the news that her only true love, Tobirama Inja, died. And fighting for weeks, she couldn't stop the tears from escaping her eyes as her feelings darkened. The snow began to fall, and it wouldn't stop falling. She missed her Tobirama-kun every day. She was proud that Tobirama died, a hero risking his life so that his team could escape certain death from many enemies. A part of her wanted to be angry at him for willingly giving up his life so easily and leaving her and her unborn child alone. But then she remembers what kind of man was Tobirama behind the cold, calculating, and hard facade. Was a kind and gentle man who cares more about others than himself. She will continue to love Tobirama until the end of her days and will honor his memory by raising her son, little Minato Namek, to be the best person he can be. If he shares his father's dream of being a ninja and eventually one falls, then she will support him anyway. She will make sure he is strong enough to protect all those he cares about, just like his father Akira taught Minato everything he needed to know about his heritage. He is proud that his father was a good man and a great shinobi. He even considered using his father's name, but decided against it as he wanted to make a name for himself. So he decided to stick with his surname. Namek Minato is practically a smaller male version of Akira. He has blonde hair like hers, but it was spiky like his father's. He has blue eyes, but they were a bit darker compared to hers. But the detail that he likes the most about his adorable son, Rubio, is his strong heart. He is a kind and brave boy, fierce, but gentle, intelligent, but humble. Minato finally discovered that he has his mother's Yotan K Genka, but somehow he lacks control over them. He could only use low-level Yotan Judo that he learned from his mother, but none of the highly advanced ones. It turns out that his affinity with wind is too weak, so it does not balance his very strong affinity with water that he had inherited from his father. But despite, after all, he still wanted to honor his father in some way. It took him years, but he finally learned the flying Raijin Jutsu. But he was able to use it and master it in a way his late father could never dream of when he created that jutsu. Years later, Akira finally passed away from old age. She was glad that she was able to meet her son's wonderful new girlfriend, Kusina Uzumaki, before she passed away. Kusina is a beautiful red-haired girl and a strong and talented kunoichi, especially with kenjutsu and the art of sealing jutsus. When she heard the story of how Minato saved her from being kidnapped by Kumogakure, the hidden cloud village, the same village that took her beloved Tobirama from her, Akira couldn't help but be amazed at how romantic and inspiring their fateful meeting was. She had no doubt that Kusina would make her son very happy. The last thought came to her, old and fragile, before the once bright light left her. Blue eyes fading forever were all the good memories of the man who had given her so much love and a wonderful son. I will see you soon, Teto Bairama Kyuen, were the last and dying words of Akira and Namek. Into flashback back in Konoha Okajusen's office. He finally realized what was going on and could only come up with a theory. I don't know much about this Kayuki, except that she had blonde hair. I tried to look for her when the war ended, but there was no record of any Kiri Yuki in the village. But if Master Tobirama asked her to come to Konoha and she was pregnant, that could only mean her eyes open as he realizes that Akira had arrived in the village and the rain and snow are caused by Tobirama Senju's son or grandson. But if it's light or snowing when Master Tobirama and Akira are sad, there's only one person I know who would be sad on this particular day, he says. But he instantly felt guilty when he realized it was also partly his fault. Yusin then took out his crystal ball to perform his telescope jutsu. He focuses it on a particular blonde boy and saw that he was crying on a girl's shoulder. This begins to worry Yusin. If Naruto-kun really is the grandson of Master Tobirama, what does that mean? Yusin's train of thought faded to an obvious truth, but not so obvious. Aikoli. She went into investigation mode. While she searches for the records of the fourth box, she searches and searches until she finally finds it. Minato's father is unknown, but his mother's name put all the pieces together. Akulon Amik. It is said the old man Yusin really wanted to punish himself for not realizing before. Minato practically made one of Master Tobirama's jutsu, aka his father's jutsu, as one of his own signature, the flying rin. Jutsu. Now Yusin's self-hatred grew even more as he realized that he had failed not only his successor, but his predecessor as well. Naruto-kun is no longer just a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He is the legacy of two great Osas and the future of the Senju clan. This changes everything, especially if he is Elaton K. Henkai. I wasn't there for you when you needed me, my boy, but I won't make the same mistake again. Yusin swore to be there for Naruto more often and train him to be stronger. He won't fail the boy he sees as a precious grandson. I promise you, Minato, Kusina, Master Tobirama, Lady Akira, that Naruto-kun will make us all proud. Konoha Orphanage. Naruto is now sitting at his usual one table in the orphanage's small cafeteria with 3 buttered toasts on his plate and a glass of milk next to him. He usually didn't enjoy this moment of the morning, as the cook often served burnt toast and expired milk. However, today was different, as the cook was caught red-handed by the mother and tried to defend her actions, saying the demon doesn't deserve good food or any food at all, said the cook with an evil and proud smile. This level of ignorance and cruelty towards an innocent child was too much for the good mother's heart, and the cook was met with a brutal beating from the former rot ninja and an immediate termination of his services and a trip to the hospital with no coverage. Mother Non had become very fond of little Naruto and would be if she would allow someone within her own orphanage to treat him that way. She manages to convince some of her fellow caretakers to give Naruto a chance, which they reluctantly did, but what they didn't expect was that they actually liked the blonde boy. After a few encounters from time to time, they were able to see Naruto as Naruto and not as a demon or monster. She finds that her kind and optimistic personality is very charming and welcoming. The fact that Mother Non taught him to always be respectful to others also helps his image. One of them even gifted him a small book as a belated birthday present, which he is now reading while having breakfast. The book is titled The Story of Gai Ninja, written by a man named Jiraiya. Naruto loves the book and was inspired to be a strong ninja like the hero of the story. He also wanted to break the cycle of hatred and bring peace to the world. Ninja Naruto often openly shared his dream of becoming an Hokage, just like Lord Ti. One day, his grandfather Gigi is one of his most treasured people and one of the few he looks up to and inspires. Appearing to him one day, Mother Non would often encourage him to follow his dream, but advised him to always learn and work hard, as his path in life will not be easy. Naruto understands and always appreciates her concern. He promises to do as she says and keep her words. True for him. Suddenly, one of the caretakers passed by the cafeteria and approached him. Naruto, you have a visitor. The caretaker informs him. Seriously, visitor to me? This surprises the boy, since he rarely or probably never had anyone outside the orphanage come to visit him before, as he followed the caretaker who led him to his mysterious visitor. The person he saw immediately put a big smile on his face. Hello, Naruto. How are you, my son? Said the old Hokage as he greeted him with a warm smile. Yusin was a little worried that Naruto would get mad at him for never visiting him all year, which he would completely understand, and was prepared to make amends after a brief moment of silence from his nonchalant greeting. Naruto's response was not at all what the old Hokage was expecting. Gigi, you're here. I miss you so much. Naruto ran up to the old man and enveloped him in a big hug. Yusin is so overwhelmed with relief and joy that the little blonde boy hugging him didn't have any resentment or anger towards him. Instead, he was happy to see his grandfather figure again. Yusin hugged him back and patted his blonde head. "I've missed you too, my boy, and I'm so sorry." Yusin couldn't help but apologize. What was all Naruto could ask for. "I'm sorry. I haven't been able to visit as much as this year, especially yesterday on your birthday. I understand that you're disappointed in me," Yusin finished as he looked at the ground, embarrassed. "No need to apologize, Gigi or the cage. After all, I even understand that you have a whole village to take care of, and not just me. Sure, yesterday I was pretty sad, but I didn't blame you for anything. You're my Gigi, and I'm happy you're here," Naruto replied with a bright smile that he understood perfectly. Everyone who looked at the two couldn't help but be impressed with the level of maturity and understanding the 5-year-old was giving to the leader of his village. Yusin was even more impressed and couldn't help but be grateful that Naruto had inherited Minato's compassion and Kuzuna's sincerity, and especially not his temper. That last thought almost gave the old Hokage chills as he remembers how angry and violent the fiery redhead can be. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, for your kind understanding, but still, let me make it up to you. How about I take you out for a little treat? Do you like ramen?" the old man asked innocently, but then felt a kind of disturbance in the future, as if he was going to regret it after asking that question. "Sure, but what is ramen?" "Kanoa Street Ichiraku's ramen." When Yuzen and Naruto enter the small restaurant, they are greeted by the owner and his daughter, Mr. Third. "It's an honor to see you. What brings you here?" greeted the owner with a respectful bow. "Please, Tucci, there is no need for formalities, and I am here to treat little Naruto to some of your delicious ramen," said Yusin as he happily introduced Naruto to the owner, now known as Tucci, and his daughter. Naruto was a little afraid of strangers, especially adults, as he never had a pleasant experience with none of them. As he grew older, then shyly and fearfully snuck out from behind Yuzin's robes after the introduction. Yuzen and Tucci noticed the fear and nervousness coming from Naruto and couldn't help but feel bad for the boy. Tucci is fully aware of Naruto's burden, as is every other adult in the village, but unlike most, he could tell the difference between a prison and a prisoner. He always felt bad for the boy, as he once saw him get kicked out of a store for no good reason. Tucci tried to reach out and help, but Naruto immediately ran away before he could. Seeing this as his second chance to finally help the little blonde, he decided not to waste it. "Hello, Naruto-kun. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tucci, and this is my daughter, Aim." Tucci kindly introduces himself and his daughter to the still nervous blonde boy. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tadachi," and Naruto replied politely with a bit of a stutter. Then he felt Yuzen's hand gently rest on his head. "There's no need to be Naruto nervous. Kun Tuchiaki is an old friend and is one of the best people I know." Yuzen tries to calm Naruto's nerves by assuring him that Tucci is not hurting him. Hearing this from Sueji calms Naruto down a lot. He has complete trust in the old Hokage, and if he says that these people are okay, then he believes him. Naruto then he notices that the small room has a cozy and safe atmosphere. Suddenly, Tucci's daughter, now known as Aim, approaches Naruto and grabs his hand. "Come on, Naruto. You must have hungry, and my dad makes the best food in the world," Aim says with a smile, making Naruto blush at the sudden contact of the pretty girl. She led him to one of the stools and got behind the counter to join her father in the kitchen. Aim was a few years older than Naruto. She had long dark brown hair and big black eyes, as well as light skin. She wears a white robe with the sleeves rolled up, a sort of dark blue apron with ribbon ties on top, and a bright white scarf. Yusin sat down next to Naruto and recommended him to try the miso ramen. Naruto agrees and couldn't wait to try the delicious ramen for the first time. He could already tell, just by the divine aroma, that the food was delicious. 10 bowls later, "Oh my god. Hee, that was the best meal I've ever had. Thank you, took Chian, for the wonderful food," says Naruto happily with a full stomach and a bright smile. "Oh, no need for formalities, Naruto-kun. Call me Tucci, old man. If you want, God knows I can't help it. That Aim calls me that." Everyone, they share a laugh after that comment, especially from Aim. "Urine. Old man, dad, but I still love you anyways," and Aim said with a giggle, then turned her attention to Naruto. "So Naruto, how old are you anyways?" she asked Aim curiously. "I just turned 5 yesterday, so I'm still growing, which means I'm not really short, you know," Naruto replied, and was surprisingly defensive about his height, which makes a laugh harder as she noticed it too. "Well, happy belated birthday, Naruto. And don't worry, I know you'll be the tallest man in the world when you grow up." She tried to tease him, but it backfired with Naruto's own response. "Thanks to Yame-chan, and I know you'll be the most beautiful woman in the world when you grow up, Naruto said with a bright smile that could almost melt. Her heart, Aim, was surprised by the compliment, because no boy had ever called her beautiful before. This makes her cheeks turn red for Naruto. To hide them, Naruto was a boy, so by suppose he didn't notice his reaction, but Yuen and Tucci realized that the boy was quite the charmer, and he didn't even know it. The sun was beginning to set, and after Yuen paid for their meals, Naruto said goodbye to both Tucci and Aim and promised to come back soon, which you will no doubt do since ramen had just become his new favorite food. Hokage Monument. Fourth Hokage head. Yuen led Naruto to the Hokage Monument. Then they are currently sitting on the fourth Hokage head. Both were enjoying the peaceful silence of the view of the entire village and the slow setting sun until Naruto finally spoke. WGG, I never thought the village could be this beautiful. I can see why you always work so hard to protect this place. I just wished I could help you more so you wouldn't always have to be so tired all the time, Naruto says with sincerity, which warms the old man's heart for his kind concern. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity to teach Naruto a meaningful lesson, Yuen, he tapped into his inner teacher and spoke. Konoha is not in its place. Naruto-kun is a village, spoke Yuen, getting the young man's attention. As he continued, it is the people of the village that make this place worth protecting, that makes it a home. Without them, there is no village, and without the village, there is no future. Being an Hokage is tiring work. Yes, it is easy, no, but it is worth the work and effort to make sure the future of the village is safe and protected. You are part of that future, my child, and the role of the older generation is to make sure that the new one not only survives but flourishes. Yuen finished with a warm smile. It was truly inspiring for Naruto to hear those words coming from the old man. He had never thought of it that way before and was enlightened by his wisdom. At first, Naruto wanted to be an Hokage so he could be recognized by the people, but he realizes that those reasons were selfish and hollow. One is someone who puts the future of the village before anything else. You don't become the Hokage so they can recognize you. You become the Hokage because you are recognized. Naruto still wanted to become Hokage, but now with a different point of view. One better believes, I understand, Gigi, and you are right. Even though many of the villagers treated me harshly, I will not give up. I still want to become Hokage, but thanks to you, I should not become one, but be gone by all. I do not need the acceptance of all people. Just a few would be enough, and they will help me become stronger, and I will protect them because they are precious to me. Because when you have something or someone worth fighting for, that's when you truly become strong, and right now, you're one of my precious people, Gigi. Just like mother and old man Tucci Michan, I'll protect you all with my life, because I know you'll do the same for me. Naruto finishes, but he didn't notice the look of surprise in Yuen's eyes as he was happily looking at the sunset. I can't believe what I'm hearing from a 5-year-old. Naruto-kun shows a lot of maturity for his age, and yet he still holds true to those who already his dreams. The will of fire burns brightly in you, my boy. You remind me so much of the thought, Yuen, of your parents, with a smile. But the last part of his thoughts made him realize something. Maybe it's time. This isn't the wide-eyed boy I thought he was. I should know at least a little of who he is and where he came from before he somehow finds out some other way. But there are so many secrets I've kept from this boy. Which one should I tell? Should I tell him about his parents, his burden, or the fact that he is Tobirama Senju's grandson? But to be fair, I just learned that last part. Maybe I should tell him about his burden first, since that is the most important information he needs to know now. I will tell his mother's name when he makes Jinin, and his father's name when I make Chunin his grandfather. On the other hand, I might have to tell him sooner, since I need to train him if he has the Kekjenka. And his grandmother Yuen finishes his train of thought and prepares to tell Naruto the bitter truth. Naruto-kun, I need to tell you something that is very important. This caught Naruto's attention immediately, and he gave the old man his full attention as he continues speaking. But first, let me ask you, do you know about the 9-tailed demon fox that attacked the village 5 years ago? Yuen asked. I'm not sure, Gigi. This isn't something I hear often. All I know is that he attacked the village in the dark of the night, but was killed by the fourth Hokage. But in doing so, the fourth died as well. Naruto replied sadly as he uttered the last sentence. For some deeply unknown reason, Yuen noticed this and was a little happy that Naruto had a small connection with his father, but feared his reaction once he finds out that his own father is the reason for all his suffering. Yes, and no, Naruto-kun, the 9-tailed demon fox cannot be killed because it is a massive natural force of conscious chakra. And before you ask, chakra is the energy that every living being possesses. With chakra, a shinobi are capable of performing ninjutsu, and jinjutsu In other words, chakra is pure energy, therefore it cannot be destroyed, only sealed. Yusin finished with a bit of hesitation on last. Part Naruto doesn't like where this conversation is going, so he reluctantly asks, what does all this have to do with me? Yusin realizes that it's too late to turn back now, and he has to finish what he started, but he's still determined to do it slowly, so that Naruto doesn't get overwhelmed by the realization. Have you ever wondered why your birthday is the same day the Nine Tails attacked? Have you ever wondered why people can be so unfairly cruel to you and call you names like Demon Naruto? Finish the sentence for him. Naruto had finally realized what Yusin was trying to say. Tears were starting to fall from his violet eyes as everything finally made sense to him. Now, Gigi, I am the Nine Tails? Asked Naruto with great fear of himself in his voice. No, absolutely. No, you are the Naruto of the Nine Tails. You are his Jinchuriki, his jailer, if you want to call him that. You only have the Nine Tails inside you. But you are still Naruto Uzumaki. Yusin finished and felt relieved that his words were able to calm the scared boy a little. But Naruto remained silent for almost a minute with so many questions in his head. Why are you telling me this now, Gigi? I mean, why me? Why did the fourth Hokage choose me? Was it because I was an orphan? No one cared anymore. Naruto sadly asks the figure of his grandfather with a hint of anger in his voice. Yusin wanted to take the opportunity to tell Naruto that the fourth was his father, and how could he ask another father to sacrifice his son if he couldn't sacrifice his own soul? Instead, Yusin told Naruto the second reason is because he believes in you, Naruto-kun. He believes that you will be able to contain the Nine Tails and eventually master its power. You may not see it now, but to him you are his legacy. He never wanted to be treated the way you do now. He wanted that they treat you like a hero that you are Naruto-kun. At least to me and to most of the shinobi in the village, I made the law to forbid anyone from telling you this because I wanted you to have a normal childhood as long as you could. But I was naive and a fool. You needed to know the truth. You deserve to know the truth. Because as much as I hate to admit it, Naruto-kun, your normal life ended the moment you became a nine-tailed crit hench. Yusin finished. Naruto didn't know what to say. The fourth Hokage, to the man he idolizes, was the same man who made his life filled with so much pain and loneliness. But the fact that the fourth Hokage believed in him even before he could walk made him feel happy. In a way, having someone as great as Minato Mkiss to believe in his potential was a real confidence booster. He wanted to get mad at his Gigi too for not telling him the truth sooner, but he understood that his intentions were pure, and he could tell that he was very sorry. And now, what happens? Naruto asks his grandpa figure. Nothing has to change, Naruto-kun. The fact that you now know the truth about what you are, that doesn't have to change who you are and where you stand. I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. I would trade places with you if I could, just so I could save you more pain and hardship, says Yusin with a hint of sadness. Why, if you do that, then I'll be the one stuck with all that paperwork. There was a brief moment of silence until they both burst out laughing at Naruto's joke, breaking the tension. After they finished talking, Naruto laughed, pulling himself together, and looked at Yusin with calm eyes. He then placed his small hand on the old man's as a comforting gesture that he forgave him. It's okay, Gigi, Naruto tells Yusin with a reassuring smile, indicating that it's okay. Yusin couldn't help but return the warm smile. The boy literally warms his heart every time he sees him. Well, if there's anything you need, Naruto, just ask me. It's the least I could do. Yusin tells him. Well, there are 3 things I was hoping you'd help me with first. Can you help me get an apartment in the village? As much as I hate leaving Mother, I feel like I'm too old to live in the orphanage now. And since I now know I'm the Nine Tails fan, KY, there's no way anyone will adopt me. Right, Naruto said that last part with a sad laugh. Second, and third, see, can you train me to be a strong shinobi and enroll me in the academy next year? He asked, nervously afraid that he was asking too much of his Gigi. You said that the fourth Hokage believed in me, so I want to make sure his Finno is out of place. I want to be a strong, capable shinobi like him, and you, when that happens, they'll finally be able to protect everyone I care about and one day take that hat off to you so you can finally retire, and I don't break my word, that will be my path, ninja. Finished Naruto with a bright smile and determined eyes. Yusin could see the ghost of Minato after hearing Naruto's heartfelt words. Naruto isn't even a shinobi yet, but the will of fire is strong in him. No, he had no doubt that his little grandson figure could keep his promises if he put his heart into it. I'll be happy to train you, Naruto-kun, or at least find someone capable that I trust to do it for you. If I'm not available anyway, I was already planning on enrolling you in the academy next year. So that won't be a problem, no, unless you count those pesky parents that can't stop complaining about him using thought. And yes, I can. Help you with your new home. There's a new apartment that just opened available. It's not too big nor too small, but it will be more than enough for you. But don't worry, I can handle all the finances until you become gening, where you can finally earn your own money. You can move into your new house tomorrow. You just have to stop by my office first. Thing in the morning, where I will give you the keys to your apartment. Once you've settled in, we will start your training the next day. CG Yusin finished with a smile. To the little blonde, thanks, Gigi. Don't you? I will disappoint you, said Naruto. With determination in his violet eyes, Konoha Orphanage Naruto's room. It was the day that Naruto was finally moving out of the orphanage. If you could ask him if he was happy to move 2 years ago, he would immediately say yes. But now it was a little hard for him, especially saying goodbye to all the people who had been nice to him. Some of the still hateful staff members are ecstatic that the demon is moving out, but Naruto couldn't care less because there's only a person who will miss the most there. You are sure you want to go, Naruto-kun? Don't you think you are too young to live on your own? Was heard from the mother's worried voice. No. Yes, mother, no. I mean, don't get me wrong, thanks to you, this place became my first home, but it's time for me to move on and be more independent. I have to do it. Eventually, since I'm going to become an Hokage, right? And I promise I'll come visit you whenever I can, Naruto finished with a sad smile, since he hated the idea of her thinking he was abandoning her. But Sai, I guess you have to move on eventually. I just didn't think it would be like this. He said, no, sadly, but don't worry about me. You should focus on your training with Lord Tyr. I'm sure he'll make you a great ninja, he said with a smile. Besides, I am actually out of the village for a while myself, and I don't really know exactly when I'll be back, he said to her in a worried tone. Why, where will you go? He asked his motherly figure. I can't tell you. It's a confidential mission to the land of my former superior, but let's say, if all goes well, I'll finally be able to find my long-lost son Kabuto, told him, which surprised Naruto. I didn't know you had a son, mother Non asked Naruto adopted son. But he was a special boy, just like you. The reason he's not with us now is because he went with the people he used to work for to try and help the orphanage. He's a very good boy. I just hope he's safe and sound, he said with hope in her voice. Well, I wish you all the best, mother. I hope for you, son, Naruto wishes with a hint of sadness and worry in his voice that his mother figure is leaving to some faraway and possibly dangerous place only to find her long-lost son. He didn't notice the sad tone in her voice. It sounded like he was losing his mother, feeling warm and sad once he realized it. He immediately knelt down and hugged Naruto with a tight hug. You're my son too, Naruto-kun. I love you so much, my sweet little boy. Nothing is going to change that, she says no, with a sweet, motherly tone. Naruto couldn't hold back the tears that escaped from his eyes any longer as he returned her strong hug, as if she were his life raft. I love you too, Mom, he said as he cried on her shoulder. This kind and wonderful woman had become a very important person for the young blonde. He loved her so much that he now saw her as his real mother. The hug between the two continued for a few more minutes, but it seemed like hours. They broke the hug, and Naruto was ready to go to his new home. As he was about to leave his room, he turned around to see her one last time. Please take care of yourselves. His tone sounded more like a plea than a request. I was going to tell you the same thing. Goodbye. Naruto-kun said no with a sad smile. Naruto then leaves the orphanage and heads straight to the Hokage office. After Naruto left, Non saw his now empty room and couldn't help but cry for the emptiness. Naruto is gone. His sweet little son is gone. He felt like he had that she let go of a big part of her heart, but she knows that Naruto will be fine. Without her, she knows how strong he is, because in the end, a true mother will always believe in her son. Hokage Tower Yusin's office. As it was still the beginning of the day, Yusin hasn't been inundated with piles and piles of paperwork. Yet instead, he was simply enjoying his free time, relaxing in his chair with a hot cup of tea in his hand as he read his favorite book, Ichicha Parody, written by his now favorite student. When he heard the soft knock coming from his door, he immediately hid himself to reserve and got into a professional position, as if to hide his guilty pleasure. The door opens, and his favorite violet-eyed blonde enters the room. He smiles at the boy, as if seeing him had already made Naruto's day. Kun, you arrive just in time. I guess you're here for the key to your new apartment. Yeah, Gigi, I can't wait to see my new place. Naruto replied happily. Yusin then searched the drawer that was under his desk and pulled out a pair of keys. Come, Naruto-kun, let go, he said to the young blonde as he stood up from his chair and walked towards him. But Gigi, you don't have to do your paperwork. Naruto asked out of consideration, as if he didn't want to take up any more of his Gigi's time. The paperwork will still be here when I get back. Besides, it's best if I show you where the place is so you don't get lost, but don't worry, it won't take long. Yusin placed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they both walked off to Naruto's new apartment building. Wow, can you show me that Gigi? Naruto asked his grandfather with stars in his eyes. All in due time, boy, all in due time. So, this will be your new apartment building. He pointed at the building, and Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the newly built apartment complex. It had 7 floors, and most of the residences they saw were ninjas. It was not far from the academy or the tower or cage, which makes it even more perfect. Yusin led to Naruto to the 7th floor, room 701. As he handed the keys to Naruto, the blonde boy eagerly took them from his hand and opened the front door. Naruto's eyes widened even more when he saw his new home. It was a 1-bedroom apartment with a bathroom, a storage closet, a small kitchen, a dining bar, and a large living room. The place was already furnished, and since the building is still new, they were unused and untouched. The bedroom already has a double bed and a closet. To the kitchen had a medium-sized fridge, a stove, and a microwave. The dining room had a small dining table with 4 chairs. The living room had a 3-seater coach chair with a cushion, a coffee table in the middle, and a 30-inch screen TV in the front. But the one that caught his eye the most was the balcony. It had a great view of the Hokage monument. Yusin could tell that Naruto absolutely loved his new home. And what do you think of your new home, little Naruto? Asked Yusin. It's great, Gigi. I love it. No, I don't know how. Thank you, says Naruto joyfully. Ha ha ha. As I said before, Naruto-kun, it's the least I could do. I've already covered a year of his rent and utilities. And here Yusin handed Naruto an envelope with money. This should help him get his monthly groceries, new clothes, and some extra pocket money. Don't worry about your ninja gear, as when you start your training tomorrow, I will provide you with all the tools you need to begin your journey as a proper shinobi. But in the meantime, take these. Yusin took out 3 scrolls from his sleeve and handed them to Naruto. These scrolls will help you learn the basics of chakra tactics and taijutsu. Learn as much as you can from them, so you could be ready for tomorrow's training. Before I go, is there anything else I can do for you, Naruto-kun? Asked the blonde boy, who seemed to have some worry in his eyes. Yeah, actually, ever since you told me about my burden, I finally know why I've been kicked out of shops just for being there. I don't know any place where can I get my groceries or new clothes. Besides, even if they let me buy, they will just overcharge me, explained Naruto. As he looked at the ground, sadly, Yusin honestly wanted to punish those ignorant people for doing this to a child. A part of him wanted to go up to the roof of the tower or cage and just scream, if anyone dares to hurt or mistreat Naruto Uzumaki again, execute them personally along with their families. Then he tried to find a solution for the little blonde. Can I recommend you a couple of shops that wouldn't dare turn you away or overcharge you for reasons? Well, let's just say they owe me. Yusin took out a pen and started writing a list of shops on a piece of paper and handed it to Naruto. If all else fails, I can always teach you the transformation jutsu to hide your appearance, but only if that's okay with you, Yusin asked, hoping he wouldn't indirectly insult the boy just for being himself. Oh, okay, Gigi, to be a ninja, you have to be cunning, right? So pretty much I'm training my stealth skills, and I bet I could be the sneakiest ninja in the village. Naruto decided to see the silver lining to his little situation, and although it's disheartening that he has to hide who he is, he understands his reality very well and doesn't want to get kicked out of the shops, or that he is again on the bright side. He can learn a jutsu from the old Hokage. Yusin was glad that Naruto could see a silver lining, but he still hates that he can't help him more, especially with something as small as this. Yusin then decided to make a mental note that when Naruto is proven to be quite capable of protecting himself or has made chunning, he will gladly announce his lineage. The entire village would very much like to see the expression on their faces when they realize that they messed with the son of the 4th Hokage and the heir of the Senju clan. While Naruto-kun, I have to go now. Please enjoy your new home. I will see you tomorrow morning, says Yuin before returning to his office. I can't believe I have my own house now, says Naruto. He said happily to no one in particular, but the deathly silence of his new home reminded him of another sad truth about himself. And yet I'm still alone, he tells himself sadly, as he wears a brave smile. Then he entered his room and sat on the edge of the bed as he prepared to take a short nap. Then he reaches into his backpack and pulled out something very precious to him. Then he placed it on the nightstand next to the bed. It's the framed photo of him and his mother Nan, his most precious gift. While Naruto looked at the photo of his dear mom, realized that he already missed her, and hoped that she would return to the village soon. Then he lays down on his bed and immediately falls asleep. But then his mind drifted to a place he had never been before: Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up feeling water all over his body, as if he was sleeping in a bathtub. He looked around and realized he was in some kind of dark sewer with many metal pipes on the ceiling. Naruto felt a great dread coming from the bottom of his stomach as the dark sewer continued to radiate its sinister atmosphere. Where am I? How did I get here? Naruto. He asked no one in particular, hoping to get some answers. Somehow, surprisingly, someone or something answered him. Come here. Human, follow the sound of my voice. The deep, dark, growling voice echoing through the sewers, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Who are you? Naruto cries out fearfully, but receive no answers. Seeing that there is no another exit, he walks nervously through the sewer to follow the source of the unknown voice he heard. As he continues walking, he finally reached a dead end. But instead of a giant wall, there was a giant cage with a large paper in the middle that has a kanji for seal on it. He tried to see through what was behind the cage, but he only saw darkness and large shadows. Suddenly, a large pair of vermilion red eyes with slit pupils snapped open, staring fiercely at the little blonde. Then Naruto was able to see a large set of white teeth with sharp teeth that appeared from the darkness, as if the owner was smiling. Well, my jailer has finally come to grace me with his presence, but I must say that I did not expect to find you. As soon as the voice continues growling, jailer, wait. Is it you? The QB Nine Tails asks Naruto carefully. The QB then approached the cage so that Naruto could see it completely in all its splendor. Each step he took was like a small remote. His fur red-orange, the enormous Nine Tails swinging behind him, his sharp claws that could cut through metal like butter, his powerful eyes that could intimidate even the bravest of men with just one look. What do you think, boy? He asked the blonde boy. If he is able to confirm that he is without a doubt facing the most powerful Biju-tailed beast, Naruto manages to compose himself and calm down to finally speak. Why am I here? How am I here? Did you bring me here? Naruto asked quickly, trying to get some answers from the giant fox entity. So many questions about here, and yet you don't see the opportunity before you. You don't have any other questions that really matter, said the giant fox with a malicious smile, waiting for the boy to release all his pent-up anger towards him so he could manipulate him. Through his anger, he flatly refuses to ever be a tool for another respectful and useless human being again. Oh yes, what is your name? Naruto asked innocently with his bright smile. The Kabai's malicious smile immediately faded, and now he was in a state of shock and disbelief hearing what the boy had just asked him. No human has ever asked his name before. They simply assume he is a mindless monster with no name or soul. They simply see him as a weapon of mass destruction, nothing more and nothing less. But the Cuban does not let his guard down so easily. So he decided to test the little human. Why should I tell you my name? Why would it be important? You just want my power like any other human before you, he asked him. Ka the blonde. Well, since I'm Doujin, Jinsho, Jin Chaki Jinshuriki, yes, that's the word. I better get to know who you are. Right, Gigi told me that you're a conscious chakra, which means that you can think and feel just like me. So of course I want to know your name, and it's important because you're amazing. I mean, of course, when I first saw you, you literally scared me. But then when you got closer to the cage, I could see how big and strong you are. You're almost as big as a mountain. And I don't care about power. I just want to be your friend. I mean, God knows I could use one, and judging by this depressing sewer, I bet you could use one too. Naruto finished with another of his characteristic bright smile. The QB was more incredulous than before. The boy's words were pure, and so is his heart. He didn't cower before him, nor did he yell at him in anger, nor did he ignore him, nor treat him like a monster. He showed admiration and respect, which is extremely rare for a Baialu to find with his Jinshu or any human at all. The boy didn't want his power, but only wanted his friendship. The boy passed his first test, but needed to know more if he was able to trust the blonde human. Kurama, my name is Kurama. What's yours? Little smoke. Naruto, Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Kurama, how old are you? Naruto, I just turned 5 a couple days ago. How old are you? I'm around 1,000 years old. I can't really give you a specific number, as I lost count. They both shared a small laugh at their forgetfulness, but Naruto was shocked that he was actually talking to one of the oldest beings in the world. That must be really hard for you, Kurama, to live alone for all those years. You have family. I have 8 siblings, but I rarely see them anymore, since they're scattered all over the nations, and probably sharing with you the same fate, as me the same destiny. You mean there are others like you, and me, yes, Naruto, you're not the only Jinshu like me. I'm not the only Byalu in the world. That's great, right? That means you and I have family of Bijus and Jinchuriki. I admire your spirit, boy. But we are not family. I'm a prisoner, and you are my prison, and I'm sure my brothers share the same point of view as I do. But I guess you're right, you can't just lock someone up and expect them to be your family. I'm sorry, Kurama. I can't believe you're apologizing to me. I thought you expected me to, for everything you had to go through. Well, I can't say attacking the village 5 years ago was forgivable, but no one deserves it. Being treated like a slave and being imprisoned for all eternity was not my fault. That the attack on your village 5 years ago was not my fault. It was that damn Sharingan that made me do it. Wait, the Sharingan is not those the ocular powers of the Uchiha clan. The correct term is Henkai, and yes, Naruto, but there is only one Uchiha who is able to control me. Madara Uchiha, and Madara is not one of the founders of Konoha, but that is impossible. He had to be like 100 years old. There are many ways in which a human being can prolong their life. Some methods are considered unnatural, but knowing that Madara will definitely cross any line to survive. But why you? And why me? How am I a part of this story? Because your parents are the ones who stood in his way. My parents, your mother was my previous Jinchuriki. Her name was Kusina Uzumaki. Kusina, my mother, was the Jinchuriki before me. Who is my father? Your father was the same man who imprisoned me and you, the 4th Hokage Minato Namek. I can't believe it. I always thought my parents died when you attacked. I just didn't realize they were at the center of it all. And so it was Madara killed my parents. No, Naruto, I killed your parents. And you owed in me. Why did you kill them? I thought Madara was your enemy. He's my enemy. He will always be my enemy. I've been a prisoner for many decades. I was momentarily freed, only to be enslaved. You parents were planning to lock me back in you. So I needed to stop him by killing you. But instead, your parents protected you from me. They sacrificed their lives to protect you. What do you have to say now, boy? Say something. What do you want me to say, Kurama? That I'm angry with you, that I want revenge on you and Madara for taking everything from me. What would that give me? What will that achieve? I'll be a better person. After no, because the pain will only create more pain. That's the reality. I'll be one more addition to the endless cycle of pain, hate, and revenge. It's a curse that can never end because we can't let go of our past because we're broken, crippled, and scarred by them. But if I truly want to break this curse, I need to embrace the future I will never give up on myself or my parents' sacrifice or my precious people or my dreams, and not even you. If it wasn't for Madara, you wouldn't have attacked the village and killed my parents. So I can't blame him for everything. I may be a Kurama child, but don't underestimate me. I don't give up and I don't back down. That's in my ninja form. Dot. You're truly unique, Naruto. Uzumaki, no human being has ever impressed me this much, let alone pass my test. Yes, I wanted to see if you were just another human being who lets their soul turn dark and ugly when they suffer a great loss. You not only conquer your darkness, but you remain true to the light. So I will ask again, after all, would you like to follow being my friend? Yes, Kurama, I would still like to be your friend. I know. I'll be a good friend to you. I will be your friend to Naruto. I will grant you free access to my chakra, but I will limit the amount as your body is still too young to control my full power, but it will eventually increase to its maximum as you age and get stronger. Thank you, Kurama. I promise I will not misuse your power. I am so sorry, Naruto. For everything I will you, I forgive Kurama. Let's leave the past behind. And together you and I will build a better future. For humans, in Biju's Naruto's apartment, his bedroom. When Naruto opens his eyes, he realizes that it was already night. He had been sleeping all day, but it only felt like half an hour, and his mind time moves differently between the real world and your mind, Kurama. Is that you? Naruto asked out loud, hoping he wasn't going crazy. Yes, boy. And don't talk to me out loud. The other humans will think that you're crazy. Just talk in your mind, and I'll be able to hear you like that. Yeah. Right, thanks. I need to tell Gigi about all this. He needs to know about Madara. If he's still around then, I suggest you do it tomorrow. When you see the old man for training, go get some sleep. Good idea. Head good night, Kurama. Good night, Naruto's apartment. I told you to sleep, brat. Now look at yourself, says the giant fox inside the 5-year-old blonde's head, who looks exhausted. Sorry, I guess I couldn't sleep after last night's big bombshell reveal. Finding out who my parents are, the idea of Madara Yukiya being alive and doing God knows what, and all that I got it from. You, a giant oversized fur ball with way too many tails, currently living inside my stomach, who happens to be a sewer, and who I decided would be my first friend. What did you call me, Brad? My first friend. Yeah, I know it's pathetic, but not the other one, the oversized fur ball with way too many tails. Oh, lol, sorry, Kurama. I put on a little moody when I don't get enough sleep. He laughs nervously and embarrassed at what he missed to his new furry companion of. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Kurama then begins to channel a small portion of his chakra into Naruto's to give him a small energy boost. But the cunning fox underestimated how powerful his is, and like a monkey jumping out of its cage. Naruto's exhaustion is now completely replaced by a burst of hyperactive energy, causing the little blonde to jump suddenly out of his bed and can't stay still. While that felt great, Kuruma, I feel like I can take on the one and only Gigi. Naruto says out loud, and couldn't stop shaking with excitement. Very well, why would you need it if I remember correctly? Your grandfather is a great warrior. He earned my respect when he was able to expel me from your village while your father was busy fighting Madara, says Korm, with a hint of admiration for the old Hokage. Wow, Gigi, it's really amazing. And you're right, thanks for the encouragement. As we arrived 2 hours early, it would be better if I eat something first, says the violet-eyed boy before hearing his stomach growl. Naruto then went to the kitchen to have a light breakfast. He was enjoying a bowl of cereal with a cup of orange juice on the side. Some groceries have already been provided along with the apartment by the old Hokage before Naruto moved, and Yuzin thought of it as a housewarming gift for the little blonde. While Naruto ate, some thoughts came to his mind. Thanks to Kurama, he now knows that he was never abandoned or unwanted. His parents were incredible people who fought against all odds to save him and the village's mother, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails before him, and his father, the heroic 4th Hokage. Naruto also realized that he had only heard of his parents from the giant fox himself, which is not an objective point of view, since he absolutely despises them. He wanted to know more and needed someone who knew them personally to tell him about them, and who better than his father's predecessor, his dear old Gigi. Once he finished breakfast, and after a quick shower, he went straight to the training camp, where Yuzin had told him to meet. Training Camp 11. Naruto was very eager to begin his journey to become a great ninja and finally an Hokage. There was still an hour left before Yuzin arrived, and since he slept all day yesterday, now was a good time for him to start reading the scrolls that the old Hokage had given him. Maybe she should learn more about chakra. She tells herself the blonde of 5 years before didn't even have a clue what chakra was until Yuzin mentioned it to her when he was explaining about his charging with chi, but that was just a general term regarding the subject. She wanted to know more how it works, how to control it, and how to use it. Luckily, the scroll that Yuen had given her was well explained and was easy to understand for someone of her age. She was surprised and amazed by the unlimited potential of what chakra can do, especially for someone who has a large amount of chakra reserves and excellent chakra control. Thanks to his little furry friend, he had the first part covered, but the downside is that having too much chakra can be very difficult to control. According to the scroll, he decided at that moment that chakra control should be his main priority, but he still has his work cut out for him. After an hour of reading, Naruto didn't even notice his Gigi arriving at the field behind him, but not the only one. Standing beside him was one of the Hokage's most trusted bodyguards, an elite ninja, an Inbu. This particular Inbu appeared to be a young man. Some noticed he was a teenager. He had gravity-defying silver hair and a single red eye in his left socket with scars that could almost be seen through his standard Inbu mask, resembling a dog. As the Inbu and the old Hokage arrived at the training ground, they saw a small boy sitting on the ground and reading a scroll from a distance. The young Ambu couldn't help but wonder why the Hokage decided to hire a new student. What made this particular boy so special to give him some time of the day and put him off? He noticed when the boy turned around and revealed his whiskered face. The Ambu thought he saw a pair of ghosts when he noticed the blonde boy with violet eyes. He looks like him, was the thought of the surprised Ambu. If it were anyone else, they would recognize him as the demon brat. But not this Ambu, however, to him, he was the byproduct of the two people he once considered as his adoptive father. Figures the boy looks a lot like his late sensei, the hair in particular, but he had his mother's beautiful violet eyes. He was in total shock until the Hokage began to greet the little one. "Good morning, Naruto. Kun, I'm surprised you came so early," the old man said to the blonde, of course, Gigi. "This is the beginning of my path in a madness to wait, is that? Even a word, ha ha ha. I like your energy, Naruto Koen, but I hope you're prepared to take your training very seriously, because from now on you must address me as sensei. And as your sensei, I will not beat around the bush you wanted me to make you strong, and I will do everything I can. But the rest is up to you, yes, Jay. I mean, yes, sensei. I'm prepared to do whatever it takes. I promise you, remember that I will become strong enough to be able to protect everyone who comes to me matter, and I know the road ahead won't be easy, but that won't stop me and my dreams. Like I said, I don't break my word. That's my way, ninja," said Naruto. With a bright smile, Yusin couldn't be more proud of the little blonde boy. In front of him, he could clearly see the determination and fire burning in his eyes. He also notices the shock of his silver-haired bodyguard, so he decided to break the ice between them. "As you know, Naruto-kun, I can't stay and oversee your training for a long time, since I have to return to Hokage Tower soon. When that happens, I will leave you in the capable hands of one of my most talented shinobi. As you can see, he is an Ambu, therefore his real name will remain unspoken, but you may address him as Dog or Dog Sensei." Yuzen introduces Naruto to the silver-haired Ambu. "Nice to meet you, Dog Sensei." "I am honored," said Naruto, with a bow to his second master. Now, there's no need to bow. It is a pleasure to meet you also, Naruto. I look forward to your training." The Ambu, now identified as a dog, finally spoke to the little blonde. "When you're ready, we will begin with the physical exercises to determine your strengths and weaknesses. So first, I want you to do 100 push-ups and sit-ups. Then I want you to run 10 laps around the training field. Next, we will unblock the flow of your chakra to help your body recover faster and work harder. After that, all the exercises will be doubled until that we reach their limitations," said Yuzen with a strict tone. "That's all, Sensei?" asked Naruto nervously, as he knew that this exercise would definitely exhaust him to the point of fainting or crawling back home on his belly. "Not exactly. Lastly, we will work on your taijutsu. Once we have determined which fighting style suits you best, we will begin your taijutsu training. Right away, you will start by learning the basics of stance and techniques. At the end, we will have a spar either with me or with Doc. You can handle all that, Naruto-kun." "Yes, Sensei. I won't let you down." "Very well. This will be the first stage of your training for the entire month. Let's start." 5 hours into intensive training, Naruto was gasping for air from complete exhaustion. His clothes were dirty and his body was covered in bruises. He had done everything he had been instructed to by his sensei. Even with the constant boost of energy from Kurama, it still wasn't enough for what the little blonde had to endure every day. As his training improves, it will only be in intensity, from doing 100 push-ups and sit-ups to 200, and then to 400 from doing 10 laps around the Grand Training Camp, to 20, and then to 40. Naruto almost regretted his new life decision, but he immediately got rid of those negative thoughts and fully committed his heart and body to his training. He will go through any obstacles he has to overcome if it means he will become stronger to protect his entire family, beautiful village, and wants to do it with his own strength and power. But then again, he has a chakra monster living inside his belly that is constantly flowing his body with powerful raw energy. So technically it wouldn't be his power, but rather it would be theirs, which he is totally okay with. After all, teamwork makes the dream work. The elders and the young sensei of the purple-eyed blonde were very impressed with his surprisingly great endurance. They couldn't help but wonder how this child had so much energy at such a young age. They could only suspect it had something to do with the Kumi. The silver-haired couple are still unaware of the blonde's association with the giant fox. So Naruto made a mental note to go check on them once his training for today is over. If he could just get there once the physical exercise is done, they move on to unblock Naruto's chakra flow. Once this is done, Naruto is able to deliberately tap into his chakra network to help improve his strength and speed. But as predicted, he needs more training in chakra control if he is to use any jutsus effectively after a few hours of meditation to help stabilize the flow of his chakra. They finally passed the taijutsu. Training the old Hokage brought many scrolls about shinobi katas for Naruto. Many of the katas were quite difficult for the young blonde, as they require a lot of brute strength and offensive capabilities. In order to overpower her opponent, some of the katas require a dojutsu to function effectively, like the Uchiha clan's intercepting fist and the Yuga clan's gentle fist, judging by the way Naruto trains his punches and kicks on a wooden post before Yusen came to the conclusion that Naruto is more of a defensive fighter, a bit unusual for a shinobi, but he was never the normal type anyway. Luckily, Yusen manages to find a kata that was suitable for him. It was an old forgotten art. But as he continues reading through the scroll of the chosen kata, he realizes that it was absolutely perfect for the petite blonde girl. It's called the wing fist. It was once a traditional fighting style and a form of self-defense. It requires quick movements of the arm, strong legs, and a lot of stamina. The fighter must be relaxed at all times, so he will be able to calmly block and counter any opponent's attack with quick, swift strikes. Naruto was excited to finally have his own kata. After learning the requirements of the technique, he began to train the speed of his strikes and reflexes. Fortunately, Yusen brought the perfect training tool for Naruto's new kata. He pulled a scroll from his sleeve and opened it. Its contents, and from the smoke burst, it was revealed to be a wooden pole. However, this pole has 3 arms and 1 leg, representing the body of an opponent in various positions and lines of force that the body can give. The arms and leg can move in a 360-degree turn. Once Naruto blocks an arm, he will quickly turn around to strike on the opposite side. It was the perfect tool to train his blocks and reflexes. He trained on it for hours. Those wooden arms are extremely durable, resulting in several bruises on Naruto's forearms and lower palms from having to constantly block, and some on his face when he failed to block. As the final hours approached, it was time for the sparring session. Yusen wanted to spar with Naruto in his first day of training, but he realized that he should wait a while, at least until Naruto was able to master the wing fist, at least fight properly with it. Either way, it was time for him to return to his office. You have made great progress today, Naruto-kun. I'm sure in a week or 2 you will be able to master the wing fish very soon, but I am afraid I must leave you now. But do not worry. You will see me again tomorrow. Your sparring partner today will be Dog. Good luck, boys, said Iron with a proud smile. Thank you. He greeted Ben's. Wait, Nito. Talk to you later. It's something important. Okay. If I stop by your office once I'm done, asked Naruto. Sure, Naruto. You can always come to my office anytime. But right now you need to focus on your spar. I've already given instructions to the Dog, so he doesn't get carried away. All you have to do is land hit on him, and you'll win by both of you, says the old Hokage before going back to his office. Man, I really want to learn that jutsu, Naruto tells himself, once more amazed by the convenience factor of that jutsu. You mean Shunin? I can teach you that if you want, says the silver-haired imbue, as he listens to the blonde talk to himself. Seriously, Dog Sensei, Naruto yells. Excited, know the truth is he doesn't say Doc with a carefree tone and a smile behind his mask. Bad dog, Naruto yells in his squeaky voice, as he was a little upset for getting his hopes up and being shot down immediately by the ambus no name. Now, don't be like that. I'll tell you one thing. If you're capable, if you land a hit, I'll teach you Shunin. But if you lose, you have to buy me something to eat tonight. And I'm craving something sweet. What? But you're the adult. You shouldn't be treating me. I'm 5 years old, for crying out loud. Now Naruto is never too young to treat someone anymore. I'm 18, which means I'm technically still a teenager and not an adult. Yet Naruto made a small pout with his whiskered cheeks, realizing that there's no way to win against the cunning Ambu. Very well, you got a deal. But this bet doesn't end here. If I lose, I might lose today, and I might lose tomorrow, but eventually I'll land a hit on you, and you'll teach me that jutsu. Believe it, Naruto finishes passionately. But then he felt a bit of disturbance in the air, as if millions of people just slapped their foreheads with their palms after hearing him say that last sentence. Ugh, I hope he never says that sentence again, were Naruto and Dog's thoughts. Okay, now Naruto, show me the results of your training here. I go, Dog Sensei. Naruto and Dog charged at each other. The fight was obviously one-sided, with the silver-haired Ambu effortlessly winning against the petite blonde Naruto manages to block a couple of punches, but was unable to counter with any of his punches the elderly teen. This goes to show that one day of training is not enough to beat someone who considers themselves an elite ninja who had years of combat experience ahead of him. Doc constantly knocked Naruto down several times painfully, but what impressed him the most was that Naruto constantly got back up to continue the fight, as if nothing happened. The boy's tenacity and determination was a welcoming quality for the silver-haired teen, but in the end it was all in vain, as after the 36th time Naruto was knocked down without even landing a single blow, Doc finally collapsed from exhaustion. Streets of Konoha. At night, Naruto finally woke up, but he realizes that he was no longer standing or back in place, being carried piggyback by the silver-haired Ambu. So finally, you're up. Oh, what's wrong, Dog Sensei? You lost, that's what happened, oh man. Well, I guess it was to be expected, but you should know this, Sense and Dog. I'll give you a beating one day, and then you'll be the one treating me to Canny no, even better ramen. Well, says Naruto in his squeaky voice as he raises his little fist in the air, excitedly thinking about ramen in your dreams, little man. Says Dog with a big-eyed smile. Naruto pouted his cheeks, mustachioed at the older teen's comment about his developing skills. It wasn't his fault, he just started his training, but then he notices he's getting a lot of stares from the villagers. He subtly looked around and saw all the looks of hate and disgust on their faces. He didn't want his sensei to get caught in the middle. So, and you should just leave. Me now, I feel a lot better, because I don't care. No, really, I can walk now. So, I don't care about the stairs, wow. So you've noticed that too, huh? Wouldn't boy, sorry. Thanks to me. We're getting some of those looks too. Like I said, I don't care. Plus, I used to get them all the time when I was your age, says the young Ambu, as he recalls all the tragedies that have happened in his young life, losing his father to suicide, losing his best friend in the last war, and accidentally killing the girl that loves him. While many saw him as a hero of the people, there were some who looked at him with disgust and often called him the son of the coward or friend killer. Obviously, he was annoyed especially by that last part, but finally moved on. Or, yes, really, wait a moment. But apparently Naruto misunderstood and asked, "You're also a Jinshu like me?" Naruto whispered in Doc's ear, which makes the young Ambu's eyes open and stop walking, temporarily surprised that the boy already knew about his burden. And no, but how did you find out about that? Asked the dog. Curiously, Gigi, he told me. And I understand that you hate me too, says Naruto with a tone. Dejected Naruto. I'm not like one of those ignorant idiots. Even I can tell the difference between a prison and a prisoner. So don't worry about it, okay? He finished with a smile behind his mask. Thank you, Dog Sensei. That means a lot. Naruto gave the teen his signature bright smile that reminded him a lot of the boy's mother. It was a feeling both comforting and painful for the young boy, as he once saw her as a loving motherly figure. By the way, Dog Sensei, where are we going? Naruto asked, pushing Ad away from his thoughts, as the silver-haired teen had replied to his blonde student. Oh, well, since I won our little bet, I'm going to look for a place that sells some sweets, and I see one up ahead, says the MBU as they approached a small shop. Dango store. Huh? I don't think you're the type that likes dangos, Dog Sensei, asked Naruto, a little surprised. Even I enjoy some sweets from time to time, Naruto admitted. Doc. Finally, he sets Naruto down on the ground and tells him to go to the shop and order the dangos for himself. The young blonde wanted to argue that he might be kicked out of the shop, but was willing to see if the shopkeeper held any resentment towards him. He asks. He walks in nervously and looks at the shopkeeper, and in turn he looks back at him. The shopkeeper gave Naruto a questioning look before nonchalantly welcoming him into the shop as if he were any other customer. Naruto was deeply relieved, thinking of the possibility that this shop was another place for him to get food without any problems. He then ordered 4 sticks of dangos, 2 for himself, 2 for Doc. As he walked out of the shop with a happy smile on his face, he noticed a young woman sitting alone on a bench, staring into space with a blank expression. She has light brown eyes with no pupils and purple hair tied in a ponytail. She appears to be around Doc's age. She didn't show it on her face, but Naruto could tell she was angry and depressed, angry at herself for her misplaced loyalty, but most of all angry at someone else. Someone to who once saw as a mentor, someone she trusted and had her loyalty, but unfortunately that someone turned out to be a sick, twisted, evil traitor. She is depressed because she had to deal alone with the consequences when her treacherous mentor betrayed the village and became one of the most notorious criminals in the nation. Each and every villager and shinobi did not trust her, If given the choice, they would imprison her for the rest of her life, just for being the former snake apprentice. But thanks to the old Hokage, wasn't even before being the apprentice of that traitor. She always felt like an odd one out, as if she didn't belong anywhere, that she was weird and she knows it, but she didn't care what people thought of her. That's always been who she is, but deep down it still hurts. She's a human being like everyone else. And like everyone else, she feels alone. Her former mentor gave her a purpose and a place by his side. She was proud to be the student of one of the 3 strongest shinobi in the village, but now that it was revealed that her mentor, he was a sadistic monster, she never felt so alone and out of place as she did before. As she continues to think about her dark thoughts, she heard the sounds of small footsteps approaching her. She turned her head and saw a cute blonde boy with violet eyes holding 4 dango sticks. "Hello, pretty lady. Do you want some dango?" The adorable blonde boy offered one of his dangos with a cute smile to the depressed young girl as a way to cheer her up. "PFF, no thanks, boy," the purple-haired girl says with a scoff, making everything I tried my best to ignore his cuteness. "You're sure I heard that good food always makes everyone happy," Naruto says with a smile. "Ha ha ha. For an Akimichi, maybe. But not me. Also, why would I accept candy from a strange kid?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "I'm not a strange kid. My name is Naruto, and I want to share my dango with you. Because, well, it seems like it would be good for you." A friend, Naruto said sincerely. "Aha, why would I want to be friends with a short guy like you?" he asked with a smile. "Hey, I'm not. Sure, I'm 5 years old," Naruto yelled at the defensive. Quite defensive, right?" she said with a victorious smile. Naruto pouted his large whiskered cheeks and calmed down to say, "It's not defensive, it's a scientific fact. People grow, and someone once told me that one day I could be the tallest man in the world," says Naruto with confidence in his voice. "And who told you that?" your mom tried to joke, but immediately felt bad when she noticed how gloomy the boy suddenly became, as if the M word was a sad humming to the little blonde girl. "Are you okay, boy?" she asked, worried that she might unintentionally hurt his feelings. Yep, it's just that I don't really have a mom. But there is one person that I can proudly say that I see as my own mother. She is a very kind and wonderful woman. She always told me that by helping someone, you're helping everyone. And I always believe her. I know you're not asking for it, or if you want my help, but I still want to help you in any way that I can. I know obviously I can't do much, but I know all I can do right now is offer you some delicious sweets. Because like I said, good food always makes everyone happy, whether they are in a kimchi or not. And sharing it with a friend is even better." Naruto finished with the purest smile the young girl had ever seen before. The purple-haired girl was taken aback by his bright smile. She fought the urge to squeeze her large whiskered cheeks. She found the little blonde boy extremely adorable. "Good boy, I'll take your stupid dango," the purple-haired girl scoffed as she took one of the dango sticks from his small hand. "Hello, well, I hope you like it." "Oh yeah, I don't have your name." Naruto was about to walk away, but I wanted to know who the mysterious girl was. "It's Anko. Mitarashi, nice to meet you, Han. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I hope someday we can be friends." "Well, I have to go now. See you later," the blonde says with a happy tone before he waves her goodbye and walks away. As Naruto disappeared from her line of sight, the confused young woman couldn't help but feel that the cute blonde boy really wanted to be her friend. A smile then appeared on her face. "Well, I guess the boy wasn't that bad anyway. Free dango," says Anko, now identified with a now more cheerful attitude than before as she slowly enjoys each bite of her sweets. Naruto then approached the silver-haired Ambu and handed him his 2 dangos. "Why did you take so long? I had the feeling that you were thinking of retracting our bet and running away with my dangos," she said, dog, to the little blonde. "No, a deal. It's a deal, plus it wasn't that expensive anyways. I also made a new friend, a pretty purple-haired girl who I think is around your age." "Purple hair? Do you mean Anko? Do you know her?" the curious blonde asked. "I don't know much about her except the fact that she really loves dangos. Her and I used to be in the same class together at the academy. We didn't really talk much, but I once fought her and her team during my chunning exam. She's quite a kunoichi talented. Wow, she is so cool. A little bit bad, but cool. I bet you would like her," said Naruto with a smirk. Now, Naruto, the last time you bet you lost terribly, so forgive me if I don't trust your word, dog." He spoke indifferently, but thanking his luck that he is wearing a mask to cover his light blush, as he remembers very well how they look like together like that. And to put it mildly, he found her very attractive, but then he remembers it could be the purple-haired kunoichi, so the blush it immediately faded away and is now replaced by a small chill down his spine. "You are so bad, dog sensei," says Naruto with a pout, but then he remembered what he had to do once he finished his training. "Oh yeah, I need to go see Gigi right away. I have something important to tell him." Oh, right, you mentioned him before. Okay, let's go, I'll take you there. Dog leaned down like this to give Naruto another piggyback ride, but the blonde was hesitant as he didn't want his sensei to be stared at again by the villagers. Because he's an outcast, are you sure? I mean, you saw the way they looked at you, the villagers, when you were carrying me. I don't want that for you, Naruto. Then felt the dog hand land softly on his blonde head. 3 things, Naruto. 1, I wear a mask, so they won't even know who I really am, even if they stare at me. 2, I'm an ambu. They try anything with me, or you all kill them on sight. And it would be legal. 3, like I said before, I don't care, says Doc with a smile behind his mask. Naruto could tell by the tone that the ambu in front of him is smiling, so he then happily jumps onto the young man's back. Thanks, Dog Nissen. But wait, can we jump over the roof? I've always wanted to know how it feels like, Naruto asked with hope in his eyes, hoping that he can experience what it feels like to travel like a real ninja. Ha ha ha. How else are we going to get there? Quickly, hold on tight, little man, says Dob before running off and starting to jump over the roofs of buildings with a happy Naruto and laughing at his back. How little they know someone was watching them the whole time around the corner. He looked at the two as they headed towards their destination and couldn't help but let a curious smile form on his face in regards to the couple who would say he could be so soft. Kakashi, the observer, now reveals that he doesn't tell anyone in particular, then begins to walk away from his hiding place while enjoying the rest of his frango, but still couldn't calm his curiosity as he continues to think about his silver-haired former classmate and the bubbly blonde boy who wanted to be his friend. That last thought managed to put another soft smile on his usually angry face. Guess having a little friend like him won't be so terrible after all. Hokage Tower Hughes in office as the old Hokage sighed in relief that he had finally finished all his paperwork for the day. He couldn't help but wonder if he should consider finding a second replacement. Jiraiya was his first choice as his last Shawnee loyal, but since she had no interest and had fully committed herself to his spy network, it was no longer an option. Perhaps he should try to get closer, be one of his wayward students, and not the sadistic snake who once preferred one in particular, who happens to be his only student, and possibly the supposed cousin of his favorite blonde Tsunade. Senju, the legendary doctor, was a powerful and intelligent kunoichi. She was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the first Kage, but left the village out of personal grief after losing to her brother, and her lover feeling like she had lost everything she loved so much she blames the village for the death of her entire family. She had no one because of their senseless wars. She was completely alone. She is the last Senju, or maybe not if Yuzen can confirm his theory, as much as he wants to believe that Naruto is the grandson of Tobirama Senju and the heir of the Senju clan. He still needed more proof. No one had seen or reported that Minato used any of his auto abilities before. If he did, he manages to hide it very well. He was already a talented and powerful shinobi and had earned his fame without the help of his bloodline. But there was one more way that could finally confirm his theory, one that only a descendant of Tobirama Senju can do. As he was about to leave his office to go see his little blonde wonder, he heard a soft knock coming from his door, and who should come in but the boy he wanted to see. Naruto-kun was about to come see you. How was your fight with Dog? It was painful, but it was great, and I won't lose to Dog or Ison next time. Anyway, Sensei. It's okay, Naruto-kun, you don't have to call me that right now. I'm finally off duty, and we're not training. So what do you have in mind? Well, Gigi, as I mentioned before, it's something important, and I need you to be completely honest with me, okay? But wait a minute. Yusen made a gesture with his hand to indicate to his new bodyguard that he wanted them to give him and the little blonde some privacy. Then he activated a privacy seal, so no one could hear them. Okay, go ahead, Naruto-kun. I know my parents were Minato Amic and Kyuzen Uzumaki. What? Oh, how did you find out, CA? I mean, the QB told me. The QB. You talked to him? Yes, last night we had a very long talk, and he is a him, by the way, and he told me everything. Naruto finished the last word with an angry tone. I suppose you have questions? I have a whole couple of works of that. Why didn't you tell me? When the old Hokage didn't say anything since he was completely shocked. Never before the happy blonde boy in front of him had yelled at him with such anger. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I was just no, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for keeping a big secret from you about who you are and where you come from. That was a mistake on my part. But please understand that I really meant to tell you. When you have proven to be strong enough to protect yourself, your parents have many enemies, Naruto-kun, both foreign and domestic, And that's why they will also be your enemies if they ever find out that. You are their son, your life will be constantly in danger from assassins or kidnappers, and not always will be there to protect you. Please forgive me, Naruto-kun, says the old Hokage as he bows his head over his desk begging the 5-year-old boy to forgive his foolishness. The old man is right, brat, you are the son of the 4th Hokage, and my Jinchuriki all. The scum and the low life will hunt you down if your parents' enemies decide to put a bounty on your head, says Kurama on Naruto's head. I understand, Gigi, and of course, I forgive you. Even Kurama wanted me to forgive you. Kurama, that's the real name of the Kumi. He helps me understand your reasons better now. It's like some kind of guiding voice in my head, and he keeps my chakra reserves from ever running out with everything. Him and I are good friends. You're friends with the Kyuubi Naruto-kun. If he really told you everything, then you know what he did to your parents. I know, Gigi, I know what he did. But he told me he was sorry, and I forgave him, but I also know the real reason why he did everything he did that night. What do you mean, Naruto? Then he began to explain everything that Kurama had told the old man, the reason why that the seal on Kuzuna was broken, the reason why his late wife Bawako was found dead in the delivery room, and the reason why the Chi attacked the village and killed many people. All of this was caused by the legendary ninja Matter Yukiya. This almost caused the old Hokage to have a heart attack as his face showed nothing but shock and disbelief. The Kyuubi attack was never an accident. It was a plan orchestrated by a madman, a very dangerous madman. Are you absolutely sure that the Chio, I mean Kurama, is telling the truth, Naruto-kun? I trust the Gigi, and you should too. The more we think about it, the more sense it makes. My father would never leave my mother's side, and he will definitely make sure that Kurama doesn't get away. When they were handing me over, it had to be an outside intervention, and only Madara Yukiya has the power to control Kurama, and he had the motive to attack the village. I can't disagree, but that just goes to show that we are all in more danger than I thought. Madara was known for being so powerful, like Lord Isama. We have to be more prepared if we are ever going to have a chance against him. What if, Naruto-kun? I have no doubt that in the long run you will have an important role to play, one that could determine the future of the entire shinobi world. Wow, that's a lot of responsibility to put on a 5-year-old. Don't you think, Gigi? I don't know if I can do it, and yes. And if I fail, failure is not the end, my son. It's the way we choose to face it when the time comes. If I have to do it I will gladly give my life for the sake of our village and their future. But until then, all we can do is be ready. Naruto was inspired once again by the wisdom of his Gigi. I needed to be ready. I needed to be stronger. My mother, no. She once told me that I was destined for great things, and I believe her. If I have to risk my life to bring true peace to the ninja world, then that is a price I am willing to pay. As well, the future is right in front of us, Gigi. We just have to walk the path, right? If we're going to catch up. I couldn't say it better myself, my boy. And since most of the secrets of your heritage are already known to you, it's time I told you the last one that I myself have recently discovered. You came here to tell me something I needed to know. At least I could do the same for you. I don't want to have any more secrets between us, my son. There's more, Gigi. What could be bigger than my parents? First things first, the old Hokage pulled out a piece of paper from his drawer and showed it to the blonde boy. This is chakra paper. It is used to determine which of the 5 elemental affinity a shinobi has. If it burns, you have fire. If it crumples, you have lightning. If it turns to dust, you have earth. If it is cut in half, you have wind. If it gets wet, you have water. Channel your chakra into it. I need to see it for myself before I can tell you anything. Naruto did as his Gigi had ordered him as he took the piece of paper from his hand and analyzed his chakra on it. And what happened next was a huge shock to both of them. The paper was completely soaked, as if he had been drowning in the ocean for days, and then cut cleanly into 8 different pieces. This shows that Naruto has a very powerful affinity with water, as well as wind. Yusin had only seen one person before who had such a powerful affinity with water, his former teacher and predecessor, Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, and the power of his affinity with wind is also no less apart from his old friend Danzo Shimura and his rebellious son, Asum Sarutobi. Yusin knew another person in the village who had an affinity for wind as strong before, or even stronger than the other two. Kyuzin Uzumaki. Naruto had inherited the best qualities from his mother and grandfather, and there is a high chance that Naruto's ice release is the strongest. This had finally confirmed his theory, and he was ready to finally tell the little blonde the ultimate secret. Naruto-kun, no, you only have 2 affinities, which is very rare, especially for someone your age. It turns out they are also very strong. And this is enough to confirm my theory about your true heritage. I don't understand what other heritage do I have apart from being the son of the fourth Hokage, my child, or the grandson of Tobirama, Inju, the second Hokage. What really, after seeing their affinities, I can say with confidence, do you remember last week when it rained 4 days? It reminded me of a time when Master Tobirama had to mourn the death of Lord Hazarama. He loved his older brother very much, and his loss took its toll on him. Master Tobirama was known for having the strongest affinity with water in the world. That's why they call him the Water Dragon of Konoha. He didn't even need a water source to perform his Suton Jutsus. All he needed was the humidity of the air. The man was a genius in many ways. He was the man who invented the shinobi ranking system and the creator of many forbidden jutsus. Wow, I guess my two he are amazing. LOL, thanks Naruto-kun. But there's another thing you should know about your grandfather, or should I say your grandmother in particular. Oh, yes, my grandmother, who was she? Her name is Akiran Maikaz, or at least that was her name when she came to the village. Her real name is Akira Yuki. And if my studies are correct, she is from the Yuki clan of Kirigakura, known for their special elemental Keiki Henkai, known as Yotan Ice Release. Your father could have inherited this power, but it was never reported. And since you have affinity with water and wind, which are the combination of the affinity with Yotan, you should also have it. You mean I have a Ki Henkai, like the clan Yukiya? Yes, Naruto. I can also confirm this. When you were able to make it snow on your birthday, I did that. Yes, it seems your powers are connected to your emotions. Whenever you are sad, it will rain or snow, or at least that's my hypothesis I already see. But Gigi, does this mean I'm a Senju? Yes, Naruto-kun, you are one of the last two Senju left in this world. What do you mean by the last two? Acer. I have a relative, yes, your cousin Tsunade. Senju, one of my former students. Where is she? I want to meet her, I'm afraid. Now, I don't. She's been in the village for years. She left because of her grief at losing the two people who were very dear to her. They were her family. They were her only family. She felt like she had no other reason to stay, and she blames the village for their deaths. But I'm family. Why couldn't she stay for me? Oh, Dad, Tsunade doesn't even know about you or your father, Naruto-kun. I myself just found out a couple days ago that you two are Sanjus, and she left years ago, long before your father's reign. What we need to find her and bring her to home. I don't care why she left. She's family. She's my family. I already had my greatest spy looking for her as we speak, but Tsunade is one of the legendary anime for a reason. So finding her will take a while, or maybe years. I understand. I just want to meet her. I know you do, Naruto-kun, and you will. But for now, you have to be patient. Let us make you a great ninja first. So one day you can go help find her yourself. You're right, Gigi. And when I find her, I will show her that I'm a great ninja. Then we will come home together, and we will be a family. Ha ha ha. I have no doubt that you will, Naruto-kun. Gigi, can I ask you something? Why so formal, Naruto-kun? Well, I would like to officially request to change my name, Naruto Senju. But Naruto, that name is much more dangerous than your father's. Are you sure? Yes, Gigi. Although I would like nothing more than to have my father's name too. I can't let the Senju name end with Tsunade. The world still needs Senju, and I would proudly carry that name as a badge of honor. Technically speaking, you are the heir of the Senju clan, so it's only a matter of time before you take the name. Anyways, very well. I will grant your request, Naruto-kun, but only under two conditions. What is firstly, you must not reveal your true heritage yet. And I mean both your father and grandfather. It will simply make you a bigger target than before. Secondly, we will train with your Yotan abilities. I'm sure your father or grandmother kept a scroll about their jutsus and technique somewhere, but you must not reveal your bloodline. Either the Yotan is known to be one of the rarest elemental Kei Henkai in the world, and the second strongest. I will only give you permission to use it if it is just a matter of life or death. Is this acceptable? Yes, Gigi, I accept the terms. So it is resolved to this day. To now, you are Naruto Senju Training Camp 11. After his encounter with the old Hokage, the now called Naruto Senju has never been more motivated than ever to do his training. To already have an enemy as legendary as the great Madara Uchiha was he knew that the shinobi world would never be truly safe as long as he was still out there. He needed to get stronger, and he was willing to train every day and every night if he had to. Make it happen. Naruto had already completed the first month of his training regimen with the old Hokage and Shumbu Irizen. It was a long and tiring journey, but also very rewarding for the young Senju. Naruto's taijutsu had improved greatly when he started his wing fish fighting style. He has peaked at his current level and will continue to improve through more training and sparring. His strike speed and reflexes are now fast enough to block most attacks and counter with multiple quick slashes and dips. Of course, he still won't be able to defeat someone of elite level honing like Dog, or obviously a cage level like Ewan, but his senseis can proudly say that he can stand toe-to-toe and possibly defeat AM level Jin and Shinobi in a fight. Taijutsu, the next phase of his training, would be chakra control, which surprised the old Hokage since Naruto is the one who recommended it. Yusin had assumed that the little rupee would eagerly like to move on to his ninjutsu training already, but when he explains his reasons how I still need more time to control the amount of chakra I use otherwise, the execution of my jutsus won't be as perfect as I wanted, and I'll end up wasting a lot of my and Kurama's chakra in the process. The old Hokage still can't get over the fact how mature and responsible Naruto is for someone his age, could only think that he got most of his mannerism and humility from his mother. No, to which he is very grateful to. The young mother Yusin also agrees with his reasons. Chakra control may not be the most flashy or popular topic when it comes to the younger generation like Naruto's, but it is one of the essential skills to become a strong and skilled ninja. After all, chakra is the greatest power of the shinobi, and if you lose respect for that power will only lead to your early downfall. There are 2 stages that needed to be done to get perfect chakra control. The first step is tree walking. It is a training method to gain more beginner-level skills with chakra control. This training consists of focusing a fixed amount of chakra on the soles of the feet and using it to climb a tree without using the hands. If the chakra current is too weak, the user will lose balance on the tree and will fall. If it is too strong, the user will be pushed away from the tree, which will cause the tree to break around the point of contact, and the user to fall. The concept of this exercise is similar to the magnetic. The second step is to walk on the surface of the water. This training method is used to acquire more advanced level skills of chakra control. To do this, the user has to emit a constant flow of chakra from the soles of their feet and use the repelling force to walking on the surface of water. This technique is harder to master than the tree climbing practice because the amount of chakra that needs to be emitted is constantly changing. Naruto started with the tree walking exercise, but surprisingly, it wasn't that hard as he thought. Of course, he fell a couple of times, but thanks to his previous training, he already knew the basics of how to channel chakra in a certain amount around parts of his body, like his fist. The only thing he had to work on now, it was in balancing the amount. It took about 4 hours to finally reach the top of the tree. The old Hokage was very proud of his young student for having completed the exercise in such a short time. Once this was done, they moved on to the water surface walk exercise, but this, however, was a little more difficult for the blonde with the mustachioed face. The surface of the water changes constantly, unlike the solid surface of a tree. This exercise lasted almost 2 days for him, but he finally managed to stay on the surface of the water without falling for almost 30 minutes, which is already an impressive start. Forest area, a few meters away from Naruto and Yusin, there is a mysterious spectator standing on a tree branch a short distance from the training camp. He had been watching the young blonde training his heart out with the old Hokage. As he looked at his small figure, he couldn't help but think how cute he is. Every time he gets frustrated or pouts with his big whiskered cheeks, every time he saw his puckered up cheeks, he felt like he just wanted to approaching him without a care in the world and starting to pull on them. She found her new little friend extremely adorable. Then she heard someone shooning behind her. "What are you doing?" Anko, the silver-haired Ambu, addresses the mysterious spectator, now identified as Anko Mitarashi. "What does she look like I'm spying on the Gotti?" She bluntly confessed what she was doing with a hint of sarcasm. "I can see it. The real question is, why did Ambu ask what the Gaki wanted to be my friend? Can a friend not spy on another friend? Because he's just bored." He said, "Naturally weird friends for sure," says the Nbu with a drop of sweat on his head. Who says it was normal anyway?" He said with a proud smile. "Anyway, you're also spying on Hokage, which is a serious crime, and he has ordered me to make sure Naruto's training is not interrupted by anyone," said the Umbu with a serious tone. "Oh no, the big evil you has found me. What is he going to do? Ravage my beautiful body until I submit to all his needs?" The Kunoichi of purple hair says in an overly grammatical manner, as she makes her very busted body burn to mock the silver-haired Amba W. "What? No, I wouldn't do that." Dog was completely flustered as his cheeks burned bright red behind his mask. "Ha ha ha. Oh, lighten up, Kakashi. I'm just staring at the kid, and he doesn't even know I'm here. So technically I'm not interrupting him, right, Anko?" said calmly, trying to ease the tension. Anko, when I'm wearing this ambi uniform, its dog said in a tone serious once again. But why would that be an insult to real doxy? He said before laughing at his own joke. You've always been a charmer, haven't you, dog? Or is he now? Ad Kakashi said with a tired sigh. The only one besides. I don't care what mask you wear to me, you'll always be. Kakashi said, Anko with a warm smile as she looked at him with admiration in her eyes. Kakashi didn't say anything in return, but blushed a little behind his mask at what the pretty purple-haired Kunoichi thought of him. But then again, you're not the same, Kaki. I follow the rules. I remember you're quite the softy when it comes to cats, said Anko with a smile. Kakashi now had a mark on his head after hearing what she had just said about him, but deep down he had to admit that she wasn't entirely wrong. What makes you think that I'm just doing my job that was assigned by our Hokage, said Kakashi, trying to show her that he wasn't a softy. Oh, please, I've never seen you be so nice or protective of anyone before. Besides, I don't blame you. Gaki is incredibly adorable, but he does seem a little familiar. No, the silver-haired Amba didn't say anything since he already knew what she was implying. He must really mean a lot to you, more than you think. Well, I bet I mean more to him than you. He called me Nin. What to say about that, said Anko with a smile and a challenging tone. Ah, yes, he called me Nissan, and I know him. The two continue to argue loudly about who Naruto values more, but not realizing that the old Hokage is completely aware of their conversation the whole time. They were their training camp 11 with Naruto and Yusin. I never thought those two could get along with each other of all people, the old Hokage thought to himself, but was smiling as he saw his pain-filled bodyguard finally learning to open up to someone again. He then turned his attention back to his little blonde student. Naruto is completely exhausted both physically and mentally, even with the chakra support of Kurama. Naruto continues being a child with a child's body. He had been working until exhaustion to try to improve his taijutsu and chakra control. The old Hokage then decided to give the little blonde some time to rest and regain his strength. Naruto-kun, I am very proud of your progress, but now I want you to take the week off to rest, said Yusin. Go. But sensei, I'm fine, I can continue, says Naruto between deep breaths. I know you're worried about Madara, Naruto-kun, but right now I'm more worried about you. Did you want me to intensify your training, which I have done? But right now, you can't even stand straight or breathe steadily. Even the strongest ninjas need to rest, my son. Naruto said nothing as he continued to breathe slowly and deeply. You have already completed the first few of your training, and soon we will move on to Ninjutsu, and finally to training with Ton. They will be your hardest training so far. So I need you to be 100% by then. Plus, I still need time to look for any scrolls related to Otto that your father or grandmother may have left behind. There are a few places around the village where I can start looking, but it will take me a while. And in case you think otherwise, this is an order, said Yuzen with a serious tone. Yes, sensei. I will do as you wish. Besides, it may not be so bad. I've been craving Ichiraka ramen for days, said Naruto with an exhausted smile and a drool of saliva from his mouth at the thought of the delicious ramen. Ha! All right, Naruto-kun, do you want me to take you back to your house, asked Yuzen. Actually, yeah, that would be great. My legs feel like jelly right now, said Naruto. With a tired smile, the old man placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they walked off to the little blonde's apartment. Naruto immediately collapsed on his soft bed and fell asleep. The Hokage smiled at the sleeping Senju, and then Shunin walked away again, but this time back to his office. Naruto's apartment. Naruto was asleep for 2 days straight. The reason he woke up now is because his stomach was screaming for food, ramen in particular. He got out of bed and saw that it was already midnight. Then he wanted to take a long shower first after realizing that he hadn't cleaned himself before falling asleep. He now reeks of sweat. Then he put on his clean clothes, which consists of a green long sleeve shirt with a white short sleeve t-shirt over them that has a red spiral symbol on the front, and dark blue shorts and sandals. Then he went to his favorite stall from ramen. Streets of Konoha. Naruto now walked through the streets of Konoha, and to his relief, there weren't many people around at the moment. There were some villagers who were still staring at him, of course. But thanks to his training, he now has thicker skin, and he decided to shrug off the careless stares. As he continues walking, he couldn't stop thinking about what his Gigi had told him regarding his parents, many stories of how they met, how they fell in love, and who they were as people. He smiled to himself as he thought of the role where his mother was not only a strong and talented kunoichi, but was one of the most beautiful women in Konoha. His father, on the other hand, was one of the bravest men the old Hokage had ever met. Even at a young age, he excelled to great heights in his shinobi career, and accomplished much. And when Minato and Kusina found out she was pregnant with Naruto, they were completely overwhelmed with so much joy and happiness of finally becoming parents. Naruto let fall a single tear fell from his right eye thinking about. That last part, his parents truly loved him, and he was very grateful for their unconditional love. Even before he was born, he knew he had very big shoes to fill, and he swore to do the best he could as he was so deep in his thoughts, he didn't even realize he accidentally ran into someone. The person fell, and Naruto immediately snapped back to reality. After hearing the loud, angry female voice, "Hey, watch where you're going," yelled out loud tall by the angry girl who Naruto knocked down, but her voice was cute and squeaky. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. I guess I was a little distracted," said Naruto, embarrassed for not seeing where he was going, and tries to laugh at his mistake. "Well, get yourself together and help me up soon," he said angrily as she firmly extended her right hand for him to lift her. "Hey, I'm not short. I'm 5 years old, and you're a little bossy. You know that it's real. Just like you usually meet new people," said the height-sensitive blonde. "Hey, I'm 5 years old too, and you knocked me down, which means that it is your responsibility to help me up, and as a gentleman, you must help the lady in need," he said naturally. "Well, I guess it depends if the lady would be kind enough to say, 'Please,'" said Naruto with a smile and a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "What, no, I don't have to tell you for, or anything," the girl exclaimed loudly for her foolishness, then enjoy the floor. "M'lady," she said with more arcs in her voice, and made a fake bow at the end. The girl pouted angrily at the stubbornness of the boy that in front of him, but he finally gave in. "Can you help me up, please?" she said reluctantly, as she extended her right hand towards him again. "That wasn't that hard, was it?" Naruto says as he extended his hand towards her. But when he took her hand and is to lift her up, they felt a sudden spark between them as their hands touched. Their cheeks reddened as they felt the mysterious electricity flowing through them. Naruto began to gently lift her up, and now they could look better. The girl has blonde hair like his, but more platinum than sunny, and currently reaches to his shoulders. Her eyes are as blue as the morning sky. Naruto couldn't help but blush at the sight of the cute blonde girl in front of him, and she's a little shorter than him, which made him even happier. The girl, however, is even more nervous with the blonde boy in front of her. She found that his whisker marks were exotic and made him look very cute, but the most important thing that attracted her were his eyes. The purple of her glasses was so bright that she almost got lost in them, not to mention that purple is her favorite color. As they continued to get distracted by each other's appearance, they realized that they had been staring for too long, and their small hands are still held tightly together. They quickly let go of each other's hands and try to hide their embarrassed blush. "Oh, well, thank you for helping me up, I guess," the girl says, trying to ease the tension between the two. "And thank you for saying please, haha," says the blonde boy, trying to crack an innocent joke. "Yeah, well, I should go now. I have to go get dinner before all the stores are closed," said the girl. "Have you come to dinner alone?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, my dad is a ninja, and he's away on a mission for the whole week. I still don't know how to cook except make toast and cereal, so I have to buy my own food until he gets back," she said with an embarrassed giggle. "I see. Well, I'm heading to Ichiraka Ramen for dinner myself. W, would you like to join me?" the sunny blonde boy asked shyly to the pretty platinum blonde girl. "Do you want me to have dinner with you?" the girl asked shyly with a small blush on her cheeks. "Or alone, if you want, of course," said Naruto, trying to sound more distant, so he wouldn't seem weird or desperate for company. "Well, I've always wanted to try ramen, so sure, why don't you?" he said with a cool smile. "Come on, I don't think I have your name." Naruto asked the girl innocently. "Well, how come knights shouldn't give theirs first?" he asked with a smile, but Naruto simply returned the smile with a bit of sarcasm. "Well, of course, Miyagi. I'm Naruto. Senju, nice to meet you," he said with his signature bright smile and extended his right hand towards her for a handshake. "I'm H. Yamanaka. Nice to meet you too, Naruto," she said with her own bright smile as she extended her right hand to meet his. Then they shook hands, but once again they felt the same unknown spark which made their cheeks turn red. Blush again. Then the blonde couple headed together to the delicious ramen shop. Few know that this was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Ramen shop in Chirik. When the young blonde couple entered the small, comfortable restaurant, they were greeted by the friendly owner. "Naruto, cooing, glad to see you again, boy," says Tucci with a smile. "Hey, old man, good to see you too. Where's Aim-chan?" asked Naruto. "He's not feeling too well today, so I gave him the day off." Tucci told him. "Oh, that's a too bad. Well, tell her that I miss her, and I hope she gets better soon," said Naruto with a smile. "He will do it, my son. I'm sure it will make her feel much better knowing that you care about her," said the humble ramen chef. But in his mind, he knew that the sweet words of the little blonde would only melt his daughter's heart. I, on the other hand, felt a little out of place. He has no idea what the two males are talking about. He can only assume that this Yame girl is the chef's daughter and have some kind of relationship with her fellow blonde. A part of her was curious to know more, but the other part was a little jealous that the chef's daughter was already so close to the young Senju. She had just met Tucci, finally noticed the platinum blonde girl standing next to her favorite customer, and decided to ask, "And who is your cute little friend?" Naruto Kuin asked curiously with a hint of teasing in his voice. "This is Ino Yamanaka. I met her on the street before." Naruto introduced himself. Literally, he didn't actually see where I was going, and he slammed me on the butt. He added me, and I picked up, so it's no big deal, right? Naruto defended himself. "Yes, you did, after you let my ass stay on that dirty floor for like, I don't know, an hour or so, but a bit exaggerated." "Oh, don't be so dramatic, but it was less than 10 minutes, and you know that," Naruto said with a scoff. "And yet it was the longest 10 minutes of my life," he said dramatically. Naruto is about to fight back, but their little squabble was stopped when they heard a soft laugh coming from the ramen chef. They gave him a confused look until Naruto decided to ask, "What's so funny?" Tachin asked by the whiskered face boy. "Haha, it's just you two make such a cute couple," said Tucci with an innocent smile. The blonde couple instantly blushed at the old man's words as they immediately looked away to avoid eye contact. "They're so nervous. They will say anything to cover up their embarrassment. Don't go crazy, Mr. Tucci. I would never be with a stubborn klutz like him," he yelled. And no, Naruto is a little offended as he shows the mark of verification in his head, so he decided to retaliate. "Because, excuse me, I wouldn't want to be with a bossy little princess like her." Naruto replied. Now it's Hino's turn to get offended as he glares angrily at his blonde companion while he glares back at him. They even growl at each other, which made the old man sweat. In fact, Tucci could see lightning bolts shooting through their eyes at each other. So he decided to intervene before the situation escalated. Now, that's enough, you two. I don't approve of couples fighting in my restaurant," he said with a smile and a mocking tone. "In the end, we are not a couple." The blonde couple shouted in unison to the old man. Sure, now, what can I get you two?" asked Tucci, hoping to get the awkward topic. Behind them, Naruto and Ino look at each other angrily as they head to the counter stools to finally have dinner. While Ino browses the menu, Naruto already knew what he wanted, so he called his order to the humble ramen chef. "I'll start with 5 miso ramen with extra pork." "Dude, I'm so hungry. I could eat all your broth. Plus, I've been craving your ramen for days, LOL. I always appreciate it when someone loves my cooking." "Coming up, my boy." "And you miss?" asked Tachino. "Well, everything on the menu sounds really good, Mr. Tucci. I think I'll have 1 chicken ramen, please," asked Ino politely. "No problem, your orders will be done in 10 minutes, Tucci." Then he went to cook his ramen in the kitchen, leaving the blonde couple with. And between them, while they waited for their meals, Ino couldn't help but look at her blonde companion with satisfaction as her blue eyes were full of curiosity. Naruto then noticed her gaze and felt a little annoyed, so he decided to ask her, "Why are you looking at me?" asked Naruto. "I'm a little curious. Earlier you said your last name is Enju. Any chance it is related to the name of the first and second Hokage clan?" He wondered if you meant the Senju clan. "Then yes, I am part of that clan," Naruto answered. "Wow, that means you're practically royalty. My dad told me the Senju clan and the Ukiya clan are the founders of Konoha. That must be great for you," Ino said excitedly. "Yeah, it's great, but it can't really be a clan when you're the only one left," Naruto said with a sad tone. "You mean?" "Yeah, according to Hokage, I'm the last Senju in Konoha." He said the last part late since he remembered he still has a cousin who's not in Konoha right now. Naruto, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know that." Ino apologized a little. "Ino, it's not your fault. Besides, whether or not I'm the last Senju, it's still a privilege and an honor for me to be one. My grandfather was a great Zu and probably the best shinobi of his time, and if I really want to honor my clan, I have to surpass him by becoming a great shinobi, hopefully an Hokage someday," said Naruto passionately. "You want to be Hokage? Wait, please don't tell me, is it because you just want me famous or something childish like that?" No, quite the opposite, milady. Of course, once I wanted to become an Hokage so that villagers could finally recognize and respect me. But now I want to become an Hokage so I can protect the future of this village and its special people. To all my precious people like Tucci-san from here." Naruto pointed at Tucci, who in turn gave a grateful smile to the little blonde for considering him precious. "Do you want to protect your precious people?" he asked Ino. "Yes. And no, they're my reason for everything, to keep fighting and be stronger, Because no matter how strong we think we are, when you fight for nothing, you are not rewarded with nothing. Your true strength comes from all the people you care about. They're the things worth fighting for. You don't have anyone like that, I asked Naruto. Well, yes, I have my parents. My dad can be a little overprotective sometimes, but he's a great dad, and he loves me very much as I love him. My mom is the best. She's very kind and beautiful. She would always brush my hair whenever I got mad, and she would always cheer me up, said Ino with a smile. Then you have very good people to fight for, Ino. Especially the love brings people together while power separates them. I mean, it's never wrong to have power, but when your heart is empty and without love, you can never truly find peace. That's why we need to have both, be strong and still be who we are. And when that happens, we can achieve something even more beautiful, true peace. Ino didn't say anything as she continued to listen sincerely to her blonde companion. That's my dream, and not until someday you bring true peace to our hate-filled ninja world. And if I can do that, no child will ever have to learn to grow up without their parents like I did, Naruto said. With a hopeful smile, Naruto was all she could say, sadly, as she was now beginning to see her fellow blonde in a whole new light. A very bright and warm light. She was truly inspired by his words. She then slowly placed her soft hand on his and gave him a kind smile as he looked at her in surprise, in her blue eyes jealousy. Well, that sounds like a great dream, Naruto. And if you allow, I want to help you make your dream come true. When you become strong, I want to be strong. With you, when you fall, I will be there to pick you up. It won't be easy to make your dream come true, but you can always count on me, she said with a bright smile. Naruto was happy and surprised at the same time to have someone like Hino to honestly his dream. He also couldn't help but blush when he saw her smile, since he had never seen anything so beautiful before. Then he managed to compose himself and spoke. Thank you, Ino. You know this sounds a little weird, but I'm very glad I knocked you on your ass today, he said with a smile. You're right, that does sound weird, she said with a deadpan look. Then they both shared a small laugh until Ino continued talking. But well, I'm glad, she said with his own smile. Tucci finally finished cooking their meals and started serving them. Here, you have 5 miso with extra pork for Naruto and 1 chicken for his girlfriend. Tucci joked with a smile. Stop it, the blonde couple yells tiredly in unison at the smiling and mocking chef. When Ino is about to eat her delicious ramen, she notices Naruto looking at her with a questioning and critical look. She felt annoyed that she now has an audience when she's about to have dinner, so she decided to ask her blonde companion, what, seriously, just one? And no, yeah. So a lady should watch what she eats, Naruto. Not everyone can eat 5 bowls of ramen like you, says Ino in a proud tone. Oh, we'll see about that, Naruto thought as he already knew the moment the heaven-made noodles touch his lips. Sure, he'll hit the streets of Konoha on the way to Ino's house. Ah, that really hits the spot, Naruto says, as he happily rubs his belly full of delicious ramen. Seriously, how could you eat 25 bowls, Naruto asked Ino in disbelief and annoyance at her fellow blonde's incredible appetite. 3 things, and no one. I was practically starving when I headed to Ichiraka 2. It was delicious and worth it. And 3, you're one to talk, miss. 10 bowls, he said with a smile. This makes the platinum blonde blush in embarrassment, as she also couldn't help but order more than 1 the moment she finished her first bowl. Shut up, cow, I thought. It was really good, and I was hungry too. It's a big deal, Ino tried to defend herself, but Naruto didn't care about her excuse. Yo, what's wrong with a lady? She should watch what she eats, Naruto. Not everyone can eat 5 bowls of ram like you, Naruto says in a mocking voice, imitating Ino. Naruto laughs a bit after seeing her embarrassed blush once again, and her cheeks pouted angry at him. Then they arrived at Ino's house. By the way, Ino, you said your dad is on a mission right now. But what about your mom? She's not home, asked Naruto curiously after remembering what she told him when they first met. No, she went to the land of rivers a couple days ago to buy some new exotic seeds for our flower shop. Plus, she won't be back until the end of the week. So that leaves me alone. I see, was all the sunny blonde boy could say after finally understanding his situation. And where do you live? She asked curiously and hoping that he wouldn't have to walk far, because she insisted that he walk her home first. Oh, that's right, wait there. It is just around the corner of the apartment building on the left. Naruto pointed to his house, surprised that it wasn't too far from his new friends. Do you live in the new shinobi apartment building? That's great, she asked with a bit of joy in her voice. Yeah, I guess that makes us neighbors more or less, Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, I guess what, yes, she said with her own smile to her blonde companion, happy that they live close to each other. Well, tonight has been fun, but I think I should go home now. It's nice to meet you. And no, maybe we'll see each other around here sometime, said Naruto. Yep, the same, I had fun too. What it was, good night, Naruto said. Ino, good night, Ino. As Naruto was about to walk away, Ino couldn't help but feel like she had to say something fast, otherwise she might regret her hesitation in the future. Wait, I yelled. Naruto stood up and looked at her again. Yes, he replied, if you want him, Em, we can go again tomorrow. I mean, if you want, she asked shyly with a little blush on her cheeks. Naruto felt very happy that the pretty girl he met before wanted to see him again. He really likes spending time with his blonde classmate. She is kind, understanding, and fun. But the most important thing is that she's his first real friend, who is his age, of course. I will like that a lot, he said with a big bright smile. Great. I mean, great, haha. She tried to cover her excitement with her calmness and tried to laugh off her embarrassment. Meet me at my flower shop at 12 o'clock sharp, and don't be late or you'll pay, said Ino in a more authoritative voice. Keep being a bossy little princess. No, said Naruto with a deadpan look. Yes, get used to it, said H with his eyes closed and a proud smile. Haha. Well, of course, milady, it would be ungentlemanly of me to make such a pretty girl wait, says Naruto in a dramatic tone. This makes the platinum blonde Naruto blushes a lot. Naruto notices it and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. See you tomorrow, H-chan said with a smile and waved goodbye as he walked back to his own house. That see you tomorrow. Naruto was completely flustered by how easily he was able to call her pretty ass. If it was natural for him, Chan added that he so casually said her name, Ino, then entered his house and closed the door behind him. He leans on the door and realizes that his heart is still beating faster every time he thinks about her fellow blonde. Couldn't help but smile every time she thought about all the kind words he said to her, and her smile grew even wider at the thought of seeing him again tomorrow. Then she blushes in embarrassment and gets rid of any loving thoughts of the stubborn and annoying blonde boy. He's just a friend, he's just a friend, he's just a friend, he's just a friend, a very cute friend. No, wait, she thought repeatedly to herself, but couldn't get rid of her blush at the last thought. 5 days later, Naruto and Ino have spent a lot of time together. Since they met, they get along very well due to their very similar personalities. Naruto may not be as loud as Ino, but he could be if he was. They talk, played, and from time to time, they would go out to breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Naruto would often visit her at her flower shop, helping her with anything she needed there. From time to time, they would have to carry heavy bags of soil to the storage room and water the shop's large flower garden. Ino even taught Naruto everything she knows about gardening and flowers there. She hasn't always liked flowers like Yamanaka. It's natural, but she always loves the way they made her feel. She even studies that certain flowers have hidden meanings such as love, health, and friendship. Naruto would occasionally make fun of Ino for fun, especially with flowers. Despite her tough attitude, she gets flustered easily when it comes to him, but she refuses to lose to her fellow blonde and decides to make fun of him. However, she has the greatest advantage against him since Ino is a pretty girl while Naruto is still a child. He laughed out loud every time he could make him faint. Despite their constant innocent arguments and teasing, they became very good friends and always enjoyed each other's company. Yamanaka flower shop currently and is not watering all the beautiful flowers in her garden since her mother will not be home in a couple of days, and she was still a child. The shop is temporarily closed until her mom or her dad come back from their travels. As he continues to water his flowers, he heard a knock coming from the front door. Then he went to open the door, and whoever he saw made her smile immediately. Hey, Naruto, I see you're here. Just in time, said Ino cheerfully. Haha, of course. Every time you said pay if I'm late, I get a really bad feeling that you really mean it. Naruto shudders, thinking, well, you're starting to understand me a lot better now, and said Ino with a proud smile and a giggle at the end. Other than bossy, of course, says Naruto with a deadpan. Look how all girls are bossy. That's how we are. If we're not, then you guys will keep doing more stupid things and probably hurt each other, she said matter-of-factly. Then you're bossy. Why do you care? She asked confusedly. Exactly, she said proudly. That's a little troublesome. Don't you think there's no other way to show that you care that's better than that? Don't use that word. A lazy friend of mine uses that word constantly, and I'm sick of it. Listen to that, said Ino, thinking of a certain Nara. What do you mean? True, yes, that don't say that again. Seriously, well, that must be really true. Don't you dare bully. I warn you, Naruto. That's all. Naruto ran through the store laughing, while an angry Ino chased him with the intention of giving him a beating, finally managed to knock him to the ground. But in reality, he just let it happen with enthusiasm. She separates his two hands with hers while she was sitting on his stomach with her face close to his, while looking directly into the violet orbs of her blonde companion. For most people, this scene would seem like just two children playing and having fun. But these young blondes already possessed a mature mentality and could not help but blush from the close contact between them. Their hearts were pounding and blood was running through their heads. Ino calmly stood up from Naruto and extended her hand to help her blonde companion, which he timidly accepted and took her little hand in his. "We should go now, right?" The platinum blonde asked shyly. Yeah, let's go. I know a great place for us to get some candy," the sunny blonde replied. Konoha Park. Naruto and Ino are now sitting comfortably on a park bench together, enjoying the nice, warm, sunny day. With a couple of dango sticks, they first stopped at the dango shop to buy some candy, but Ino noticed something very strange as they headed between there, and the park curiosity gets the better of her, as she then decides to ask her a question. Blonde companion Naruto. "Yes, Inchan. Why did the villagers look at you like you stole their ice cream or kicked their puppies?" Naruto knew this moment would come, since he also noticed the hateful glances he was receiving from the villagers before. But now he fears that his burden will drive away his new friend, so he decided to be the ignorant one for a change who knows they always look at me. So says Naruto indifferently, but unfortunately, I could tell he wasn't being honest. Naruto, my dad, is known as one of the best interrogators of the village, and I've been around him long enough to know when someone's lying. So what are you not telling me? Ino asked, a little insistent, but all Naruto could do was look down, embarrassed. It's complicated, very complicated, and it's not something I can tell just anyone," Naruto said, but I thought, and no, he couldn't finish his sentence as my look down in sadness and disappointment. Naruto could see how upset she was that she couldn't tell him. So she decided to explain herself. "Do you think I don't trust you?" and you asked Naruto. "Yes, maybe," Ino answers. "Sadly, Ino-chan, I would like nothing more than to share my secret with you. But I'm scared," Naruto admitted, afraid of what she asked, worried that when you discover my secret, you will see me like everyone else, so full of hate and fear, and you will no longer want to be my friend," said Naruto, sadly, with a tear threatening to fall from his eye, and he couldn't hear the sadness in her voice. So he gently places his hand on hers to comfort his blonde companion. "Naruto, I will never ever hate you or be afraid of you. I promise," she said with a smile. This immediately made Naruto smile as well before continuing. "But I can't promise that I will never get mad at you, because no matter how cute you are, my stubborn whiskered friend, you always find a way to annoy me. Because that's how our friendship works," said Ino with a smile. "Ha. Also, Ino-chan," said Naruto with his own smile. They both shared a small laugh and finally stopped to look at each other with a warm smile, assuring each other that they will always be friends no matter what happens. "You don't have to tell me now, Naruto. I understand if you're not ready. But when you are, I'm here for you," said Ino with her bright smile. "Thank you, Ino-chan." Naruto smiled back as Ino was about to reach for another stick of her candy. The unbearable happened. "Oh no, we're out of dangos," Ino says out loud to her blonde companion, then gives Naruto her biggest puppy dog eyes, implying to her blonde companion that she really wants more. Even she added a cute quill to seal the deal. Naruto blushed to the cuteness and couldn't resist. Asterisk sighed. Asterisk. Okay, I'll be right back, bossy little princess," says Naruto before heading to the dango shop. She giggled at the last comment he made and couldn't stop looking at his retreating figure. Ino still couldn't get rid of the constant butterflies she feels in her stomach every time she's with Naruto. She knew deep down that she liked him, but her pride doesn't allow her to be the first one say it. Her thoughts are broken when she hears a mix of screams and cries near her. Ino turned around and saw a group of children who were a little older than her, who were gathering and surrounding a small person, a girl her age. Then she went to the large group to get a closer look at what was happening. Apparently, the group of older children are mercilessly bullying the girl. The girl couldn't help but cry from all the insults they gave her over and over again, like ugly or giant forehead. Then they roughly push her to the ground until she falls on her hands and knees. Ino couldn't take any more of the cruel barbarity and decided to intervene. She placed herself firmly between the crying girl and the young ruffians. "Leave her alone, you morons," Ino shouted loudly to the group in front of her. "What the hell? Get out of the way, Blondie. This is between us and the monster with the giant forehead." The supposed leader of the group, called the aspiring heroine, Not even close anyway, what do you have against her? It just pisses you off. May your forehead be so small that you're too dumb, because only a complete idiot and a coward would need a gang of morons just to bully a little girl, Ino yelled without a hint of fear in her voice. Why will you show you who she is, you stupid bitch? The older boy pushed Ino so hard that she fell on her back. Ino tried to get up but felt her right leg hurt. As she fell, she tried her best not to cry from the pain and fear of getting beaten up by some bully. The older boy then sends an angry punch to Ino's face, causing her to flinch in fear, but the blow never came. She then opens her eyes to see the older boy's fist being firmly gripped by her fellow. Blonde, whiskered-faced Naruto gave the older boy a calm, penetrating look to hide his anger at his dear friend's possible attacker. Now, that is no way to treat a lady, Naruto said calmly, as his firm grip on the older boy's fist tightened, causing him to squeal in pain. I'll let me go, little one. The older boy never got to finish his sentence as Naruto's fist made its way fast and hard into the older boy's face, instantly knocking him unconscious and sending him a few feet away at the feet of his gang. The faces of the other older boys are in a state of great shock and disbelief, as is Ino and the girl. He tried to help the older boys look at their fallen and unconscious friend lying at their feet, and quickly snapped their heads in fear to look to the little blonde boy. Then are we going to stay here all day, or are we going to fight? Said Naruto, with a smirk enraged by the little blonde boy's bold defiance. The older boys charged blindly at Naruto, hoping to overwhelm the blonde boy with their numbers, but that proved to be a fatal mistake, as Naruto was able to use his wing fist to block all of their attacks at the same time and counter them with his quick haps, slashes, kicks, and elbow strikes. His attacks were calm and graceful yet deadly at the same time. The older boys aren't even genin, but Naruto thought this might be a great opportunity to test out his taijutsu chops. Despite their lack of skills, they still had the numbers, so it was still a fair fight, but it wasn't, at least not for them. Naruto even performs an over-the-shoulder takedown on one of the older boys when he tried to hit Naruto from the side. Naruto then pins the older boy's chest firmly to the ground with his knee and unleashes a barrage of rapid punches to his face until he falls unconscious. Naruto called it his chain of haps and labeled it as one of his signature taijutsu techniques. Naruto knew that his attacks lacked strength and power, but he could still cover that weakness with his speed. The more hits he lands on his opponent, the weaker he will be from the damage until he is defeated. Another philosophy of Wing Fist is that it relies more on blocking than dodging, because by blocking his opponent's attacks, he is able to absorb the momentum and redirect it back to the attacker. That is why this ancient traditional taijutsu is considered a form of self-defense. One of them was foolish enough to try and attack Naruto from behind, so Naruto responded with a strong elbow to the stomach, 2 quick punches to the nose, and a slash to the back of the neck, knocking the older boy unconscious. Naruto then finishes the last one off with a strong roundhouse kick to the older boy's cheek. He prepares for more out of instinct, but then he notices that all the young ruffians are already on the ground. Naruto sighed in relief and took a deep breath to calm himself from the adrenaline. The fight is finally over. Then he turns around and sees the surprised and amazed faces of Ino and the other girl. Naruto then gives his blonde friend a confused look and a confident smile at her disbelief. You honestly didn't think that when I say I want to become an Hokage, I couldn't back it up, right? I'm hurt, H-chan, said Naruto with a mocking pain tone in his voice, and the smile never left his face, and he didn't stay silent for a moment as she was still trying to process what she had just witnessed. She then let out the biggest smile she could give and began to limp over to Elia to wrap him in a big hug. She was so happy that he was there for her in the nick of time. Naruto blushed heavily at the close, affectionate contact of the pretty platinum blonde Ino, then broke the hug between them, so she could look at him with admiration in her eyes. That was great, Naruto. You beat those idiots up good. They didn't even hit you, she said with excitement in his voice. Well, you were great too, H-chan. It was very brave of you to face those guys, but maybe try not to provoke them too much if you can't defend yourself. I was worried about you. When I felt that you were in danger, you felt it before the dango shop. Naruto happily walked out of the shop with more dango sticks in his hands. He politely thanked the shop owner before turning to his blonde Maya friend. Then, out of nowhere, a villager accidentally bumped into him hard, causing him to drop his dangos on the dirty floor, turned around, and saw the villager smiling and whispered in Mumbra under his voice that the blonde could hear, Clearly, if this had happened before everything that has happened to him lately, he would be very disheartened and upset by the cruel treatment. But now he's just upset. He really wanted to hit that arrogant jerk, and he could, but that was not what he was training for. He decided to swallow his anger and bend down to pick up the now dirty dangos, to dispose of them properly in the bin of garbage. His Gigi and his mother, no, they didn't really instill good manners and common courtesy in his brain. But when his right hand was inches from the ground, he felt something strange, as if he was feeling something that still didn't make sense to him. It was as if he was seeing something in front of him, only at a different angle. Then he instinctively placed only his right index finger on the ground and closed his eyes to concentrate. Then he felt it again, but much clearer. The feeling he felt was unreal. What he saw, everything at a distance of 8 kilometers around him. He could distinguish the villagers and shinobi around him based on their movements, but more importantly, their chakra, as if it were a messenger beacon. As he continues to be amazed by his newfound sixth sense, he felt something that worried him greatly. He felt that Ino was being hurt. His eyes opened wide, and Chakra ran back to the park, but not before making a mental note to ask his Gigi Kurama if this is some other ability natural that he possesses from his bloodline present with Naruto. Ano, yes, it is difficult to explain, but I knew you were hurt, so I came as fast as I could. I'm sorry for not being fast enough, H-chan said in a tone of sorry. Cow, don't apologize, you saved us. You saved me, you are my hero, said Ino with a bright smile, as she continues to hug the blonde boy, which makes him blush intensely. But you are right, I will be more careful next time, said Ino, to reassure her blonde companion. The blonde couple then turned their attention to the girl who was being harassed earlier by the young ruffians. She was still on her knees as she continued to look at her saviors, the blonde boy in particular. Aside from the large forehead, what made her unique was her bubblegum pink hair and emerald green eyes, and she wasn't the first to approach her. As she crouches down to meet his gaze, are you okay? He asked Ino with concern. I'm okay. I'm sorry I got you two in trouble, said the blonde-haired girl, pink, in tone of apology. Oh, please, that idiot, they deserve it. I'm glad my friend Whiskers here can save the day with his ass-kicking powers, I said with a bright smile, and smiled as she pointed her left thumb at Naruto. Behind her, Whiskers asked Naruto, hoping that wasn't her new nickname for him. Yes, I'm going to call you that from now on. After all, it suits you perfectly, said Ino in an attempt to tease her fellow blonde. Whatever floats your boat, 1,000. Naruto said something like sarcasm in her voice. Then she approached the pink-haired girl and offered her hand to lift her up. By the way, I'm Naruto, and Miss Big M here's Ino, she said with a smile as she introduced herself, but broke into a smile when she introduced the girl. Ino, hey, Ino yelled at the casual insult from her blonde companion. I'm Sakura, thank for helping me. Naruto, the girl now identified as Sakura, introduced herself to the blonde couple, but couldn't help but add the kun to her name as her cheeks continued to blush from her bright smile and beautiful eyes. You're welcome, and I must say you have a beautiful name, Sakura, and I'm sure one day you'll bloom into a beautiful flower when you grow up too, just like your namesake, he said with another one of his bright smiles, and his eyes literally sparkled as he complimented her. At least that's what the identified time saw. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, now blushes heavily at the sweet compliment she's receiving from her handsome purple-eyed hero. She took his hand, and he gently lifted her up so that could stand on her own. She still can't get rid of the heavy blush on her face as the blonde's words keep repeating over and over inside her mind. Ino couldn't help but feel jealous at the scene. Naruto is actually flirting with another girl in front of her, and there's nothing she can do about it, because they're just friends, which for some reason infuriates the platinum blonde even more as she instinctively hits Naruto on the shoulder out of anger and frustration. She stops hitting him. Ino yelled at his Whiskers. Oops, that hurt. Why did you hit me for, Hino-chan? Asked Naruto, confused. He doesn't understand why she hit him. Ino pouted her big cheeks in frustration at her blonde companion's forgetfulness. To her unconfirmed feelings, cow, was all she could say in a low voice. Well, it's nice to meet you, yo, Naruto-kun. Thanks again for saving me, said Sakura with a grateful bow. It's nice to meet you too, Sakura. And by the way, I think your forehead is quite pretty. Try to hug it more than just hide it behind your bangs. Don't let those idiots tell you otherwise, Ino said in a supportive tone, then added, hey, if you want we can hang out tomorrow. I can give you some ribbons to style your hair more. What do you say? Asked Ino, hoping to make a new friend with the pink-haired girl. Yes, sure, I would like that. Would you be there too, Naruto-kun? Asked Sakura with hope in her voice. Unfortunately, I can't. I have to continue my training soon, and I need to go see my sensei tomorrow. Maybe another time, Naruto said sadly. Well, another time. Then Sakura said, disappointed. Ino is now a little upset that Sakura is more interested in the presence of the blonde boy than in her invitation. It gave her a very unsettling feeling in her heart. And she doesn't even know why. Great, see you tomorrow at the Yamanaka flower shop at the same time today. Then we will spend the whole day together, giving each other makeovers. Ino said excitedly that she would spend some quality girl time with her new friend. She is okay, Hino, I'll see you. Then, oh, my mom is here. I have to go by Naruto-kun, says Sakura shyly before walking away from the blonde couple. By Sakura, said Naruto, and waved goodbye to her. Huh, he didn't even say goodbye to me, said Ino with a slightly annoyed tone. He didn't even imply it already when he said, I'll see you. Then Naruto commented to prove her wrong. Cow was all she could say again. As he was about to walk forward, he felt pain in his leg and fell to one knee and screamed in pain, realizing that she couldn't walk by herself. H-chan, are you okay? She asked with concern. I don't think that pull hurt my leg that much, she says, sadly trying to massage her leg to relieve some of the pain. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Naruto walked forward and knelt in front of him with his hand behind his back, implying that he wants to give him a piggyback W. What are we doing? Asked Ino with a huge blush on her cheeks. What does it look like? I'm going to give you a piggyback, said Naruto. And no, it's embarrassing, said Ino very shyly. H-chan, you are hurt and can't walk on your own. Please let me help you. Why did she ask? Ino, who was blushing a bit more due to the sweet implication that Naruto really cares about her. That's a dumb question. And Chan, why do I care so much about you? And I hate seeing you hurt, Naruto said with a soft smile, and now blushing at her fellow blonde's words and the way he looked at her when he said them. And she didn't know that Naruto is a kind person. She thought he was kind to her everyone because he is what he is, but she never thought that he cares so much about her that he can't stand the fact that she is suffering. He is her friend, a true friend, but deep down in her secretly fragile heart, she knew that she wanted them to be so much more. But she was never the type of person to expose her tender feelings so openly. That's why she always hides them behind her tough facade. But seeing the way girls her age, like Sakura, who instantly fell in love with Naruto, even if they had just met, and didn't she knew she shouldn't wait and hide behind her pride forever, especially when she knows his feelings for her fellow blonde are strong and real. Naruto is a handsome boy who is not only kind-hearted, but also a future badass ninja. No doubt many girls will run to him if she gives them the chance. She needed to get him moving fast before it was too late. But until then, she just wanted to go home and rest her injured leg. Ino then jumps on Naruto's back with her hands on his shoulders while he holds the back of her thighs. Both blushed at the tenderness of her touch, but decided to move on. Naruto then began to carry Ino back home on his back streets of Konoha. On the way to Hino's house, Naruto feels relieved once again that the streets are almost empty because it is already nighttime. The blonde couple currently walks in an awkward silence. Due to the position they were in, Ino could literally feel her heart racing already, that she had never been this close to Naruto before in such a long period of time. She knew she wanted to confess her feelings for him, but she wanted to do it her way, and she wanted to do it slowly. In Naruto micrometer, what kind of flowers do you like? Ino cursed herself for the first thought that came to her mind on how to start the conversation. Well, I guess it depends on the flower, how it looks, how it hurts, and how it makes me feel. Naruto replied, honestly, okay, go, but there are a lot of flowers in the village. Many are beautiful and of different types. So if you had to pick one flower and only one, which one would you stick with? She tried to be as vague as possible, but not too obvious. Why so curious about my preference for flowers? Naruto suddenly asked, confusedly, not understanding what she really meant. Me. Just asking. Answer my question, cow, she screamed, frustrated at her unconsciousness. Naruto was silenced by her sudden outburst, which Ino instantly regretted when she saw the look of pain in his eyes. Please, she asks, and not in a low voice, but it sounds more like she's pleading with him. Naruto could hear the desperation in her voice as she continued to stare into his violet eyes from behind her shoulder. It's as if she needed to know his answer. Naruto tried to rack his brain on why his preference for flowers is so important to his fellow blonde. Then he started to analyze what she had told him before, and it finally hit him. She wasn't actually asking about flowers. She was asking what kind of girls they liked each other. At first, he thought it was weird that she would ask something so strange and so sudden, but then he could feel it. He feels his racing heartbeat walking behind her back as she continues to lean into him, waiting for his answer. Naruto can be oblivious, sometimes, especially when it comes to romance. But he wasn't that dense. He could clearly tell that the cute blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl riding comfortably on his back has feelings for him. Naruto's heartbeat speeds up instantly thinking about it, as a bright blush slowly builds up on his cheeks. Inside, Naruto wanted to jump for joy like the girl he befriended and connected with instantly, who believes and supports his dream, who always made him laugh and had given him the fondest memories of his childhood years, who he saw as the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. He felt the same way he had always felt for her. But Naruto is still Naruto, as he wanted to have fun with her first. "Well, if you must know, in Chan, I like my flower silence," she said with a smile. And she didn't want to hit Naruto after hearing what he had just said. She knows who he is, and she knows that he is a loud person, but she couldn't help but feel rejected by this until Naruto decided to continue. But then again, the loud ones are always the fun ones. They are not afraid to be who they are, and they are certainly not the type of people to take no for an answer. And despite their hard exterior, on the inside, they are soft and gentle, full of love and beauty. And I think that is amazing, she said. Naruto with a smile. I felt hope rise again in my heart as I continued to listen to what he had to say, with a small blush building up on my cheeks. I like it when my flower makes me feel happy, but restless at the same time. It reminds me how wonderfully unique it is, said Naruto. Besides, I already have a flower in mind. The first moment I saw it, I knew it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Its look, its smell, its touch, its voice, it always gives me this warm feeling that I just want to stay with him as long as I can. Deo's blush lights up even more as she suspects her fellow blonde is fully aware and agrees with her vague question. She just hopes his answer is the one she's been hearing inside for so long. "Where is this flower now? And what is it called?" Hino asked with hope in her voice. "Well, if you must know, I'm holding it, and it's called the Hino Yamanaka flower, the most beautiful flower in the world," said Naruto with a bright smile as he looked in her eyes full of darling and love. Hino's face has turned red from the wonderful declaration her crush has made of her. Her heartbeat is so fast she could almost faint. She could feel tears of happiness threatening to fall from her eyes. "Can you leave me for a second?" said Ino calmly, while her eternal joy still remains on her face. Naruto then gently places her back on her feet and turns to look at her. Naruto and Ino couldn't stop blushing as they continued to look at each other lovingly. Their hearts couldn't stop beating so fast, as if they were being screamed to do something Ino couldn't hold back any longer. As she leaned down and placed her soft lips on theirs in a delicate kiss, it was a small and chaste kiss, but it still managed to bring a deeper blush to their faces. The kiss ended quickly as Ino realized what she had done and pulled away. "I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I was so," said Ino, panicking, but couldn't finish her sentence as Naruto immediately placed his lips on hers, back into hers, in another soft kiss. She was surprised by the sudden bold action of her fellow blonde, but finally she closes her eyes and leans happily into the kiss, as if she felt all her worries slowly fading away on his tender lips. Then they slowly part their lips and continue to look at each other happily, as if they just found a buried treasure. Later, they held hands and intertwined their fingers. "So what does this mean for us?" we were asked. Ino, a couple. Naruto answered. "But it sounded like a question. If you don't want to call us that's fine," said Hino with a dejected tone. "I don't like that. That sounds good, H-chan," said Naruto with a smile. "Me too, and I totally agree, Naruto-kun," said Ino with her own smile, then wraps her arms around his neck as he holds her small waist close to his and leans forward, and their faces together to share one last kiss for the night. Ichiraka Ramen Tucci is about to close up his shop for the night until he suddenly sneezes. Then he realizes what's happening and could only say 3 words with a smile. Fully called 4 months later, Naruto has finally completed his training with the 3rd Kage. The old man has laid the foundations for the young Senju's abilities as a shinobi, knowing that Tsueiji can't be his sensei forever. Naruto will have to resume his training on his own until he's put on a Genin team. Yusin and Kakashi had already evaluated Naruto's skills and intelligence based on his short training regimen and considered him to be in the high Genin tier. After perfecting his chakra control, Yusin had taught Naruto several ninjutsus based on their elemental affinities, 3 for each to be exact. For his water style, he had learned 1 liquid bullet bar rank. C-bar offensive, same. The user creates water in their body using chakra. Then the user spits the water out of their mouth as orb-shaped projectiles whose destructive potential is determined by the amount of chakra placed in them, the orbs travel quickly towards the target and inflict great damage upon impact. Two furious waves, rank C/. Offensive equal the user throws water from a mouth in the form of a waterfall to wash the target. One can freely control the power of this technique by the amount of chakra needed and then released. Although it is considered a basic water release technique, it has many variations. 3 wall of water rank B defensive equal the user it spits a stream of water from its mouth onto the ground that spins around it and rises upwards to create a wall. If the user is standing over a body of water, they can create the wall from the surroundings. The wall of water defends anyone within its perimeter from attacks, and the strength of the wall is determined by how much chakra the user puts into it. The users control the length of the wall and the amount of water it is made out of. Due to the water being clear, the wall does not obstruct the user's vision, allowing him to perform his next move without inhibitions. The initial formation of the wall, if timed correctly, can be used to defend against opponents by throwing them as the wall rises to his advantage. Naruto had inherited his grandfather's unique mastery of the water style, allowing him to create large amounts of the substance without a source of water present, allowing him to use high-level water style jutsus, such as the water wall, at any time for his style of wind. Had learned one great advance. Rank C offensive equal the user breathes wine through the mouth, blowing whatever is in front of him. The technique itself is quite simple, but its power varies significantly, depending on a user's skill and the force with which they make the winds. 2 palm of gale. Rank C offensive and supplementary equal the user can increase their speed, or by joining the hands the wind is compressed and transformed into a powerful gale that has enough force to knock down a person when used in conjunction with shuriken. Kunai, the tools become more lethal as their speed increases. 3 vacuum bullets /B rank offensive equal the user takes a deep breath and exhales several small bursts of sharp wind chakra that disperses in different directions, making it very difficult for one to avoid without getting injured. Due to the properties of this technique, the expelled bullet-sized bursts are capable of piercing, and potentially, he even managed to discreetly find Minato and Akira scrolls based on the Yotan jutsus in their former home, which is sadly now an old abandoned house. He was amazed at the potential of their jutsus. It was almost as potent and versatile as the Mokutan the old Hokage then handed Naruto his birthright or family heirlooms if he called upon it. He then instructed his young blonde student to learn and master at least 4 Yotan jutsus. As one of the last members of Yuki in the world to possess the Yotan, Naruto knew he needed to maintain and master with Sukenkai to honor the memory of the clan. It took him almost 3 months of nonstop training, but he was finally able to learn his 4 chosen jutsus. 1 eye spear tearing /B rank offensive equal the user can create several large eye spikes to emerge from below and impale anything in their vicinity. The speed at which this occurs is so sudden, it is considered a death safe. 2 icy dome rank B defensive equal the user can rapidly freeze the surrounding air and create a transparent, icy, igloo-like dome around themselves and or their allies to act as defense. It is strong enough to withstand the aerial assault of so many explosive tags at once while remaining mostly intact. 3 frozen capture field rank C supplemental equal the user freezes the ground beneath a target to immobilize and freeze their feet, rendering them immobile for a period of time. 4 10,000 ice petals rank C offensive and defensive alike. The user unleashes a barrage of ice petals. The intensity of the cold is so great that if a person tries to block them, it will cause severe damage to the affected limb. The user can also use this defensively, creating a wall of ice to create distance between the user and their combatant. Yusin couldn't be prouder of his latest young student. He was becoming a powerful shinobi, but compassionate Naruto's dedication and hard work was not in vain, as he would only continue to grow and improve over time. Naruto's taijutsu and chakra control had also improved greatly over the months. His connection with Kurama and his vast chakra had become more natural and fluid. Naruto would no longer feel overwhelmed by sheer raw power. Naruto even told the old Hokage about his 6th sense, which he discovered the day he met Sakura and kissed Ino Hyuzen's eyes. Wide and knowing full well what it really was it seems that Naruto had also inherited his grandfather's natural talent for senses, and when Naruto explained how he first used it, it was exactly the same way that Tobirama performs his signature sensory perception. Tobirama was an expert sensor by touching the ground with just his finger. He could accurately detect the presence and location of targets in the surrounding area. He could also sense a person's chakra from faraway countries, identifying a target's ancestry from his chakra signature, and even pinpoint a target's exact location. While he was blind, Naruto may not yet be at the same level as his legendary grandfather, but his sensory abilities are still strong enough to alert him when Ino was in danger. Speaking of the young Yamanaka, Naruto and Ino had been closer than ever. The night they first kissed and became a couple had only strengthened their bond. They still maintained their usual relationship of love/hate for each other, but they always find comfort in each other. Naruto and Ino are still kids, so they didn't know much about romantic relationships. They took it slow and still treated each other like they did before. They usually spend a lot of time together and occasionally share some innocent kisses in private, but nothing more than that. To most people, they seemed like just close friends, and the blonde duo was completely okay with that. They prefer other people not to meddle in their relationship still in development, as they are still trying to figure out how the relationship works. Naruto would even help train Ino with her taijutsu and chakra studies after learning that Naruto wanted to enter the Ninja Academy next year to become an official shinobi. She wanted to become one with him. At first, she was considering working full-time in her family's flower shop, despite her father's constant urges to become a ninja, but Ino decided to become a kunoichi strong on her own to keep her promise to Naruto and help make his dream come true. Ino feels really inspired whenever Naruto talks about achieving true peace, and she realizes that she wants that for her village and also the world. Many of her clan members died in the last war, including friends and cousins of her parents. She also wanted to make sure that it never happens again. Despite his constant nagging, Naruto still didn't have the courage to meet his parents. He still fears that all the adults hate him, and that also includes his parents, although he doesn't doubt that his parents are good people. According to how Ino describes them, he didn't want to take the risk, yet otherwise he ran the risk of losing Ino. He couldn't talk to her about his burden yet, but he wanted to do it someday. He just needs the right time. Streets of Konoha on the way to the Shinobi Academy. It's finally time for Naruto to enter the academy. His entrance comes a couple of months late due to his difficult and long training with the Ottoman, and he didn't have to starting their first days at the academy without him. Despite his protests, he knew she would be extremely angry, but he assures her that he will soon join her class and they will be together again. As always, Naruto currently walks through the streets of Konoha all the way to the academy. But to his surprise, he was not alone. Two of his dear friends decided to accompany him. You know you don't have to come with me, right? Naruto asks the duo, and Mrs. Megaki on his first day of school, not even remotely, shouted passionately for the purple-haired kunoichi. You sound like you're my mother, Anchan, says Naruto, a little annoyed by her older sister figure, but in his heart, he was happy that she cared so much just to accompany him on his first day. And well, it could be, and Kakashi here is the dad in this scenario, and you, my little blonde, are our pretty gaki, and as good parents, we wanted to make sure your trip to the academy was safe and sound, didn't we, Dad? Says him mockingly with a wink at the end to the haired teen Silver. Anko, you're embarrassing the boy, Kakashi says with a tired sigh. Kakashi and Ano had become very close ever since their friendly encounter during Naruto's training with the old Hokage. Neither of them will admit it, but they absolutely love their little blonde wonder, and they have a lot in common. In certain ways, Kakashi found her a little too dramatic and a little crazy, but he likes the fact that she's a very open-minded and free-spirited person. He feels very comfortable around her because of their similar past, filled with pain, and he knew that she was the only person he could comfort. Anko, on the other hand, still thinks that Kakashi is a little bit off when it comes to rules and behavior, mainly towards her. Anko had never had a friend before except with a fellow kunoichi Chuni named Karina, and Yui, who was there for her when she was discarded by her former sensei. But Kakashi was a very different case than her. She knew of his past and his tragic losses. Because of this, she couldn't help but feel so open with. He knew in his heart and mind that Kakashi is someone she can truly be herself around. Plus, he find it very entertaining whenever she teases him Don't tell me you're already tired of your Anko-chan, Anko says in a teasing tone as she wraps her arms around Kakashi's bicep, making the silver-haired teen blush behind his lower half mask as he could feel her soft, perky breast pressing against him. Anchan, please stop teasing me, Kakashi, and Ison, will you give him a nosebleed again, says Naruto, with a slightly annoyed tone to the purple-haired Kunoichi. MMPH party pooper, says Anko with a pout, as she lets go of Kakashi's arm before his mask can turn completely red from his bleeding nose. Kakashi felt grateful and a little resentful for his little brother's timely intervention and finally spoke up. And Naruto, are you excited for your first day at the academy, asks Kakashi. Yes, super excited, Kakashi knees in, but no, however, I'm a little nervous. What if I can't make friends? And if they don't like me, asks Naruto, with concern and doubt in his voice. Oh, come on, Gaki. If you can get the mister to stay still here, and it's so wonderful me your friends, I bet you can make friends with anyone, says Anko, with a reassuring smile. Offense received, but she's right, Naruto, you'll be fine. So don't worry about it, says Kakashi with a smile, plus he's got that cute Yamanaka girl to keep him company, says Anko with a smile and a buoyant voice. Shut up, Han, says Naruto with an embarrassed blush. Ha ha ha, they grow up so fast, don't they, Kikkoin, says Anko with a satisfied smile and a slight mocking tone at the silver-haired teen's nickname. So you're never going to stop calling me that, are you, Kakashi asked with a tired look. No, Anko says simply with another smile at the one-eyed teen. Entrance to the Shinobi Academy. The trio finally arrived at the academy and are preparing to say goodbye before leaving. Okay, I know well now, Gaki, I don't want to listen to you. Do no mischief, you hear me, says Anko with a smile and a surprisingly strict tone to the little blonde. Just be yourself, Naruto, and everything will be fine. Also, Mr. Third asked me to tell you not to show too much of your skills, and by too much I mean don't kill anyone in a fight, says Kakashi with a cold tone. But my wing fist is meant for self-defense, Kakashi-san. How can I kill someone with it, asked Naruto, with a fake innocent tone to his older brother figure. Right, and you chain of japs to your opponent's face won't cause any head trauma, says Anko with twice the sarcasm as the petite blonde. LOL, fine, I promise I won't overstep, says Naruto with an embarrassed laugh as he rubs the back of his head, feeling very grateful for their concern and kindness for his well-being. Naruto wraps Anko and Kakashi in a tight hug. They in turn hug him back. Thanks for coming with me, Anchan, Kashin. And I promise I will make you both feel proud. See you later, Naruto says with a bright smile, then releases them from his hug and waves goodbye as he continues walking towards the entrance. The young Senju then enters through the doors of the academy, leaving the pair of teenage ninjas alone with a proud look on their faces. Anko couldn't be happier for the little blonde as she is about to begin her journey as a Konoha shinobi. She even saw a similar look on Kakashi's masked face and decided to say something to break the silence. Look, he said my name first. It's clear that I'm his favorite, says Anko with a proud smile while putting both hands on her hips. Sure, whatever, says Kakashi with a tired sigh. He knew that and just wanted to challenge him like he always does. Come on, you're going to take me out to eat. I don't want to spend the rest of the day missing out on Gotti, says Anko as she puts her arm around Kakashi's again. Let me guess, Dangos, asks Kakashi, feeling like he already knew the answer. Not actually, I'm craving some ramen, and you're shopping, and says Anko with a cute giggle at the end. I sigh, just my luck, says Kakashi once again with a tired sigh, feeling both Anko and Naruto could be a handful. Sometimes don't be like that, Kikun, and who knows, maybe later we can, Anko says as she leans in to whisper something into Kakashi's ear. Whatever she said made the silver-haired teen blush deeply as his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Forward to Ichiraku, Kakashi, he yells as he raises his fist in the air in glee and begins to escort the giggly, purple-haired Kunoichi to the large ramen restaurant. Aruka Academy classroom class is about to start as all the students get ready to take their seats. Some of the students have just arrived in the classroom and began chatting amongst themselves when a certain raven-haired boy walked in. Almost all the chattering immediately stopped, especially the girls. It was only a few seconds before they started yelling Sasuke, Kun. The girls screamed happily in unison as they all had hearts in their eyes. The raven-haired boy, now identified as Sasuke Yukiya, didn't seem amused by the loud squeals of his classmates, practically begging him to sit with them. As he looked around, hoping to find a more comfortable seat, he saw one right next to someone who is probably the only girl in his class that he doesn't find annoying. He walked over and sat right next to her, which made the other girls step back disappointed. Sasuke has always been a little cold and distant with his classmates, but what he said next to the girl sitting next to him was really a rare moment for the young Yukiya. "Good morning, Hinata. How are you?" says Sasuke, in a monotonous and cold voice. "Good morning," that's Sasuke. "Kuin, I'm fine. What are you about?" The very shy and blushing girl, now identified as a Nada Yuga, asks the young Yukiya next to her. "I'm fine, thank you," says Sasuke in the same monotonous voice. His classmates, particularly the girls, mostly always wonder why Sasuke is only friendly with Hinata, why she is the only person he will interact with like a normal human being instead of everyone else. What they didn't know is that Sasuke has always been quite protective of the Yuga heiress. He is a very kind and soft-spoken person. The fact that she is shy and fragile made him want to protect her even more. Flashback: Sasuke and Jinta met last year before the academy. During the winter, Sasuke was giving a long walk through the snowy forest as he tried to shake off his doubts about himself. His father has kept comparing him to his prodigy of an older brother, which has always discouraged the growing confidence in his heart. Sasuke is also talented in his own right, but having someone like the great Itachi Uchiha to live up to can't shake the feeling that he'll always live in his great shadow. It's not that Sasuke hates Itachi or anything like that. In fact, the young Yukiya loves him very much. To his beloved knees, and Itachi is his idol, his goal, and he wanted to surpass him one day and be acknowledged by his father. But lately, Itachi has been more distant than usual. Before this, Sasuke could barely spend any time with him, but now he doesn't seem to see him anymore since Itachi joined the Ambu and was given many difficult long-term missions. Sasuke felt like he was losing his knees in for another life with him gone. Sasuke needed someone else other than his mother to give him some positive encouragement if he was ever going to achieve his own greatness like his beloved older brother. As he continues walking in the snow, he heard loud taunts coming from a group of young boys. He followed the sound of their venomous voices and saw that Hinata was being harshly insulted by the trio of young boys because of her pale lavender-colored eyes, a simple trait of a Yuga. Their cruel words pierced deep into her fragile feelings as she fell to her knees on the snowy ground with her hands covering her teary eyes. The boys would continue insulting the poor Yuga heiress until Sasuke came to help her. She opened her eyes and saw him defending her honor and calling the boys out for their cowardice and stupidity. She fought them off and eyeing them as best she could. Her face was slightly bruised from all their punches, and her favorite blue scarf was torn during the fight. Hinata picked up the torn scarf and tried to give it to her savior, but Sasuke told her she could keep it instead. As Sasuke was about to leave, Nat yelled at her wait and bowed her head to thank him for saving her. She was very grateful and told him that he was very brave. Sasuke felt warm by her kind words as he gave her a rare smile. Sasuke then offers to walk her home to make sure those boys don't bother her again, which makes the young Yuga blush before accepting. Since then, they had become close friends, which is very rare for an Yukiya and a Yuga anyway. At the moment, Hinata is the only girl Sasuke could tolerate, as she wasn't loud nor annoying. In fact, he's the complete opposite and truly appreciates every time she supports him. He didn't need an army of loud cheerleaders. He just needed someone who truly believed in him. And he found that with Hinata. End of flashback. Sasuke and Hinata, along with their classmates, turned their attention to their chunning instructor, Irika. Human Irika is a man of average height and build, has brown hair that he keeps in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that runs across the bridge of his nose. He wears the standard Konoha shinobi attire with forehead protector sandals and bulletproof vest. Then he begins to address his students. "Okay, class, please be on your best behavior. We have new students joining us today," says Irika with a smile, but his smile immediately faded as his students continue to loudly voice their questions and opinions. "Who is Irika-sensei?" asks a chubby boy as he continues to chew on his bag of chips. I hope she's a pretty girl. If she's, I bet I can make her my girlfriend before the day is over," says the overconfident-looking boy with red tattoo marks on both cheeks that are shaped like a fong. "Shut up, Kabak, you're annoying," yelled the familiar pink-haired girl, Sakura. "Gosh, you have to be so loud. What's the matter?" says the sleepy-looking boy with pineapple hair stretching as he tries to resume his sleep in the classroom. He stops sleeping. Shikamaru, "Gosh, I don't understand why you have to being so lazy all the time. I mean, are you here to be a ninja, for crying out loud?" says the platinum blonde girl we all know as Hino. The young Monica has always been very annoyed by the now identified Shikamaru for his incredible laziness. A part of her is also excited since she knows very well or at least suspects who the new student is. Naruto had told her that he would be entering the academy this week, but did not specify what day. He thought it would be fun to tease her a little since she continues to wait for him impatiently and not knowing exactly when he will come to. She hopes that the other girls in class won't find her blonde too attractive at all. She knows that it's a terrible thing to ask for, but deep down she's the jealous type and hates the idea of other girls trying to chase him, but in the end it was all just an illusion. Irika is starting to get annoyed, so he uses his big head jutsu to silence his talkative and loud student. Silence, Irika yelled with a very cartoonish big head, which caused all the students gulped and stopped talking immediately. Asterisk cough, asterisk. Anyway, please be nice to him. You can come in now, Irika calls the person on the other side of the classroom door. The door opens, and who should come in but the blonde boy with a mustache and sun face. Everyone looked at him in amazement, waiting for him to speak. Now, please introduce yourself, Yuka asks politely. Hello, my name is Naruto, Senju. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can get along, says the boy blonde with a respectful bow at the end, as he shows one of his infamous bright smiles as he looks at his new classmates with his beautiful violet eyes. The room went silent for a moment, especially Irika. Is Senju? I thought his last name was Uzumaki. Chunning thought with a face full of scars as he wondered how he could be the Jinchuriki of the Chi, also from the famous Senju clan. However, many of his classmates have one thing in common in their minds. Senju Go must be an heir to the clan, or something like that. Forget about the heir to the clan. The Sunjas are considered royalty. He must be a prince. He's so handsome. Those mustache marks are so cute. However, the boys aren't too happy about his arrival. Well, just one in particular is stealing all the girls' attention. What's so special about him, anyway? Thought the envious Kiba, as he glared daggers at the blonde Senju. Thought a curious Sasuke, as he is fully aware of the famous story between her clan and the blonde's eyes are so pretty. Thought the blushing Hinata, he doesn't seem that troublesome. Thought the still sleepy Shikamaru, Naruto-kun is just as handsome as I remembered. Thought the blushing Sakura, as she had hearts in her eyes at the sight of her handsome savior. These girls are like vultures looking at my Naruto-kun like he was a piece of meat. I wish I could go over there and kiss him right now, just to show them that we're together, but we agreed to keep our relationship low key. What am I going to do? Thought Kino in a panic, as she was completely upset that the other girls, including her pink-haired friend, are trying to steal her paramour blonde. Oh, Naruto, please take the available seat you want, Irika says to the young blonde. Naruto was greeted by the multiple loud squeals of the girls desperately begging him to sit with them. Naruto looked at Ino, who was giving him a very worried look, but he returned it with a smile to assure her that she is the only girl for him, making her smile too. Ino is already sitting between two other girls, one of which includes Sakura, so sitting with her favorite platinum blonde is not an option right now. She then saw an empty seat right next to a black pineapple-haired boy who is about to sleep next to her. There is a chubby boy happily enjoying the bag of chips he is eating at the moment. Then he decided to sit next to them, causing many of the girls to stop squealing in disappointment. Hey, no sigh relieved as Naruto wasn't sitting next to another girl. As Iruka continued her lecture, Naruto decided to pay attention despite the Chunin's scared boredom. However, he didn't fail to notice that many pairs of female eyes were still lurking over him. Naruto turned his head back and saw the many girls behind him blushing and giggling at the sight. Ino couldn't seem even more worried at the sight of her handsome boyfriend being ogled by his peers. She was thanking herself for having the courage to kiss Naruto and be his girlfriend that fateful night, but still she couldn't stop thinking about what could have happened if she didn't do it. The fear of never trying and having a heartbreaking repercussion continues to torment her mind. The fear of not being with her beloved mustache, without not spending all the good times they shared together. She instantly got rid of all those dark thoughts and regained her confidence. What matters is only that she followed the jump, and she will always be glad she did. Lunch outside the academy building. Naruto was trying his best to avoid all the girls who were harassing him. He really wanted to have lunch with him and learn more about the mysterious and handsome Senju. Naruto is very flattered and grateful for all the attention he is getting from his classmates, but he didn't want this kind of attention, especially when he realizes how worried his darling was and not for it. He wanted so badly to have lunch with his girlfriend, but he had to leave the classroom quickly, then otherwise she will be caught in the stampede of her new F Hills club. Then she saw the same pineapple-haired boy and the chubby boy sitting in the shade under a tree. The first one is lying on the grass, relaxing and watching the clouds, while the second one is enjoying his homemade lunch made by his mother. Naruto decides to approach them to officially introduce himself to his seatmates. "Hey, can I join you?" Naruto asked with hope in his voice, and in being no offense. "But why would you like to join us?" asked Shikamaru out of curiosity. Given the growing popularity of his new classmate, he thought the blonde would rather sit somewhere else. "Well, this place seems like a good place to enjoy your lunch and just relax, don't you think?" So asked Naruto with a smile. "MPH, I can't disagree with that. Sit down." Shikamaru smiled and invited the violet-eyed blonde to sit with them. "Yes, Naruto-san. Please join us," added the chubby boy with a bit of joy in his voice. "Please, no need for formalities. And thank you." Naruto waiting for them to give their names. "Oh, sorry. I'm Choji Kimi. This is my best friend Shikamaru." The now identified Choil introduced them both to the young Seiju. "What's wrong?" Shikamaru greeted with a lazy gesture. "I'm Naruto." "Naruto Senju," said Naruto with a smile. "Yes, we know almost all the girls in the class can't stop whispering and shouting your name. It's very annoying and troublesome," says Shikamaru with a tired sigh. "Ha ha ha, sorry." Naruto rubbed his back of head shyly. "Wait, for a troublesome moment, you're not Hino-chan's lazy friend, right?" Naruto asked Shikamaru with a smile. "Ha ha, that sounds like Shikamaru." "Okay," says Choji while laughing at his best friend's nickname. Figures. "By the way, how do you know Ino?" asked Shikamaru curiously. "I met her 4 months ago. We became friends since then," says Naruto with a smile. "Oh, so you're the type." "She won't shut up about Shikamaru," says lazily, as he now knows that Naruto is the guy that Yos keeps describing as her perfect man. "He has mentioned to me," he asks Naruto, surprisingly not by name, "but during the last annual meeting between our 3 clans, he mentioned that he met a handsome guy and couldn't stop talking about him. However, I didn't realize it was you," added Choji seriously. "Tell me," asked Naruto with a smile, curious to know what his girlfriend has been saying about him. Choji, "Shikamaru, what are you two doing?" "I came out of nowhere behind the trio of guys surprising us, trying to defend themselves." Troubled sigh. Shikamaru simply says, "You morons better not talk bad about me." To Naruto-kun, says Hino with a hint of anger at her voice. Then she felt Naruto's hand holding hers. She looks at him and he gave her a warm smile. "Relax, H-chan. They've barely told me anything. Come and sit with me," says Naruto as he gently pushes her down to the grass ground so she can sit next to him. Ino blushes at his smile and the sudden touch of his hand, but then made a pouting her cheeks in anger, then begins to playfully and quickly hit Naruto's chest with her small-fisted hands. Naruto just stood there and let her take out her anger on his chest. "You moron. Why did you do so much? Why didn't you tell me what day you were coming? Why were you looking at those girls? Do you think they are prettier than me?" I hate you," says Ino in her cute squeaky voice between her tantrum. For the blonde boy, Ino didn't mean anything. She said she just misses her Naruto so much, but she's a little upset because Naruto didn't tell her the exact day he would be coming to class, or the fact that he already has his own fan club, and that too on his first day. And she doesn't stop her tantrum by resting her fist on her chest as she looks deeply into Naruto's violet eyes, with her blue eyes slightly teary, waiting for his answers. "I'm sorry, princess. I finally finished my training. I thought it would be funny I looked because they were looking at me first, and you should know better by now. And Chan, you will always be the coolest girl, pretty to me." Naruto answered all her questions and gave her a bright smile. Ino's eyes widen and her blush deepens, feeling his anger instantly quenched by his smile. She quickly wraps her arms around him and hugs him tightly. "Do you really hate me?" and Chan, Naruto asks the blonde, hugging him. "Of course, I haven't missed you, Whiskers." And no, he simply says, "I miss you too, Mayata." Naruto simply says to Shikamaru and Choji look at the blonde couple for a moment with a feeling of confusion and already suspect what's going on. "But it's better to be sure. Guys, you two together?" asks Choji curiously. "Well, since you're here, well, I could tell you, Naruto-kun and I have been a couple for 4 months, says Ino with a happy and proud smile. Troublesome blondes is what?" Shikamaru says with a mocking smile. "Hey, both." Naruto and Ino shouted at the pineapple-haired boy, feeling offended. Don't worry about him. He always says that when he learns something new," said Choji with a laugh. "I figured anyway, and Chan, and I want to keep our relationship as low-key as possible. So can you two please not tell anyone about this?" Naruto asked politely, hoping they could respect his privacy. "Of course, you can trust us, right, Shikamaru?" Choji says, "I'll keep them safe anyway. It's too much trouble to tell. So, yeah, your secret is safe with us, Shikamaru. Make sure of them too." Naruto and Ino smiled at the two boys, feeling very grateful for his discretion. The four future ninja children continued to chat amongst themselves and enjoying every second of their lunch hour. Both Choji and Shikamaru are getting to know Naruto a little better, and Ino was very happy that her blonde love gets along with her childhood friend. She hardly spoke to them anymore. But with Naruto, she is able to reconnect with them once again. The blonde Senju is really enjoying his time with the lazy Nara, the chubby Akimichi, and his cute girlfriend Yamanaka were people genuinely good, and he knew they could be his new potential best friends. And he was right, it was the perfect first day for the young Senju, but tomorrow will be the same, or the problems will end up coming to him. Life in the Shinobi Academy has been very interesting for the blonde Senju. Naruto was doing well in his studies thanks to the no small help from his friends Kakashi Yanko, and even some study sessions with his sensei. The third box. Naruto knew that having more people in his life makes him feel more complete and consolidates his determination to become an Hokage. Can't be the case when you don't know the people you're leading or protecting. He was already close to the next generation of Shoshurikao, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't try to have more friends. The blonde Senju would even befriend the biggest outsider in his class, a boy who constantly covers half of his face with his high-collar jacket and wears a pair of sunglasses. Is considered the quietest boy in his class. He always keeps to himself, and sometimes Naruto, he even saw him playing with a bunch of bugs. Naruto recognizes the unique quality and knows that the quiet boy is part of the most mysterious clan in Konoha. The Aburame, they're one of the noble clans of Konoha. At birth, the members of this clan offer themselves to several special races of insects as a nest that resides just under the skin of its host. From that moment on, these insects will live in symbiosis with their host. Due to this, its members are characterized by the use of insects as weapons. That is why for most of the villagers are always so disgusted by their members and would occasionally keep their distance. But Naruto wasn't like most people. The blonde Senju decided to introduce himself to the Aburame boy. The Aburame was completely surprised by the blonde's sudden, genuine friendship towards him. He didn't treat him like a weirdo who's not only antisocial, but also plays with bugs. Instead, he invited him to lunch with him and his friends. The Aburame boy was hesitant at first, but decided to trust the blonde Senju. He introduced himself as Shino. Aburame Naruto has a good feeling about Shino, and he knew that they could be good friends despite his overly logical thinking and lack of social skills. Naruto is still friends with Sakura despite knowing that the pink-haired girl has a huge crush on him. He knew that Ino would feel very uncomfortable if he spent too much time alone with Sakura, but he always enjoyed her company, and they had a lot of fun together. Even Naruto had to admit that Sakura is really cute, but luckily for Ino, her heart is already. She belongs to her thanks to Ino's help in encouraging Sakura to embrace her big forehead. The pink-haired girl had gained a lot of confidence in herself. Sakura Aruno is actually the only friend Naruto has that wasn't part of a shinobi clan. She came from a civilian family whose mother is part of the Konoha Civilian Council. Naruto may be a Senju now, but before he changed his name, he was just another civilian kid like her. So in a way, he always felt that they were similar and was able to bond with her at that level despite her mother's lack of affection towards the Kyuubi. Jinchuriki Sakura still wanted to be friends with the blonde Senju. Although her crush on him was a major factor in her decision, she still doesn't know that Naruto and Ino are together. But despite everything, Naruto was very grateful for her loyalty and friendship. But there is one boy in his class, however, who for some reason despises Naruto with a burning passion. Kiba Inuzuka, the hot-tempered and impulsive boy, occasionally tried to pick fights with the blonde Senju to try to prove who was the top dog. Kiba has been very envious of Naruto's natural charisma and the fact that half of the pretty girls in his class are practically in love with him, the other half whose affections still lie with a certain Yukiya boy. Naruto just can't understand why Kiba is such a jerk. A favorite word that and wouldn't describe him perfectly despite that the Senju try to be friends with him, but the impulsive Inuzuka spat out her offer of friendship. Literally, Kiba had an ego the size of the Hokage monument and would rather make a rival of Naruto than be his friend. But what makes him even more angry with the blonde is that his Ninken 9 Dug and most trusted friend Kamaru actually likes Naruto. The Inuzuka clan is known for its use of Ninken, as fighting partners members are given their own canine companion when they reach a certain age. Starting from then, shinobi and their dogs are practically inseparable, then Vera to Kamaru, letting Naruto and his friends play with him boils absolutely the blood. Of the envious Inuzuka boy felt that Naruto was stealing all his attention. Kiba has always been very boastful of his superiority and believed he was the most popular boy in the academy. But before Naruto arrived, it was never true to begin with, because Sasuke Uchiha was the real tableau de bane of all the screaming fangirls Kiba thought he could deal with Sasuke alone. But now, with Naruto, he won't tolerate it. He wanted to prove that he and his clan are superior to the Uchiha, and the Senju Academy training camp Yuka is now standing in front of her students ready to address them in their class activity. All right, everyone, today we will begin today's class with our annual Shinobi sparring sessions. Remember, this is a sacred shinobi tradition of Konoha, not an opportunity for street fights. Also, I must remind you that you will begin by forming the confrontation seal on your opponent before the match begins. Once your matches are over, I hope you will show due respect your opponent, winner or loser, forming the seal of reconciliation between each. Other Irika had briefly explained to his students the traditional method of combat training that has been passed down from generation to generation in Konoha. As a training method for the students of the academy, I have already prepared the list of your training partners through random selection. Remember only to use taijutsu. This is a combat, not a battle, said Irika in a firm and authoritative voice. Each student now, he has his own thoughts going through his mind. Yeah, this will be a great chance for me to show who's top dog is. If I can beat and humiliate the Senju Uchiha, no one will disrespect me again. And I'll be the one surrounded by girls instead of those two punks thought up by the ever Tannel and jealous Inuzuka. Boy, I know Hinata is the best at taijutsu in our class, so I definitely want to fight her, but I actually hope I can train with the Senju boy too, to see if he really lives up to his name, thought the cool Uchiha, as he hopes to get a decent challenge in his sparring session. For once his eyes are fully focused on Hinata as a Naruto, and that Sasuke-kun is looking at me. That means he wants to fight me, but maybe he thinks I'm strong. Yada couldn't help but blush and smile as almost accurate assumption that his crush definitely thought he was strong. Thank God Naruto-kun helped me train with my taijutsu. I'll be the one to make me laugh if I get kicked in the face ass so easily. So far, only Hinata can beat me, which I totally agree with that a little. I mean, after all, she is a Yuga taijutsu is her thing, so no one can blame me for losing her, right? I wonder to herself, worried, feeling like her pride is always at stake every time she has to train with the shy but invincible Yuga girl. But then another thought came to her mind. Wait, what if I have to fight Naruto-kun? He will definitely kick my ass in front of everyone. He's the one who trained me to cry out loud. But wait, maybe if I show him my puppy dog eyes again, he definitely won't. Who am I kidding? He's always been very serious. Whenever we trained, Hino taught hopelessly as anime tears fell from her eyes. Naruto is usually very sweet to his Ino-chan, but when it comes to her training, her kind and loving boyfriend immediately turned in her tough, troublesome sensei. It was the only obvious thing Shikamaru could think of. I have to fight someone now. I'm a little nervous, thought Choji, as he had always hated confrontation. I hope I can fight Naruto-san. Why I ask is because friends challenge each other all the time, thought by Naruto's new friend Shino, who likes the idea of finally training with a friend. I hope I can fight Naruto-kun, win or lose, I can still do the seal of reconciliation with him. I thought the blushing Sakura, as she squealed in her mind at the thought of interlacing her fingers with his blonde crush. This could be fun, was all Naruto could think of. 4 matches later, match 5, Sasuke versus random student. Same Sasuke wins match 6, Ino versus random student. Same Ino wins match 7, Shikamaru versus Choji. Same draw. Both gave up without trying. Match 8, Shino versus random student. Same Shino wins match 9, Hinata versus Sakura. Same wins. Hinata Kiba waits impatiently for his turn, and when his name finally came out along with his opponents, he screams and howls like a dog rabbit. Finally, he can fight his most hated rival Naruto. Senju Naruto is cursing his luck. It's not that he's scared or anything like that. It's just that now he has to make humor to the imbecile who doesn't stop yelling until he's tired with insults and disrespect. He knows that he promised his Gigi that he won't go too far, but he will be condemned if he lets the opportunity to make the disrespectful dog boy see reason slip away. The 10th and final match, Naruto and Kiba were facing each other in the sparring ring. Naruto looked at Kiba with a bored and unamused look, while Kiba smiled with his teeth in excitement of finally putting the Senju boy in his place. "You better give up now, loser. There's no way you're going to win against me." Kiba boasted, his voice full of arrogance. Naruto stands still as he stares into space, too scared to speak. "Huh? Well, don't worry, I won't hurt you if you admit that I'm better than you," said Kiba with a proud smile. "How did you say something, Naruto?" He simply said in a bored voice. Somewhere else, Kakashi's apartment. Kakashi and Anko, they are cuddled on the couch together. After a long week of mission, En's back was leaning on Kakashi's chest as he wraps his arms around her waist as she holds the book at Chakra Paradise in her hand for them to read together. The famous erotica was a peaceful moment until Kakashi suddenly sneezes. "And don't sneeze on me, cow," Anko yells with a disgusted look. "Bless you, will be fine," Kakashi says in a bored tone as he wipes his nose. "Yeah, bless your disgusting germs. If I get sick, you're treating me to dango for weeks. But are you okay?" he asked with a hint of concern in his voice. "Yeah, sorry. I felt like someone is using my catchphrase," Kakashi said as he looked around and wondered who said it. "It's the one where you space out and don't pay attention to someone who's making fun of you just to annoy them, I think. So I always hated that. Why never use it with you?" "Yeah, the first time we trained." "What did I call you?" Hanko asked to prove his claim as he put away the achecha to look at Kakashi. With a focused look, asked a trick question. "You didn't call me anything, but you said my hair size was a sad trade-off for my coughing." "Member, okay, on our first date I said something about I hope to defeat you in a duel someday." "How did I describe said defeat?" "You said you wanted to strip me naked and your snakes will bite all my sensitive spots, huh? And you said I'm the pervert." "Anko-chan, it's clear you're the biggest pervert among us." "Oh, almost Kuin. Did you remember my big bad softy?" says Anko with a smile as he hugs the silver-haired ninja. "Haha, it's so bad that I'm a softy when it comes to you," Kakashi says with his signature eye smile. "Not even a little," Anko says before pulling down Kakashi's mask to tenderly kiss his lips. The sweet kiss eventually turns into a passionate make-out session between the hormone-filled teens. Kakashi made a mental note to thank whoever used his catchphrase later. "I'll be back at the academy, Kiba." "In Naruto's match, your punk, you've been ignoring me all this time. All the time, I'm going to beat you into a pulp. Nobody disrespects me and gets away with it," Kiba said, gritting his teeth in anger. "Naruto Koen is so cool. You can do this, Naruto Koen." "Kick him in the ass." Naruto Koen. Naruto's fangs showed their loving support very loudly, causing a certain platinum blonde to get upset. "Gee, for once I agree with my boyfriend's fans. I hope he kicks that assholes." That was all Ino could think of at that moment. Kiba is now even more enraged. It's never bad enough that his rival has been ignoring his taunts, but now all the pretty girls are cheering only for the blonde Senju and telling him to beat up Kiba like he's nothing. The Inuzuka's pride has taken its last toll, and this match has now become more personal for him. This is the 10th and final match between Naruto Senjuiki and Nozuka. Could both fighters present the confrontation seal, says Irika as he stands between the two boys and raises his right arm, indicating that he's about to giving a signal to begin the fight. Naruto and Kiba then raise their right hand in front of their chest and form the half seal on their fingers. "A jime begins," Irika yelled and dropped his arm down, signaling the start of the fight. Naruto immediately took his defensive stance as Kiba charged head on. His attacks were filled with blind rage and resentment towards a blonde Senju. Kiba didn't even see it coming as he was a foot away from Naruto and pulling his fist back for a strong punch. Naruto landed a quick spinning kick to the Inuzuka's left cheek. The kick was strong, but not strong enough to knock Kiba out of the ring, but it was enough to surprise everyone else by the impressive display of quick reflexes and skill. All but Ino, as she already knew what her blonde was capable of. Par more. Kiba got up after a minute of trying to digest what had just happened. His blonde rival managed to land the first blow and was also strong, as he could feel his cheek accumulating a bruise. Naruto didn't even seem fazed by the kick as he calmly resumed his taijutsu stance and waited for Kiba to make his move. "Tell me something, Kiba. Why do you resent me so much? I've done nothing to you, and yet you showed such animosity towards me." Asked Naruto. "Haven't you done anything for me? You come here one day and steal all the limelight. You think you're so cool. Why are you a Senju? Is that it? Then I'll show you. I'll show everyone that the Inuzuka is far better than any clan that has been." Kiba yelled with rage and disgust in his words. Naruto almost shuddered at the level of arrogance and disrespect Kiba was showing towards his grandfather and father's clan. It's bad enough that they're almost extinct, But now Naruto fears that the new generation will continue to fossilize many Senju in the world. He manages to calm himself down and looks directly at Kiba with his piercing violet eyes. This is not a battle between clans, Kiba. This is about a shinobi spar between two students of the academy. You showed great pride for your clan, I respect it, but disrespecting mine for petty jealousy, you not only dishonor and shame yourself, but also your clan, Naruto says in a calm and serious tone. How dare you, yelled Kiba to the blonde Senju. I dare. Because it is the truth. Pride helps build our identity, Kiba, but if you let it fill your ego, you will never become someone who deserves respect. So until you learn to respect others, do not expect me, nor does anyone else respect you anymore. You're an idiot. Naruto still maintained his calm attitude, but he couldn't help but add the last sentence to add fuel to the fire. Kiba's eyes burned with rage as he then let out a loud scream that almost sounded like a roar. The Inuzuka charged once again against the Senju. His attacks were filled with even more anger than before. Naruto decided to let the Inuzuka vent his misplaced anger a little, so as not to deliver another swift kick to the arrogant boy's face that could have ended the match sooner. Instead, he flawlessly blocks each attack with minimal effort and counters them with quick, swift jabs to Kiba's chest and ribs. Irika was in awe of the Jinchuriki's display of skill. He didn't know Naruto could be so talented in taijutsu. He made a mental note to himself to give Naruto a chance before judging him by the fox. He was almost leaning towards the terrible gossip about his blonde student, and if he did, Irika wouldn't even consider giving him a chance. Kiba, he was getting tired and frustrated as he kept sending block blow after block blow. He could feel his arms getting bruised from all the strong blocks. Naruto would then attack his body to rid him of more of his stamina and mobility. Kiba tried to kick Naruto on his left side, but it was a fatal mistake as Naruto grabbed his leg and performed a takedown, landing the Inuzuka roughly on his back. Naruto then quickly bends down to one knee right near the Inuzuka's head. Chinese wing fist star. Naruto whispered softly before unleashing a barrage of chakra enhanced rapid haps into Kiba's face. Kiba couldn't do anything as his face was being slammed into the dirt. He lost consciousness after the 20th hit, causing Naruto to stop his assault and walk away from Dogboy. Irika went to check on Kiba and noticed the Inuzuka was unconscious and declared Naruto the winner. Naruto, Senju, Irika said with a slightly proud tone that Jinchuriki fought with honor and not they used no unnecessary brutality. Despite the disrespectful taunts from the Inuzuka, the girls cheered their man and congratulated him on his victory. I blushed at the display of her boyfriend's sheer awesomeness. Despite being together for almost 5 months, Naruto could still make her feel like a schoolgirl who always gets nervous whenever the person she likes does something cool. Sasuke was impressed now. He wanted to test himself even more against the Senju boy. He will make him his rival alongside Hinata, the Yuga girl. He looked at the blonde boy in amazement and couldn't help but think that Naruto's wing fist was slightly similar to his clan's gentle fist. Maybe Naruto can also help her make her strong, he believed, but Naruto didn't feel like a winner, as he somehow felt a little guilty because he knew where Kiba's jealousy came from. The Inuzuka just wanted to be acknowledged and prove to himself and others that he's worthy. He just didn't go about it the right way. Irika then picked up Kiba's unconscious body and carried him to the academy infirmary to receive medical care, informed everyone to return to the classroom and wait until she returned. Academy infirmary. 5 hours later, Kiba finally opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on one of the beds in the infirmary. He remembered what happened during his one-sided fight with Naruto and felt a great shame in his heart. It was a humiliating defeat in front of his classmates. He felt more angry with himself than with his opponent. Blonde Naruto fought like a true Shin, while he attacked like a wild animal. Kiba was dejected, feeling like he was the loser all along, and deep down he knew he was like most of his classmates. Kiba is an heir to the clan, but compared to them, he was last. Even Shikamaru and Chojo did better than him in their studies and are known to be the slackers of class. Kiba bragged about his superiority because he felt like he needed it. He wanted to feel like he mattered, especially among his classmates, but their attention was always drawn to him. Showed towards the Uchiha boy. Sasuke is the best in his class, and Kiba wanted to prove that he was better than him, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't beat him or be at the same level as him. But he still had hope that one day he could do it. Then Naruto appeared. He didn't even need to try hard for all the girls in his class to fall in love with him instantly. Not only that, but he is part of a legendary clan of one of the two founders of Konoha. Kiba flatly refuses to let another person steal what is his. He remains in the spotlight. He thought Naruto was just a weakling who only rides the coattails of his clan's name to get what he wants, but how wrong he was. Naruto is the complete opposite. Naruto is actually very smart. He was almost as smart as Sakura Aruno, and she is the best when it comes to book studies, and what happened today proves that Naruto was also a talented fighter. Kiba knew that Naruto was barely trying during their fight. He never felt so weak and useless in all his life, doesn't even know how to compete with the Senju and the Uchiha anymore. Then he heard the door to the infirmary open, and who entered was the last person he expected. Senju. Hi Kiba. If you come here to surround yourself, can you please go? No Kiba. I'm not here to surround myself. I'm here to see how you are. Why do you care? You when I lost, and you are better than me. Is that what you thought the Mel was to prove that we are better than the others? Yeah. What else? Naruto couldn't help but laugh softly at the lack of knowledge of Inuzuka on the matter. Kiba grew a thick mark on his head from the sudden laughter. Naruto is making fun of his intelligence. What's so funny? Kiba shouted, making the Ru Senju Det slowly have his laugh and tell him the reason. Kiba, do you know why Irika-sensei says that the spar is a sacred tradition of Konoha? Is because this village was built by many shinobi clans. Kiba calmed down to be able to listen more deeply to the explanation of the blonde Senju. I mean, of course, the Senju and the Uchiha, they're the founders, but they needed more shinobi clans to make it a strong and sustainable village. Clans like the Sarutobi Yuga, Yamanaka Nara, Akimichi Aburame, and even the Inuzuka, all the shinobi from different clans with different traditions would face each other to build friendships and harmony, build something together, and become stronger together. Kiba was silenced as he continues to listen with interest. That is what the seal of reconciliation is for Kiba, because despite our heated confrontation, we can still make up and work together in the future, because in the end, we are all part of the same village, one town, one home, one clan. Still, I hope that you and I can still be friends, Kiba, so we can be stronger together, just like our ancestors before us, said Naruto with passion in his voice, and gave a bright smile. The Inuzuka. Kiba was silenced even further. He was completely wrong about Naruto. He was nothing like Sasuke. He didn't call him a loser or make him feel like his words are sincere, and so was his offer of friendship. Kiba couldn't help but feel like an idiot. He was a jerk, but maybe with Naruto's help he could still be the shinobi he wants to be and gain a cool friend in the process. You really should consider taking Irika-sensei's job as an instructor. You're a lot less boring than him, Kiba said with a smile. They both shared a laugh together at their sensei's monotone joke as Naruto is about to leave. Kiba called out to him. Naruto, wait, Kiba said before extending his right hand and forming his fingers into his half of the reconciliation seal. To the blonde Senju, Naruto smiled at the Inuzuka as he formed his own half of the seal to meet Kiba's own, intertwining their fingers together, indicating that they have finally finished their match properly and are reconciled. As friends, Konoha is now facing one of its darkest hours. The legendary clan is no more. Its greatest prodigy and heir to the clan, Itachi Uchiha, had betrayed and murdered his entire clan, including his own parents, in a single night, but left only one survivor, his little brother Sasuke. Sasuke was deeply traumatized by the overwhelming level of loss and betrayal. He witnessed the entire event through Itachi's greatest genjutsu of the Sharingan Makio, that Tsukuyami, his beloved older brother, had seemingly lost his mind as he told Sasuke that this was all to test his skills. This was enough to enrage Sasuke as he unconsciously activated his single-tome Sharingan for the first time and attacked Itachi in grief before passing out from the intense impact. But before falling into unconsciousness, Sasuke could have sworn he saw tears welling up in Itachi's eyes. Afterward, Sasuke was never the same again. The young Uchiha may not be the most sociable person before, but now he was as bad as Shino before meeting Naruto, or even worse, he has completely isolated himself from everyone around him, including Hinata, the Yuga girl, was very worried about the person she liked had stopped appearing at the academy or talking to her for months. She wanted to go see him to see if he was okay, but she was afraid that Sasuke would get mad at her for bothering him, but their precious friendship was in danger. and she refuses to lose what she already has with him before she can tell him how she really feels. But she needed help. She needed Naruto's help. The blonde Senju had become very close to Sasuke. Since the Yuki had challenged him to a friendly fight, it was an epic fight by academy-level standards. But finally Naruto was declared the winner. Sasuke was shocked, as he had never lost a fight against someone his age before. He developed a great sense of respect for the blonde and swore that one day he would beat him. After that, Naruto and Sasuke had become very good friends, and the blonde Senju would often invite both Sasuke and Hinata to have lunch with him and his group. Naruto had gotten very close to the tough dojutsu. It took a long time, but the blonde was able to help Hinata with her stutter. Sasuke, with his insecurity issues of being compared to his older brother prodigy, they both saw Naruto as a very supportive older brother figure. Despite being the same age as them, Naruto was very wise for his age and showed great compassion towards others. His determination always manages to inspire the people around him to be better. If Sasuke is going to listen to someone, and Nat has no doubts that she will listen to Naruto's apartment. Naruto had invited Ilo to his house to help her with her ninjutsu studies. The platinum blonde felt frustrated, as the subject was shown to be very difficult for her, but she was determined to be the next Kunoichi of the year, so she could be placed on the same team as her lover Rubio, who she has no doubt will be the next rookie of the year. Ino-chan, there's a high probability that we won't be on the same team together. I mean, I'm sure it's already been planned in advance that you'll be placed on the same team as Shikamaru and Choi to form the next Ino Shikcho, right? Naruto asked, trying to lower the expectations of who, so he wouldn't be too disappointed if they're not put together on the same team. Oh, please, can you try to separate my whiskers from me? I'll burn down the academy if I have to, says Ino naturally, and a smile at the end. Didn't I help you teach you the Phoenix Flower Jutsu so you can burn down our school? H-chan, plus with your chakra reserves, you'll be lucky to light a fire, said Naruto with a smile at the end. Well, excuse me, not everyone has a giant fox living in their stomach that is constantly giving you one chakra boost after another, said Ino in an annoyed tone. Don't be jealous, Ino-chan, said Naruto mockingly. Flashback: Naruto had finally told Ino about his burden. After a year of relationship, he took her to the Hokage monument to enjoy a nice picnic to celebrate their anniversary. The timing was finally perfect, and Naruto knew it was time to tell her. They slowly broke it down as he could until he finally revealed one of his biggest secrets. His voice was shaky, and he was full of worry, and she wasn't completely shocked. She has always been curious as to why the adults in her village treated her wonderful boyfriend with such disgust. Knowing that he was a vessel for a chakra monster was a real eye-opener for the Yamanaka. While she was still trying to process the huge bomb of information she had just received, and she couldn't see a great fear in Naruto's eyes. The fear of being rejected by her finally made sense to her. Why was he so afraid of tell her the first time she asked him? She heard a lot of scary stories about the KY, and a small part of her would be scared of him too. But Naruto Senju is not the QE. Naruto Senju is not a demon in human form. Naruto Senju is someone she couldn't stay away from at all. The moment they met, the moment they felt that spark, and she didn't know that Naruto was the man of her dreams. They were always together, and they will always be together. That's what she really wanted. She placed both hands over his cheeks with whiskers and pulled him closer, so their lips met. The kiss was so sweet and tender. Naruto could feel the love and emotions pouring out of her as she kissed him back with equal amounts, feeling herself melt into his warm embrace. That was the moment they knew they were meant to be together. Into flashback: I'm not jealous, cow. It's just that it's not fair that you'll never have to worry about chakra depletion while I could still get down on my knees at the moment in which I shoot a stupid fireball, said Hino in a frustrated tone to the sunny blonde boy. Ha. Well, sorry, I guess. Unintentionally being a walking prison for the most powerful Biju in the world can be a real nuisance to other people, said Naruto with a sarcastic tone, but Ino doesn't realize how he said his words and immediately felt bad. Naruto, Kuin, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it like that, said Ino in an excuse me tone. What, not H-chan was joking. He's actually quite nice. He's good hearing that someone else actually thinks being a Jinchuriki is a good thing for once. I bet Kurama is surrounding himself in his forest right now, says Naruto with a bright smile to show Ino that he wasn't bothered by Naruto's mindscape. Don't involve me in your silly relationships, modest boy, but your partner is right being a. Jinchuriki is very beneficial for a shinobi, but then again it's good for you, but bad for me. Oh come on Kurama, it's not all bad, I already removed the seal between us, and I turn my mindscape mental in a beautiful giant forest instead of that depressing sewer, and I reward you with more of my chakra. And I must say I'm very impressed with your progress. Keep it up, and you might gain access to my Nine Tails chakra mode in a couple of years. Seriously cool back to the real world. Naruto. Kuin, hey, Ino yelled as she waved her hand in front of Naruto's face. How did you say something? Naruto said in a confused voice. Don't throw that at me. Are you going to talk to Kurama? Again, Ino asked, how has this been? Happening frequently lately? Oh, ha ha ha, yes, sorry about that. And Chan Naruto rubs his dead, sheepishly asked her sighs. One of these days I'm gonna learn my clan's mind transfer jutsu, and when that happens you can't space out with me anymore, Ino said. Determined, come on Ino-chan, do you really want to read my mind so badly? Just because I get away from you? Sometimes Naruto asks worried. He didn't like the idea of her being in his head all the time that. And I want to meet Kurama, so I can finally beat that idiot up forever. Take your attention off of me, said Ino with a voice confident that she could take on a Biju. Ha, Naruto started laughing hysterically at what Ino had just said. This makes the platinum blondes right. I twitch heavily. Hey, what's so funny? Yelled Ino to her blonde lover. I'm sorry, he's laughing in my head, Naruto says between laughs. Ino then looks at Naruto's stomach, indicating that he's actually looking at Kurama. It was a very strange look from a third point of view, and it got even stranger when Naruto started yelling at her. Naruto couldn't stop laughing at his blonde girlfriend's stupidity while she kept yelling at his stomach. Even Kurama kept laughing out loud in his head. The screams and laughter finally stopped when they heard knocks coming from the front door. Naruto went to answer it, and who he saw was a very pleasant surprise. Hi Hinata, what are you doing here? Naruto asks with a smile, happy to see a friend of his. Naruto, Kuin, I need your help, Hinata says with a hint of desperation in her voice after Hinata explained her grave concerns about Sasuke to both Naruto and Ino. The tough blonde decided to accompany the Yuga girl to the Ukiya complex, the Ukiya compound. The trio entered the compound and felt a chill run down their spines. The complex was a complete ghost town. The streets were still stained with dried blood, and there were still kuna and shurikens all over the walls of the buildings. It didn't take long for Hinata to understand why Sasuke was never the same after it. Is possible that his own clan may not be the warmest people in the world, especially the elders of the main branch family. But even she wouldn't wish this on any of them. Sasuke has lost his entire family in one night to one man. He was all alone. This is terrible, is all Ino could say fearfully as she held Naruto's hand tightly. I know this, what happened here. Sasuke is going to need our support more than ever, was all Naruto could say. That's why I need you to talk to him, Naruto. Koen, he's always admired you. And I'm sure Yada couldn't finish her sentences. Naruto cut her off early. I don't think she can. Hinata said. Naruto sadly. What? Hinata was shocked at what Naruto said. Hinata, Sasuke is in so much pain right now. No amount of words I say will miraculously change how he feels. I don't know anything about his pain. We don't know what it feels like to lose everything, at least not yet, said Naruto with a somber tone. And what are we supposed to do? We leave him alone so that he drown in his pain? I can't do that, Hinata screamed, surprisingly refusing to leave his crush in such a state. I didn't say we should leave him. I just think that maybe I'm not the one he needs right now. He needs someone who knows him much better than I do. He needs you, Hinata am. I asked Hinata with a small blush on her cheeks. Yes, Hinata, you've been his friend much longer than us. You know him much better than us. The fact that you wanted to come here just to help him shows that you are his true Vero friend. I'm sure she'll appreciate it, Ino added to show her support for the girl Yuga V. But what happens if she doesn't? What if she doesn't want to talk to me anymore and treats me like the other girls in class, as if I bothered him now? Just because I care, I don't think I can handle it, said Hinata with fear and sadness in her voice at the idea of being rejected. Naruto then places his hand on her shoulder and looks her straight in the eyes as he tells her, Hinata, we'll never know until you try. Believe in yourself. As if believe in you, said Naruto with a bright smile to the Yuga girl. Oh, okay, said Hinata, who was still a little hesitant. But if Naruto believes in her, that's enough. Outside Sasuke's house, remember, we'll be here if you need us, said Ino to assure her friend Yuga. When Hinata walks through the front door and was about to call her, she notices that the door was already open. She slowly opened it and saw Sasuke sitting by the stairs staring into space with a bunch of boxes and bags right next to him. The old Hokage was generous enough to find him a new home in the village, a large apartment that was sponsored by the civilian council. Sasuke wanted to get as far away as possible from the gloomy, empty house where his parents were killed, but this was his home, the place he grew up. He didn't know if he wanted to stay or go, so he sat on the stairs, wondering what he should do until he notices Hinata walk in. The Ukiya boy said nothing as he continued staring into space, practically ignoring her. Hinata was sad that he didn't acknowledge her presence and felt very nervous about the pending conversation, but she pulled herself together for the sake of her dear friend and crushed. Then she walks forward and sits next to the brooding Ukiya on the stairs. Hey, that I know you probably don't want to see or talk to anyone right now, but I know you're hurting. I know you're in a lot of pain right now, and I wish I could tell you I know how do you feel and everything's going to be okay, but I can't. No one can. I know that Sasuke-kun, I'm so sorry for your loss. You don't deserve this. Your clan didn't deserve this. I understand why you isolate yourself from everyone, because it's better to be alone than to be surrounded by people who don't even understand you. I'm sorry, I can't be the person who understands you too, but I really miss you, Sasuke-kun. Feeling her sincere words fall on deaf ears, Hinata stood up from her seat and was about to leave until she felt Sasuke's hand grab hers, stopping her from taking another step. Did you know what that he told me? That I wasn't worth killing, that my life meant so much, that he wouldn't care if I lived. But did you know what he used his Sharingan to show me? What he did exactly that night? All the lies. He took our parents. He killed them like they were nothing. But in this jutsu, I was in his place. I held the sword. I felt his blood on my hands. Repeated the Jin Jutsu over and over and over and over and over and over again. He took everything from me just to prove himself. But I want to kill him, Hinata. I want my revenge. I will do whatever it takes to become stronger. I won't stop until I die. I will hate him for the rest of my life if I have to, but I will kill him. He has to pay. Sasuke-kun, do you remember what I used to tell us Naruto-kun when he told us about his dream of bringing true peace to the shinobi world? Revenge will only lead you to the Deo cycle. But what does he know? Naruto-kun won't say any of this if he himself hasn't experienced it too. Sasuke-kun, you know that better than anyone. Ino once told me that Naruto-kun had a very hard life growing up, and despite all the hardships, he became very strong because he stayed true to who he is. Naruto and I are very different people. Yada. That's not true. You two have a lot in common. Then what do you think? Is that why you and Naruto-kun can become best friends? Said Hinata with a smile. That's why Naruto and Ino are outside. I'm asking you to come with me because at first I wanted Naruto-kun to talk to you. You always valued his opinion, so I thought he could help you with your pain. Then why is he out there and you here? Because Naruto-kun thought it wasn't his place. He thought I was the best person to help you. I guess the Dobe is much smarter than he seems, he said. Sasuke with a weak smile. Hinata was confused as she waited for him to explain more. Naruto might be my best friend, but you're so much more than that to me. Hinata, I've missed you too so much. Sasuke said with a small smile to the Yuga girl. Hinata was blushing at what her crush had told her. She was trying really hard not to faint, but finally worked up the courage to do something a little bold. Hinata then pulls Sasuke into a tight hug. Sasuke was still numb from his trauma, but happily returns the hug to his dear friend. Yuga the Ukiya was in a very dark place, emotionally speaking. If Hinata hadn't come, he would have continued to fall into the pit of darkness he was already drowning in. Hinata was his light. She always has been, and he was glad to have her by his side. Sasuke finally decided to move out of his old home. Yada. Naruto and they were nothing but happy to help their friend with all of his belongings. Sasuke won't admit it, but deep down he was very glad that he still had people who they were honestly there for him when he really needed it. Sasuke swore that day that instead of revenge, he would get answers. Itachi will pay despite everything, but before that he has to answer for his crimes. He will face justice, and Sasuke will finally be able to restore his clan with honor. The day has finally come for the blonde Senju and his friends to take the Henin exams. It is really his first steps in the shinobi world. While most of his classmates think that being a shinobi will be a life full of adventures, heroic battles, and glory, but Naruto knew better, though not to discourage his friends and classmates. The Senju boy knows all too well the reality and life-threatening dangers that lurk. In the shinobi world, the blonde Senju has been training tirelessly for years, but even he knew he wasn't ready to face the likes of Madara Uchiha. Yet he needed more experiences in the field if he was ever going to survive against his most powerful enemies. Naruto is now 13 years old along with all his classmates, and true to the words of his favorite ramen waitress, he had grown quite a bit more than he originally was. Naruto was around 5 feet and 5 inches tall now. His blonde hair has grown quite identical to his father's, as some of it now blocks out parts of his forehead, with 2 bangs that reached a little past his ears and framed his face. Naruto now had a mesh armor shirt underneath his open high-collared maroon jacket with 3 black stripes on his sleeves, long coiled-up hair, and a black Senju clan symbol on the back. He also wears fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back and a pair of black ambu pants with medical tape covering his ankles near his shinobi sandals. Naruto thought he looked like a mix of his 2 older brothers figures, Kakashi Yanko. Even though he was still hated by most of the villagers due to his burden, Naruto had a lot of good things going for him at this point. He was handsome, smart, and surprisingly very powerful for someone her age. She has many close friends that she cares for, and a beautiful girlfriend that she adores and dotes on. Hino had also grown quite a bit, her long platinum blonde hair down to her waist. She now wears it in a ponytail with bangs framing the right side of her face. Naruto thought she looked more beautiful than ever. Ino now wears a moral outfit that consists of a high-collared blouse and a matching apron skirt. She sports this outfit with bandages on her abdomen and legs, and wears a pair of small hoop earrings and white arm warmers. The blonde duo had matured a lot in their long-term love relationship. Naruto had finally gathered up enough courage to meet Ino's parents for the first time. Her mother was surprisingly very nice to him, which was a huge relief to the blonde couple. But her father, on the other hand, really didn't like the idea of his little girl not dating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or anything personal against Naruto, just dating in general. Naruto even helped Ino to master his first fire style, ninjutsu, 1 Phoenix flower bark rank bar, offensive equal. The user spits a burst of small fireballs into the air. At a glance, it may appear that there is only 1 fireball, which then bursts into many. The numerous small flames move wildly around the area, which can hypnotize obos while they're surrounded. The user controls each individual flame with his chakra, allowing him to guide each one towards the target, and consequently makes this technique difficult to evade, and it didn't take her nearly half a year to master this jutsu, as she first needed to build up her chakra reserves and practice her fire chakra exercises. Naruto really trained her to the brink that she almost cried and hated him, but she knew in her heart that her sweet whiskers were just making sure that she could protect herself in the future. Despite everything, she was still able to learn and master 2 of her clan's secret techniques from her father. 1 Ninja Art Mind Transfer Bar, Rank C Bar, Supplementary Equal. The user converts their consciousness into spiritual energy, which they send to a target. Their consciousness slowly moves towards the target and travels in a straight line. If the user misses their target, it will take several minutes for their consciousness to find its way back to their own body. To prevent this from happening, the mind transfer should only be used against targets that are immobile or that are restrained. When their consciousness successfully manages to reach the target, the user impersonates the target's mind and takes full control of it. Is Body 2 Ninja Art Mental Transmission Bar, Rank C Bar, Supplementary Equal. The user is able to communicate telepathically with other people who are close to his proximity. Using this technique, the Yamanaka can also act as a medium for people to communicate with each other telepathically. This is done by establishing physical contact with a person. The user can communicate with multiple people at once, and targets can also communicate with each other while the technique is in effect and faithful to his word. She actually used the mind transfer jutsu on Naruto to meet up with her tenant, but when she saw Kurama for the first time in Naruto's mindscape, she instantly hid behind Naruto's back, as her legs were turning to jelly with just the look on her face. But Kurama assures her that he means her no harm as long as she stays out of Naruto's mind, aka his house. The blonde couple has yet to reveal their relationship to everyone, but only those who knew them well or who could tell the obvious knew the truth. but despite everything, they are still very happy together. Shinobi Academy Irika's classroom. The classroom was slowly filling up with eager potential Janins. As everyone took their seats, their Chunin instructor Irika Mino and his assistant Mizuki greeted them all with warm smiles and some inspiring words of motivation. Most of the students are already started to lose their enthusiasm due to Irika's bored tone, but Naruto, on the other hand, looked on with suspicion, or the scared Chunin assistant Naruto always had a bad feeling when it comes to Mookie ever since he unlocked the QB Jinchuriki's natural ability to sense negative ions, such as hostility, hatred, and other evil emotions within others. He found it suspicious, since he always thought the white-haired Chunin was very polite and kind-hearted, but he can only assume that Mitsuki is one of those people who secretly have prejudices against him because of KY and hide it behind a smile false. But despite everything, Naruto continues to watch him like a hawk, making sure that he doesn't shoot him. You're welcome. Okay, class, now we will begin with the written part of the exam, says Irika, as he and Mookie hand out the entire test to the students. Mookie wanted to make sure that he was the one who handed Naruto his test. The smiling Chunin placed a small Jinjutsu on him, so the questions will be 10 times harder for Naruto, and even if the blonde knew the answers, they would only be the correct answers to the questions. Fake Naruto could literally feel all the intense malice coming from Mookie as he handed him his test with a fake smile. Naruto may not have Sharingan or be a Kugan to see through Jinjutsus, but his natural sensory ability is able to tell that there is chakra all over his paper. He subtly made a single hand sign and dispelled the Jinjutsu. Immediately, he was now able to see the real questions, and it wasn't as difficult as he thought. Naruto was able to pass the test with flying colors, which greatly displeased the white-haired Chunin as he gritted his teeth in anger at his failed attempt to sabotage the blonde Senju. Now, we will move on to the practical part of the exams. First, we will do the Kyuna and Shuriken throwing test, followed by Taijutsu training session with their Chunin instructor, said Irika, as he led all the students outside to the academy training courtyard. Almost all of the civilian-born students perform adequately with the Kyuna test and Shuriken, but nothing beyond amazing. However, Sakura did much better, as she was able to get a 7 out of 10. Now, it was time for the supposed heirs and heiresses of the clan. Sasuke was the only one able to get a new out of 10. Hinata, Ino, and Shino were able to get an 8, while Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were able to get a 7. Finally, it was Naruto's time to shine, but instead of Irika bringing his set of Kyuna and Shurikens like everyone else, it was Mookie who insisted on bring your own. Naruto picked up a single Kyuna and Shuriken to inspect them, and wasn't surprised to learn that they were extremely dull. He couldn't even cut himself with them. Although trying to set a Jinjutsu on his written exam is one thing, but giving him defective weapons on his practical exam is a clear sign of hostile intent and sabotage. A part of him wanted to speak up and ask for a new set, but he also wanted to show the white-haired saboteur who he was really messing with. He picked up all the weapons, and he channeled wind chakra into them as he launched them all simultaneously. Not only did they hit their target perfectly, they pierced straight through the targets. Everyone's eyes widened. Their faces were shocked and amazed, including Shiruka and Mookie. Naruto's aim was not only spot on, but his throwing arm was deadly as well. His classmates, including Sino and Sakura, cheered Eren loudly for his name for his impressive display of pure badassery. Naruto was the only one to get a perfect 10 out of 10. Naruto then slightly turns his head and sees that Mitsuki was still gritting his teeth in anger that his sabotage attempt had failed once again. Oh, class, now we will move on to our training sessions. Each of you will have a Taijutsu match with Mitsuki Sanaki. If you're able to last 3 out of 5 minutes against him, you pass. But in the unlikely chance that you can beat Mitsuki, then you will not only pass the test, but you will also receive extra points, says Irika with a smile. Some of the students born in the Civil War were a bit sloppy in their fights, as they could barely withstand Mookie's light attack. Sasuke and Hinata were able to reach the maximum of 5 minutes. Ino and Kiba lasted 4 minutes, while Sakura, Shino, Shikamaru, and Choi managed to reach the minimum of 3 minutes. It's clear that the last 4 needed more training with their Taijutsu. Last, but not least, is everyone's favorite blonde, and one of the 2 banes of the screaming fangirls. Naruto enters the sparring ring with Mookie And once again, he could feel the overwhelming hostile emotions coming from the white-haired Chunin Mookie was holding back a lot of murderous intent towards the blonde Senju. But he was barely trying. He really wanted to hurt Naruto. And judging by his smile, he would. But Naruto refuses to let Mitsuki get away with it. Maybe it was time for him to eliminate Mitsuki from the exams once and for all. Before she made any more attempts at sabotage against him, Irika gets in the way between them as he raises his arm, ready to begin the fight. A Jime shouted Irika. As he lowered his hand, Mookie wasted no time as he fiercely charged at Naruto. Naruto took his defensive stance as he continues to block the not-so-surprisingly heavy attacks from the white-haired Chunin. Naruto knew that there was a time limit for the fight, so he didn't want to waste any more time on the cocky Chunin. After blocking another blow, Naruto quickly punches Mookie's throat, causing him to drown for a moment. Then Naruto continuously sends a barrage of quick punches to the Chunin's stomach, causing him to lean his body forward. Naruto then proceeds to do a front flip behind Mookie and slams his elbow into both of the Chunin's back knees to drop him hard on them to meet the blonde boy's size. And as Naruto spun quickly in front of him, the blonde grabs the Chunin's head and sends a devastating knee strike to Mookie's face, breaking his nose and knocking him out. Unconscious Irika was once again shocked and amazed. Just like everyone else, Naruto had defeated a Chunin in a taijutsu match, and it was a devastating defeat. His classmates followed in shock and amazement. There was no cheering of any kind, not even from his fans who still look at him with big hearts in their eyes. But Sasuke and Kiba made a mental note to never bother Naruto again. Back to the classroom, Naruto was now surrounded by all his friends. Sacred Naruto, that was amazing, yelled Kiba. Yes, Naruto-kun, you were so cool, added Sakura with a strong blush. It was indeed quite a spectacle, Naruto. Sen, why is it? Because you have defeated a Chunin, says Shino with his logical support, asterisk sigh. Asterisk remind me to never be your opponent, Naruto. Fighting you will be too troublesome, said Shikamaru lazily. Fighting anyone else is already too much trouble for you, Shikamaru, yelled Ino to her lazy friend. But she is not wrong, and no, even I do not want fight Naruto. After seeing what he did to Mookie-sensei, said Choji with a hint of fear at the thought of fighting his strong Senju friend. Him looks like I need to increase my training even more if I'm ever going to beat you, buddy, said Sasuke with a smile. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun. I'm sure one day you'll be as strong as Naruto-kun, Hinata says with a kind smile, trying to support her crush. Guys, come on, you're embarrassing me, plus all of you did very well too, you know, she said. Naruto with an embarrassed blush on his face. Yeah, but none of us ever managed to defeat Mitsuki-sensei, especially the way you did, Ino said to the blonde paramour. Yeah, Naruto, I know it was a fight and all, but I think you broke the guy's nose, Choji said as he shuddered at the thought of his sensei's nose. Ha ha ha, sorry. I guess I got a little carried away there, Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his neck, sheepishly a little. That's all. I'm never going to fight you. I'd rather keep my nose, Shikamaru said lazily. The group of friends shared a small laugh. Even Sasuke joined in a bit, until Irika finally entered the room to announce the final exam. All right, everyone, now it's time for the Ninjutsu exam. As a gentle reminder, each student must successfully perform the transformation jutsu, their substitution jutsu, and finally the clone jutsu. Remember, you must produce at least 4 clones to graduate. I will call your names in alphabetical order, and once I do, you may proceed to the exam area. Exam, good luck. Irika then leaves the room before calling the first student to the exam area in alphabetical order. Well, this might take a while, Naruto said, a little nervous. Not for me. My name starts with a CG. I'm so nervous. I'm hungry now, Choji says sadly as he rubs his empty belly. Don't worry, Choji. I'm sure we'll all be fine, Shikamaru says, trying to reassure his best friend. You're right, Shikamaru. Besides, if I pass, my mother told me she'll cook me a big feast just for me, says Choji with a bit of drool escaping from his open mouth. That's nothing. My mom says she'll teach me new jutsu when I pass. He. Kiba says confidently and excited to learn his clan signature technique. My father said he'd have a surprise for me if he passed away. What I think it is, I can only assume a nice family dinner, said Shino logically. My mom said she'll make me a cake if I pass, and I hope it's vanilla, says Sakura with a giggle at the end. And she wasn't smiling at her friend's happy conversation until she noticed Naruto suddenly feeling down at the mention of his friends' exciting plans to celebrate with their families. Sometimes even she can forget that her dear Whiskers doesn't have a real family because he always looks so happy But in reality, he was always sad because he had no one to come home to. Seeing him look so sad made her feel sad. She too felt like she just wanted to give him a big hug just to cheer him up. Even Hinata notices the same reaction with Sasuke. Ino looked at Hinata, and the latter looked back at her then. They nodded, thinking they had the same idea. Hey guys, how about after the exam, we all celebrate together? Maybe at that barbecue restaurant that Choji likes so much, says Hinata shyly, while playing with her fingers. Yeah, it will be fun. We'll be together for the last time before they separate us into teams. And who knows, it may be a long time before we see each other again. Ino added casually, trying to convince her friend to celebrate with Naruto. I'm fine with that, says Sakura, happy you had me at the barbecue, says Choji with a bit of drool, thinking the barbecue might be troublesome for my mother. So count me in, says Shikamaru, surprisingly happy to annoy his mother. Well, I guess I can always learn my mother's judo later, Kiba says, as if he doesn't care. Just hope his mother doesn't take back her offer. I'm in no rush, therefore it's acceptable, says Shino with his logic. Then Naruto-kun, what do you say you want join us? Ino asked the depressed blonde with a bright smile. Naruto knew what Ino was trying to do and couldn't help but smile at her sincere gesture. He didn't want any pity parties from his friends because of his loneliness, but he also appreciated that she didn't use that as the main reason for them to spend time together. Sure, count me in, Naruto says with a warm smile to his Yamanaka girlfriend, who in turn smiles back. Sasuke-kun, do you want to join us? Yada nervously asks his crush, hoping that she can get a chance to spend more time with him. Whatever, Sasuke says with a lazy smile. Sasuke has been a little more open lately thanks to Hinata and Naruto's support, while he wasn't a fan of pale meetings. The gloomy Yukiya still doesn't have the heart to see Hinata sad or disappointed. Seeing her smile when he said yes made him smile too. One by one, each student had been called into the exam room, but Naruto got more nervous than ever because he knows for a fact that there is no way he can perform the clone jutsu thanks to his cage-level chakra reserves. Despite his overwhelming training with chakra control, the blonde Senju was lucky enough to create 2 clones, but 4 was already too much. The amount of chakra needed for this jutsu is too small for him. It will be like trying to fill a small glass with a large puddle of water without spilling a drop. Naruto, Senju Irika called out his name from the speaker. Naruto finally heard his name as he made his way reluctantly to the exam area. When Naruto enters the room, he sees Irika sitting behind a large table with 4 other chunins between them. At his table, there were many of them also with new ones. When Naruto saw the beautiful fabric and the metal, he couldn't help but smile. Like he always wanted one since he decided to become a shinobi of Konoha. His smile faded when he saw one of the chunins face his correction. Broken face Mookie managed to get out of the infirmary early and is now sitting behind the table next to Irika, glaring daggers at the blonde Senju. Her face was slightly bruised and her nose was heavily plastered and covered in bandages. Naruto couldn't help but laugh in the back of his throat at the pathetic sight of his saboteur. But Mizuki noticed the laughter and his glare intensified. Damn demon laugh all you want, little punk. There's no way you're passing the clone jutsu. And when that happens, my plans will come true, ha ha. And when you bring me what I want, I will finally kill you and rid this world of your evil damn demon. Mookie, he thought with a cunning assumption, thinking that the Gene Sway will definitely fail and he will use it to steal Lokage himself. Okay, Naruto, you know the drill. We'll start with the transformation jutsu first. When you're ready, instructed Hokage. Naruto nodded as he made a one-hand seal and transformed into the first person he could think of, his legendary grandfather, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, in all his blue-armored glory. He is her second, was all Irika could say. Irika was dumbfounded since he didn't know that Naruto knew what the second Hokage looked like. Irika went to inspect the transformation to see any flaws and found none. It was the perfect copy of a second leader of his village. Excellent job, Naruto, says Irika with a smile. Now, please perform the substitution jutsu. He asked the blonde for another chunin. Naruto then did some hand seals and switched places with Irika. Irika is now standing where Naruto was, and Naruto is sitting where he sat. Irika, tada, says Naruto, as if it weren't a great thing. I didn't want to change places with me, Naruto, said Irika with an annoyed mark on his head. Well, there are no logs of wood to lift around here. Isn't that right, Irika-sensei? Pointed out Naruto with a smile, trying to defend his actions with a smart comment. Fair point, Mookie. please remind me next time to fill the exam room with some logs of wood, he said Irika to his assistant. He will do it, Irika, says Mizuki with a fake smile, but secretly cursing both Chunning and Jinchuriki. Naruto went back to where, and Irika took his seat again. Okay, Naruto, now it's time for the Klon Jutsu, said Mizuki with a fake smile, but inside he was smiling and laughing maniacally at the pending failure of the Jinchuriki. Naruto took a deep breath for this, trying to get rid of his nervousness. But then he remembered the last-minute training he had with the third box 2 days ago, Hokage office 2 days ago. Naruto-kun, thanks for coming on such short notice, says Rin with a smile to his blonde apprentice. No problem, sensei, of any way I was planning on visiting you soon, says Naruto happily to his grandfather figure / sensei. I'm surprised you don't call me any more Gigi. I miss him. Well, don't get upset, you're still my Gigi. I just won't call you like that when you're on duty or in the office. I appreciate your sense of respect, my son. You truly are your father's son. But now let's get down to business. You're going to take the Henin exams in 2 days, right? Yes, sensei. Well, I'm sure you're aware that you need to perform the clone jutsu to graduate, yes, but I still can't pass 2 clones, and I know I need 4 to graduate. So I'm kind of here language, sorry, sensei. It's really hard to perform that stupid jutsu when you have so much. Churka, I understand how you feel, my son. Even I can't do that stupid jutsu anymore. But despite everything, the clone jutsu has always been a part of the Genin exams, and even I can't change the rules just because of you, asterisk. So what am I going to do? I only have 2 days left, and it took me a month just to make 2 clones acceptable. I said I can't change the rules, but I never said I can't bend a little for you. What do you mean, sensei? Well, according to the rules, it says you need to perform a clone jutsu to graduate, but it didn't specifically say the basic clone jutsu, just a clone jutsu, a clone jutsu. So what you're saying is exactly, my son, would you like to learn another clone jutsu, a better clone jutsu one that's perfect for someone with your chakra reserves? And I mentioned it was created by your grandfather. So you're interested, Yusin said with a smile at the end, sensei. When you've made the sale stop selling demons, yes. And what is it called? It's called Return to the Exam Area. Naruto opened his eyes after remembering the training he had with the third box, and a confident smile appears on his face. When you're ready, Naruto, said Mookie with a fake smile, but laughing inside at the impending failure of the demon in front of him. Naruto saw through Mitsuki's fake smile and couldn't help but smile at the new prick in his life, the blonde Senju. He made a cross sign with his fingers and shouted multiple shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly, a large accumulation of clouds appeared, and when the smoke cleared, there were 20 Naruto-s standing in front of the Chunins with faces of astonishment. What impossible? How is the demon capable of performing such a jutsu? Mookie practically screamed at his head at Naruto. Are those, he asked Hoka, still amazed. Shadow clones, Yuka-sensei. Solid copies of yours, really, said Naruto. With an impressive smile, Naruto had never seen a student before from the academy perform AB-ranked jutsu with such ease. Irika said proudly for his student debut. But it's not the clone jutsu that's required to pass, right, Irika? Mookie stated nervously, hoping his statement was correct and the demon had actually failed the rules. Say, you need a clone jutsu. They never specified exactly what cloning technique. So the academy simply chose the basic clone jutsu as default since it was the lowest level cloning technique for the students. Irika defended Naruto's results. Congratulations, Naruto, you graduate, said Irika with a proud smile as he handed Naruto his headband. No, Mookie shouted desperately in his head. Yes, thank you, Irika-sensei, but I hope you still remember our promise. You said you would invite me to eat ramen if I passed by. Well, I hope you just receive your salary. And Naruto said as he happily took the headband from Irika's hand and proudly wore it around his forehead. Please have mercy on me, Naruto Wallet, said Irika with anime tears starting to fall from his eyes. Okay, fine, I won't ask for more than 10, however we will do it tomorrow tonight. I'm celebrating with my friends, said Naruto with a smile. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto, said Irika with his own smile to his secret favorite student. Naruto happily leaves the exam room, leaving behind a very angry Mizuki. Damn, demon, my plan depended on me. Failing, you must have cheated. Calm down, Mookie. The plan just needs to change. That's all. I need to find some other fool. These stupid kids would do anything to pass these stupid exams. And once that's done, I'll finally get the power I deserve. Ha 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 ha. Outside the Shinobi Academy, as Naruto proudly walked towards the entrance of the academy, his friends immediately surrounded him and not being the first as she tackled him with a big hug. Congratulations, Naruto. Kuin, I knew you could do it, Ino said with her bright smile, making Naruto blush heavily. Then she noticed his cone headband that was now tied around her waist like a belt. Ha ha ha. Thanks, H-chan. I knew you could do it too. So you guys were waiting for me this whole time, blonde Senju asked, feeling very crazy that his friends were waiting for him. Of course, nonsense. We have a plan, remember. Besides, we were also waiting for the SSS, said HS. Oh, behave, H-chan, said Naruto with a mocking tone and a smile. What in no tea, cow? I mean our friends with their names that start with an S like Sakura, Shikamaru, Sasuke. And Shino isn't that S pervert, Ino screamed, blushing at her boyfriend's perverted assumption. Oh, come on, Ino, don't pretend you don't want Naruto's. Kiba didn't get to finish his sentence as he felt Ino's large shadow over him. Kiba, I swear to God, if you finish that sentence, I will cheer you up, Ino said, Ino in a calm but sinister tone. Swallowing was all Kiba could do for fear of losing his manhood to the angry blonde Naruto. Screamed the happy Sakura, Aruno, as she ran and wrapped her arms around Ino's neck. Naruto from behind as she pushed her cheek against his. This makes Naruto blush a little, and Ino's right eye twitch. Look, what happened, Naruto Kuin? I look pretty with my headband on, asked Sakura, as she cutely posed for her blonde crush, trying to get his opinion. Ino then activated her mind transmission jutsu with her blonde paramour, so she can talk to him privately. If you say yes, I'll strangle her, says Ino in Naruto's mind, but Naruto ignored it, as he always has a soft spot for his friend from pink hair. You look great, Sakura-chan. Naruto complimented her with a warm smile. Be Naruto Kuin, what did I just say? Ino practically screamed in her mind. Well, I didn't say yes, right? Besides, I can't be mean to her, Ino-chan. She just wants me to compliment her. That's all, Naruto says in his mind, trying to prove that it was just an innocent compliment. Oh, Miss Sweet Sweet Whiskers, so smart yet so naive. Look what you're already doing to her, she told her blonde boyfriend to see what her innocent compliment had done to Sakura. Naruto. Then he saw Sakura blush completely and finally faint from her savior's sweet compliment. Wow, maybe I should cut back on my compliments a bit. This has been happening a lot lately, Naruto thought with a tired sigh. But he couldn't hear clearly and agreed, well, it does resemble the dope step. Sasuke, along with Shikamaru and Shino, finally joins the group with their diadems on, indicating that they have graduated as well. Of course, team, someone has to make sure to kick your ass in the moment your head grows, Naruto says with a smile to his best friend. I'm so happy you passed, Sasuke, said Hinata, blushing as she shyly played with her fingers. Thanks, Hinata. You too, said Sasuke with a small smile to his favorite girl. Yuga sighed, troubled. I didn't even want to pass. The reason I tried is because I kept hearing Naruto and my mother's voice in my head. Thanks to you, I'll have more work soon, said Shikamaru lazily. The best thing is think positive, Shikamaru. Sen, why do you ask? Is because Naruto, Sam will make sure that you become the great shinobi that he knows you could be, said Shino with his logic. While I don't mind positive reinforcement, it can be towards mediocre shinobi ass, Shikamaru, hoping that his second best friend doesn't push him too hard. No way, Shikamaru, you're a very smart guy, and I know that you could be a great shinobi if you put in a little effort, and as your friend, I will make sure that you make that happen, said Naruto with a smile. Sincere, since she truly believes in her pineapple-haired best friend, sigh, troublesome blonde, fine. But if you're not on the same team as me, you can forget about my greatness, cause I'll be sleeping most of the time without you constantly bothering me, Shikamaru said. Honestly, how did I know that without Naruto, he would just go back to his glory days, sleeping? Don't worry, Shikamaru, if you're on the same team as Naruto Kuin, and I will make sure to always get you off your lazy ass, said Ino with a smile, as she liked the idea of Naruto and her literally beating the Nara's laziness. Hey, what makes you think Naruto Kuin will be on your team? Ino. Sakura manages to regain her consciousness and heard Ino's unfair assumption about the location of her crush's team. Because it's fate, Sakura, him and I are always together, and him and I will always be together, says Ino with a smile as she places her hands on her hips confidently. As the two kunoichis argue over who should be on Naruto's team, the rest of the gang also shared similar thought. They all see Naruto as their leader, even Sasuke, but he won't admit it. He was the one who brought them all together, and each and every one of them would be more than happy to be on his team. The blonde Senju is not only smart and strong, but he also inspires strength and unity. He was practically his Hokage already, while Naruto tries to calm down his girlfriend, already his favorite fangirl. he saw a blonde girl with glasses running past them, crying in disappointment. Naruto recognizes her as one of his classmates looked at his retreating figure and could only assume that she failed the exam like everyone else. He immediately felt bad for her and thought that maybe he should help her. But then he felt the same emotion of malice radiating from somewhere around him. He recognized her prop easily. His eyes narrowed as he continued to wonder, "What are you doing, Mookie?" Naruto says quietly. It was a time of celebration. Naruto and his friends had finally graduated, and they were heading to Yakin-Koku, the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha. The 9 rookie genins were chatting amongst themselves as they walked happily and excited for their future as Konoha shinobi, but the blonde Senju was still worried about why Mookie was desperately trying to sabotage his exams and why his Aeons were so incredibly hostile toward him. Naruto had sensed many negative emotions amongst the villagers who still held prejudices against him, but they were never as dark and full of malice as the of the Chunin. Also wondered about the blonde girl who ran past him earlier and why Mitsuki's chakra signature followed his own. Something wasn't right. He just knows. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Ino asked her boyfriend thoughtfully. Yes, sorry. I was just thinking. Naruto replied honestly. What a fool. Sasuke asked his best friend Senju despite the nickname. Well, any of you know the girl who ran past us earlier? Naruto asked all his friends. Girl, what do you look like? Asked Choji. Well, she has light blonde hair that is tied in a loose ponytail with a few strands sticking out. She also wore swirly tinted glasses, and I think she's from our class. Does that sound familiar to you? Asked Naruto as he tried to remember all the little details he knew about the girl. I think the girl you are describing is Shio. Naruto-kun answered. Sakura to her blonde crush. Shio? Naruto asked his pink-haired friend. Yes, she is a very quiet girl in class, but in reality, she is super smart, especially when it comes to deciphering codes, added Sakura, trying to remember everything she knows about Naruto's mysterious girl. Why are you asking about her all of a sudden? Naruto-kun asked Ino with a slight jealous tone as she ran past us earlier. I think she was crying. I don't think she passed the exam. Naruto replied sadly. Oh man, that sucks, added Kiba with a sad tone. Yeah. And I guess it bothers me so much that it's hard for me to get into a mood celebration right now, especially when I know someone else is going through a hard time. Naruto says sincerely, you are a very kind person. Naruto said you have always been kind to those in need. What do you propose we do? Shino asks his first friend. Well, maybe we can invite her to come with us. It might cheer her up if we show her our support. Hinata made her suggestion with a soft tone. I don't care how many girls, the better. Kiba says happily he likes the idea of another girl joining a small group. Don't make Hinata Kiba's kind gesture weird, says Sasuke with a deadpan look. Well, I don't care either. This group could use another female member, said Ino with a confident smile. Let her settle down. But who's going to look for her? Shikamaru asked the group, hoping it wasn't him. Well, since I was the one who mentioned it, I should go look for her. And luckily it's still early, so we'll meet later at Yakin-Koku at 7 p.m. Naruto suggested. I'll go with you. Ino insisted. Ino then activated her mental transmission with Naruto so they can talk in private for a moment. Don't trust me with another girl, right? Naruto asked with a smile on his mind. No, I just don't trust the other girl with you. There's a difference, said Ino in her mind. She really hates herself for being the jealous type, but when her boyfriend looks like Naruto, Senju, sometimes she can't help but feel worried and insecure. Come on, and you don't know, we're just trying to help her, right? Naruto tries to reassure her. I know, but still you shouldn't have to do it alone, and I want to help. Plus, maybe you and I can finally spend some time alone, Ino said with a wink at the end. LOLs. You wish, milady, says Naruto with a smile. He absolutely adores his cute blonde girlfriend. Ino then deactivates his jutsu, stopping the mind link between them. Okay, Ino, and I will go find Shio. We'll meet you later at 7. Naruto addresses all of his friends as the group split up. Naruto and Ino went to find their partner blonde class with glasses too. Hours later, Nero and No went to the academy, first asking about Shio, but no one had seen her since the exams when someone told them that she had been last seen talking to a Konoha tuning instructor with white hair and a bandaged nose. Was when Naruto started to worry a lot. Then he sent 20 of his shadow clones to explore the village and even ordered one of them to inform the Hokage of his concerns. Yuzin had already explained to him the secrets of the clone jutsu of shadows to the blonde Senju. Once a shadow clone is dispelled, all memories and everything the clone had experienced will return to the original. Naruto thought the Hutsu was an absolute masterpiece for training and exploration, especially for someone with his chakra reserves. But he puts that exciting thought on hold as he continues to search for his classmate and the suspected Chunin. But then after sensing one of his clones had dissipated, he suddenly received terrible news from he. Apparently, the clone overheard a group of Chunins mention that Shio had stolen the scroll of seals from the Hokage office. Yuan was in an important meeting with the council at the time. So it was an easy steal for the academy. The village is now on high alert. All shinobi above Jin in rank were tasked with finding her, and the scroll. Naruto quickly informs Ino, and the blonde couple immediately runs towards where the Senju could sense a small trace of the Shio chakra signature leading to a wooded area near the Konoha Gate. Wooded area. 10 met from the Konoha Gate. Are you sure this is where you felt Shio chakra? Naruto Kuin asked Ino to the blonde Senju. Positive, but is there a way to be sure? Naruto then knelt down and placed his index finger on the ground as he closed his eyes to concentrate. He was able to identify 2 chakra signatures. Near them, one was low Jining level and the other was mid Chunin level. Naruto opens his eyes snap, and quickly turns his head in the direction of the 2 people he found. Come on, I think I found her, Naruto said before leading the Yamanaka to the place while the blonde couple headed to the area where Naruto had accurately suspected where Shio and Muki were. The couple immediately hid behind a couple of trees to witness the scene that was happening between the blonde girl with glasses who was standing on the ground with the scroll in her hand and the giant shuriken wielding Chunin who was standing on it on a tree branch. Well done. Shio, now hand over the scroll, and you will be a genin, said Mizuki with a sinister smile. But Mizuki-sensei, I don't understand why 2 Chunins were chasing me. Before, why do they think I stole the scroll? I thought you said this was a test. Shio says fearfully as she holds the giant scroll tightly in her hands. Oh, that's good. The thing is, Shio, you stole the scroll, idiot, yelled Muki. His smile never left his smug face. What? Shio asks. Why? Surprise, I made up the whole test, yelled Muki with a smile. But why? Asked Shio with tears starting to fall from her eyes. So can you steal the scroll of seals from me? Of course. I knew you were so gullible that you would do anything just to wear this stupid headband. Spat Muki as she took off the headband and stomped on it. You lied to me. You used me, says Shio with more tears coming out her eyes. LOL, of course I did. And all I have to do now is kill you here and blame your death on that damn thing, demon, says Muki with his wide grin. I like the idea of the demon boy who broke his nose also falling with Naruto. Yo, that son of Ino practically wants to scream Ino mind link now, says Naruto quickly, so they can strategize and silence Ino. Then made a hand sign and reconnected her mind with Naruto's. Okay, I'm going to create a shadow clone and have it replace itself with Shio once she's safe and here with us. I need you to take her and get her to the as far away from here as possible, says Naruto with a serious tone in his mind. What? No, I'm not going to let you fight alone against this manipulative bastard. I'm staying too. And Lucho, I mean, you heard what he said a moment ago, right? That son of a bitch wants to frame you for his murder, Ino shouted in her mind. Yes, I did. That's why I'm going to break more parts of her stupid face. But the most important thing is that Shio still needs one of us if she wants to get out of this alive. If she leaves with the scroll alone, the other Chunins, well, they will kill her if they catch her. But you as a Konoha Genin can answer for her and explain the situation to them. Plus, if that bastard wants the demon, I mean, I'll be the perfect distraction for your escape. Naruto tried to rationalize as he explained his plan. I hate it. When you're right, fine, we're going to do this, but please be careful, Naruto-kun, says Ino with a worried tone in his mind, of course, and Chan. Just make sure to keep Shio out, says Naruto with a smile. Naruto then made a single shadow clone right next to him, sighed, and transformed it into Shio for added authenticity and believability that Muki won't know he is outside. Help before Naruto can perform his surprise attack with Shio, and Muki then pulls out one of the 2 oversized shuriken from her back and begins to spin it in the large ring in the middle. Shio was still in shock from the deception and was paralyzed with fear that she was about to be killed by her manipulative former instructor. Don't worry, you're doing Konoha a service with your death. The demon will finally be killed. Goodbye, Shio, yelled Muki before throwing the giant shuriken at the blonde girl. Shio closes her eyes in fear, waiting for her untimely death. Seeing this as her only chance, Naruto ordered his transformed clone to replace Shio. Immediately, Shio was still holding the scroll, so he managed to get them both to safety The shuriken hits the transformed clone head on dissipating worry Naruto. Sen, what are you doing here? Shio asks, recognizing his two popular classmates. We're here to rescue you, Shio, now. Come on, we have to get you to the scroll, to a safe place, said Ino with a calm and reassuring tone. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention, Shio says, fearful, embarrassed by her naivety. We know we heard everything, but don't worry, we'll make sure nothing happens to you, says Naruto with a reassuring smile. Ino then began to lead Shio away from the site, but not before giving Naruto a small kiss on the cheek for good luck. When Naruto noticed that the two blonde girls were now at a safe distance, he turned around and saw Nuki, who was still looking around in panic, cursing and wondering where Shio had disappeared. Suddenly Naruto then proceeded to silently run up behind Mookie and did several quick hand seals. Liquid bullet water style. Naruto spat a surprisingly large orb of water out of his mouth onto the back of the suspected Mookie. The white-haired Chunin was taken by surprise and flew off the tree branch he was standing on, and he crashed into the ground with force. Mookie felt a lot of pain around his body as he struggled to get up. The second large shuriken on his back was completely shattered when the powerful water orb collided with it. The water ball would have broken his entire spine if it weren't for the shuriken. Naruto then jumps from where he was and falls to the ground, now face to face with the treacherous Chunin. Mookie looked in anger at the Jinchuriki in front of him. Why is he here? The demon wonders. However, a smile appeared on his face as he had finally been given the golden opportunity to kill the demon boy in person. Well, if it's not Naruto, Senju, you're still pretending to be a hero again, right? Mizuki said with an arrogant smile. What do you mean by pretending? You pinch Shio is, and you'll never hurt her again, Naruto said in a calm voice. Ha ha, you pretend? Why can't you be a demon hero? Yelled Mookie in disgust. If I'm a demon, then what are you, Mookie? What kind of monster turns a student's trust into deceit? I heard everything you said to Shio, you bastard, but I still don't understand your reasons for stealing the scroll. Naruto says calmly with a deadpan look at his former Chunin instructor. Ha ha ha, I am a man of ambition, Naruto, not a monster like you, and with the scroll of seals, I will finally obtain the power I deserve when I personally deliver it to Lord Orochimaru, says Mookie with an evil smile. Orochimaru the traitor. Well, I guess it takes one to know one, he says. Naruto, trying to calm the boiling rage that is building up in his blood. You call him traitor, but it was this damn village, the one that betrayed his genius. Lord Orochimaru was able to see the future, and it is beautiful, a future in which he will be the most powerful being in the world, and he will rule everything with an iron fist, and Mookie will be there by his side. He will reward my loyalty. With more power, there is no power much greater than Lord Orochimaru, says Mitsuki with a smile, proud of his betrayal and lust for power. Be careful, Mookie. If you keep caressing his imaginary, will run all over your broken nose, said Naruto with his own snotty and respectful smile. You will pay for disrespecting Lord Orochimaru, yelled Mookie. Mookie was clenching his teeth in anger, but then his mouth turned into an evil smile as he now knows the best way to break the boy's spirit before he kills him. Tell me, Naruto, have you ever wondered why the people of the village hated you so much, why they treated you with such anger and disgust? You see, the third box made an S-rank law so that everyone wouldn't tell the truth, a simple truth of what you really are. Mookie continues with the same smile, without leaving his face, and that is asked Naruto, with a bored tone, feeling that he already knew the answer. The truth is you're the nine-tailed demon fox, shouted Mookie, with a face of satisfaction. Yes, then Naruto said with a bored tone, what did you know? Mookie was surprised, since the boy was not fazed by the supposed news that broke the spirit. Asterisk side, asterisk, you know, I've been keeping this for a long time, such maybe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to finally let it out. Naruto says in a tired voice, the correct term is Gene Sway. I am the Gene Sway of the Curie, not the Nine Tails himself, you stupid, ignorant, prejudiced son of Naruto, he suddenly yelled with a second voice at the end, as if Kurama was yelling next to him, which makes the white-haired Chunin's face turn pale. I didn't ask to be the container of the Nine Tails, but I am, and you know what, I'm proud because the fourth chose me, because he believed in me. He gave his life to protect useless and ungrateful scum like you, and you have the audacity to betray your people, my people, and you dare call me a monster when you try to kill an innocent girl after lying to her face. Naruto is finally letting out all of his pent-up anger and frustrations at the traitorous Chunin. Mookie was silenced as he could literally feel a huge sense of fear building up within him. Naruto then took a deep breath to calm himself. "I can forgive many things, Mookie, but not this. You not. Why have you crossed a line?" Naruto then proceeded to do several unique hand seals and slammed his hand into the ground. Ice-style frozen trapping. Feel the ground beneath Mitsuki began to freeze as he is now trapped up to his ankles in a thick block of ice infused with chakra. "What the hell, do you have a henkai ki?" yelled Mookie in a state of intense panic and shock. But Naruto ignores his question as he continues to stare at the treacherous Chunning with a deadpan look. "Issue Mitsuki for breaking the S-rank law. Third case in murder of an innocent, grand theft and high treason. I, Naruto, Senju Jinin of Konoha, sentence you to die. Do you have any last words?" says Naruto with a calm and monotonous voice. "No, don't you dare demo Mookie. He didn't get to finish his last sentence." "I thought so." Naruto then performed several hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind-style vacuum bullets. Naruto then launched several pressurized air balls the size of a bullet at the white-haired traitor. Trapped, the bullets traveled at an extremely high speed while they pierced through Mitsuki's vulnerable flesh. Multiple holes were developing in Mitsuki's stomach, chest, thighs, shoulders, and neck. He screamed in agonizing pain until it finally stopped. Mookie's body fell lifeless to the frozen ground beneath him as buckets of blood poured out his body. The ice field broke free and dissolved into water, leaving no trace of Naruto's liaison. As soon as the adrenaline wore off, Naruto finally realized what he had done. He had just killed someone he had just of killing for the first time, and it was very violent, feeling sick to his stomach. Naruto knelt down and vomited a little. His hands were shaking as tears began to fall from his eyes. For the first time in his life, he had never felt so disgusted with himself. He was now a murderer. Then he felt a soft hand gently rest on his shoulder. Naruto turned around and saw Ino standing next to him with a sad look on her face. Seeing her beloved boyfriend crying over what he had to do made her want to cry too. She didn't say nothing as she kneels down at his sides and hugs him tightly. Naruto hugged her back as he continues to cry on her shoulder. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. It's okay," Ino whispers into Naruto's ear as she gently rubs his back, trying to comfort her precious paramour. The best she can. Hokage office. An hour later, Naruto, Ino, and Shio are now standing in front of the third box. Shio manages to explain her side of the story, and both Naruto and Ino were able to vouch for her, as they were the witnesses of the whole situation. Yusin, of course, he forgave and forgiven Shio for his indirect crimes against the village and says that he will not be responsible for anything that happened. "You can all go now, except for you, Naruto. I have some things to discuss with you," Yusin says to the blonde trio. Ino and Shio respectfully bowed their heads to their village leader before leaving. Ino turns to look at Naruto. "We'll be right outside," Oji Ino said to the blonde Senju before she and Zayo walked out of the room and closed the door behind them, leaving Naruto alone with the Hokage. "Naruto-kun, I know what happened was very difficult for you by right, and as a shinobi you had all the authority to execute Mookie for his actions, but doing it at such a young age, I know it can't be easy." Asked Hyun worried. "Wasn't it, sensei?" "I really feel like one right now," says Naruto with a depressed tone. "Killing an enemy and learning to live with it is the way of the shinobi, Naruto-kun. There will always be bad people who deserve death, but for those who are strong enough to take their own life, they should never stop, as they need to keep living with their own life," says Yuen, trying to reassure his grandson figure. "Yes, sensei," Naruto answers, but a little hesitantly. He still wasn't sure if he did what was necessary. "By the way, I saw and heard everything after your shadow clone informed me. I kept a close eye on Taimsuki with my telescope jutsu. Thanks to you, his arrogance has revealed his true intentions for the scroll of the said Husen." With a somber tone, Orochimaru said Naruto, with a bit of venom in his voice at the mention of the snake that tormented his older sister figure. Anko ***. Every time I hear that name, I think of all the people that snake had tortured and killed. It was because of my weakness to not kill my former student. More people had suffered and more will continue to suffer because he is still breathing. I am not a perfect Hokage, Naruto-kun. I never was. I am an old fool who made so many mistakes, so many decisions that I was forced to make for the sake of the village, which I am not proud of," says Yuzen, with a little more sadness in the last sentence, thinking about his recent decision regarding a certain clan. "But becoming my new apprentice was the best decision I have made in my life. I still believe that you can achieve great things, my son, for yourself and for the world. And as your sensei, I only ask that you learn from my mistakes and that you use this as an opportunity to strengthen your determination. The will of fire is strong in you, Naruto-kun, and you must continue fanning his flames to light the way for a bright future, says Ruin with a kind smile to his blonde apprentice. Yes, sensei, said Naruto with his own smile, feeling that he needed to hear what his sensei had told him. Now, I will set this Mookie business as your first S-rank assassination mission. You will be paid with a salary of S, but you're not to reveal the details of the mission to anyone. That is understood, Yusin strictly tells the blonde. Yes, sensei, said Naruto with an enthusiastic salute, causing the old Hokage to laugh a bit. Is there anything else I can do for you, my son? Asked Yusin to his grandson. Actually, there is one thing you could do for me with Naruto. Ino and Ryo outside the Hokage Tower. What, Naruto-san? Are you sure? Asked Shio, surprised hearing what the blonde Senju had informed her. Yes, Shio, from this moment on you are officially a genin of Konoha, says Naruto with a bright smile as he hands him a Konoha headband. Go. But I didn't pass the exam, says Shio, a little dejected, feeling that he didn't deserve the rank. True, but judging because of your level of intelligence and code-breaking skills, the Hokage is willing to make a special exception for you. But instead of a gening team, you will be placed in the Cyper Corp, where you can put your talents to good use for the good of the village. I hope that's okay with you, Naruto asks, hoping she won't be too disappointed that she wasn't put on a gening team like everyone else. Naruto, son, I don't know what to say. Thank you very much, Shio says with a grateful smile, with some tears of happiness threatening to fall from her eyes. Yes, Naruto-kun, that is really very kind of you, I say with pride. Her boyfriend's generosity and kindness towards others. Everyone deserves the chance to prove themselves. You may not be the strongest kunoichi in our class, but there are other ways to be the best you can be, and I know that's not what you originally wanted, but I believe that you will be a valuable asset to Cirque. Naruto says with a hopeful smile. This is more than I could ask for. Many thanks, Naruto. Yo, I don't know how to repay you, asked Shio, feeling very grateful for the blonde Senju's kind consideration towards her. Well, H-chan and I are going to meet our friends in Yannick for a small dinner, celebrating finally becoming gening, and we would love for you to join us, said Naruto with a smile, which surprises the blonde girl wearing glasses. And you want me to hang out with you guys? Asked Shio shyly and hesitantly, feeling that Naruto and his friends had always been in one completely different league than her during the academy. Yes, Shio, it'll be fun, plus our group could use another girl. There's too many guys around, and half the girls, including me, she already thinks Naruto-kun is super cute. But you don't really? Ino asked, nervously, hoping she hadn't accidentally added one of her boyfriend's fans to her group. Naruto-san is handsome, yeah, but I don't think I see him from that era. No offense, Naruto, since Shio said, honestly not taken. Shio said Naruto indifferently. Wait, you don't like Naruto-kun like that? Ino asks in a dumbfounded voice as her face is now inches away from Shio. No, sorry, Shio says with a nervous laugh. But then Shio was suddenly embraced in a tight hug by the platinum blonde girl who was crying tears of happiness in the enigma. Shio, you are my new best friend, yelled Ino as she continued to hug the glasses dressed as a blonde, while Naruto laughs at his girlfriend's antics of finally finding another friend, a part of Hinata. Not to see it in a romantic way, the blonde Senju was very happy to have been able to help Shio achieve her goal of becoming a genin. Seeing her happiness, she was able to lift the blame of Mitsuki's execution from her shoulders. Mitsuki was a true monster. He could have ended the young life of this intelligent and promising girl without a second thought. Now, she knew she had done the right thing, and if she had to do it all over again, she would not repeat her sensei's mistake by showing his weakness to a traitor. Konoha is his home, his friends, or his family. If anyone dares threaten his safety, he will have no mercy on them. This is the way of the Shinobi Hokage Tower registration room. Gening, after Naruto finished taking his ID photo for his Shinobi ID file, he went straight to Hokage Tower to deliver them to his dear old man. Gigi Yusin is now sitting behind a long desk between Irika and another Chunin. He is currently going through everyone's files this year's graduates to determine which potential Gen Imp belongs to which team. Many of this year's graduates are heirs and heiresses of the clan who have great potential to become strong shinobi and kunoichi of Konoha. Many have their own unique talents and strengths, but regardless, they are still children, which requires supervision, training, guidance, and honing field. Experiences, if they are ever to survive, luckily for them, this is not a time of war, but there is still many dangers they might encounter the moment they leave the safety of their village, like criminals, bandits, or something worse, enemy ninja or rogue. When Yuzin opened Naruto's file and saw his picture, he couldn't help but remember his first successor, Minato Namek / Senju Naruto. Looks a lot like his father. Now Minato was a strong and powerful shinobi, but was tragically taken from the world at such a young age. He had a very promising life ahead of him. He had a beautiful wife, who he adores to the core of the end, and a wonderful son that they could have loved and raised together. Yuzin felt very worried about his grandson, Blonde. Finally, the day has come to test his abilities in the real world. Although he does not doubt the skills and intelligence of his apprentice, due to unforeseen tragedies of the past, Yuzin can no longer afford to worry ever for his precious shinobi. His blonde successor and his former sadistic student were excellent examples of this. But when Yuzin sees Naruto standing in front of him with his big violet eyes filled with hope and determination, the old Hokage couldn't help but smile and felt a great sense of tranquility in his heart. He is one of the most dedicated people he has ever met, and thanks to his long years of training, he has become a fine young shinobi. All Yuzin could do at this point as Sense and Hokage is to have faith in his figure of grandson Blonde Naruto. I hope you know that I am very proud of you, my boy. You showed great potential as a shinobi of Konoha, and given your recent yesterday's incident, proved that he knows how to handle any given situation with the utmost need to win. Told the blonde with his voice full of pride. Irika couldn't help but look down at what the Hokage had mentioned about the incident. Like every other Chunin had heard what Mitsuki tried to do yesterday, and Irika couldn't help but feel responsible for the traitor's actions. There was a dangerous snake in his midst, and he let it pass right under his nose. If it wasn't for Naruto, Shio would have been killed, and the scroll of seals would have been lost. Irika then made a mental note to thank his former blonde student by treating him to more ramen. Haha. Thanks, Gritty Sensei. It means a lot coming from you, I promise. I won't let you down, said Naruto, with a bright smile at his Gigi before bowing. Respectfully, suddenly the door behind Naruto burst open, and a small boy in a yellow shirt and a long blue scarf came bursting in with a shuriken in his hand. On instinct, Naruto pulled out his kunai, and he threw it towards the center ring of the boy's shuriken, disarming it very well. Old time for the little boy. He couldn't finish his sentence as the shuriken he had in his hand was instantly snatched from his fingers and pinned into the wall behind him by kunai. The boy was completely shocked by the sudden movement as he tripped over his own scarf, and it slammed into his face. Amaru, what do you think you're doing? Yelled Irika. Side. Naruto, could you help my grandson up? Besides, did you really have to throw a kunai at him? Yuzin asked. What was a reflex? I can't help it. Besides, my aim was the shuriken anyways, so it's no big deal, Naruto answered fairly. Yuzin admitted. Naruto then walks towards the hour identified with Amaru while offering his hand to the little one. Hello, you must be Amaru. Hello, Bence. And he has told me a lot about you, by the way. I'm Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you finally, Naruto says with a calm tone, and gave a warm smile to the boy. Konohamaru looked at the blonde in front of him with awe and admiration in his eyes. He's never met anyone his age that was so cool in his life. The way Naruto disarmed him so easily was a small example of his awesomeness that was great. From this moment on, you will be my boss. Teach me the ways of your coolness, says Konohamaru with stars in his eyes. And you want to be your boss? Asked Naruto, confused by what the boy wanted. Yeah, so I could be as cool as you beat the old man and become Hokage, says Konohamaru with a confident tone. Naruto didn't like the way the little boy addressed his sensei / Gigi. Of course, Yuzin is the boy's real Gigi, but it's clear to Naruto that whoever is teaching the little boy isn't teaching him the right things. There are no shortcuts to becoming an Hokage, especially something as silly as being cool or defeating the current Hokage with a forceful shuriken. Naruto wonders who is this bad teacher. Honorable grandson, there you are. What are you, Lord Hokage? Forgive me for the intrusion. I simply turn around, and the honing says that you saw special. Naruto recognizes the special honing as Ebisu. Now, it finally made sense to the blonde. Naruto absolutely hated Ebisu, while he respected the man's talent for training others. That's all he's really good for when it comes to his actual abilities. As a shinobi, he's far less than desirable, and to top it off, he keeps bragging about them like he's an elite like Kakashi. Naruto also hated the fact that she looked down on him when they first met. Is it possible that Ebisu isn't among the prejudiced villagers that to Naruto because of the K, but instead he thought Naruto was a useless nuisance and mocked his dream of becoming an Hokage, since he believes that only people of high bloodline could reach something like with Hamaru. But it was then when he thought that Naruto's last name was still Uzumaki, when Naruto told him that he is now a Senju Ebisu, turned completely pale when he heard that Naruto is the newest apprentice of Lage. He almost had a heart attack. Ever since then, Aisu has been a complete kiss-off to the blonde Senju, just because of his bloodline acting as if the disrespect he showed him would never happen to Senju-sama. It's good to see you again, Ebisu said with a bow, causing Naruto to roll his eyes. While Iruin and Irika cringe at the brown nose display, no need to apologize, Ebisu. Naruto, you can go back to the academy. Now you better not be late for your spot on the Genin team, Yusin says to his blonde apprentice. Oh, right, I almost forgot. See you later, sensei. Nice to meet you, Konoha. Naruto waves goodbye before making a hand sign and shun Shin. Walks away from a room. Kakashi had finally taught Naruto one of his most desired jutsus. Naruto managed to land a small hit on Kakashi a year ago during their weekly sparring matches, but it was partly thanks to Anko, as she keeps distracting Kakashi with some provocative poses to tease her silver-haired boyfriend regarding their upcoming romantic plans. Kakashi didn't feel embarrassed or defeated after that day. Wow, that's cool, Murue, said Konohamaru with awe, the voice admiring his new boss even more now. Honorable Nieto Senju-sama has always been an excellent shinobi. In fact, I have always believed in him, and I have no doubt that one day he will become Hokage, so you better follow my teachings if you want to become like him, said Ebisu with a proud smile as he adjusted his glasses. Both Yuzen and Irika looked at the special honing with a deadpan look. Both men are fully aware that Ebisu only respects Naruto now because he is a Senju Yuin. He made a mental note to rethink his decision to even consider promoting such a weasel to his ranks. Honing Shinobi Academy, Irika's classroom. All the young graduates looked very excited. They are still considered graduates and not full-fledged Genins yet, because unbeknownst to them, they still have one more test to pass. Sasuke was sitting at the bar brooding next to Hinata, while Shikamaru was sleeping on his desk behind them next to Choji, who was eating a bag of chips. Naruto arrives through Shun Shin in the middle of class, which caught the attention of his classmates. Brag, said Sasuke with a grimace, but he also wanted to learn that jutsu for its convenience. Correction, I am a showman. In fact, I am the greatest showman, said Naruto with a smile as he sat next to Sasuke. Good morning, Naruto. Kuin, says Hinata. Good morning, Hinata. I hope I'm not late, right? Naruto asks. You arrive just in time, Naruto. Kuin, don't worry, not everyone has arrived yet. And Nada, calm down. MMMOS, where is in Sakura? Naruto wonders. Talk about demons. Suddenly everyone felt a small earthquake of many footsteps quickly approaching the back door of the class, along with some squeals from several young females. Ino and Sakura entered through the back door with the rest of the other girls behind them, arguing who got their first aha bargain. Ino, pig. That means I can sit with Naruto. Kuin as Sardbrow. I was totally first. As the two girls continued their childish argument, Naruto, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed while the rest of his friends looked upset. Sasuke, in particular Sakura, knows that you and Ino are together. Sasuke asked with a mark on his head and a monotone voice. No, well, I don't think so. I mean, I'm just as surprised as you that she hasn't realized yet. Naruto says. Naruto, you and Ino weren't holding hands last week when you walked her home, for crying out loud. And I think the cheers, Shikamaru added with a sleepy tone on his cheek, then on the lips when no one was looking, says Naruto, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly at the last part. No one likes a dope tease. Just let the poor girl know that you and Ino are already together. Damn, letting everyone know could be fun to see these fangirls' hopes crushed, said Sasuke with a smile at the end. He just thanks God that Hinata wasn't a fangirl. That's kind of cruel. Sasuke, look, I'll tell him it's okay. It's just not that easy to tell someone that they are one of your closest friends, close, that you don't want to be with them. And yes, I feel terrible for not telling her sooner, I admit it, but Ino and I didn't want everyone to know about us. Yet the reason why you guys know is because we always hang out together, and you could state the obvious. And I'm not a joke. Team Naruto yelled at his best friend Yukiya. Humph, whatever, Tobe. But I'm telling you, the longer you wait, the harder it will be, said Sasuke in a surprisingly worried voice. I know. But not today. Please, today is supposed to be a great day. You remember, when they finally put us on a gening team and we become real ninjas. So let's not mention my love life And I messed up Kasla, okay, says Naruto matter-of-fact Irika, then walks into the classroom after coming back from Hokage Tower. He is now holding a clipboard with the list of teams that has already been decided by the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Hokage Yusen's office had summoned all of his Konoha honings to his office for a supposedly short briefing on the selections and team locations, but thanks to a certain purple-haired Kunoichi, the briefing was anything but short. What do you mean, Kakashi? And I can't be Naruto-sensei come. Oh man, finally I'm a honing now, and I want my Gaki on my Genin team, yelled by the very angry and Komitas, and while waving her arms asterisk, special Jonin asterisk, the newly promoted Han and best friend of the purple-haired Kuni Urinai, says slyly, and shut up Urinai, Anko yelled at her friend. With an embarrassed blush, she still can't believe that she was only promoted to Jonin, especially just because of her lack of tactical skills during her honing exams, while the Jinjutsu mistress became a full-fledged honing. But Karina and Anko are not wrong. You need to be a honing to have a Genin team. But more importantly, even if you were the fact that you and Kakashi already have a pre-existing relationship with Naruto, I don't think I can be objective when it comes to him or his training. Plus, it would be unfair to the other two Genins. If you were to show favoritism towards him, it's the same reason I haven't placed Hinata Yuga on Kurinai's team. Yusen tells the purple-haired Kunoichi favoritism. Well, that's the pot calling the kettle black, says Anko, with a deadpan look. Burn were the thoughts of the other honings since Anko managed to burn their respected leader. If you mean my old student TR, Yeroyi, your bastard of a sensei, then I won't disagree, but my decision is final. But rest assured that Naruto's training will be put in Asuma's capable hands. I'm sure Naruto will learn well under him, said Yuzen as he looked at his son, honing with confidence, and was able to finish with a reassuring tone. He knows full well that Hanko sees his blonde apprentice as a precious little brother figure. The same can be said of Kakashi, and pouted in frustration and suddenly disappeared at high speed, reappearing behind Kakashi as she tenderly jumps on his back with her hands on his shoulders or breast pressing against him as her legs look numb on the ground. Ki-kun, you must take me from now on. I can't feel my legs. Not just you, I've been denied to be our Gaki-sensei, but our dear old Hokage has gone senile. We must move away, take our, and start our own village together. And we will call it in Kotu, a wonderful place where no one can tell us that we can't be our Gaki-sensei, Anko says in an exaggerated manner with some sad anime tears at her out of place, yet passionate statement. Now, don't be so dramatic on Kachin, also Odin in sense. And anyways, Kakashi asked his overly dramatic and not so secret girlfriend. I don't care if it's with Gotti, I'm playing favorites, while you and old man Anko finally admits defeat as she realizes he will definitely show favoritism for Naruto. Anko, please behave yourself. And for the love of get off Kakashi, said Karina, and with a tired sigh, feeling her immature friend can be a little inappropriate at times, but Hanko sees this as an opportunity to tease her raven-haired friend. Why jealous? Unlike you guys, I proudly hug my big strong man. Don't you almost, Cohen, says Anko with a smile, and felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw Karina and her presumed boyfriend Asuma's salad toy blush their cheeks. However, she's not wrong, says Kakashi with a smile as he slyly supports his girlfriend's teasing of her classmates' honings in 6yo. I don't know what you're talking about, says Kieran with a deeper embarrassed blush on his cheeks as he looks away from the odd couple, an appropriate nickname that was given to the two most disturbed individuals in Konoha, Anko and Kakashi, and he succeeded, says Anko with a victorious smile. That's enough, let's move on to more pressing matters, please. Now, I would like only Kakashi, Asuma, and Kinai to remain while the rest of you are dismissed, and since you still refuse to let go of Kakashi, I suppose you may as well stay. Anko Yusen addresses all of his honings. Yes, says Anko as she happily raises her fist in the air while still clinging to Kakashi like a life raft. Maybe she wasn't joking when she said she can't feel her legs when all the other honings and special honings left Hokage's office. Yusen finally gets to argue with the three honings plus one in front of him. I'm sure you're all wondering why he selected these particular genins on his teams. Well, the key word is simple. Balance. Although originally I had planned to choose a team with a specific specialty like an assault team, a tracking team, and a team specialized in loss like the upcoming Hino Shiko, but after some reflection, I realized that the formation is completely flawed, especially for a gening team. Without experts, each team needs one and the other. Specifically, each team must have an assault specialist from muscle, a tracking specialist to locate targets, while the third member can be for support, either medical or long range, explains Yusin. Forgive me, Parrot Cage, but can you explain us more about why for the placement of this team? Asked Kurenai, according to the reports of the Academy Naruto. Senju and Sasuke Uchiha are the main candidates for this year's Rookie of the Year, while Shino, Aburame, Yada-Yuga, Yamanaka are not far behind them. There are 4 Genins among the 9 chosen that have sensory abilities will distribute 1 in each team, while 1 team will have the advantage of having 2, explains Yusin. For I understand the girl Yuga, the Inuzuka, and the boys Aburame, but who is the 4th censor? Asks Suma. That will be Naruto Senju. I will not say more about his abilities, as soon you will go by yourself to Suma, but during your training sessions with me and Kakashi, I can say for sure that he is a talented censor and a capable ninjutsu specialist. And Nada Yuga will be the team's censor, while Kiba, Inuzuka, Shino, Aburame, they will be on Team 8, says Yusin before continuing. Plus, it was the council's decision that Sasuke Uchiha be taught by Kakashi to help him train and advance the progress of his Sharingan once he awakens them. And for once I agree with the council. But not for the same reasons Naruto, Kuni, and Nazen had largely distanced Sasuke from his dark desires for revenge, and thanks to them, he has become warmer with the others, and as much as he wants those 3 to be together on the same team, the balance of power does not will be the same as the rest. That's why Sasuke and Inshan will be placed on Team 7 with Kakashi, while Naruto Kun will be placed on Team 10 with Asuma, since it's been reported that he's the strongest of the 3. Yusin says with a bit of pride in his voice. Forgive me again, Parrot Cage, but I can't help but feel like I got the short end of the stick. Karina asks dejectedly, since she didn't get any of the 3 strongest stuff. This year's Jenin graduates, she still prefers to have Anada on her team. I'm sorry you feel that way, Kurenai, but don't underestimate your student. Shino is still said to be the 3rd best male shinobi, and Kiba has one of the best touch skills in his class. Sakura Aruno is quite an intelligent girl and is very skilled with chakra control. With your guidance, I think she could be a formidable jinjutsu specialist, like Yuzin says. I see, Karina says, and just still feeling a little down, but the idea of having her own jinjutsu apprentice lifted her spirits. She always believed that the art of jinjutsu, he's always been underrated among shinobi, and would be more than happy to pass on his knowledge to the next generation. And before you accuse me of favoritism again, Anko, given that Hinata, Choji, Shino, and Kiba have their respective clans to lean on when it comes to their progress and training, that will give Kakashi and Karina enough time to help Sasuke and Sakura improve their individual skills. Yusin tries to rationalize, since the last loyal Uchiha and the civilian-born Kunoichi don't have no one else to train them other than their honings in 6. Haha. Unless Ki Kanaki fails those 3, like the others, rejects. Anko says with a smile, as she remembers all the previous teams that Kakashi failed during their team building exercise. If there are no other questions, everyone is fired, Yusin says. To the 4 honings in front of him, as everyone is about to leave, one of them decided to stay and ask Hokage a question. Dad, can I talk to you for a moment? As Suma asked his father. Very well, Suma, the rest of you can go, says Yuen, while everyone else had cleared the room. I'll get straight to the point, not that I have anything against Naruto or anything. I heard he's a really good guy, but I was actually looking forward to teaching the next generation of Hino Shirkao. Besides, Hino Yamanaka is probably already a censor, given the clan she belongs to. And if you're worried about Team Choji's muscle, Kimichi can cover for him for sure. As Suma explained, I understand your reasons. As Suma Kuinat. Another time I would agree with you very much, but it seems that you still do not know much about Choji or your future students, says Yusin before continuing, and is not from the Yamanaka clan, yes. But according to the reports I received from her father and the academy, her sensory abilities are still unexplored, and she is more interested in combat than tracking, probably due to Naruto's influence. He added with a giggle, Choji, maybe in a Kimichi, but during her time at the academy, both her confidence and her capabilities offensive, they still lack. His kindness has always been his greatest quality as a person, but as a shinobi, it could present itself as a terrible weakness. So hopefully with Sasuke as a comrade and someone he can look up to, and with Hinata, who can always support him, I have no doubt he will eventually improve with them, said Yuzin confidently. Naruto, on the other hand, is a highly capable censor and combat shinobi, and with Naruto and Ino's enthusiastic energy, I'm sure they will be able to help motivate Shikamaru to come out of your infamous Nara laziness And from what I hear, these three work very well together. I'm sure you'll be surprised, says Yusin. If you feel strongly about this, father, then I'll give him a chance. But I'm not giving up on Naruto. Just so, if the rumors about him are true, I don't think I can afford to do that. After all, he was your apprentice, says Asuma with a smile as he lights the cigarette in his mouth. Returned to the academy. Irika's classroom. Irika now faces the genin aspirants. Since he's already listed the first 6 teams, it was until the 7th that Naruto and his friends finally paid attention. The next one is Team 7 Sasuke Yukiya. This was when half of the girls in the class had paid their full attention, but no one was more nervous than a certain girl, Yuga. Please, 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 thought Hinata with her eyes closed, hoping to be on the team of the person she liked, Koyakimi. And maybe it's not meant to be. She really hoped that Sasakun. And Hinata thought, with a dejected feeling. Yuga Hinata blushed when she heard his name. It was practically dancing in her mind, but she was embarrassed at the same time. She couldn't contain her growing blush when Sasuke looked at her with a rare happy smile. He was really happy that he could be on the same team as his closest friend. The other girls in the class signed disappointment after hearing that the Yuga heiress will be the last Yukiya's teammate. But surprisingly, they weren't so disappointed because there was still a hotter guy that they would kill to be on the same team with. That was when Naruto was starting to feel really comfortable, as he could literally feel all the hopeful eyes of his fangirls on him. And he wasn't practically praying to every god he knows to let her be on the same team as her precious Naruto-kun. After hearing Choji's name, it became clear to her that there will be no placement on Ino Shirakawa's team. So there's a chance for her to be on your team. Team 00 will be made up of Shino Aburame, Kiba, Inuzuka, and Sakura. Aruno was not heard from the loud cry of disappointment of a certain pink-haired Kunoichi. Ino was practically dizzy and was laughing out loud at her mind. Team 9. He is still active now. Let's go to Team 10 Naruto. Senju. This was the moment all the fangirls were waiting for. Sitting on the edge of their seats, the class was deathly silent. Any noise that was made was instantly silenced by their furious looks they contained. The breathing, as if they forgot to breathe. Shikamaru Naruto was really happy to be able to team up with his best friend Lazy Him and Shikamaru high-fived each other after little Naruto, while Lazy Nara still looked sleepy but was still paying attention to the team's location. Don't you mind transferring, Sensei? Don't mind transferring, Sensei. Don't mind transferring, Sensei. God, what if that's my only chance? And I wasn't very tough to fight their bad instincts. Oh no, Naruto-kun, and I will be placed in different teams. And what if the Kunoichi on his team is pretty? And what if Naruto-kun falls in love with her? What if we break up? Because we haven't spent much time together anymore. No, my whiskers, please God, let us be together. Ino was practically crying anime tears at this point. Yamanaka, the class, fell deathly silent. Once again, all the fangirls, including Sakura, and especially Ino, had their eyes wide open and their mouths dropped open after what Irika had just said. Ino slowly turned her head to look at the handsome blonde sitting next to her with his mouth still slightly open. He looks back at her with a happy smile. Naruto was so happy to be able to be on the same team with not only his best friend, but also his girlfriend. That's great, isn't it? Ino-chan. Yumi and Naruto couldn't finish his sentence as Ino suddenly grabs him by the collar and pulls him in for a kiss. On the lips, he just couldn't take it anymore. Al with the low profile. Everyone, not only the fangirls, were all completely shocked by the sudden public display of affection. Ino then broke the kiss between them, leaving a blushing Naruto in shock and confusion. She had just exposed their relationship to the entire world. Yaino asked Naruto with the blush not leaving his face. Naruto-kun is mine. He's always been mine. I don't care anymore. It wasn't a secret anyway. And if any of you bitches try anything, I'll burn you and turn your minds into puddles. Ino yelled with a tone of carefree confidence in her voice. Her cheeks blushed as she wraps her arms around Naruto's neck as she rests her head on his chest as she proudly announced their relationship. All the fangirls scream in unison, including Sakura. This is exactly what I wanted to see. The fangirls' hopes crushed. It's hysterical. I need to remind myself to thank Ino later. Sasuke thought with a smirk. I really wish I had that level of trust. And Ada thought, as she too wanted to do the same with the Yukiya boy at her side. Troubled blondes, Shikamaru thought with a satisfied smile. It was a secret. Naruto and Ino-san's relationship. I find it very unlikely. Shino, although with his logic stud, and she can't be a big mouth, but she's very hot. You have my respect for life. Naruto. Kiba thought mentally. High five Naruto I'm just surprised he hasn't done it before. However, Choji, while continuing to chew his bag of chips, what the hell is going on in my class here? Irika doesn't ask anyone in particular at his mind. Okay with this. They conclude the teams 1 to 10 now. It will go to the teams 11 to 15, says Irika, trying to leave behind the awkward situation of his favorite student being kissed by the loud Yamanaka girl, but nobody paid any more attention to the scarred shunning since the girls looked angrily at Ino while some of the boys looked jealously at Naruto. The blonde Senju had just received a hot kiss from the prettiest girl in her class, and they had been together the whole time. Hinata is in second place already, who is considered more cute than pretty, but Ino couldn't care less. Her beloved Whiskers is on her team, and she couldn't be happier as she continues to hug him without a care in the world. It was a dream come true for both of them to be on the same team. Naruto also couldn't help but smile at the possibility every adventure they will have and every danger they will face. They will face it together because they will always be together. It seems, after all, they are capable of keeping their promises to each other. By Soviet Scotland 18 follow share. It's been a rather unique day with this year's Genin graduates. Everyone was excited and hopeful for their future as the next generation of Konoha shinobi, but none of that was more surprising than the surprisingly sudden kiss from a certain Yamanaka heiress to the Senju heir. The Naruto fangirls were more disappointed than most, especially Sakura. The pink-haired girl has been harboring a very long but not so secret crush on the blonde Senju Verino, kissing him so casually and openly, declaring their relationship in front of everyone obviously broke the poor girl's heart. She knew that the Yamanaka girl liked Naruto and thus cut off the close bond they shared, and declared her rival. Feeling like she gave up on a close friendship for a lost cause has put her in a very gloomy mood. Sooner than later, several Honings arrived at the class to pick up their chosen Genin teams. When two Honings in particular got the students' full attention, remaining turned to them. One of them was a tall man with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of the standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, flak jacket, regular shinobi sandals, and forehead protector. He also wore a sash that had the fire kanji K marked on and around his waist, a pair of black armbands and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeve. The other is a beautiful light-skinned woman and slim build, has long untamed black hair that reaches her upper back and very unique red eyes with an additional ring in them. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her usual attire consists of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Overall, it is a very loose material, resembling bandages, with a pattern similar to that of the thorns of roses. Her hands and upper thighs, as well, they are wrapped in bandages, and wears the forehead protector with OA and regular shinobi sandals. The Honing woman was the first to speak. Team 8B, your Honing instructor Karina and Yui, please join me, and we will begin, said Kurenai in a friendly and welcoming tone, but it eventually turned sour when one of her students suddenly shouted, "Wow, we have the hot sensei!" Kiba yelled with hearts in his eyes and a bit of drool on his mouth. Sunin Ken Kamura wanted to bark in agreement, but even the dog had the common sense not to yelling it out loud in such an embarrassing way. This makes Orina grow a mark on her head from the boy's charming attitude. Inuka Shino shook his own in embarrassment for his teammate and friend, while Sakura still looked gloomy to care about Inuzuka's stupidity. "Oh, she's going to destroy him," was the thought of the Honing alongside Kurenai as she laughed at the dog boy's impending mental death. But deep down, she couldn't disagree that Kurenai is really sexy. While Kiba, Shino, and Sakura follow Karina out of the classroom, the male partner of Genin says goodbye to their lifelong friends, hoping to see them again soon. But Sakura just waved weakly as she couldn't stop staring at Naruto. Ino, with a sad look. Naruto felt really bad for her, as did Ino. He never meant to hurt Sakura. Deep down, despite their one-sided rivalry, he still sees her as a close friend. Arika-sensei, I think you skipped Team 7W. Where's our instructor, Honing?" asked Hinata, but then she heard Naruto chuckle softly. "I suggest you make yourself comfortable. Inada Kakashi-san told me that he'll be the instructor for Team 7, so he'll probably be 2 or 3 hours late," Naruto said with a sad sigh. "Seriously, Naruto-kun, but why did he ask Hinata? Who knows, could it be he was lost on the path of life, or the classic, a black cat crossed his path and he has to take the long way? Either way, I suggest you two go get lunch first before Choji's stomach cried, Naruto suggested, to which Choji agreed. Lol. I like you already, boy, and you're not wrong, the bearded Jonin said to his blonde student, but then an interesting thought came to his mind. But you forget the part where Tunin might be busy doing something weird with Anko. I feel sorry for the poor lucky bastard, but at least he'll get some angry and frustrated sex with that crazy girl after that outburst he had with Dad. Asuma thought, laughing. Anyway, team, tenure with me. I am Asuma Saratobi, and I'll be your instructor. Honing Asuma informed his new team. Gigi Sunha looks like a younger version of him, thought Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru stood up and followed their new sense, and before greeting Choji Yada and Sasuke, before leaving and wishing them luck. So where are we going, Asuma-sensei? Asked Ino. Well, I thought it best as a team if we all get to know each other, so I'm going to treat you all to lunch. I hope you like the barbecue, said Asuma, as he led his team out of the academy towards the village square. Yakin Kuku, the new team, 10, walked up to the Smoke Bones Bika restaurant and sat down in a small corner booth. Naruto sat down by the window seat with sitting next to him, while Asuma and Shikamaru sat across from them. Asuma ordered them a meal set of beef and chicken. As they began to grill their chosen meat dish, Asuma began to address his new team. Okay, guys, I'm aware that you three already know each other, so this will just be for my sake. I want you to go over there and tell me their names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dream for the future. You know that old chestnut, said Asuma. Maybe you can start first, sensei, suggested Ino. Sure, my name is Asuma Saratobi, and yes, I am the son of the third cage. I like poker and smoking. I don't like it when you lecture me about my so-called bad habits. I also don't like it when people compare me to my father. It's a real pain. When I was young, I guess my hobbies are playing shogi and hanging out with my friends, and right now my dream is to make sure that you three are the best damn Konoha ninjas, so I can win a long-term bet I recently made with my fellow Honings and Six, said Asuma with a smile. Well, I guess he wasn't joking when he said he liked to bet the Genin trio shared the same thought. It's your turn, blonde, asked Sumami. Naruto and Ino asked, confused as to which one she was referring to. The girl in purple said to Suma while pointing at Hino, I'm Hino Yamanaka. I like flowers and working at the flower shop. My family, although sometimes it can be a little boring, I don't like jerks and perverts, especially that kind of bison. Naruto-kun told me that he once caught him spying on the woman's hot spring, said Hino. But Asuma is trying very hard to contain his laughter inside. Seriously, I'm telling everyone about this. I wonder how Karina and Chanko will react. Asuma thought with a semi-sinister smile. My hobbies are gardening and training with Naruto-kun. My dream is to become a strong and capable kunoichi, so I can protect everyone I care about and help Naruto-kun fulfill his dream. And once that's done, I hope to retire and start a family, said Ino with a smile, but with a big roar at the last sentence as she turned her head slightly to see her blonde paramour. Your turn. It's sleepy pineapple head, said Asuma, as he pointed at Shikamaru. Naruto and Ino couldn't help but laugh at that. Troublesome. Fine, I'm Shikamaru era. I like to watch the clouds, play shogi, and sleep, especially sleeping. No, I like problematic things. My hobby is sleeping, and I really wish I could sleep right now. My original goal is to have an average career as an average shinobi, marry an average girl, and have an average family that isn't too problematic. But since Naruto is here, that might not happen anymore, said Shikamaru with a tired sigh. Be Shika, I'll make sure you become above average at least, said Naruto with a smile, while nodding. The problematic blonde, said Shikamaru. Since these two have mentioned your name in their introductions, I assume you are Naruto, said Asuma, while pointing at his blonde student. That's right, I'm Naruto Senju. I like to train ramen and hanging out with my friends. I don't like those who judge a book by its cover, and those who hurt people who are precious to me. My hobbies are also training most of the time with Saratobi Sense and Kakashi Lee-san, and also learning new jutsus. My dream is to restore my clan and be the best Hokage, so I can achieve my true goal, which is bring true peace to the shinobi world, said Naruto with his bright smile. This boy is aiming high. Even I can tell his true goal is nearly impossible, but if Dad believes in him, I guess I should make sure he's on the right path. But that doesn't mean I don't need to convince myself. Asuma thought of Naruto-kun. He just said his dream is to restore his clan, and I just told him I will help him fulfill his dream. So many blonde babies will destroy me. I honestly don't know if I'm terrified or excited. Ino, calm down, Ino thought with a strong blush on her face. Okay, guys, now that everyone has introduced themselves, I'm sorry to tell you this, but technically you are not Genin yet. Asuma Informed you, what do you mean, Asuma-sensei? We passed the exams and everything. How come we are not genin yet? Inu asked. To start with, the academy exams are just a way to test. If you can do the basics and fundamentals and eliminate those who can, if you can't, then you don't deserve to wear these headbands. The real exam is with me, and if you fail, this team will be disbanded and you will be sent back to the academy, said Asuma in a cold tone. What is that crazy? Sensei yelled. I know, it is not. You will become a ninja, and as a ninja, you will represent the strength of our village that many of your older shinobi, including myself, had to work very hard to establish. Our reputation of being the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages. We cannot turn any of you into genin children. If you cannot do the simplest things to survive in the shinobi world, people die easily when they are not ready, and I will be doomed, and I let you get killed on my watch. So that is why we will have our test, said Asuma with a serious tone. He is right in Chan. If we are not ready, it will be irresponsible of sense to allow us to become shinobi. Naruto informed his girlfriend with a soft tone. In Naruto-kun asked Ino in disbelief at what she had just said. Well, I'm glad that at least one of you is responsible, said Asuma with a smile. Oh, don't get me wrong, sensei. We will pass that test. We too worked so hard just to get where we are now, and it will be a damn waste to be stopped when we are so close. We have our own goals, and it all starts here. We will show you that we have what it takes to be a Konoha shinobi, said Naruto with a burning determination in his eyes. The boy's eyes screamed determination. I guess Dad wasn't joking about the whole thing, Asuma thought with a smile for his blonde pupil. Naruto-kun thought, and not with a blush, as he once again gets inspired by her words. Humph, typical Naruto, thought Shikamaru with a smile, feeling Naruto always knew what to say when it comes to motivating him. Well, I'm already waiting for you, said Asuma as he put some money on the table. Order the next game on me. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. point. I make sure you bring your best game, because I'm not going to go easy on you. I want all of you to be the best. So let's see if they can handle the best of them, said Asuma. As Asuma left, the genin trio soon followed him. After finishing their second meal, prepaid by their sensei, Shikamaru, he went straight home to get some sleep after saying goodbye to the blonde couple, while Naruto decided to walk Ino home, but she suggested that they stop by her apartment first to have a little chat as they continued walking towards their apartment. Naruto remembered what he said about his dream to his team before, and several things appeared in his head. Naruto didn't mention about his other important goals, which is to find his lost cousin Tsunade and Mother No, and bring them back to the village. No. She had been missing for years, ever since she left for the land of the earth for the so-called confidential mission. When Naruto asked Hiuzen about it, the old Hokage swore that he never assigned him any mission as such. When Naruto mentioned that it was a mission from his former superior, a burning rage started to build up in Hokage's eyes, as knew who the old superior was. Hiuzen confronted Danzo about No, to which the old Warhawk denied any involvement in the matter, but Hiuzen knew he was lying through his teeth. But with no evidence to back up his accusation, Hiuzen couldn't prosecute his old friend despite having several teams searching for her for several months. They ultimately found nothing. The old Hokage had no choice but to declare her missing or presumed dead. This obviously didn't sit well with the young Senju. He refuses flat out to believe that no, she's not dead unless he sees her body. He'll never stop looking for the person he sees as his beloved mother. Naruto's apartment. Naruto and Ino entered the living room area and sat together on the couch in awkward silence until the Yamanaka girl decided to finally speak up. To break the tension, I'm sorry. What do you know for kissing you in front of everyone earlier? Oh, that haha. It's not that I don't appreciate a sweet kiss from a lady, but what was that about? Outburst God. I really hoped you wouldn't listen to me. Who didn't hear you? Shut up. Haha. No, seriously, what was that all about? I don't know. Naruto-kun, when I heard that Choji was going to be on Team 7, I got a little excited. That's a lie. I was really excited there wasn't going to be another Ino Shirkow formation. So there was a chance we could be on the same team together. But you know me, I had a really bad case of overthinking. Crazy ideas started popping into my head, and I panicked. I guess I didn't realize that I really wanted to be on the same team as you, and I can't stand the thought that we won't. And I was scared that we're going to drift apart. And Sean, that's stupid, you know. That will never happen. I know it's stupid and immature. But when I heard my name, my heart literally skipped a beat. I was so happy. I was too happy. And when I looked at you, I just wanted to kiss you. And I didn't want to stop. And to be honest, I don't want us to be low-key anymore. I'm so sorry I took that decision away from you. Oh, it's okay. I was getting tired of being low-key too. and that statement out loud. Oh, that was just me being, and ha ha ha. You know I was happy too, and honestly right now I wanted to kiss you. 2. Oh yeah, prove it, said Ino. With a seductive smile, Naruto leans in closer and grabs Ino by her slender waist with both hands and pulling her towards him, where she wraps her arms around his neck, and their lips meet in a sweet tender kiss. The kiss eventually turns into a full-blown makeout session as Ino's back is now lying on the couch with Naruto on top of her, and their kiss intensifying. Both blondes try very hard to resist any urge to go further than that. After all, they're still too young for that. The next day, training camp 10. It was 88:30. Naruto was the first to arrive at the training camp finally. He was joined by the ever-eager Ino and the sleepy but slightly motivated Shikamaru. Asuma had finally arrived at 9 o'clock. Just like he said, well, I'm glad you're punctual. I'm even more impressed that Shikamaru is still awake, said Asuma. Blame it on these two. They keep barking in my ear. I need to concentrate now and sleep later, said Shikamaru with a lazy tone. Hey, it worked. No, said Naruto. Yes, stop complaining. Shika, when we pass, you can sleep as long as you want, he added. I'm confident, pretty sure no. And we haven't even started yet, said Asuma with a smile. Well, you need to have the right attitude, otherwise, what's the point, said Naruto with his own smile. I can't disagree, boy. Now, I hope you're ready. This will be a survival test, said Asuma with a serious tone. Survival test? Yeah, you're not going to kill us, right? Sensei asked, and fearful. No, well, I could maim or seriously injure you. But no, I won't kill you, said Asuma with a not-so-convincing tone. Any rules of engagement, asked Naruto with a serious tone. You three are going to finish me off within an hour, said Asuma, as he placed a large clock on a wooden pillar. If the clock strikes 10, and I'm still standing, you fail. Give up, you fail. I defeat you 3, you fail, Asuma informed them with a cold tone that sent shivers down the spine of the 3 Genin. Wow. And here I thought that Naruto-kun is a tough teacher, he thought, and not with a slight fear. I advise you to come at me with the intention of killing. It's the only way if you're ever going to scratch me, Asuma said. But sensei, what if we hurt you? Ino asked. Ha, boy. I'm an elite jonin, and I have been for years. I fought against many sons of tough guys when I was already your age. Now, I won't say that you definitely won't stand a chance against me, but if it makes you feel better, rest assured that I can take anything you throw at me, said Asuma. With a smile, the 3 of them nodded. And now it begins, announced Asuma as he set the alarm on the clock. Ino didn't waste any time and began his attack. First, fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Then he launched multiple fireballs towards the elite, honing the fire attack. Seemed to be perfect, and the ground exploded with the impact, and he didn't have a satisfied smile on his face, but it soon vanished when he saw that his target was nothing more than a burnt log. Asuma suddenly appeared behind the Genin trio. Not bad, the fire could use a little more power, but like I said, it's not bad. Let's see if you can handle mine, said Asuma while forming several hand seals. Fire-style Dragon Flame Bomb. Asuma released a powerful stream of fire towards the Genin trio. Naruto was very familiar with that jutsu, since he once saw a use and perform it, and knew that the running fire would eventually explode on impact, so dodging isn't really ideal right now. Naruto then performed several hand seals and placed both hands in front of him. Water-style wall of water. A large wall of water suddenly exploded and appeared out of nowhere surrounding Naruto and his team, causing the elite honing to raise an eyebrow in surprise due to the fact that the nearest water fountain was on the opposite side of the training ground. The explosion of the fire collided with the mighty wall of water, causing a large amount of steam to be released. What the hell was that? I didn't see him vomit water from his mouth. The wall of water just came out of nowhere. But that's impossible, right? Who is this boy? Asuma thought in amazement. Asuma's thoughts were broken when he saw Naruto perform a set of new hand seals that he is very familiar with. Asuma then did the exact same hand seals as Naruto, and they both took a deep breath. Great wind style breakthrough. Great advancement. Both the Sarutobi and the Senju blew an amount of wind equally powerful to each other, nullifying each jutsu. The wind instantly blew away all the steam that covered the area. Affinity with water and wind, that's a pretty rare combination in Konoha, and much less in the Land of Fire. And those jutsus he used were quite powerful. There's no doubt that this boy has already taken chakra control training, thought Asuma with a proud smile. Not bad, Naruto. I can see that dad's training has really paid off, Asuma said. Asuma then notices a shadow suddenly approaching him. Out of instinct and years of experience, he was able to jump out of the way before being caught by the lazy Nara. I see, that's a pretty impressive strategy. Guys, you use the steam as cover, so Shikamaru can sneak up behind me to catch me with his shadow possession jutsu. And the fact that I didn't see or hear any of you communicating verbally, I'm assuming he has established a mental link with the three of them with his mind transmission jutsu, said Asuma with a confident smile. He caught us the three Genins thought. Although I admit that you're pretty good, I am just starting, so now we will test your tracking skills, okay, said Asuma before performing several hand seals wind style dust storm jutsu. Asuma expels a high-speed stream of wind containing dust particles to the ground below him, using it as a curtain of smoke to disappear into the forest. Troublesome. We almost got him now. He's gone, thought Shikamaru. Don't worry about it, Shika. It was a good plan, but what did we expect from a honing, thought Naruto. I guess this test was already troublesome from the start. He could be anywhere right now, thought Shikamaru. Don't worry about it, Shika Whiskers has it covered, thought Ino with a smile. Please stop calling me that H-chan, thought Naruto with a tired sigh. Oh, don't pout, it's cute in that name. Suits you, thought Ino with a giggle. Guys, as much as I like to listen to you two fight like an old married couple, I'd rather not hear it in my head, Shikamaru thought with a deadpan look. Sorry, Shika. Naruto and Hino thought in unison. Naruto then knelt down and placed his index finger on the ground and closed his eyes to concentrate on locating his honing sensei. Asuma, who was watching this from not far from the trio, Jining, raises his eyebrow, once again surprised when he saw Naruto perform his sensing jutsu. There's something in all of this that is very familiar to him, first creating water out of nothing, and now a sensory ability with just a touch is like one of the many stories his father once told him about all the powerful shinobi he knew, but he just can't place a finger on which. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he jerked his head in Asuma's direction, causing the elite Honing's eyes to widen in surprise as the blonde sieger had actually found him multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created around 30 clones and had them form an A straight line facing in Asuma's direction. Then they formed several identical hand seals and took a deep breath. This doesn't look good, said Asuma with a small drop of sweat on his head. Wind-style barrage of vacuum bullets. All the clones scream in unison. Then the clones fired multiple high-speed sharp wind bullets towards the tree line. Asuma was standing in. Many of the trees were being torn apart. When the dust settles, all that remains is a trail of complete destruction. The clones dissipated once the cursed attack ended. Naruto, Koen, what did the trees do to you, thought Ino with a bit of amazement in her voice. It's much better than stopping your fireballs in a patch of wood. We will have a forest fire on our hands before you know it, thought Naruto with a smile. But the smile immediately disappeared when he felt a chakra signature beneath them. Earth-style headhunter jutsu. Suddenly, a hand came out of the ground, grabbed Ino by the ankle, and he crawled underneath, leaving only his head visible as he, what the hell, get me out of here, I yelled. Asuma then appeared out of the ground and gave the Yamanaka a smirk for being taken by surprise. So easily ninja art shadow possession. Judo. Shikamaru sent his shadow to try and catch Asuma once again, but the elite honing was too fast and managed to jump out of the way. Asuma then threw a kunai and Shikamaru and the shadow user had no choice but to deactivate their jutsu to dodge the incoming projectile. Asuma suddenly appeared behind Shikamaru and slashed the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. The elite honing then turns to face his last student standing. Now, it's just you and me, Naruto, and you know the rule. If you're out, everyone is out, Asuma said in a cold tone. Asuma then charges at Naruto with great speed, and the two were now engaged in an intense taijutsu fight. Naruto's wing fist was formidable against Asuma's kata. The blonde Genin proved to be much more RP faster than the elite honing and was able to land a couple of hard hits, but Asuma still had size and strength on his side. Naruto realized that fighting Asuma in taijutsu would waste a lot of time and energy, so he decided to create as much distance as he could. He kicked away from Asuma and did several liquid bullet water style hand seals. Naruto spat out a very large and powerful water orb towards the elite honing, who narrowly avoided the water orb, completely destroying the tree behind Asuma. That liquid bullet could break every bone in my body if I don't dodge it. How strong is this kid's water affinity? Asuma wondered. Naruto then took out a single kuna and channeled wind chakra into it and launched it towards Asuma. He can also channel wind chakra into his weapons. It's like this kid was custom made to be my Estu. Asuma couldn't finish his thought as he saw Naruto do several hand seals, and Umaza's eyes widened as he knew that Jutsu Ninja, Art Shuriken, very well Shadow Clone Jutsu, the only wind enhanced Kunai, suddenly multiplied into hundreds, making the honing sweat a little bit. Dad, why did you teach him that jutsu? This kid is smart. I'll give it to him. He's aiming for all my blind spots. Dodging is impossible, and taking cover is out of the question. One thing left to do, then, Asuma thought. As he made several wind-style hand seals break through, Asuma released a powerful gust of wind and blew away all the kunai enhanced by the wind before anyone could hit him. Asuma was taking a deep breath to regain some of the lost air he had just released, but when he turned around, Naruto was gone along with Nino and Shikamaru. Ha ha ha, that boy is something else, said Asuma, impressed by Naruto's skills. There are 15 minutes left until 10 a.m. The Genin trio was sitting next to a large branch and panting heavily as they could get as far away from Asuma as possible. Thank you, Naruto, you really saved us there, said Shikamaru. Yes, I'm sorry that if you've been caught off guard, it won't happen again, Ino said, but lowering her gaze in shame. It's okay, guys. Don't worry about it, but we have to come up with another plan. Soon we have 15 minutes left, and whatever plan we make will be our last shot. Fighting Asuma Sensei in a taijutsu match is a lost cause, and he can counter most of my ninjutsu, not to mention that he knows your clan's signature techniques perfectly and knows how to defend against them. Naruto informed his team, and what do we do? Naruto-kun asked. Ino, if we're going to beat him, we got to do it together. As for how I was hoping you could handle it, Naruto turns to Shikamaru. He's troublesome. Give me 2 minutes, Shikamaru said with a confident smile. He returns with Asuma 8 minutes until 10. Asuma is now standing in a large clearing. The hour is about to end, so might as well make it a little easier for the Genin trio to find him. It seems my cute Genins are still nowhere to be found. And here I was waiting for them to. Asuma didn't arrive to finish his sentence as he heard Ino's voice coming out of one of the branches. Fire-style phoenix flower. Judo. Ino launched multiple fireballs toward Asuma. This again, good try. But Asuma then saw Naruto perform several hand seals with Ino wind-style great breakthrough. Naruto launched a large air burst towards the fireballs, increasing their size, speed, and firepower. Collaboration. Judo, said Asuma. Asuma used his headhunter Utsu to escape from the powerful inferno. Naruto then jumps into the clear dark, already a scorching hot, and places his index finger on the hot ground to locate his sensei. His eyes snapped open as he sensed Asuma was beneath him. He quickly jumps high into the air to avoid the Asuma ascending to the ground from catching him. As Naruto was still in the air, he made several water-style hand seals, raging waves. Naruto fired a large torrent of water from his mouth towards Asuma, who narrowly avoided it, but the stream of water still chased him on the scorched ground, causing him to a large amount of steam emerged. Asuma was so distracted by the violent stream of water that he didn't even notice a shadow slowly approaching him. Naruto's jutsu finally ended, and Asuma stopped running and was about to charge at Naruto in the now steaming environment, but suddenly he felt his body freeze. Completely success of shadow possession. Ino now screamed. Shikamaru. Ino jumps off the branch she was standing on and lands in front of Asuma, then made a single seal of hand ninja art mind transfer. Judo. Ino's body suddenly fell limp, and Asuma's body stopped struggling. Gotcha, Sensei. Naruto-kun. Whatever you're going to do, do it now. That sensei is very strong, said Ino in Asuma's body, but the sheer willpower of the shut is making her struggle to hold on. Remember to cast your jutsu at the last minute. Naruto remembered as he then made several water-style hand seals. Liquid bullet. Naruto spat out a large orb of water towards the immobilized Alma / Ino at high speeds, but Shikamaru. Ino's chakra was nearly empty as the water orb was inches away from Asuma. Ino doesn't release his jutsu, but Shikamaru lost control over his, and it broke a second early, allowing Asuma to jump out of the way of the powerful water orb as the stray water orb collided with and destroyed the tree behind Asuma. The alarm had finally gone off, shocking the trio as they had realized they had run out of time. It was a moment of silence for the Genin trio as they looked down in disappointment. They had failed in their attempt to defeat Asuma. In an hour, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru now stand in front of Asuma with a very disappointed look on their faces. That was a very clever plan. You two intentionally burned the ground beneath me to darken the surface of the ground with your collaboration jutsu. Then Naruto pulls me out and uses his water style to cause as much steam as possible to perfectly hide Shikamaru's shadow and prevent it from he gets closer to me, and when they finally catch me, and he doesn't use his mind transfer to completely immobilize me, allowing Naruto to deliver the finishing blow. Asuma resumes his original plan. It was all Shikamaru's idea. We just did our part, said Naruto, with a slightly dejected tone. Don't sell yourself short, kid. You three worked so well together, almost as good as the real combo. Ino Shirkow, said Asuma with a proud smile. And well, I guess we'll try to be better next year, said Shikamaru with his dejected tone. Why next year? You guys aren't thinking about Algan with me all year, right? Alma asked with a smile. What? Ino asked, a little confused. Oh, sorry. I guess I wasn't clear. You all pass, said Asuma with a proud smile. What do I mean? What? Ino yelled in disbelief. It's not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I thought we failed, asked Naruto. LOL, how did he become called? The test? Alma asked the Gening Trio MMM survival test. He answered, and no, exactly, this test was for me to determine if you were ready to be a shinobi. I needed to see your level of skills, intelligence, and most importantly, teamwork, explained Alma. But you said we needed to take you down in an hour, remember, Naruto? Yes, I did, but I didn't tell him I had to get you down in an hour for real, said Asuma with a sense and cheeky smile, thought the Gening Trio with a deadpan look at Asuma. Hello, look, overall you three did great today, but it wasn't perfect. Obviously, you need more training, which is good, because that's what I'm here for. Shikamaru, your intelligence is certainly impressive, but your taijutsu skills are almost non-existent, and we really need to work on your chakra reserves, and you're going to last a long time in a fight, said Asuma to Nara. More troublesome training, said Shikamaru with a tired sigh. Although your mastery of your clan's techniques will be quite beneficial to this team, you still need to work on your chakra control. The phoenix flower that you used is strong, but it's not yet up to its full potential. If we can improve your control, your fire jutsus will be effortless and less chakra draining. Plus, my secondary unit is fire, so I can teach you some new jutsus once you master your control. Plus, it's best if we also train your sensory abilities. You can't always rely on your boyfriends, right? Asuma asked with a smile, which makes Ino blush in embarrassment. And now Naruto, I have to admit that, Dad, I really don't. I was joking about you. I was impressed more, kid. Your taijutsu, ninjutsu, chakra control, and even your unique sensory ability are already above Chunin level. And thanks to your large chakra reserves, you are practically the powerhouse of this team. But let's take this time to improve your strategy and tactical skills. While it has been shown that you are intelligent and know how to think on the fly, having a strategic mindset would prove very beneficial to someone like you in the future, he said. Asuma, well, if I want to become Hokage, I guess I need to be more like Shikamaru. I just hope I don't catch his laziness, said Naruto with a smile to his problematic blonde, pineapple-haired friend, said Shikamaru with a smile. I'm offended by that, by the way, said Ino with a deadpan look. Ha ha ha. Well, I guess that settles it for now on. We are now officially Team 10. And we will begin our first mission tomorrow, said Asuma with a proud smile. It's been almost 2 months since Team 10 has been declared official team. Asuma was not joking when he said he was determined to make sure his cute genins become the best ninja in Konoha. So, in between missions, he had created a training schedule for them. On weekdays, they will do at least 2D rank missions a day to meet their quota of getting a C rank mission in the future. Once the missions are completed, they will proceed with their training regimen for the rest of the day that includes helping them improve their strength, speed, and stamina. For someone like Naruto, who has been training since he was 5 years old and has as an ally a powerful chakra monster who is also constantly recharging his energy reserves, was simply a routine exercise for the young Senju. But unfortunately for his two compatriots, it was a week of hell. Even though Ino had been training with Naruto since they were children, it was not as intense as his training with Yusa. Naruto understood that not everyone has his level of endurance, so he tried to be as patient with her as possible. She, of course, eventually improved over time and became the talented kunoichi she is now. But unlike Naruto, Asuma doesn't share her softness. When it comes to her, her weakness was still her stamina, and she needed more training with her chakra control. Asuma practically dethroned Naruto, as Hino's most nightmare teacher. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was struggling when it came to his physical capabilities. As well, Ino had low stamina, but compared to her, she had the lowest. Asuma had made it his personal mission to help Shikamaru improve and also help him expand his jutsu arsenal. The more jutsu he knows, the more options he has in battle. Given Asuma already knew that Naruto has an affinity for water and wind, and he doesn't have fire, it would be a shame to leave Shikamaru behind when it comes to his elemental training. So Asuma gave Shikamaru a chakra paper and told him to channel his chakra into it. And surprisingly, the paper turned into dust, indicating that Shikamaru has an affinity for earth. Usually for Onera, his affinity should be water due to its calm and relaxing nature, which should explain why they can be so relaxed most of the time and their shadows can move so fluidly. But in some cases, elemental affinity can be based on a person's own nature. Take Ino, for example. Her fiery personality and hot temper were an obvious sign that her nature is fire. As for Naruto, he can be as calm as water and as uplifting as wind. Shikamaru might have the earth affinity due to his very stable nature. Asuma was a little proud that his team is well balanced when it comes to his nature transformations. The only affinity missing is Linearing, but unfortunately, he won't be able to train Naruto with his water affinity and Shikamaru with his earth affinity, since Asuma only is fire and wind. So only you will need to get some training scrolls for each of them to learn how to. Shikamaru was given scrolls based on the basics, as he still needs to learn the fundamentals. He needed to learn how to channel his earth chakra first before he could learn any jutsus. Naruto was given a couple of scrolls based on new water jutsus. Most of the jutsus are upper C rank, and since Naruto is already a skilled water style user, Asuma knew he could handle the requirements of power and chakra of the Hokage Tower Jutsu. Mission Room Team 10 is now standing in front of the Hokage along with Irika and another Chunin at his side. They had just finished their first rank mission of the day and were probably about to receive another one from the old Hokage. The mission was to capture the cat of the Tai's wife, known as Tora. It was a classic Pinene Deus mission for fresh Genin. Since Tora tends to run away often, it was shown to be very hard to catch and has the tendency to scratch the living hell out of a Genin's face. Genin once captured, and she was not the unlucky one, as she was blinded by the cat's cuteness and wanted to pet it eagerly. But the poor girl didn't see the cat's irritating claws coming and scratched a good portion of her pretty face. When Tora jumped out of Ino's hands, Naruto immediately pounced and caught her before she could escape. But to everyone's surprise, Tora had no problem in holding on to the Senju, which surprised her teammates and annoyed Ino even more. Tora seemed to be surprisingly calm and friendly with Naruto, even licked his cheeks with whiskers and purred heavily in his arms. Asuma thought it might be because of his whisker marks, since he looks like a cat with them. When they arrive at the Hokage Tower, Tora was immediately snatched from Naruto's warm embrace by the daimyo's wife. "Oh, my sweet cat, you have been a very naughty girl, haven't you? But don't worry, Mom will make sure you don't do it again," says the daimyo's wife in a very sweet, motherly tone. But apparently, she is squeezing the poor cat's life in a supposed loving embrace. Wow, I can see why the cat often runs away, thought Naruto with a sad look. That stupid cat is getting what she deserves, but now I can't help but feel bad for her, thought Kino with a semi-satisfied smile. And here, I thought the cat is just a pain in the ass, but apparently he just needed a little slow down, Shikamaru thought with an empathetic look in his eyes as the Daino's wife walks away with a crying rook that apparently screamed for that Naruto would help her team. 10 turns their attention back to the old man. Congratulations, Team 10, another successful mission on your record now. If you want another mission, we have several requests. Either of you take care of a man's son, repaint the fences of a merchant's house, or Yusin didn't get to finish his sentence as he was interrupted by Ino's frustrated cry, "No, sorry, Sesama. But with all due respect, these missions are complete." Farce babysitting, painting fences, capturing a runaway cat. I thought we were ninjas, no bitches glorify. Go, Ino screamed as she was hit in the head by an embarrassed Asuma. Miss language was all Asuma could say. I agree with Nin-chan, greeted be sensei. It's not that I don't understand why we're doing these missions if we're still fresh gen in, but I think we've done enough ranks to earn ourselves at least a C rank mission. Don't you think, Naruto? Try to emphasize Ino's words in a more respectful manner. What do you think, Asuma-kun? Do you think your students are ready for AC rank? Asked Yusin as his son, honing Well, we have completed 88 ranks of in these past 2 months, Alma pointed out. The Gening trio thought with annoyance. Since Asuma only helps sometimes, they usually need at least 50 D ranks to get a C rank, which they have, and I can say with confidence that they're ready not to talk about my own fault, but I trained them well, and they're a very talented group of young shinobi, said Asuma with pride in his voice. Very. Well then, Yusin agrees. Are you sure, Okama? Although I don't doubt your capabilities or Asuman's training, they are still too young for a mission outside the village. Irika worried for his former students. They will have to do it eventually, Irika. And I trust Asmak-kun will keep them safe, Yusin assures the scarred Chunin. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. I promise we'll be careful, says Naruto, with a confident smile that somehow calms the scared Chunin's worries now. I have 2 C-rank missions you can choose from, Yusin says, while taking out 2 mission scrolls. Both are escort missions. The first mission is requested by the Wasabi family from the land of Tea. The second is requested by a local bridge builder from the land of Waves. So choose the one you like the most, Yusin asked the team in front of him. It's up to you, boy. You're the one who wanted a rank C mission, right? Either one sounds fine to me. Asuma gave the choice of the mission to the blonde Senju. Instead, it's just that it's more urgent, greeted B. Sensei. Yes, we can finish the first one quickly. Maybe we can attend the second one later, Naruto asked his old sensei. Well, that would be the escort mission of the land of Tea, according to the Wasabi family. It is about the annual Todoroki shrine race that will soon start in 2 days, and it will take at least a day to reach the land of Tea, Yusin informed. And what about the bridge builder from the land of Waves? Ino asked. The bridge builder said that he will need at least a week to prepare for his trip back to house. So you'll have less than 7 days to complete the first mission, Yusin assured. So what do you think, Naruto asked his fellow Geninsko. Ahead. Choose anyway. It's too troublesome, Shikamaru admitted. I don't mind if we can do both as long as it's not a rank mission, said Ino with a smile. Okay. Then we'll choose the escort mission to the land of Tea. But who to escort, Naruto asked. I don't know, said Yusin. Just what do you mean you don't know? Okajima asked Ino. In the neighboring nation of the land of Tea, they have a dedication ceremony at the Grand Shrine of Todoroki. Once every 4 years, we have received a request to escort the runer who will participate in the race to be held there. But a raider from the opponent's side attacked the messengers. Before they got here, Yusin reported the raider managed to identify them. Alma asked. The messengers were unsure, but they suspected it was a shinobi. But if that's the case, this quest could be upgraded to a rank A. If you meet any, Yusin reported. Forgive me, Okajima, but I still don't understand this mission, asked Shikamaru. Should I get the details directly from the head of the Wasabi family, Jirocho? I advise you to leave immediately for the land of Tea, as time is of the essence. Yusin said. Yes, Okajima, said Team 10, along with a respectful bow. I will give you 1 hour to go home and get all the essentials you need for a week-long trip. Then meet me at the village gate when you are done. Finished. Asuma informed his team. Good luck to all of you. Yusin wishes them for them. The village gate. An hour later, Naruto was the first to arrive and was later greeted by Asuma, who is currently leaning against a tree while enjoying a cigarette under the shade. As the pair waited for the rest of their team to show up, Asuma thought that this was the best time to finally have a long-awaited conversation with his blonde student. Were you not telling me, Naruto asked Asuma suddenly. What do you mean, Asuma? Sensei, forgive me if I'm a little abrupt, but Dad told me that you already know about your burden. Yes, I do, answered Naruto nervously. What the elite honing noticed. Look, I want you to know that I'm not like one of those ignorant imbeciles. In fact, I like you, Kido, and even I can tell the difference between a prison and a prisoner. But regardless of that, I only see you as Naruto, and don't tell the others, but I think that you're my favorite student, admitted Asuma with a warm smile. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Asuma-sensei. That means a lot, Naruto said with his own smile. Dad also told me that I will never have to worry about his tenant. Apparently, you have some level of control over the power of the Kumi. Is that true? Asuma asked with a bit of concern in the voice. Well, yes, Sensei. Me and the Nine Tails have an understanding, said Naruto. Define understanding, Asuma asked with a raised eyebrow. Are more or less friends, Naruto admitted while rubbing the back of his neck. Shyly, you are friend with the key, and here I thought hell would not be what frees. Asuma was in disbelief. Look, I know what you're going to say, and I know all the bad things he did 13 years ago, but there are some things you just don't understand, things that will raise so many questions, and I really don't have all the answers for them right now, said Naruto with a sad tone. Then help me understand, Naruto. I know I will only be your sensei for 2 months, but you can trust me. I know I can trust you, Sensei. I can feel it. What do you mean? It's one of my abilities as a Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I can feel emotions negative like hostility, aggression, and malice. Naruto explained his unique ability. That's amazing, Naruto. You're practically a spy's worst enemy, Asuma said with awe in his voice for his blonde student. Haha, yes, and I can confidently say that you're a good man, Asuma sensei, said Naruto with a smile. But this makes the elite honing look down, ashamed of himself. I'm not really a good man, good boy. Specifically, I'm really not a good son. I was a real selfish brat when I was young after my mother died. I had a disagreement with dad. We argued a lot, and it eventually led me to leave the village for a while to pursue my own personal interest. But to this day, I still remember how hurt dad was when I left, said Asuma, with a hint of guilt in his voice. I see. Do you regret anything? Naruto asked, of course, Kido. But it wasn't a total loss. I got the chance to be part of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, and I made a good friend with a beloved monk Shiraku. Plus, I managed to earn my reputation as one of Konoha's elite ninja. Hell, I even have a bounty on my head worth 35 million rivers, Asuma said, with a proud smile. 35 million rivers. Who have you, sensei? Asked Naruto, surprised that his sensei was probably in every bounty hunter's bingo book. LOL. It's a black market bounty, Naruto. Plus, I made a lot of enemies over the years. So right now, it's anyone's guess who set it up. But I'm kind of proud, though, how much the more I'm worth, the tougher I am, right? Ha ha ha, Asuma said with a proud smile to himself. Why do I have a feeling that this reward is going to get you killed someday? Naruto said with a deadpan look. Oh, come on, boy, you're just being paranoid, Asuma said with a relaxed tone. After a short silence, they both shared a good laugh together. It was a nice bonding moment between student and Sensei. Naruto liked the fact that deep down Asuma is a lot like Yuen, even if they are very different. But despite everything, Asuma was now someone Naruto would trust with his life and the lives of his teammates. He then felt a little safe to tell his Han and Sense and another important secret about himself. Sensei. Yeah, kid, but I have something else I want to tell you. What's good? I have a geek. Naruto couldn't finish a sentence as he was interrupted by a sudden loud scream and the sound of running footsteps. Approaching them. We're here, sorry, we're late, Ino screamed while panting as she and Shikamaru, they had finally reached the village gate. Yes, it seems our mothers never stop scolding us for the possible dangers outside the village. What a pain, Shikamaru said with a tired sigh. Well, you are here now. That is all that matters. The land of tea is a day trip, but let's see if we can get there sooner. Let's say, Asuma, as he led his team out of the gates of Konoha. Yes, finally a mission outside the village, Ino shouted happily, since they had finally left the confines of their troubled home. Going to, it's been a long week, said Shikamaru with a tired tone. Are you excited? Naruto-kun, is our first time outside the village, right? Ino asked her blonde paramour. Of course, yes. And don't worry, I will keep you safe, milady, and I will personally make sure to always keep you too warm, said Naruto with a mocking wink to his girlfriend. Ino couldn't help but blush a lot at this 8 years of being together. And yet the blonde Senju still makes her feel like a girl. In love, you have to stop dating Anko Kido. Anyway, what do you want to tell me again? Asked Asuma to his student Rubio. Or maybe later, said Naruto, thinking that it wasn't the best time now, but then again, it's most likely that he'll show it to you, Naruto thought, as he almost knew that he had to use his auto skills soon. They will never know what kind of enemies they will face. Then they started to head to the land of tea. While Team 10 continues heading to their client's residence, they noticed a small tea house nearby. They decided to head there to have lunch and rest before moving on. As they walked, Ino couldn't help but notice that Naruto was reading a scroll intently. So she decided to ask, "What are you reading, Naruto-kun?" This is a scroll based on Fuinjutsu, also known as the art of sealing. I got it last month from Saratobi Sensei. It's quite complex compared to Ninjutsu. I might also have to work on my calligraphy, as I need to write the kanji perfectly, otherwise I won't. Will it work? Answered Naruto, as he continued looking through the scroll. Why are you learning Fuinjutsu? All of a sudden asked Shikamaru. 3 reasons. 1. Fuinjutsu is quite useful. Its possibilities are vast and endless. The simplest jutsu I can make right now is the storage seal. I can use to store all my belongings in a scroll. I can pack a month's worth of supplies in a scroll and still run at my top speed without feeling any of the weight. 2. Shikamaru's birthday is coming up, Kakashi Isen, and I'm learning a very particular seal that might surprise you. 3. Greeted Vicence and told me my mother was part of a clan called Uzumaki, and they were well known for this feared technique. Even, said Naruto excitedly at first, but with a sad tone in the end. I have heard. About that clan? They were from the village of Yuzugakure, the hidden village of the whirlpools. In fact, they were one of Konoha's greatest allies for decades. At the end of the Warring States period, the Senju chose to symbolize the friendship of their clan, adding the Uzumaki emblem to Konoha's bulletproof vest, as Suma said, as he used his thumb to point at the red spiral on the back of his bulletproof vest, honing, "What do you mean, where aren't they around yet?" Ino asked. Unfortunately, not some of the nations of the world banded together to destroy Yuzushiogakure, believing the village to be too powerful to be allowed to continue. The survivors of Yuzushio's destruction went into hiding and spread out across the world. "I guess that it includes my mother," said Naruto, with a sad tone. "Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry," said Hino, feeling sad about his whiskers. "Don't apologize, H-chan. It's not your fault, haha. I remembered I already told you this line once when we first met, when I told you I was the last Senju in Konoha," said Naruto, with a soft smile, thinking about the happy memory of how he met his Ino-chan. Ino couldn't help but blush that Naruto really remembered how they met 8 years ago, but she was still sad about his whiskers for being one of the last members of all their clans. "I guess I just have the worst luck. When it comes to clans, 3 of them are almost extinct already," said Naruto with a sad sigh, but quickly realized he accidentally let something important slip about him, which didn't go unnoticed by his companions. "3?" asked Alma, raising an eyebrow. "T2. I mean 2." Naruto quickly corrected himself, but failed. "Did you say 3? Shikamaru added. "No, I didn't." Naruto foolishly answered. "We heard you say 3, Naruto," said Alma with a slightly serious tone. "Maybe I meant 3 minus 1. That's 2. Anyway, look at the tea house. Come on, I'm starving." Naruto immediately tried to change the subject, quickly fleeing to the tea house. Asuma and Shikamaru then head to Ino. "Do you know something that we don't know?" He brought some together, his platinum blonde student, after almost a decade of being together. Of course, Naruto would eventually tell Hino all his secrets. He trusted her completely, and each secret they shared brought them closer. He knew of Kurama's existence and took it while she knew about her parents, which made her faint when he told her. But when Naruto told her about his grandparents and his Yotan KY Henkai, she couldn't help but feel like she had gotten the ultimate boyfriend. Naruto is truly amazing in her eyes, and she was willing to work really hard just to be worthy of him, even though Naruto always assures her that she's already perfect in his eyes and can't be a big mouth and a gossip. But even she can keep a secret. He promised her, Naruto, that he won't tell anyone until he reveals it himself. And he's kept that promise ever since. And he wasn't going to start breaking it now. "Oh, what was it?" As Naruto-kun arriving, said Ino as she ran towards where Naruto went to avoid his questions. "Were they not telling us where Asuma and Shikamaru's thoughts the tea house?" When the 4 Konoha shinobi sat down at their table, they immediately ordered their food and drinks. Naruto ordered some sweet bean soup, while Ino ordered albondigas, and Shikamaru just wanted some jelly. Asuma just ordered the shop's signature tea and asked for permission to light up a cigarette. But unfortunately, the House of Tea has a no smoking rule, which makes the elite cry a little on the inside. But unbeknownst to the 4 of them, a young man sitting in front of them, who is currently sharpening a thin stick with a pocket knife for no reason, was gritting his teeth and glaring daggers at them the moment he saw their hidden leaf ninja headbands. He thought the young man, with a bit of venom in his voice. As the young man stood up, he slowly made his way to the 4-leaf shinobi table to tell them his share eating sweet bean soup. "When it's so hot outside, the ninja profession sure is carefree nowadays," the young man said smugly. "What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto asked the stranger with narrowed eyes. "Things must be really peaceful for the Leaf Village, judging by the dense-looking guys like you all," said the young man, with his conceit became even bigger. "Yes, okay, friend, I'm going to ask you to leave now," said Naruto, with a calm tone. The weak insults of ignorant people no longer meant anything to him. "Yes, who the hell do you think you are?" he shouted. "And no, hey, I didn't know there was a cutie like that here. I retract that previous comment," said the young man upon noticing Ino. "Thank you," said Hino with a small blush for the compliment. "I'm Idate Marino." "What is your name, young lady?" says the now identified Idate with a seductive tone, while he continues flirting with the pretty platinum blonde Marino. It's not that, Alma thought, since the last name seemed very familiar to her. "Ino," she answered a little shyly because of the way he talks to her, "and it's a beautiful name." "Well, since destiny has brought us together, it's not time for us to talk about our future," says Idate, winking. "And what future is that?" asked Ino, curious to hear her answer. "I'm talking about you leaving the ninja life and becoming my girlfriend," says Idate with a sedative smile. which obviously made the girl Yamanaka blush harder at the sudden and bold proposal, but then remembered who was sitting next to her, and the blush immediately faded as she felt the sudden chill. The air became much colder, and she didn't know what was happening. Azz and Shikamaru even felt it, but they could only wonder where it came from. But then they noticed a large shadow surrounding Naruto, and a small trace of its killing intent was being released, but the blonde managed to calm down, otherwise he risked destroying the nice tea house. Yeah, it was Idate. It may not look like it, but I'm a reasonable man, so I'm going to give you 10 seconds to get away from Hak-chan before I cut your balls off and shove them down your throat, he said in a calm tone. But behind his calm facade was a boyfriend. Oh my god, Naruto-kun is really jealous. My god, how the tables have turned. And yet, why does he seem so hot to me when he gets a little possessive of me? Is this normal? Maybe I need to ask someone later, thought curiously, and was a little happy to know that her dear Whiskers is just as jealous as she is when it comes to other people flirting with them. But Idate just scoffed at the threat. Don't worry, I'm just joking. But the rest is no joke. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a ninja. If you keep wandering around the land of teeth, there'll be trouble, so consider yourself warned, Idate said with venom in his voice. Are you threatening us, boy? Asked Asuma, finally expressing with a serious tone. If there's something what Elite Honing didn't like are the threats, like I said. A simple warning, said Idate smugly. Well, we don't accept simple warnings from the squalid idiots. So if I were you, I'd turn around before I give you my first warning, said Naruto calmly and coldly. Idate looked angrily at Naruto for the insult. Who does this blonde kid think he is? He thought. Calm down, Naruto-kun, said Ino sweetly to her blonde boyfriend. He's right, just ignore the troublesome punk. We don't have time, said Shikamaru with a bored tone. I'll do it once. Go where did he go, said Naruto, noticing that Idate had completely disappeared. He's gone, Ino asked in disbelief at how fast Idate was. No way, I didn't even notice. I don't know if I'm just a little rusty or if that kid is really fast. Alma thought sighed. And here I was hoping I could punch that jerk in the face, at least, Naruto said with a sigh of disappointment. Oh, Whiskers, you're so cute. When you're jealous, don't worry. You know you're the only one for me, Ino said with a loving smile. My girlfriend flirted with you in front of me. He's lucky I didn't kill him right then. And there, Naruto said with a mark on his head. Then the waitress finally appeared with their orders and gave them their bill. But surprisingly, she gave them 2 sets of bills. I'll pick them up when you're done, says the waitress as she walks away from the table. Wait, why 2 bills? Alma asked. Yours and your young friend who just left said that you would pay for him. The waitress answered. That son of an Ino yelled for have been styled. Naruto, can you find it? Shikamaru asked his blonde best friend about it. Naruto said as he stood up from his chair and knelt on the ground. He then placed his index finger on the ground and closed his eyes to concentrate on locating his day, sir. He then snapped his eyes open when he could find a trail. I know where it is, but it's moving fast. We need to go now if we want to catch up. It's already pretty far from what I could tell, Naruto said in a serious tone. That's not a good idiot. Thinks he can make a fool of us. Let's catch him so we can burn him and turn his mind in a puddle, says Ino with fire in her eyes. Not before she drowns him and cuts him into strips, said Naruto with an evil smile, which Ino gladly returns with her own. They even shared a small evil laugh together, which made Shikamaru's sweat drop at his blonde teammates' violent tendencies. I knew this was going to be a long mission, said Shikamaru with a tired sigh. The Genin trio left the house of tea in a hurry, leaving only their instructor, Honing, to pay the bill. He cursed them under his breath. I'm afraid we have to go now, ma'am. My students can be a little anxious sometimes. Thank you very much for the food. I'll leave the money here on the table, said Asuma, as he slowly walked towards where his students were going, feeling that this isn't really an important matter. So he will just take his time in the forest area in search of ID, while the Genin trio hurriedly chases after Dine and Daesur, who they hate to the ninjas. Asuma walked slowly behind them at his own pace. That guy has incredible speed. He must have trained his legs for years if he's able to move this far in such a short time. Naruto said. Who the hell is he? Asked Shikamaru. Never mind. We're definitely going to catch up, yelled Ino confidently. With Idate, he ran like there was no tomorrow. The way he ran seemed very easy and not tiring for the young, dire, stupid ninja. Before they can start, I'll be miles away of those losers, Idate said with a confident smugness. But as he continued running at his top speed, he accidentally tripped on a root and was sent falling hard off a cliff. Not knowing that his switchblade had fallen from his possession, he was able to stop his fall by crashing into a tree branch before he could hit the ground. All the speed in the world won't help if I don't look where I'm going, Idate scolded himself for his carelessness. Idate then jumps off the branch and lands on the ground on his feet. But he didn't. Realize that he's currently surrounded by 2 pissed-off genins and 1 bored one, I agree. But that will be irrelevant once I break both of his legs, Ino said, while releasing some of her killing intent. Ide looked up and saw the angry platinum blonde girl standing on a tree branch to his left, while Shikamaru was on the right and Naruto in front of him. Was completely surrounded. You have a lot of nerve to wire these two. But because of you, I had to run. So now you piss me off, Shikamaru said with a tone annoyed. You honestly thought you could get away with it. We are ninjas whether you like it or not. We were trained to catch punks like you. So I hope you're ready for what comes next, said Naruto as he cracked his knuckles, indicating he was going to beat the living hell out of the diner before him. Ide gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing there was only one thing he could do now: save himself. I'm sorry, Ide yelled as he knelt down and bowed his head in shame. The Genin trio said to the unison, confused by the sudden display of cowardice. Then they jumped off their branches and landed near Ide. You stole my wallet, and I was lost, and you guys showed up. I didn't know what else to do. Ide was practically begging sorry at this point. Are you kidding me? All your money, asked Ino, with a bit of sympathy in her voice. Well, why not? She simply said. Ouch, Naruto screamed in pain as he felt something land on his head, but he was able to catch it before it hit the ground. It was a switchblade. What is this? Naruto said as he looked at the knife in amazement. Ide then lifted his head from the ground and realized that it was his precious pocket knife, and someone other than him is holding it. Don't touch it, give it to me. Ide suddenly changed his cowardly personality to a very angry one as he hurriedly tried to retrieve Naruto's pocket knife. But Naruto had faster reflexes than Ide and was able to avoid all his desperate grabs, which eventually turned into punches. Hey, leave it, I'm warning you, said Naruto, between dodges and blocks, with an annoyed tone at Ide's sudden aggression. All this just because of a stupid knife. Naruto is getting even more angry at the older boy in front of him. Who is he to be mad at him? That's mine, give it back. Oh yo, Ide couldn't finish his sentence as he was hit with a quick punch from the Senju, leaving him unconscious. Naruto Kun, Ino screamed in disbelief at the sudden knockout blow. What, the imbecile went crazy and attacked me just because I was holding his knife. However, it's a good craftsmanship, said Naruto as he analyzed the knife, possibly custom made. Maybe that's why Ida wanted it from you so much. Okay, we did what we came for, right? We chased him and you punch him in the face. Can we go now? Shikamaru asked in a bored tone. Yes, Asuma-sensei is not far from here and is already reaching the Wasabi family compound right now. We're going to catch up with him, said Naruto. What are you going to do with the knife? Asked Ino. I'm not a thief, although I really like the design of the handle, but I'm going to leave you a little note, a little thing, so you remember what will happen if you cross paths with us again, said Naruto, with an evil smile that even gave some chills to both Hino and Shikamaru. Asuma-sensei is right, Naruto. Kun, you really have to stop dating Anko Ino, he said with a drop of sweat, feeling that the figure of his boyfriend's older sister is a bad influence on him. An hour later, Ide woke up with a black eye and a huge headache. The last thing he remembered was having been hit by the blonde ninja boy because he was holding my knife, whereas you saw his knife near him. It's a blade that sticks down into the ground. Ide quickly stood up and went to pick it up, but then he saw the written message carved on the ground next to the knife. Dear Ide, sorry for touching your precious knife. I didn't know you were so weird about it. Luckily for you, I'm not a thief, but I did look down on the title of Shinobi. You scammed me out of your account, and I flirted with my girl. Jokes aside, since you like giving so much simple warnings, let me give you mine. If I ever see you again, I'll use that cute knife of yours to cut your balls off. Yours sincerely, Naruto. Ide scoffed at the warning as if it was an empty threat, but he couldn't help but feel a small chill running down his spine. A single punch from the supposed Naruto was enough to knock him unconscious. Imagine if he was serious about hurting him. That thought alone was enough to strike some terror into him. Wasabi family with a Jocho residence after to group up with their Honing Sensei team. Ten now stands in front of Jocho, the head of the Wasabi family, and his client. Welcome, and thank you all for coming. I hope your journey here was uneventful, says Jirocho with a grateful smile. Not at all, Jirocho. Sen, we know how important this race is to your country. Lord Kage is honored that you chose Konoha for help. I am Asuma Sartobi, elite. Honing this is my team. Henin Naruto, Senju, Ino Yamanaka, and Shikamaru era, says Asuma while introduces his team to his service. Naruto greeted with a small bow. Nice to meet you, Jirocho, Sen, said Hino with a smile. "What's up?" said Shikamaru, with a lazy gesture at Sei. "Pleasure to meet you all, and it's an honor to have you here. I'm very grateful for your help," said Jocho with a smile. "Now that we're done with the greetings, let's get down to business." Lord Kage told us that he will get every 4 years Jirocho, asked to make sure that they are aware of the situation, yes. But if you're kind enough, if you could explain it to us more, we would greatly appreciate it. Naruto asked. "Very well. Please sit down," Jirocho said as the 4 shinobi sat down to get comfortable. Upon hearing the explanation, it all began a long time ago. Legend has it that in order to subdue a terrible storm, in desperation, people dedicated Ryuko's jewels to the great Todoroki shrine, and it worked. The storms resided, and it became a regular event that occurs every 4 years. At first, it was only to dedicate the jewels, but several years ago, decades later, it became a festival and a race, with the winner of the race being hailed as a great hero. Jirocho explained, but then his tone turned somber. But in recent years, what was once a friendly race has taken on a worrying appearance. For generations, the port city of Degarashi has been divided into 2 families, the Wasabi and the Wakashi, 2 rival gambling organizations. Both families wanted control of the city, which naturally led to disputes. These disputes became increasingly violent, sometimes resulting in all-out battles. The rest of the townspeople were caught in the crossfire. Many were injured or worse, Jocho said with a bit of shame in his voice. Finally, in an effort to end the cycle of violence, our district leader called on both sides to meet and come to an agreement. From now on, control of the city will not be decided by street fights, but by competition. Jirocho explained the current situation. "What kind of competition exactly?" asked Ino. "The race is held every 4 years at the dedication ceremony of the great Todoroki shrine. 4 years ago, the Huaras, and they won easily by hiring shinobi, and recently we have heard that they have hired shinobi again this year. That is why we sent messengers to the Hidden Leaf Village with a request for help. But they were ambushed and attacked," said Jirocho with a sad tone. "I beg everyone." Jocho suddenly bowed his head to the 4 shinobi in front of him. "For please lend me a smile." "Then who do you want me to escort anyway?" Shikamaru asked. "Excellent. Then will you accept the job?" said Jocho with a smile, then clapped his hands. The sliding door beside him opened and reveals the corridor chosen for the Wasabi family. "Yes, boss, he called me." The corridor was none other than Naruto's last least loved person, Idate. Marino Team 10 was shocked that the punk familiar who stiffo them and ran away from them was the same person they had to protect. "Tu." Idate yelled with fear and rage as he pointed his finger at Naruto. Naruto was in a state of shock, but then his mouth turned into an evil smile as he remembered his promise to Idate when they parted ways in the forest. "Hey, Idate, I thought I made myself clear now. Where's your knife?" said Naruto in a sweetly calm tone that couldn't hide his killing intent. For Idate, gulp was all Idate could do. "Oh, so you 2 already know each other then? That makes everything easier," said Jocho with a smile. "That might not be the case," said Ino with a tired sigh, feeling his mission getting a lot harder. The port city of Degarashi. Naruto and Idate now walked down the street of Degarashi. Asuma thought it was a good idea to clear the air between the 2 of them. Just he hopes Naruto doesn't end up killing the person he was assigned to protect. The boss turn around. "He's a very important man around here. I shouldn't have to bow my head to aspiring ninjas like you," said Idate in a frustrated tone. "It takes a big man to bow their head to another. I have nothing else that I respect for Jirocho. You, on the other hand, have trouble not killing, but I'm still a shinobi on duty, and like it or not, I still have to escort your chief," asked Naruto, said, a little venom in his voice. "Very well, believe me, if I wanted an escort, I certainly wouldn't be a brat like you," he yelled. "Go away." To the younger blonde boy standing next to him, "For the sake of my mission, I'm going to pretend you didn't call me, that I'm still your bodyguard. Go away. So if I were you, I'd stop giving myself reasons to let the enemy kill you." Naruto said, a bit of anger in his voice. He scoffed. I sighed. "Look, I think we started off on the wrong foot. Can we please start over for Jirocho-san's sake?" said Naruto in a calmer tone, hoping that their argument wouldn't cause them to race tomorrow. "Okay, I'll do it for Boss Jirocho. However, that doesn't mean I'm going to like you," he said. Idate in a slightly calmer tone, but he was still upset the same way, said Naruto with a happy smile. Elsewhere with Ino and Shikamaru, they decided to visit the town to see its festivities. They are currently in a local trinket shop. As they browse through the store, they notice that most of the items are surprisingly more expensive than their value. Even though it is a tourist center, these prices are ridiculous. Ino said to her friend Nara, "Maybe it is a high market, Shikamaru said with a lazy reply. But their not-so-good conversation was heard by the shopkeeper. I am sorry. Even I know that it is quite expensive. The shopkeeper admitted to the dramatic overpricing of her items. Oh no, I didn't mean to say no, she said, hoping not to offend the shopkeeper, but the kind lady was not offended. Don't worry, honey, in fact, we don't want to sell at these prices either. But after the Guara's family came to power over this town, the shopkeeper couldn't finish her sentence, as everyone heard a loud bang and the sound of breaking glass right outside the shop. They went to check it out and found 3 thugs harassing one of the shopkeeper's village in the middle of the street. Please forgive me, begged the old merchant, kneeling on the ground in front of the 3 thugs. How dare you? When we want something, we take it. I understand you wouldn't even be in business if it weren't for the Guaras, one of the thugs said out loud. Now, it is revealed that he is one of the members of the Hokage family. I know, it's just that taking without paying for it. It's the old merchant. He tried to reason, but it fell on deaf ears. You really don't understand. Do you boys go get your things while I give him a lesson? The supposed leader ordered his 2 fellow thugs to practically rob the merchant. No, please stop. The old merchant tried to stop them from stealing his hard-earned goods until the leader grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Maybe this will help you understand, says the leader as he raises his fist and tries to punch the old merchant in the face, only to be stopped by Rhino, who suddenly appeared and grabbed the leader's incoming fist, holding it firmly. What the hell, who are you? The leader asked, seeing the platinum blonde. Why don't you and your friends go for a hike? Ino said in a serious tone. Well, what do we have here is a pretty little thing. One of the other 2 thugs came back after hearing the sound of their leader's screams. He had a perverted smile and a hungry look in his eyes, just like the other one. Yeah, why don't you come with us, blonde, and we'll make you have a good time, the other thug said while licking his lips, which obviously disgusted the Yamanaka. Well, if you want me, come and take me. After all, you take what you want, right? Ino said with a defiant and disgusted tone. Please get her out of there. These people are from the Wakashi family. They are dangerous, especially for a girl like her. The shopkeeper begged Shikamaru to help her friend. Don't worry, she will be fine. It's them you should worry about, said Shikamaru with a confident smile. You asked for her, boys, the leader shouted to his 2 men. The shopkeeper closed her eyes immediately. She simply couldn't bear it. See what the 3 Guar thugs would almost do to the sweet blonde girl. All she heard was the loud sounds of painful thuds and bones crunching as she opened her eyes, she along with the rest of the spectators were in shock at the display before them. And you're not getting away with this. We'll get you next time, little girl. Don't mess with us, or you will get what is coming, yelled one of the 3 bruised and battered Juarez thugs as he and the other thug picked up their unconscious leader, and they were about to leave. He didn't like the sound of the threats. I then cracked my knuckles loud enough for the thugs to hear, which made them squeal in fear, and ran away as fast as I could. Young lady, thank you, whoever you are, said the old merchant, bowing his head gratefully to the platinum blonde. Just look at those men run now. If only the Wasabi family can win the race, we will end them for good, he said cheerfully. I will lay her down while helping the old merchant. Are you okay? I asked Shikamaru with a little concern for his friend. Yet don't worry, Shika, those weirdos aren't even worth it, Ino said with a confident smile. Joko's residence, the guest room. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru are now facing Asuma in his guest room. Apparently, he has something important to tell you all. Right, guys, a quick update on the mission. No, I won't be joining you on the escort tomorrow, I informed Suma. Well, why did Ino ask? Apparently, the Daimao of the land of tea has asked me to investigate the family Guaras, and the minister of Bai of Gashi, the Dano, believes that the minister has been questionable, reported his new mission. So you think that this minister is helping the Swashi? Asked Shikamaru. Maybe that is what I intend to find out, said Asuma, while lighting the cigarette in his mouth. So, escort, I date alone. Are you sure we are ready, sensei? Asked Naruto. Yes, I have full faith in you 3, in your abilities, and I trust that you will succeed, Naruto. I will make you the interim captain of Team 10 until I finish my mission, and a piece of advice: completing a mission is but never endanger the safety of your comrades. That also includes I date. I hope you were able to fix things with him, he advised Suma to his sunny blonde student. Yes, sensei. I will protect you all with my life, said Naruto with a confident smile. And I will protect yours with mine, said Ino, swearing that she will protect his whiskers no matter what happens. It is too troublesome to die last. So I will make sure that you're safe too, said Shikamaru with a cold tone. But deep down, I meant every word. All you guys never cease to amaze me. Good luck tomorrow, and be careful of the enemy shinobi. I suspect they are from Amigakure, the Hidden Rain Village. They are known to use Semons, which was reported by the messengers that they were attacked. Asuma informed his team of the enemy ninja. "We will be careful, sensei. I promise," said Naruto. With a bright smile, the next day Degarashi Port was time for the great race. Fireworks went off in the sky, and all the town cheered the Wasabi. Wow, I didn't realize this race was going to be so big the whole town is here. So what kind of race is this anyway? Ino asked her current team captain, the kind that starts, and Naruto joked with innocent sarcasm to his cheeky girlfriend, "Aren't you Whiskers?" he said with a pout. LOL, well, according to Jirocho, saying the starting point is here at Degarashi Port. From here, the racers will head to Midori Shrine, which is located on Nagi Island, the midpoint of the race. Naruto informed his teammates while holding a map to show their bearings. "I guess we'll be sailing then unless Ide has to run across the water to the island," said Shikamaru, hoping that wasn't true. "Don't worry, Shika. It seems the first leg of the race is to use a boat from here. Once we get to Nagi Island, the racer has to take one of Ryuko's 2 jewels from Midori Shrine and run all the way to dedicate their jewel at the Grand Shrine, Todoroki. Whoever gets there first wins. That's as far as the basic rules go. But other than that, anything goes. Shortcuts, obstructions, and secret maneuvers are allowed," Naruto informed his team. "So hiring a ninja isn't a violation of the rules either," Shikamaru said. "But where are the Hikari family ninjas?" Ino asked. "It seems like they're keeping a low profile, but make no mistake, they're out there. I can sense stronger chakra signatures here, but there are too many people to identify," Naruto said. His eyes narrowed the crowd of people. "I don't care what you do, just don't get in my way. I have a race to win," he yelled ID to his young bodyguards. "Don't worry, ID. You just concentrate on running. We will be right behind you," Ino said to the Wasabi runner. "Besides, it's our job to make sure no one gets in your way. But if we encounter any opposition, you will do as I say." "Understood," Naruto said in an authoritative voice. But then he realized that he had accidentally made a rhyme. Whatever, he just scoffed and date. Then the announcer spoke through the speaker. Attention, attention. The Great Todoroki Shrine Race is about to begin. Running for the Wasabi ID family, Tiarino. Many of the townspeople cheered him. Running for the Wakashi Fukusuke and Kakuya family. Already many of Guara's followers cheered him on. The runners take your mark as the 2 runners prepare to run, and the large port doors slowly open to reveal their ships. They're still at the dock, yet notices clouds gathering on the horizon and knows what he has to do. "Ready, let's go." The 2 runners began to run at high speed towards their boats. "That's our signal. Let's go." 2 shekel, yelled Naruto in shock. Instead of running towards the boats, Ide turned left and ran somewhere else. "What is that idiot doing?" Ino yelled as Team 10 chased Ide. "Ide, where are you going?" "The boat is like this," Shikamaru yelled surprisingly. "Guys, let's follow them." Music being a jerk, but it's completely real. Jirocho Sen won't do anything to let him down for now. "We just follow him and make sure he's safe. I just hope my hunch is right," said Naruto with hope in his voice. "I hope so to Naruto-kun, because this is our first C-rank mission. I'll kill Ide if we fail," said Ino with a slightly angry tone. "Don't worry, if we make it, I'll help you," said Naruto with a soft smile to his girlfriend. The Genin trio continued following the Wasabi family runner, hoping that he was still racing instead of running away. As Ide continues to walk away from the port, Team 10 is now behind him, and he didn't want to yell at Ide for the wrong direction he was heading, but Naruto suggested they keep their distance for now. As much as he dislikes the arrogant Wasabi runner, can already tell that Ide is fiercely loyal to Jocho and would never betray him like that. The blonde Senju decided to put some faith in Ide and trust that the Wasabi runner knows what he's doing and is going with the best course of action to win the race. Aside from all that, Naruto's senses were going crazy, whether it was from his natural sensory ability or from Kurama's negative emotion detection. He could sense that they were being followed, and judging by their chakra signature, they were shinobi and mid-gening level at best. Naruto quickly informed his team through Ino's mind link and warned them to keep their eyes open for any trap or attack. Ide was now running along a cliff, but unbeknownst to him, he was caught in a jinjutsu that made him believe he was running in circles. Team 10 noticed this and was about to help the runner Wasabi, but then they saw that Ide had already noticed the illusion and performed a one-handed seal to disrupt his chakra flow, easily breaking free from the jinjutsu. The team was following him as they continued to jump from tree branch to tree branch just above the cliff, and the one Ide was running. So he is a ninja, or maybe he received some level of shinobi training. "What are you not telling us, Ide?" Naruto thought to himself in amazement, but the rest of his team could hear, since Ino's mind link is still active. Her speed alone is almost Chunin level, and judging by the way she notices and dispels that jinjutsu, Aints proves it. Shikamaru added with his thoughts, "Yeah, I guess it's Santa Ino didn't get to finish her sentence in her mind when she realizes that Idate was about to run off the cliff. Idate yelled Ino at the runner Abi, but Idate realized too late, apparently, after he dispelled the Jinjutsu that was cast on him and continues running forward blindly. There was a second layer of Jinjutsu in place. As he was about to fall off the cliff, he felt his body go completely. Paralyzed success of shadow possession. Thank for the Shuni Naruto, said Shikamaru with a sigh of relief. With Naruto by his side with his hand on the Naruto's shoulder, he was able to shine himself and Shikamaru close to Idate. So the lazy Nara was able to catch him with a shadow before he could fall. Yeah, that was too close, said Hino as he jumped off his tree branch to rejoin the rest of his team. Hey, what's up? Let me go, asked Idate with a hint of annoyance and anger in his tone. Hey, Shika and Naruto-kun, just saved your ass. So how about some thanks, yelled Ino, trying to defend her teammates' actions. Yeah, sure, as if giving the thanks to the ninja rooms like you said, Idate with an arrogant and disgusted expression on his face. Why are you lousy? And wasn't about to yell the insult, but was interrupted by her paramour Rubio, who finally decided he'd had enough of Wasabi Runer's attitude. Enough, listen to it here. Idate, you were caught in a Jinjutsu, which means the Wagashi shinobi aren't too far away from us. Instead of escorting Fukazuka to the Todoroki shrine, they were sent to eliminate you. Now, I've been very patient with you, very patient, but you almost got killed, which could have jeopardized our mission and the race. So I want you to tell us what you're planning now, or I'll make Ino-chan go through your mind, and I don't care how long it takes, said Naruto with a serious tone. Look, I don't need your help, it's okay. The only reason you saved me is because you're forced to do so out of duty, said go away with an annoyed grimace. And I don't care, tell us your plan now, Naruto ordered with the same serious tone and looked heavily at Wasabi Runer. Where are we going, Idate? What happened to poor Degarashi, Shikamaru asked as he also wanted to know what Idate's real plan is while releasing his shadow possession on the Wasabi Runer. And what about that? Forget about the port. I'm heading north from here, Idate said. It clearly you are. So that means it's faster that way, he asked Ino. That's right, said Idate with a smile. How do we know we can trust you, said Naruto with his eyes narrowed. That's the problem with you ninjas. You can't trust anything, right? He shouted. Go away, out of distrust. You really haven't given us a choice, have you? You scammed us when we first met, and it seemed like you left when the race started, Shikamaru said in a bored tone. I'm not going to run away. Look at this time of year. There are some pretty strong seasonal winds blowing hard across the sea. Back to the starting point, I noticed the clouds. I can see the wind blowing towards us. On top of that, at the North Port, there's an ocean current that flows straight into the Nahi Island, Idate explained. So you weren't running away this whole time, you were just using a shortcut, Ino said, trying to summarize the real plan. That's what I was saying, you need to use this a little bit more right here, Ida said mockingly as she pointed her thumb towards her head, pointing at her brain. However, I suggest you be more transparent with us in the future. The Wagashi shinobi are currently behind us, and it's best we travel together, Naruto suggested, but it sounded more like an order. Humph. Whatever, just try to keep up, said Idate as he turned to continue north. Team 10 and Idate continue heading north to the second port at full speed. Idate explained to them that a local fisherman is more than willing to help the Wasabi family by providing them with his fastest boat. Naruto notices the level of admiration and respect the fisherman spoke of Jocho and how much the Wasabi had done for the local people of the land of tea. He realizes that the stakes of the race are more shocking than I thought. This beautiful land should not have to suffer any longer under the heels of the Wagashi Inu. If he still doesn't like Idate as a person, he'll make sure to win the race, no matter what. Too many good people depend on him. The fishermen's boat the sea en route to Nahi Island. As they sailed through the clear seas, Idate had a worried expression on his face, though he didn't doubt his speed to win the race. Nothing is certain, especially when shinobi are involved. He gritted his teeth in rage and frustration and decided to ask his bodyguard the question he always asked himself. Why did the boys want to become shinobi anyway? He asked Idate out of nowhere. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked in return, not knowing what it really meant. What does it sound like? He asked them what made them decide to wake up one day, put on a stupid headband, and become a disposable soldier for their village, asked ID harshly, and with a bit of vehement voice. Hey, we're not disposable, you moron, Ino yelled at the disrespectful runner. All shinobi are disposable. I mean, you're just genins, and yet you say things like you've seen everything. You're not even shunning yet. So how would you know you're not disposable? How Idate yelled in turn. That's why you hate shinobi. is because you didn't become a chunning, Naruto asked in a monotone voice as he continued to steer the boat. What Idate asked with surprise in his voice. I remember now why your name is so familiar. Look, I have an older sister who works at the Torture and Interrogation Corporation in Konoha, and she mentioned that she works for two superiors, Ino Ch Yamanka, who is in Chan's father, and Vicky Marino T.I.'s boss. I'm assuming he's a relative of yours, Naruto said as he finally put all the pieces of Idate's true identity together. What did you say my brother is alive? Idate asked in disbelief, as he always thought his brother had died in an explosion. Yes, Idate. Already judging by your skills and knowledge, you were a genin of Konoha, Naruto simply said. Idate. He was speechless, as he could not believe that the little blonde genin was such a detective. Idate. I don't know what happened for you to be like this, but Naruto could not finish his sentence as he instinctively dodged an incoming arrow that almost hit his head. Ambush, Naruto shouted. The four young men turned their heads and saw that there was another boat chasing them behind them with three men standing on top of the ship's deck. Each of them wore matching yellow overalls that were sewn together in the middle. They also wore a rain forehead protector that covered their entire head and some sort of breathing apparatus. Their faces were covered with a white sash with eye holes cut out. One of them had both, the other only had one, and the last one had none. It seems I missed or burrow, says the one with only one eye on his sash and holds a crossbow in his hand. It doesn't matter, Momi. How are we? Kagari asked the supposed leader with both eye holes in his sash, now identified as Oboro. Check it out yourself. They are just ahead, says the eyeless aim ninja known as Kagari. Very well. Then let's roll, declared Oboro to his team. Mubi then fired a bunch of arrows towards Team 10's boat. Naruto saw the incoming projectiles. He made several hand seals and pushed his open hand forward, gale palm wind style. The strong force of the wind blew all the arrows away, preventing any damage to their boat. It seems they have a wind style user, never mind, says MBI as she knocks more arrows into her crossbow and fires them all towards the boat. But it was all in vain, as Naruto once again managed to easily blow all the arrows away with his gale palm. Naruto, Kuin, you know where we are, right? Hino asked as she realizes the huge advantage they have due to their current location. What do you mean? And Chan asked Naruto, not sure what she meant. I mean, look what's around us now, said Ino as she waved her hand to show what they've been doing all this time. The ocean, smart girl, said Naruto with a smile. He loves how his girlfriend thinks. Guys, please stop flirting with each other for a second. We're in some kind of situation here, said Shikamaru with a tired sigh. Relax, Shika. Plus, they're the new jutsu that I just mastered from one of the scrolls that Asuma Sensei had given me, and I'm dying to try it out. And since we're in the ocean, I don't need to use the humidity in the air for this, said Naruto with his confident smile, not leaving his face. Naruto then proceeded to do a very long combination of hand seals, but it was impressively fast to the naked eye. The ocean beneath their feet was shaking violently as soon as Naruto finished his last hand seal. Oboro and his team felt a little nervous when they felt the sudden surge of chakra from the blonde shinobi water-style water dragon, Judo. A very large dragon made of water rose from the ocean and was sent flying toward the Oboro team's ship at an incredible speed, its glowing yellow eyes. He squinted as his deafening roar echoed throughout the sea. Team Oboro was in a state of utter shock at witnessing such a powerful jutsu. They had heard of the water dragon jutsu, but never imagined it could be so large and powerful. The water dragon crashed into the enemy ship, completely annihilating it into pieces. Well, I guess that takes care of that, Naruto said with a satisfied smile. Idate was in disbelief at seeing the one called Rufo Ruan destroy the enemy ninjas in one go. Despite that he would never admit it, Idate, he now has a new sense of respect and a deep fear towards the blonde Senju. But unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. Naruto, Shikamaru shouted from behind as suddenly many copies of the Oboro team rose from the deck of the ship. In Chan, protect Idate, Shikamaru, and I will get rid of these clowns once and for all, Naruto ordered with a serious tone as the trio of leaf ninjas continued to beat up the multiple clones. They realized that they were so intangible like ghosts, but could deal some damage. These are clones, so hitting them is a waste of time, Naruto. These things are pretty much the standard clone jutsu. The only difference is we can't hit them to dispel them. The real ones are probably hiding somewhere amongst them, Shikamaru informed his team leader as he continued his assault to find the real ones. Can you find them, Naruto? Kuin asked Ino as he blocked an incoming Kuin that had been thrown at him. Yeah, I just need a second. Naruto tried to kneel down to use his sensory ability, but couldn't as Team Oboro kept tying him up as soon as he let his guard down. You better stay close to my side, I-Date, said Ino to the Wasabi runner. No way. Why would he want help from a bunch of ninjas? I-Date yelled stubbornly, as he still despises all ninjas from his core. Look around, you imbecile beggars. Can't be choosers, Naruto told 8 in annoyance. But then he saw that one of the AIM ninja was about to pounce about Shikamaru. Shikamaru, behind you, yelled Naruto. The real Kagari jumped to attack Shikamaru from behind, but the Nara managed to get out of the way just in time thanks to Naruto's warning. Shikamaru then crouches down on one knee and made a one-handed seal ninja art shadow possession. Jutsu Shikamaru's shadow was sent towards Kagure and was able to catch and trap him, but Shikamaru was forced to let go as Oboro threw a kunai at him, and he was forced to dodge once again. This is going to take forever, and I need to catch all 3 of them with my shadow to make them stop. But I can't find the originals with these clones. Out there, Naruto, can you detect them with your sensory jutsu? Shikamaru asked his team leader Rupi. Could I? But these guys aren't making it easy. I need to concentrate to locate their chakra signatures, but I can't do that and dodge their attacks at the same time, Naruto said, while gritting his teeth in frustration. It's over, give up, I-Date, and we could just leave you live, yelled Burrow with a smirk behind his respirator. Tempting, but I'd rather kick your ass than sell out a comrade, Naruto said with determined eyes. See, comrade ID, he told you in disbelief that Naruto actually thought of him as a comrade. Do you have any idea, asked Shikamaru, as he is now back-to-back with Naruto with many of the clones from Go surrounding him, only one, and I'm sorry you have to find out this way, Shika, said Naruto with a sad smile. Find out what? Shikamaru asked with a raised eyebrow. No, say we didn't give you the chance now. We will, Mubi said, but he didn't get to finish his sentence as he saw Naruto perform several unique hand seals, ending with an ice-style snake. Seal 10-1 petals of ice, many sharp ice shards suddenly appear out of nowhere floating around Naruto and Shikamaru. Then they shot out from all directions, hitting all of Ha's clones, and finally the originals. The ice shards were endless and were impossible to dodge. Oboro was hit in the stomach. Kagure was hit in his left shoulder and right thigh, but Mubi was hit directly in his only eye, killing him instantly, while the 2 remaining AIM ninja scream in incredible pain. All the clones from Go disappeared. Shikamaru was shocked to see his best friend use Sut KY Janai for the first time in front of him. He knew Naruto was strong before, but now, this is just ridiculous. How strong is the troublesome blonde? He was also worried that Naruto would have killed MBI, as it was normal, even though he saw the blonde shudder in guilt on his face after he did his kill Naruto. Before he wondered, despite everything, Naruto is still his best friend, and he will ask him about it later. Shikamaru then uses his shadow possession jutsu once again to tie up Oboro and Kagure. Hopefully they could try to get some information out of them. After Ino tends to their wounds, Naruto had tied Burrow and Kagure to the ship. Now that I have your attention, how many are you? He asked Naruto to Burrow with a cold tone. Bastard, you killed MBI. I will make sure you die a slow and painful death, but not before I kill your friends in front of you, threatened Burrow with pure rage in his eyes. The blonde had just killed his comrade and swears to make him suffer for it. Naruto had received some interrogation lessons from Zenkan and knew that to get information from an enemy, pain had to be inflicted, although he would rather Kino use one of the signature jutsus of his clan to simply extract the information from their heads. Unfortunately, she hasn't yet learned the infamous Yamanaka Psycho Mind Transmission Jutsu. According to her father, it's a very advanced level technique from her clan that she wasn't ready to learn yet. So now Naruto needed to use it the old-fashioned way, even though she doesn't like it. Naruto then created an ice shard out of nowhere in his right hand and stabbed Oboro's left kneecap, with it causing the AIM ninja to scream in agonizing pain. I'll ask you again how Naruto began to twist the shard in the Oboro kneecap. Many be it that you fuck you, I swear I will go there. Haha, how you wait, kid. AO and sense, and he's gonna kill you all. With his sword, said Oboro with a big evil smile behind his respirator. AO and sensei, I-Date, he said to himself in amazement at the thought that he would never have to hear that cursed name again, but not before I kill you first, said Oboro with a sinister smile that never left his face. Naruto did not like the sound of his tone, and while he unconsciously concentrated his chakra in his ears, he heard the sound of burning paper all over the boat. Get off the boat now, Naruto yelled, panicking, hearing the fear in his voice Ino Shikamaru, and Idate immediately ran to the edge of the boat. Haha, see you in hell, Ruby, yelled Burrow and Satisfaction Team. 10 managed to jump off the boat in time before it was completely destroyed in a fiery explosion courtesy of the many paper bombs Oboro and his team managed to place. When they first attacked, no doubt Oboro and Kaguri, they died in the explosion, but the shockwave from the blast had managed to separate Team 10 from Idate. Island NJI Idate was able to swim all the way to the island, but couldn't locate his ninja bodyguards anywhere. Although he wouldn't admit it to himself, he really hopes that they survive the explosion and soon find their way back to him. After all, the race was still far from over. As he climbed up the rocks to get away from the relentless sea, he felt the shadow of a man standing over him. The man standing in front of Idate gave him nothing but a smug smile. Long time no see, ID, the man tells you with an arrogant tone, and you AO and Russo son of a bitch Idate didn't get to finish his sentence as they grabbed him by the hair and threw him with great force against the rocky surface. Now, is that any way to treat your old sensei? Really, how many times do I have to teach you to never trust anyone? The man, now identified as AO, and says as he reaches for the heavy umbrella in his back and starts hitting Idate with it. What a fool are you, Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru managed to swim all the way to the sandy shores of NJI Island. They could still see what was left of their burning ship from afar, which is currently sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Are they okay? Naruto asked his team. Yes, we are okay, Shikamaru replied, while panting to catch his breath. Wait, where's Idate? Asked Rhino. As he looked around, seeing no sign of his fourth member, it seems we got separated during the explosion. Wait, I'll try to find it, Naruto said with concern in his voice. Naruto then knelt down and placed his index finger on the sandy ground and closed his eyes to concentrate. The island was vast, and he could detect many small chakra signatures gathered at the Midori Shrine. They are probably the villagers who came all the way to support their runners when they arrive to pick up their joy Ryuko and head straight to Todoroki Shrine. Naruto then detected 2 chakra signatures that were near them. One I recognize it as Idate's, but the other had a high-level Chunin chakra and a strong sense of malice. The young Senju managed to combine both his natural sensory ability and Kurama's negative emotion detector. The result is a very powerful sensory ability that can track and identify any target with ease. I found it, but it's not the only one we have to move now. Naruto informed his team urgently. Right, both Ino and Shikamaru responded. Then Team 10 set off to look for his fourth member who hates ninjas, but despite their differences, Naruto really hopes that Idate is okay when they arrive with Idate the aim. Jonin continues to mercilessly beat the defenseless Wasabi Runer in the rainy area. Idate had bruises all over his face and semens all over his body. What's worse is that Aoi continues to verbally belittle Wasabi Runer's self-esteem while beating him to a pulp, calling him a coward and a useless human being that doesn't deserve to live. The times are running out. ID Fukusuk will be at Midori Shrine right now. Any chance you have is long gone. AO and surrounded himself with a smile. Idate felt weakened from the beating and fell to his knees and finally on his belly. Your days of running are over. You can't even stand up. Once the poison in those semen stops spreading through your body, you'll be crossing a different kind of finish line, the ultimate finish line of death, said AO with the evil smile that never left his face. Idate felt his will to fight slowly fading as he desperately tried to reach for the pocket knife that was on the ground in front of him. What do you really think you can do with that little pocket knife? Asked AO out of pity for the sad side of the runner. Asabi. AO then reached out to grab the pocket knife on the ground, but his hand was immediately knocked away by Idate as the runner. Asabi desperately clings to it. No, don't touch it, Idate declared as somehow way she kept her defiant spirit. Feeling annoyed, AO and continues to beat the helpless Idate. The aim honing stomped on Idate's hand that was still clinging to the knife and kicked the Wasabi Runner directly in the face, then began to stomp on his weakened body foolishly. He hoped to show the world that he is a man of integrity. You could have run away. You picked the wrong time to try to redeem yourself, Idate said Aoi in a cold and casual tone. The aim Jonin then places his foot firmly on Idate's chest. Idate waiting for the poison to enter his semens and finally finish off the Wasabi Runer for good. Idate was weak and could feel his consciousness fading. As he was about to fall into consciousness, he heard a loud scream from a familiar voice. Water bullet, liquid style, a large orb of water shot out in the direction of the aimed Jonin. Aoi was able to jump out of the way in time, but in doing so, Ide was released from the hold on his foot. The water bullet crashed into the ground, causing a medium-sized crater. Aoi, who saw the results of the sudden attack, was intrigued to see who was the caster of such a powerful water jutsu, ID Grino, who immediately approached him to check his wounds, while Naruto and Shikamaru went to confront the lame Jonin. Aoi was shocked to see a team of 3 Konoha Genins now standing between him and his target. "I assume you're in charge of the 3M ninjas that attacked us?" Naruto asked. "Yes, and apparently they weren't up to the job." "Where are they?" asked Ao in a bored tone, wondering where would be his Genin team. "Dead. And you will be too if you don't get away," Naruto replied, and threatened. "Pretty tough guy, isn't he, little man? However, it's a shame. I was planning on signing up my stupid Genin team for the upcoming Chunin exams. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I don't care, Ao." And he said like it's no big deal. "You say that like they're replaceable," Shikamaru said with his eyes narrowed. "Oh, it's going to be a hassle finding a new team. That's all," Aoi replied coldly. "Son, they might be our enemies, but they were your comrades. How could you disrespect them like that?" Naruto demanded to know what kind of Honing would care about their Genin team. "Either to me, they were nothing more than tools, that's all. But thanks to you guys, it shows that you were a bunch of useless tools. So I need to replace you once this is all over. But why are you so upset about that? Isn't that what we shinobi are? We use all the tools we have to our advantage," said Ao with a look of arrogance. "Is scum like you who give a bad name to the title of shinobi," said Naruto with a hint of anger. "And it's children like you who die easily because of their childish view of the world." Ao responds to Naruto's last comment with his own. Ao then threw his umbrella into the air and made a one-handed seal ninja art shower scene, and the umbrella began to spin and fired countless poisonous summons in all directions, which are now raining down on Team 10. Naruto then performed several hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind-style great breakthrough. All the summons were pushed away before they could hit any of the Konoha Genins, causing Aoi to grit his teeth in annoyance. But then he heard a female voice scream behind him. Fire-style phonics. Flower Jutsu. Ino launched multiple fireballs towards lame Honing. Yahoi was struggling while dodging Ao's many very lethal fire attacks, and then jumps high in the air and grabs her umbrella still in the air, then swings it down and unleashes a strong the force of the wind towards Team 10. Managed to jump out of the way, but Ino was hit with all her force as she used her body to protect the still unconscious and defenseless Ide from the attack. "I screamed," Naruto worried about his girlfriend. "I'm okay, Naruto-kun," Ino reassures with a weak voice as the force of the wind caused quite a bit of damage to her body, while Aoi was still in the air, smiling in satisfaction as she was able to hit one of the pesky Genins. Then she notices that one of them is missing. Then she saw a single kunai launched in the direction towards his chest. Aoi smirked smugly as he was able to dodge the kunai before it hit him. But as the kunai passed by him, he saw a paper stuck on the ring of the handle, causing his eyes to widen as he realized what it was. Boom. Apparently, Shikamaru had taken advantage of the chaos after AOL's air assault and made an unexpected sneak attack on the aim Honing with a Kuna paper bomb, and attached Aoi managed to use her umbrella to shield herself from the blast in time, but not without escaping with some minor burns. However, his umbrella was not so lucky as it was now completely destroyed the aim Jonin, then landed on the ground on his feet, cursing the pesky Konoha Genins under his breath. But when he heard the sound of a loud roar behind him, his eyes widened as he saw a very large water dragon heading straight for him. Apparently, Naruto did not take his attack on his beloved Inchan very lightly, realizing there was no other option. Aoi stuck her head in his. He reached into his bag and pulled out some sort of sword handle, then a glowing double-edged blade made of pure yellow electric energy emerged from the handle. Ao and then uses the energy sword to cut down the water dragon before it can hurt him. What is that thing? Naruto thought in disbelief as he saw the unique sword cut through his attack like it was nothing, and for some unknown reason he felt very drawn to it, as if it was calling out to him. Suddenly, they heard the sound of loud cheering coming from the direction of Midori Shrine. Fukusuk must have arrived at Midori Shrine. You three are pretty impressive for a group of Genins, but your mission is already a failure. The poison will soon kill Ide. It's over. You better pray we don't see each other again, because next time my Thunder God Sword will cut through you all. Aoi threatened with a confident smile before walking away. B said Shikamaru with a frustrated tone, sort of thunder. God, why does it sound so familiar, Naruto? He thought for a moment, curiosity, as if she had heard the name AA weapon before in a history book. Naruto Koenshika yelled Ino to her two teammates Naruto, and Shikamaru immediately ran to her side, as they both could hear the urgency in her tone. And Chan, what's wrong, Naruto asked his blonde girlfriend. Is this your pulse is weakening? We need to get you out of here. So you can treat the poison. Ino informed her teammates about the grave condition of the wasabi runner. Correct. Shika, help me carry him, Naruto ordered the pineapple-haired boy, while both of them were carrying the unconscious Idate shoulder to shoulder inside a cave. Team 10 was taking shelter from the heavy rain inside a small cave that is near the battle site. They sat by a small campfire with Idate, who was lying on the ground, still conscious at the time Ino was treating him with the poison. How is Ino-chan? Asked Naruto, with concern in his voice. Well, right now, he just needs to get some rest. The poison in his system was nothing special, so I gave him one of the antiserums that I made. One of the benefits of working in a flower shop is that you have access to all kinds of plants, some of which have healing properties, especially for poison, said Ino, with a proud smile of herself. Impressive. H-chan, you know, for a fact you are a very cute nurse. Remind me to get yourself a nurse uniform when we get back, said Naruto, as he tried to tease his girlfriend, which worked brilliantly since Ino was now blushing. Go cow. Why would you get me that? Ino demanded without the heavy blush leaving her face. As I said, you are a very cute nurse, milady, said Naruto, with a mocking wink, which makes the platinum blonde nervous. Go cow, stop, yelled Ino as her face turned vermilion red. She knew Naruto was just messing with her, but she can get nervous so easily when it comes to her beloved Whiskers. This is not the time, Naruto, especially when I'm around. I thought we talked about this, Shikamaru said with an expressionless look. They came to an agreement to never have weird couple moments when a Lakera is present. Lol. I'm just kidding, guys, relax. But since we're still waiting for Ida to wake you up, let's discuss who we're dealing with. Naruto changed to a more serious and authoritative tone. The AIM ninja, where fighting is a honing, but according to his chakra level, he only has mid-high Chunin level reserves. That's not even at the level of a visit team. And that's saying something. Naruto reported already that he was able to gather his recent information on the umbrella-wielding ninja from the short fight. We also didn't see him perform much ninjutsu, which is odd for a supposed elite ninja. So does he still keep his true power to himself, or does he rely mainly on his weapons like the umbrella and that lightsaber, for example? Shikamaru also added in his analysis, yes, he called it the sword of the god of thunder. True, I've never seen anything like it. Pierced Naruto coins like it was nothing, added Ino, while recalling what the unique sword could do, so we can only assume that his sword is capable of repelling any ninjutsu attack. Shikamaru summarized, I could catch him with my shadow, but his reflexes are too fast, and his senses are really sharp, judging by the way he was able to dodge a liquid bullet and block my attack with his umbrella. But luckily for us, that thing is already out of commission, leaving only the sword. Shikamaru reported, maybe we can attack him simultaneously from 3 different directions. After all, he only has one sword and he can't block all of our attacks at the same time, suggested Ino. It's not just any sword. Idate finally spoke. As he slowly sat up, he finally regained consciousness and managed to listen to Team 10's strategy meeting about the AIM honing who had beaten him up. You're up now, it's good. But take it easy, said Ino with relief in her voice. What do you mean, Idate? What is that sword? Asked Naruto. It's the Raijin Noen, the sword of the god of thunder, the great sword that was wielded by the second Hokage himself. And as long as Aoi has it, he is unbeatable. Idate informed Team 10 about Konoha's legendary treasured weapon, that is Tobirama Gigi's sword. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Tobirama Gigi created that sword to counter his enemies in lightning style, since his main affinity is water. Since he had it, lightning attacks were no longer his weakness, thought Naruto, as he remembered everything he had learned about his late grandfather and his past accomplishments. How do you know that, Idate? And how do you know that AIM ninja? Asked Shikamaru, with his eyes narrowed, sensing that the runner Asabi still wasn't being honest with him. Idate remained silent as he turned his head to look at the ground in shame. Idate, we can't help you if you can't tell us the truth. Please trust us, Naruto asked with hope in his voice. His name is Ao, and Russian. He was a missense of the academy when he lived in Konoha. One day, he betrayed the village and became a honing from Amage Cure, the hidden rain village. Yate had finally identified the mysterious AIM ninja And does this have to do with you? Naruto asked, but Idate remained silent after the question. He just couldn't bear the shame and guilt what happened. Idate asked Ino quietly. I helped to betray the village. Idate finally admitted his biggest regret. You helped him. Why did? Ino ask in shock. It wasn't how I planned it. Okay. Idate shouted defensively. If there's something you don't want seeing himself, it's a willing traitor like Aoi. When I failed the first test of the Chunin exam, I was so depressed. I was so sure I was going to make it, but I couldn't even pass the first test all because my older brother and Vicky asked a stupid question in the end. To this day, I have no idea what the answer is. I didn't know what to do. Idate started to explain how it all happened, but then Aoi came up to me. She told me there was another way to become a Chunin other than the exams. All I have to do is do exactly what he tells me. IR reminded you of the turning point of his biggest mistake. And let me guess, he wanted you to steal something as soon. Naruto, since his story is starting to sound very familiar. Yes, how do you know that? Asked Idate, wondering how the hell the blonde boy was able to guess that on the first try a friend of ours named Shio was in the exact same situation you were in 3 months ago. She failed her gening exam, and one of the academy senseis used her to steal the forbidden scroll of seals, telling her that she would become a genin if he did, said Naruto with disgust in his voice at the memory of the treacherous and hateful Chunin. I see, I guess I'm not the only one then, but he was caught. Sensei asked Idate, hoping that this person Zayo wouldn't share the same fate as Yayo did. Yayo was saved before anything happened to him, said Naruto, but he lied about Sensei being caught. In part, Naruto has already come to an agreement about killing enemies, but that doesn't mean he would proudly advertise them every chance he gets as a badge of honor. Ino. She noticed the pain on Naruto's face as he told the supposed lie. She was there with him when Naruto made his first kill and remembered how it completely broke him. Next, she slowly takes his hand to comfort her blonde for more, like she always does. I see. Well, I wasn't that lucky. I managed to get back the items Aoi told me to pick up, the seal scroll and the Raiji Noken, after I gave them her. Aoi, you finally told me the truth. I actually stole the items, and now they consider me a rogue ninja. I didn't know what to do. AO, and he told me to come with him to Meguer and become a Chunin there, that I stay, and they'll lock me up for the rest of my life, or I go with him. I was completely trapped. He told me if you ever want to survive in this world, you should not trust anyone. Since then, I never went back to the Hidden Leaf Village. I guess that's why I hate shinobi so much, because they're nothing but liars and thieves, and I am one of them. Idate had finally admitted a simple truth about himself. Idate, that wasn't your fault. You were used and lied to by someone you were supposed to trust, just like our friend Shio was, said Ino, trying to send some words of consolation. Or to the Wasabi runner, don't you understand? It was my fault. I was a complete idiot and irresponsible child who can't do anything right. But then Boss Jocho found me. He believed in me when I couldn't even believe in myself. He was the one who gave me this knife and taught me that a blade is never meant to harm others anymore, but it peels the fruits, he said Idate, while looking at the knife in his hand with a few tears starting to fall from his eyes. Even though he knew I was no good, he still trusted me. He put his faith in me. And now look what I've done. I failed. I'm worthless. Everything I do goes wrong today. I was right. I have no right to live. Idate burst into tears in front of his bodyguards, who in turn couldn't help but feel sad for him too. After hearing everything Idate had just told him, Naruto felt that he and the Wasabi Runer had more in common than they thought, that he also wanted to prove his worth to all the people he cares about. Once he understood his sadness and pain the blonde man injure himself, he wanted to help Wasabi Runer even more. Now Naruto then walks forward and kneels in front of Idate, then places his hand on Wasabi Runer's shoulder and begins to speak. Failure is not the end. Idate is when we give up, is how it all ends. I know what it feels like to feel useless and feel like you don't matter, that no one would care if you just disappeared. Being alone, I know that feeling since I was 4. But just like you, I also found people who believed in me, and I would do anything for them, just like you would do the same for Jirocho. They are our precious people, and because they are precious, we can't give up. They're the ones who gave us our strength, and we have a duty to use that strength for their sake, because they're the things worth living for. They're worth fighting for. And right now, I believe in you, Idate. So use my strength too, and I hope you can too believe in us, because you are our comrade, and we do not leave our comrades behind, said Naruto, with his characteristic bright smile. At Naruto, Idate was completely speechless. The boy was absolutely right. He was truly inspired by his words that both Hino and Shikamaru shared the same feeling for them. and the rest of Re9, he is truly his own Hokage despite his hatred towards all shinobi Idate knew he could trust. Naruto, the blonde Senju, really seemed like someone who was worth believing. I don't care what it takes, I'll take you there if I have to. This race is far from over and date, said Naruto with determination in his eyes. But Idate had some concerns, but was interrupted by the blonde Senju Jirocho. San is waiting, right? So let's not keep him waiting, Naruto said with an enthusiastic tone and a soft smile. Hearing that Jirocho is no doubt waiting for him at the Madori Shrine was enough to give the Wasabi runner that much more motivation to continue. I will, but I'll need your help, Naruto, San Idate with the same determination in his eyes. Haha, please, no need for formalities, we're going to win this race, Idate, said Naruto with a smile as he offered his hand to lift the Wasabi Runer, which Idate gladly grabbed with his own. Naruto then began to carry Idate to bed as he ran through the heavy rain towards the Madori Shrine with Nino and Shikamaru behind him. The Madori Shrine, Naruto had carried Idate all the way to the Doroki Shrine along with Nino and Shikamaru behind them. They had to climb a long flight of stairs, but luckily Naruto was a monster of stamina. But unfortunately for his teammates who did not share his incredible stamina, they were now panting in exhaustion as they could not keep up with the blonde Senju. They were almost too late, but luckily the arrogant Adarashi Fukusuke racer decided to take his time to rest and prematurely celebrate his victory. But as soon as the heavy rain, Fukusuke finally stopped falling and finally started heading towards Todoroki Shrine with his Yuko Jewel. When Ida arrived at Madori, all of his supporters happily cheered his name and were glad that he didn't run away like they thought he would, including Jirocho, who gave his young henchman a grateful smile. Idate was still hurt from Aoli's beating, but thanks to Ino's homemade healing ointment, he was able to grab his Yuko Jewel and run all the way to Todoroki with Team 10 behind him. Naruto's words kept echoing in Idate's mind. The young Senju was able to do the one thing the Wasabi runner had been struggling with for a long time, to trust himself and others again. And if he couldn't do it for himself, then he should do it for the people that are precious to him, and he refuses to fail Jirocho when he was the one who gave him his second chance at life. Bridge to Fukusu Island. He was now approaching a large wooden bridge that was held by ropes that held it would take you straight to Todoroki Shrine. On U Island below the bridge was a deep river with strong currents. Falling, you will definitely drown, said Fukusuke with a victorious smile. But then Aoi came out of nowhere beside him, surprising the runner Adarashi. Well, then move Ao, and said with an AB tone. Apparently Idate has already arrived at Madori Shrine. Aol said with a hint of worry in his eyes. The what? Fukusuke said in disbelief. Yes, it seems that he might have underestimated his little one's bodyguard, Danin, said Aoi with his eyes narrowed. He refuses to be outdone by a bunch of kids, you incompetent fool. You said you were looking out for him, Fukusuke yelled. I thought I had, but now is not the time to argue. Hurry up and cross the bridge, Aoi ordered with a frustrated tone. Useless ninja. You are completely useless, said Fukusuke with a sneer, but his arrogance had greatly offended lame Jonin Ao. And then he grabs Fukusuke by the neck and begins to choke him. If there is one thing he hates, it is being disrespected by me for part of the trash like the runner. Adarashi, listen to yourself. I'm here helping you because I have to, because it's my duty. But one more little crack like that, and I'll split you in half, threatens Aoi as he tightens his grip. It's okay. I'm sorry, Fukusuke begged for his mercy. That's better now, move, said Ao as he loosened his grip and threw Fukusuke forward. All right, said Fukusuke fearfully before crossing the bridge and running to the other side. Ao. And then he feels Idate approaching the bridge, so he moved away to hide and prepare for the arrival of the Psy Runner. As Idate was near the bridge to Oyu Island, he smiled happy to be able to see Fukusuke still crossing. I have to admit, I never thought you would go this far, said Aoi while retracted by the previous attack, but was able to stare at his old and treacherous sensei. He will not be manipulated by him again. When Aoi realizes that Fukusuke has already arrived on the other side of the bridge, he used the Raijin no Kin to cut the ropes that held the bridge together, cutting through. Idate's chances of reaching the shrine were complete. Todoroki no Alto, shouted Idate, and went to stop the aim honing from cutting the last rope, but it was too late. Idate was hit again by the electric sword. Aoi made sure to use the sword non-lethally, so she could enjoy Idate's suffering. Why even bother? trying no one as a match for the legendary sword of the God of Thunder, the same sword that was wielded by the second Hokage himself. Ao boasted of his powerful weapon, but then again, everything don't you yacht after all, you're the one who stole it and brought it too. Me, said Ao, with a smirk, hoping to get under the runner's skin. Asabi Snake said, go away, through gritted teeth, sticks and stones can break my bones, he said Ao in a sing-song tone. But then he heard someone scream behind him. Then try this on for size. Naruto had finally arrived and threw a single wind-enhanced shuriken towards lame Jonin. Naruto then made a pair of hand seals as a shuriken was still in the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The single wind chakra enhanced the shuriken. Then it became hundreds, causing lame Honing's eyes to widen. Ao saw this and panicked a little. What kind of genin is capable of such skill and power? Not only was the little blonde Konoha ninja able to perform such powerful just, but the supposed aim Honing couldn't even detect her presence before yelling Ao, and then does his best to dodge all of them, the extremely sharp projectiles, but his body suffered many cuts since some of the shurikens were able to hit him. Then he used the Rin no Ken to create a kind of electro barrier around him to block the rest of the shurikens, so that the sword is also able to defend itself. Not bad, thought Tobirama Naruto, while mentally praising his late grandfather. Not bad, kid. But as I said, as long as I have the legendary Raijin no Ken, I am unstoppable, said Aoi with a smile. But it was not enough for impress the young Senju. You really should look in the mirror before calling yourself unstoppable, said Naruto with a smile. Since even with the AoE sword, he had many cuts all over his body. TSK. You can throw all the little tricks you want. It doesn't matter. This sword can cut through anything. It can even cut through chakra like it was water, said Aoi in a boastful manner, indicating that no ninjutsu attack would work on it. Well, what are you waiting for? It was made from Tobirama Enju. After all, he is the best, he said. Naruto, proudly believing that Sueji really is the best. Then it's useless to challenge me. Then how about you run and let me finish my business with my former student here, said Ao with a smile. Nah, here is my counter-offer team. How about you drop the sword and surrender, said Naruto with a carefree tone that eventually turned serious at the end. Haha, why would I do that? This sword is mine, said the aim Honing while tightly holding the handle of the sword. Wrong. It is my family, said Naruto with his eyes squinted. Family? Oh, I see, you're a Senju. And here, I thought the clan had already become extinct. Ha ha ha, the little Senju is upset because I stole his family's precious toy, said Ao with a mocking tone. But then he realizes something which immediately put a big smile on his face. But it seems fortune is on my side. Killing you and ending your bloodline will make me legendary, said Ao with a proud tone. That's a lot of talk from a traitor and a useless coward. Naruto said, a deadpan look and a smile. What did you call me, slime? Asked Ao, and dangerously with his eyes half closed. You listen to me. You are nothing but a dishonorable traitor and a pathetic coward. You used Ide to steal that sword because you knew you are nothing without it. You trust your tools more than your own power because, in reality, you are nothing more than an average shinobi. Naruto is practically roasting the aim Jonin in front of him. Shut up, Ao said angrily in a low voice, believing the young Senju is now walking on thin ice. You think killing me will kill you, will become legendary. What kind of legend will you have? Aoi, a slimy thief, a dishonorable traitor. A gutless worm, Naruto mocks with a carefree tone. The blonde Senju really likes to irritate his opponents, especially when they make it so easy for him. Why, you little brat, yelled Aol with rage in his eyes. Oh, I can literally feel your anger. It seems like I've gotten under your skin, Hatim, Naruto said with a victorious smile. He was just watching the interaction between the two. He can't believe Naruto is verbally roasting to his treacherous ex-sensei so easily. I'm gonna cut you off, little Ao, and he couldn't finish his sentence as he heard the sound of a loud female voice coming from behind him. Phoenix Flower Jutsu, fire style. Multiple fireballs were shot from Ino's mouth that were sent in the direction of Abi. The aim Jonin used his sword to cut several of the fireballs, but one of them was able to land on the ground in front of him, causing an explosion that sends him flying with some burns. Ino. Then he jumped and landed next to Naruto. It's about time you guys showed up. I was running out of insults, Naruto admitted as he was glad to see his platinum blonde lady. Wait, you were taking the whole time? She asked. Go away, of course. I can't leave my team out of the fun now, right? Naruto said with a smirk. I'm going to kill you all, he said AOL as he got up from Ino's attack and started charging toward the blonde duo and the Wasabi Runer. but suddenly he felt his body freeze completely. Successful shadow possession, said Shikamaru from his hiding place, as he was able to catch aim honing when he was distracted. Good job, Shika now, well said Naruto, as he slowly approached, immobilizing AI, and removed the Rin no Kin from her treacherous hand. The legendary sword is finally back in the hands of a Senju. No, that's mine, yelled Aoi wrong. Again, Ao, it's my grandfather's, and now it's my. Naruto whispered in his ear. So Shikamaru and I date wouldn't hear what, and you are Udia, a little realizing that the blonde boy standing in front of him is the grandson of a legendary ninja of Konoha. That's right, Abi, and the reason I admit it to you is because, well, let's just say you won't be able to tell anyone sooner. Naruto, still whispering in Aoli's ear in a monotone voice to hide his displeasure at what's to come. What are you waiting for? Can't you, said Aoi, fearfully. Shika, if you don't mind, Naruto simply asked his lazy best friend. Understanding what Shikamaru meant, he knelt down on both knees and placed his hands behind her back, causing Ao to do the same. As the shadow possession is still active, I was preparing for your execution, Ao and Russo of Amigakure, for all the crimes you have committed against Konohagakure. I, Naruto, Senju Jinin of Konoha, sentence you to death. Do you have any last words, said Naruto in a monotone voice, while the rain no Kin in his hand, making Aoi even more afraid. Ino then used her mental transmission with Naruto. She needed to ask him something before she did something that Naruto-kun could regret. Are you sure about this? Ino asked in her mind, hoping that her blonde boyfriend was doing what was absolutely necessary. Yes, Ino-chan. Although I may not like him, I can't let him live after all the things he did. If there is something that I can't stand, it is a traitor to our people. I hope you understand. Naruto explained what he thought, hoping that Ino would not resent him for his decision. Yes, Naruto-kun, and I will be here if you need me, Ino thought kindly. She was ready for help him if he needed it. Thank you, milady, Naruto thought gratefully, then turns his attention to AI. Wait, forgive me, please, I was wrong. I'm sorry, ID. Take me back to Konoha as your prisoner, please. I'll do anything. Aho, and desperately begging for mercy. The pride he had left had completely disappeared. I'm sorry, but according to the bingo book, Konoha wants you dead. So this is the end for you, said Naruto, as he raised the energy sword above him. No, Aoi screamed with tears in her eyes. Naruto then used the Rin no Kin to separate Aoi's head from his shoulders, killing the manipulative traitor once and for all. It's done, Naruto said with a sad tone while retracted to the handle of the sword. He had just taken his third life, and he did it in front of his team. He was afraid that his friends would see him differently now after what he did. Kino would see him differently. He was very afraid that Ino would now see him as a murderer or worse, a monster. But his fears were dispelled when he felt Ino's soft hand holding his, immediately stopping her trembling. She looked into his eyes with her soft gaze, and only her sky blue orbs could tell him that everything was okay. She promised Naruto that she would never be afraid of him, and she meant it. He will always be her beloved mustache, Ino. Then she gave Naruto a comforting hug as he happily returned it. He was very happy to have her by his side. Are you okay? Naruto asked Shikamaru as he approached the tough blonde, who hugged him. Then they stopped hugging after hearing the question of Shikamaru, and Naruto looked at the lazy Nara with concern. Yes, listen to Shika. Naruto didn't finish his explanation because the Naras got there first. Stop. We're great. Mun, you don't have to worry about what I think. After all, we're ninjas, Shikamaru said with a smile to his best friend. Shikamaru knew that Naruto was worried that he would think less of him after what he did, but even he could see that what Naruto did was the right choice. Thanks, Shika, Naruto said with a grateful smile. Really blessed with a great team. Talking about awesome. After this is all over, you'll tell me all about your little ice powers, Shikamaru said with a smile, but deep down he was very interested in knowing more. After all, Yotan is a very rare ability. LOL, I guess. So no, Naruto said, while rubbing the back of his head shyly when Idate sees the interaction between the Jinin trio in front of him. He couldn't help but be amazed by their close bonds with each other, even if they're just teammates of the team, are also friends and will always take care of each other. Seeing this, Idate realized something. His eyes opened wide as he had finally found the question that has haunted him for many years. The 10th question for his older brother and Vicky for the first test of his Tonin exams, to never betray a comrade. Now everything made sense to him. The 10th question was a sneaky test to see if you would betray your comrade in order to become a Chunin, was really embarrassed that he hadn't seen this before. Koha has always valued teamwork and unity. Idate, are you okay? Or asked the deep Wasabi Runer, immediately pulling him away from his thoughts. Yes, I'm sorry, I was lost in my thoughts, he replied. Idate, I honestly know how you feel, Naruto said with a smile then. And now, what AO destroyed the bridge to you island, there's no way around it. And even if there was, the race would be over by the time we got to the shrine of Todoroki, said Idate with a somber tone. Don't worry about it. I think I've got it covered, said Naruto in a reassuring tone. The young Senju then walks to the edge of the cliff and kneels on the ground. Then he placed his open hand on the rocky surface and began to channel a large amount of ice chakra. Suddenly, a large bridge made of durable ice was formed that linked Nagi Island with U Island. Idate, Ino and Shikamaru were left gaping at the power of Naruto's bloodline. It was truly a rare specter of sea. Idate was the first to approach the ice bridge and use his foot to test its durability. It was as hard as a rock and wasn't even slippery, which made the Wasabi runner sigh in relief. Idate then turns to Naruto as if he was seeking his approval. Run, Naruto simply said with his bright smile. Idate smiled back and began to run at full speed across the ice bridge, and finally crossed to the other side with Team 10 behind him. Todoroki's shrine. A lot of people from Port Garasi had gathered to see who would cross the finish line first. Most were actually hoping that Idate would win, so that the Hokage would have no more control over the city for another 4 years. But this year, however, was different. Instead of 4 years, the losing family will have to disband forever if their opponent's racer wins the race. A simple yet twisted ultimatum created by the cunning minister of Port Garasi. Standing in Todoroki's shrine was the cunning minister himself, along with the Daimon of the land of tea and the heads of the Wasabi and Wagashi Jirocho and Kyoku. As everyone continued to wait, they could see one of the runners approaching. Unfortunately, it was Fukusuke of the Wagashi. Many of the people booed loudly at his arrival, but were also disappointed that he was the first to arrive instead of Idate. Will this be the end for the honorable Wasabi family? Fukusuke simply shrugged off their boos. With his narcissistic personality, with his arrogance clouding his judgment, decided to simply run towards the shrine, as he believes that his victory is already inevitable. With Jirocho, the members of Wasabi had their faces full of disappointment. Their hopes were restored when they saw Idate arrive at Midori's shrine. But the question is, will Fukusuke arrive at the shrine before him? The minister smiled smugly as he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Excellent was all that occurred to the minister. Come on, ID. I know you can do it, said Jirocho with his unwavering faith in you, that the Daimon never failed. However, he was still not convinced that this race had been fair from the start, and his worries were cemented when he saw Asuma approaching him. You have acquired the proof, Asuma. Sen whispered the Tao. Yes, Daimon-sama. Everything you need is here, said Asuma as he handed the Daimon a document. Well done, the Daimon thanked the Konoha Jonin. As Asuma immediately walked away, the minister turned his head to ask the Daimon, my lord, is something wrong? The minister asked. He didn't see Asuma, but he was sure that someone had come to report something to the daimyo. It's okay, there's nothing to worry about, the Tao said in a calm tone. In fact, my lord seems to be going to take it. They'll soon win this race, the minister said with a satisfied smile. Perhaps, but not until one of the runners approached the finish line. This race is not over yet, the daimyo said to the crowd. Hey, that's what one of the spectators said when he noticed something approaching quickly. It's the departure of the family. Wasabi, here he comes, one of the spectators shouted joyfully out loud. The large crowd of people cheered loudly in joy at the arrival of Wasabi Runer. As hope has been restored in their hearts, Idate ran at full speed as the crowd continues to give their undying support to Wasabi Runer. Idate, said Jirocho with happiness, he must get to his favorite young suit on time. Fukusuke sees this, and a strong feeling of fear was beginning to build up in his head, especially when Wakashi Kyoka's boss shouted for his stupidity and demanded him to run faster. He finally picked up the pace and started to run faster, but Idate had already caught up with him. I can't lose, no matter what happens, I'm not going to fail, boss, Jirocho yelled Idate out loud, mostly to himself. But then he heard Naruto's words keep repeating in his mind. Failure is not the end yet, is when you give up, is how it all ends. I'm not going to give up, not until the end, yelled Idate as he continued running alongside Fukusuke. Forget it, no one gets ahead of me. Now know when I got here, Fukasook shouted, refusing to lose at that point. It was neck and neck as both runners refused to give up the lead to the other. Come on, go. Keep going, you can do it, said Jirocho as he headed to the finish line to personally greet his young henchman, which the Wasabi runner was very grateful to see. Boss, he said, go away with tears of happiness in his eyes. They are the ones who gave us our strength, and it is our duty to use that strength for their good, because they are precious to us. To see the faith unwavering from his precious boss on him, and hearing Naruto's inspiring words in his head was all the boost he needed. Then he started running faster and faster until he finally had the lead. Eventually, Idate was the one to break the finish line tape, and his hard work and effort finally won the Wasabi family race. Everyone cheered his victory. It was truly a new day for the people of Poor de Garash. Fukasook collapses from exhaustion, leaving Kyoko and the minister with their mouths agape at his loss. Idate then places his jewel Yuko at the Todoroki shrine. Finally completing the long race, I did it. LOL, indeed, I did, said Idate while lying on his back and panting heavily. Sure thing, Idate. It's been a good run, son, said Jocho happily as he approached Idate. Go you, Jocho, said. Idate was happy to see his boss again. You did very well, he said. Jocho with a smile. Thank you, boss. Jocho said. IDU with a bow. No. Thanks, IDU. Now, let's go. This is your day. Everyone, they're waiting, said Jirocho. Idate stood up and followed Jirocho outside. As Idate walked out of the shrine, he was greeted with much applause and cheers. His cheeks were red, and he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. From a distance, no one can really hear the sounds of Fukasook being brutally beaten by the angry Wakashi Idate family. Idate is now standing on a podium with a proud yet humble look on his face. The winner, Idate Marino of the Wasabi family, declared the announcer to the crowd. He clapped loudly, and among them was Team 10, who managed to arrive just in time. They were very proud of their fourth comrade, and were glad that he didn't give up. Well, I guess that's all, said Ino with a smile. Yes, it seems that he finally made it, said Naruto with his own smile, but apparently someone was being a sore loser and decided to fight there. Way to win, hold him right there, that's enough, said the head of the Wagashi, stopping the applause. And Viter Koku. Jirocho wonders how far the head of the Hokage, and now it seems that this boy had ridden on the back of a rented ninja for part of the race. That's a violation, said Kyoko with a smile. What the hell, that's not a violation, Ino shouted. Into the crowd, I have proof, just check out this photograph. Kyoko then showed a photograph of Idate riding on Naruto's back as they headed to Midori Shrine. They have to get here on their own strength. Those are the only rules for this race. Idate must be disqualified, the minister added, which means that Fukasook and Kakuya of the Wakashi family is the winner, said the minister with a smug smile on his face. What can't be, said Jirocho in disbelief. Wait a minute, that's Idate. He tried to defend his actions, but was interrupted by the minister. I won't accept any of your excuses, boy. Jirocho, you gave your word. I want the Wasabi family to disband immediately, ordered the minister with a big smile. But it soon faded when he heard the Dano. He finally spoke for a moment. There is no such rule. Stop talking nonsense, the Daimon said angrily. But my lord, said the minister. But what are you suggesting? That I let him swagger and win? Just because you wish it? The Daimon asked the minister with a raised eyebrow. No, of course not. The minister can't find a better excuse. Perhaps the reason you want them to win so much is that it will lead to the end of all the bribes you've been accepting. The Daimon then showed a photo that was taken by a summa of the minister accepting bribes from the head of the Wagashi Kyoku. The minister's eyes widened in fear as he was caught red-handed. Ignorant, you will resign your position and wake up in a monk's robe. You will retire and enter the monastery. It is clear, the Daimon ordered angrily. Yes, yes, my lord, said the now ex-minister with a defeated bow. And you, Kyoku Wagashi, the Daimon then turned his attention to the head of the Wagashi. Yes, he said, Kyoku fearfully, I have heard many things of the evil deeds you have committed. Their crimes against the village of Poor Degarashi are unforgivable. From this moment on, the Wagashi family no longer exists. It is clear, ordered the daimyo. Yes, yes, sir, answered Kyoku in a defeated tone. Han. Auspicious day. Now, let us consider this matter over, the daimon announced happily. Then the crowd cheered loudly for the end of the Wagashi family. The Poor Degarashi 2 days later, Team 10 is now saying goodbye to the Wasabi family as a Konoha ship was sent to pick them up. I want to thank you for all your help, Naruto, said Idate as he offered his hand for a handshake. It's been a pleasure, Idate, said Naruto, as he returned the handshake with the wasabi runer. But then the genins of Team 10 heard a familiar voice coming from the boat Naruto. Sen yelled at him, a female voice. They all turned around and saw the familiar face of their new friend Shio. Is that you? He asked Naruto. It's so good to see you. Again, Naruto, San, Ino, San Shikamaru. San said Shio happily as he got off the boat to greet his friends. Please can you let go of the Sanyo? I'm your friend, remember, said Naruto. With a soft moite, of course, said Shio. With a grateful smile, he's really happy to have Naruto as a friend. Shio, how are you, my new best friend, said Ino, as she quickly hugged her. Non-Naruto fangirl friend, I've been fine, and no thanks, said Shio, as she hugged her back. What are you doing here? Anyway, Shio asked Shikamaru. Well, the land of the Ted Ino made a request to the Gold Cage yesterday. She wanted someone to analyze all the previous coded messages and the monetary transactions between the former minister and Kyoku. Wakashi wanted to make sure that all the bribes the former minister had accepted weren't blood money, so that they could be returned to the people of Porta. Garasi. Shio explained that it was practically her first C-rank mission as a Konoha Kaider Corps genin. I see, she said simply. Shikamaru. Then ain't an interesting thought came to her mind. It might not work, but she was willing to try. Oh, Shio, I want you to meet someone. Ino then grabbed Shio's hand and toward the person she wanted to introduce. Shio, I'm Idate Marino. Idate, this is our friend Shio. Ino introduces the couple, hoping to play matchmaker. Him, hi, said Shio with a small blush on her cheeks, seeing the handsome older boy in front of her. Hi, so you're Shio, huh? Naruto. Ino. They told me all about you, says Idate with a smile at the glasses. Dressed blonde, you tell people about me. Naruto asked Shio with a blush. Just ID you, and don't worry, Al. It seems you two have something in common. Naruto said with a smile as he noticed what his blonde girlfriend was trying to do, and in his opinion, it wasn't a bad idea. Really? Shio asked with a blush growing on her cheeks. Yeah, how about you two meet up later and talk about it? Ino suggested with a mocking tone, which made Shio's cheeks turn red like vermilion. Well, I don't mind if you have time, Shio said. Go ahead with a smile. That sure will be good, Shio said shyly, but was smiling brightly. Well, I should go meet the Down now. It's really great to see you guys again, and it's nice to meet you, Idate, said Shio. Likewise, Shio said Idate, as Shio walked away from the group to meet the Daimon. A loud, raspy voice caught his attention. You're done. I don't have all day. One of the Honings on the boat said to the group. This Honing was wearing his headband like a bandana and has 2 long scars on his face, but apparently his appearance was a surprising but pleasant shock to the wasabi runer. Go big brother, and Vicky said. Idate surprised to see his older brother again. Older brother, and Vicky said. Team 10 in unison. Oh, relax. And Vicky, my cute team, just wants to say goodbye. That's all, said Asuma coldly as he stood next to Ibik with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Well, like I said, I don't have all day, plus I left Anko in charge of tea while I was gone, so you can only imagine the amount of pain that'll bring to the prisoners, said Ibiki with an amused smile on his face. Yeah, we better get home from what otherwise no prisoners will be taken, suggested adding R. Correct, said Naruto nervously at the thought as he and his team boarded the boat. Big brother, ID yelled at you, but was ignored. Big brother, please wait, he exclaimed. Yet once more this was able to stop Ike from taking one more step. Who are you? Just a person. He called me that and died 3 years ago, said Ike coldly. Big brother, I found out the answer to the 10th question. I will never betray a comrade again. The moment it took me so long, but I know what it means now to trust others, said Idate with determination in his eyes. I see, that's all a Biki could say. I won't run away again. I'll never give up, and I promise I'll make you proud, said Idate with the same determination, without taking his eyes off him. You better do it. And Vicky just said as she got on the boat, but she smiled for her long-lost brother. You grew up. Well, little brother, Ike thought with pride. The boat began to move away from the port, but Naruto and Ino wanted to say goodbye from the deck of the boat. See you later. I hope that someday we meet again, said Naruto. Yes, take care, stay, added Ino. You have it, you come back any moment. He said, go to the blonde couple, take care. Jirocho, said Naruto, said to the head of the Wasabi family. You too, Naruto, San said Jocho with a smile as they continued to say goodbye. And Vicky couldn't help but look at Naruto with respect in her eyes. I can see why Anko, the so-called sadistic and blood-loving snake lady, can be so fond of him. You really have a way of interacting with people. Isn't like that, Naruto. Thank you for helping my little brother. And Vicky thought with gratitude for the young Senju. Naruto. Thanks again, said Idate as he chased the sailboat Next time we meet, let's have a race, just you and me, he shouted Naruto with a bright smile. You got it, he shouted Idate happily. The ship finally left the port, and now he's sailing straight to Konoha on the ship with Team 10. So what do you guys think of your first C-rank mission and your rank? Asked Alma to his team, Jeaning. It was great. It was tense, it was troublesome. Oh, well, everyone did very well. I'm very proud of you three. However, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you, said Asuma, feeling bad for not being there to protect his team. It's okay, Sensei. Besides, if it weren't for you, the Wagashi would have stolen the victory from the Wasabi. Naruto tried to cheer up his sensei, who in fact did his part to make sure they accomplished their mission. Thanks, kid. But I think the dime I would have done something anyway. Just I needed more proof, plus I hate detective work. So next time I'll definitely fight alongside you guys, Asuma said with a smile. Well, right now, I can't wait to go back home and take a nice long bath, Ino said with a warm smile. But Naruto saw this as another chance. Then maybe I'll join you, Naruto whispered in her ear mockingly, which makes the Yamanaka turn bright. Red Herman, like before, be a cow. Stop it, Ino whispered loudly to her boyfriend mockingly. But then again, she didn't really say no. Asuma then noticed a messenger falcon flying above them. Then it landed on the deck of the ship with a scroll in its back pouch. Asuma then pulled out the scroll and started reading it. What's wrong, Asuma-sensei asked Ino. Well, let's say you guys need to take a checkup on Leviah in your shared bath, Asuma said with a mocking smile as he managed to hear her whispers. Be it whiskers, Ino thought out loud, and embarrassed as hell. We've been asked to provide reinforcements, she said. Asuma, in a now serious tone, back up for who? Shikamaru asked. Team 7 took the bridge builder escort mission, but apparently they encountered 2 rebel Kiri ninja and became more suspicious along the way. Now it has been upgraded to a rank 1 mission, Asuma informed his team. But I thought the bridge builder needed 7 days to prepare, asked Naruto. Well, according to the scroll, he finished early and demanded an escort team right away. But it is also reported that he lied about the mission parameters due to insufficient funds. When it comes to dealing with enemy ninjas, is bow rank, I rank those missions are really expensive. But luckily for you guys, you already have the experience when it comes to dealing with them, Asuma reported to his team with a proud smile at the end. Troubled, and here, I thought we would first go home and rest. Sleepy, it's a day trip to the land of waves, Shikamaru. So I'm sure you'll get plenty of Asuma stopped his sentence halfway through, and he deadpanned as he saw Shikamaru immediately go to sleep in the corner of the boat. Be it works fast, said Asuma. Little impressed. How does he do it? He wonders. I can't even sleep that fast, said Naruto with a raised eyebrow. He's definitely going to ask Shikamaru about his secret to easy sleep. Well, it's not a bad idea. To get some rest, you guys earned it. And you'll most likely need it, said Asuma. To his remaining blonde students, Team 10 heads out now straight to the land of waves. They can only hope that their friends are safe. Ship with Hoa en route to the land of wave. Naruto was now standing on the front deck of the ship, admiring the setting sun on the horizon. The young blonde was still worried about the actions he had to take to ensure the success of the mission and the safety of his team. His thoughts still linger on the 4 Hame ninjas he had encountered and defeated. Naruto will never kill him, and probably never will, but he has that admit to himself that he is scarily good at it. The more lives he takes, the easier it becomes, and the easier it becomes, the harder his heart becomes. He just hopes he doesn't become what the villagers had always thought. He was a monster. His thoughts were broken when he heard Asuma approaching him, and he was beside him on the deck. Why are you up so early? Naruto asked Alma, noticing that the blonde wasn't asleep like his teammates. He couldn't sleep, Naruto answered honestly, while he continued to contemplate the sunset, sensing that his student is upset. Asuma lit the cigarette in his mouth and asked, do you want to talk about it? Asked Asuma. The truth is that no, answered Naruto with a dejected tone. Listen, I know that you reported that you and the team were attacked by the AIM ninjas led by Ao and Rokus, and I know that you said that you defeated them, but you never said how. Asuma said, noticing that Naruto tensed after mentioning how what happened. Naruto asked Alma with concern in his voice. I killed them, Naruto answered honestly, feeling like he needed to let it all go. I see, Asuma said with his eyes closed. Does it ever get easy, Asuma-sensei asked Naruto in a lifeless voice. Asuma could see the pain in the young blonde's eyes and decided to give her his honest opinion on the matter. Honestly, yes, Alma confessed. Seriously, Naruto asked, a little surprised by the answer. Look, I'm not going to give you a long lecture about how killing is wrong, but necessary. Believe me, I've been where you were, boy, and even I couldn't stand it at beginning, said Asuma. And how did you deal with it? Naruto asked with hope. In his voice, remembering why he was fighting, said, Asuma. Simply Naruto fell silent as his violet eyes widened after hearing what Asuma had just said. When I kill an enemy, it's mainly because they were a threat or because they were trying to kill me or someone close to me. I didn't do it because I wanted to or because it was my duty. I did it because I wanted to survive so I could continue protecting everyone I love, he said Asuma with a loving tone at the end. While thinking about a certain Naruto-haired Kunoichi remained silent as he continued to listen to what his sensei had to say. Life is very short, Naruto, and getting older is a rare gift, especially in this world where you can die at any moment. My father is one of the lucky few who is past the prime of life, and he fought in all 3 great wars and killed many enemies. So tell me, Naruto, do you think people call him a monster? That's why he asked Alma. And no, of course not. Naruto immediately replied, of course not, because he fought and killed for the people he loved, and thanks to him that they're safe and alive. The world is not all black and white, Naruto, because there is always a gray area. We can be as selfless as we want, but sometimes it is only natural for us to be selfish, even if it means other people will have to get hurt. But that doesn't mean we forget we owed it to them not to waste our lives in pain and regret, said Asuma wisely. I guess you're right, sensei. Thanks, Naruto said with a kind smile. Apparently Asuma shares his father's ability to always find a way to cheer up the little blonde at any given moment. Boy, by the way, Aoi had a considerable bounty on his head. Doesn't that happen to you? He sealed her corpse inside a handmade scroll, Naruto said as he pulled out and showed a single scroll from his back pouch containing Ai's body and her severed head. Good job. That's 2 million, or that will go into your pocket. When let's go back and the Raiji knowing, well, since it's a Senju treasure, I hope you don't mind if I decide to keep it, Naruto said. Haha, I thought you would, but you should at least let Dad know when we get back. I'm sure he won't mind either way. Plus, I can see it on my ass, since he had always wanted to see the legendary sword. Naruto then pulled out the Rin no Kin from his inner jacket pocket and illuminated the lightsaber for Asuma to see in all its splendor. Its yellow blade shines brightly as the sound of a constant hum radiates from the legendary sword. Wow, I've never seen anything like it, said Asuma in amazement. Well, after all, it was created by the second Hokage. I mean, of course, the first Hokage is all-powerful and everything, but you can't beat the genius of the second, said Naruto with a proud smile. Haha. It's really rare that someone of your generation admires the second so much, or it fits normally children of your age would admire the third or the fourth more, and people the age of the grandparents would admire the second more since they live in your time. You really are a rare kiddo, said Asuma with a small laugh. Yes, haha, of course my grandparents, said nervously, since everything that Asuma said has been proven to be true. But the bearded Honing still does not know the true reason for the blonde's admiration for the second OC. Is something wrong, Naruto asked Alma when he noticed that the blonde suddenly looked uncomfortable. Yes, Naruto managed to compose himself and knew that this was the perfect moment to tell his Honing sense and trusted the truth about him. Listen, Asuma-sensei, I want to tell you something important, said Naruto with a smile. Okay, what's wrong? Well, my grandmother blockade. Go ahead, I yelled. Vicky, interrupting Naruto from telling Suma his secret again. Why wasn't there supposed to be a blockade? What the hell is going on here? Asked Asuma to Ibik, who was still in command of the ship. I don't know, Asuma, but you can ask them. And Vicky pointed at the 3 boats in front of them with many armed thugs on board. Ino and Shikamaru were woken up by the sudden loud noises and went to the front deck to join Naruto. Already adds one of the thugs, presumably the leader, went to address the Konoha ninjas. Stop, you are approaching the waters of the Land of Waves. By order of Cat Corporation, you'll have to pay a fee to enter, shouted the supposed leader from the front deck of his ship with a malicious smile on his mouth. Cat, the shipping magnate. Anyway, why would he have any control over the waters of this land? Asked Asuma to the leader of the thugs with an eyebrow raised and a bored tone. That doesn't matter now. Pay or buy. If you don't, we will get you all out of the water and take everything you have, especially that blonde girl. I want her, the leader shouted while licking his lips at the end, while looking hungrily at Ino, while the rest of his men whistled and practically insulted the young Yamanaka. Is it okay? Seriously, am I a creep magnet or something like that? Asked Rhino with a look of disgust. Unfortunately, yes, said Shikamaru lazily. Naruto then took a step. Go ahead. While looking daggers at the leader. Bully, we are not going to pay you anything, son of a bitch, and you just made the biggest mistake of your life by threatening my girl, said Naruto, as his eyes turned vermilion red with slanted pupils. What are you going to do about it, Tipak? Shouted the leader of the bullies. I'll show you, you piece of Naruto spoke with a demonic voice and was about to lunge with the intention of a very violent slaughter, but was stopped by Asuma as he held the blonde firmly by his shoulder and pulled him back. Don't let me handle this, you guys already had your fun in the land of tea now. It's my turn, Asuma said with a serious tone. Asuma then took a step forward with an angry look on his face. Nobody, and I mean nobody, threatens my team, Asuma said with a great venom in his voice as he proceeded to make several hand seals and took a deep breath in burning ash fire style. Asuma threw a large stream of chakra-infused powder out of his mouth, surrounding the three thugs' boats, causing them to all men on board cough uncontrollably. Cough asterisk. Is that all you got? Just smoke, stupid ninja. The leader of the thugs screamed and was about to give the order to attack. Wait, is this? One of the thugs managed to recognize that the smoke was actually explosive gunpowder. Asuma then clicked his teeth and created a small spark boom. That spark ignited the gunpowder, resulting in a very violent explosion, burning all the thugs alive. Azuma's team looked at the powerful jutsu of fire with great wonder in her eyes. If her sensei came with us on the escort mission with Idate AoE, she would have been killed in 5 seconds. Naruto thought, wow, maybe I can ask Suma-sensei to teach me that jutsu. Ino thought, hopefully. I guess smoking kills. Wait a minute, did I just make a pun? Damn, Naruto. Very troublesome, Shikamaru thought, feeling that he is now being influenced by his blonde best friend. The bullies kept screaming in agony as the flesh and muscles were melted from their bones, until only silence remained. The three ships burned to a crisp and now sank to the bottom of the ocean, leaving a free passage for the Konoha ninjas to pass land of waves next to the beach. The Konoha ship had finally arrived at the land of waves, and Team 10 was preparing to leave for their second mission. This is where I will leave you all. Be careful now. And Vicky wished it to them. I always do. And Vic, and thank you, said Asuma with a gesture. Thank you. And Biki's, said Ino with a respectful bow. Yes, thank you very much, said Shikamaru lazily. Goodbye. And Vike sent tell Han K-chan what I told you. Hello, said Naruto with a bright smile. Sure boy, said Aiki with a soft smile for the blonde who saved his little brother. Then Team 10 jumps off the boat and lands on the beach. The boat began to sail back to Konoha, leaving them on the sandy ground of the land of waves. Okay, let's go to the bridge builder's house. Team 7 should probably be there already. Asuma ordered his team. We have a place. Naruto asked if the address of his house was included in the scroll. Let's get going, said Asuma as he began to lead his team to the bridge builder's house. The bridge builder's house night. When Team 10 finally arrived at the small but very comfortable-looking house, they knocked on the front door. A couple of seconds passed until someone finally answered. It was Sasuke with a kunai in hand, as his guard was up and preparing for an intruder, but he lowered the guard immediately when he saw the Konoha team in front of him. Foolishly asked Sasuke in disbelief. What's wrong? Team greeted Naruto with a big smile. Are you our substitute? Asked Sasuke with a deadpan look. I'm disappointed, team. We haven't seen each other in months. And this is how you greet me? How rude, Naruto said in a fake hurt voice. Ino and Shikamaru continue to watch their teammates bickering with the last loyal Yukiya with an amused look. They always find it entertaining. Well, I guess I was expecting someone more competent instead of them sending you, said Sasuke with a smirk. Well, I'm sure it can't be that difficult since you clearly can't handle it yourself, Naruto said with his own smirk. Then it turned into an intense glare as both the Senju and Yukiya now looked at each other with narrowed eyes until they both burst out laughing. Son of then, they shared a manly handshake. One, what's wrong? Kakashi Neeson. Does he have you doing too many ranks of ass? Naruto with a smirk as their arms are now locked in an arm wrestle. And from the looks of it, Naruto is winning. Sasuke remained silent as he continued to struggle to beat Naruto, while the blonde seemed unfazed at losing control. Sasuke had no choice but to give an okay. So be it. When this mission is over, you and I'm gonna have a little spar. Let's see if you can beat me. Then he challenged Sasuke. Sure, I guess I could spend some time kicking your ass, said Naruto with a smirk. MMPH. We'll see, Tobe, said Sasuke with his own smile. Then they heard the sound of footsteps approaching the stairs and saw Hinata coming down from the floor. Above, the heiress of Yuga saw all of her closest friends once again and couldn't help but feel a great sense of joy as she ran towards them with a big smile on her face. Naruto, Kuin, it's so good to see you again. Yada hugged him tightly You too, Hinata, said Naruto. As he happily returned the hug in full Ino and Sasuke's eyes, they began to tremble uncontrollably at the scene before them, as they both had a very uncomfortable look on their faces, as if they were a little jealous. Sasuke, honestly, didn't know how he felt, but he really wanted to break the hug between them. I, for one, knew exactly how he felt and had to say something. We're here too, Ino yelled nervously. Hinata then broke the hug and saw her other two friends, and no Shikamaru. I can't believe you guys are here. Yada then went to hug them. It's troublesome. Really, actually, we just finished a C rank mission ourselves, but I'm glad you're all okay. By the way, where's Choji? Shikamaru asked. He's up. He and Kakashi-sensei were injured in tsunami. He's trying anyway. He can, said Hinata with a sad tone. Are you okay? What happened? Naruto asked with great concern, his voice. Zabumomochi. It happened, said Sasuke through gritted teeth, remembering all the things that happened during their encounter on top of Kakashi's bed and Choji. Kakashi and Choji are now lying in their beds with blankets over them. Choji was unconscious while Kakashi was struggling to stay awake. It's okay, Kakashi-san, I've done all I can, but you and Choji just need some time to rest. Tsunami informs them as she finishes bandaging Choji's left shoulder. Tsunami is the daughter of the bridge builder and the host of their temporary home. She has long blue hair. She wears a pink short sleeve shirt with the end of the sleeves and the red color collar, and also wearing a long blue one. Shikamaru looked at the unconscious form of his chubby best friend and couldn't help but feel worried. He'd never seen Choji so hurt before. Is Choji going to be okay? Shikamaru asked with concern in his voice. He's exhausted, some bruises and minor cuts, but nothing too serious. He might be out for a while, but we'll never know. In the meantime, I'll go downstairs to prepare dinner, said Tsunami with a warm smile at the thought of cooking so much food for all of their guests. He always loved cooking and greatly appreciated it when people enjoyed their food, but oddly enough, the mention of food was a sort of coma cure for a certain Akimichi dinner, where Choji screamed as he suddenly woke up from his sleep, surprising everyone in the room. Wow, that's one way to wake someone up, said Ino in disbelief. Thank you, Tsunami-san, for your hospitality. You're too kind, said Asuma with a warm smile for the pretty woman. Not at all, Asuma-san. It's the least he could do. After all, you all are here to protect my father and help our land. I am very grateful, said Tsunami with his own smile. Tsunami, I would like to discuss some things with them before dinner. Would you mind giving us the room? The bridge builder, now named Tazuna, asked his daughter. Of course, Dad. If you need anything, let me know, said Tsunami as he walked out of the room, leaving Tazuna alone with the two Honings and the 6 Genins. Naruto then approaches the silver-haired Honing veteran with a worried look in his eyes. Gee, Kakashi-san, you look like one. Naruto commented, worried about his big brother. Ha ha ha, nice to see you too, Naruto. I heard you completed your first C-rank mission. Congratulations, Kakashi said with a smile. Not every C-rank mission, a C-rank mission becomes an A-rank mission now. We're here to go too, for two, Naruto said with a confident tone. Don't get too cocky, Tobe. And you say I'm the arrogant one, Sasuke said with a smile. What didn't I say that was going to be easy, right? Besides, you have to have the right attitude if you want to succeed, right? And Naruto meets his friend Yuga with a bright smile. And of course, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, while returning the smile to the blonde Senju. Sasuke, Ino couldn't help but feel jealous. Once again, they both know that Naruto and Hinata are just friends, but they always had some kind of chemistry that not even they could explain. Then Zoki, tell us what happened. Alma asked his partner Honing Sensei. Well, Kakashi Lu explained his entire situation from the beginning about his first enemy ninja encounter with Gozu. And Meizu, also known as the Demon Brothers. Tazuna admitted that he lied about the mission parameters due to lack of funds, the Gado dictatorship over Earth, and finally his fateful battle with the infamous demon of the hidden mist Zabumomochi, an A-ranked missing nin of Kirigakure, and one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. In the past, Kakashi had fought many powerful enemies and won, but the odds were not in their favor. In this battle, Zabuza had the geological advantage, given his elemental affinity for water, and Kakashi had to worry about protecting his team along with Tazuna, even telling them that he had been trapped in Zabuza's water prison due to much to their bitter disappointment for himself. If it weren't for the combined efforts of Sasuke, Yatachoi, Kakashi would never have escaped the dense water bubble without drowning, while Sasuke and Hinata dealt with the surprisingly strong water clone of Zabuza. Choji, used his human boulder jutsu to jump into the air and was sent crashing towards the original Zabuza, who was still trapping Kakashi. But the Chin swordsman Picaro used his giant sword, the Kubikurabocho, to block Choji's rock form with the sheer brute force of his one free arm. But with both hands occupied, Zabuza was left vulnerable to Sasuke as the fighter fired his fireball jutsu straight at him, causing him to release the water prison and free Kakashi. Otherwise, he risked being killed. Of being burned alive, but Choji was injured when he collided with Zabuza's sword, as he could feel some part of his skin being cut by the sharp edges of the giant blade. Kakashi and Zabuza fought with all their might. The silver-haired Honing even managed to copy 2 of the rogue swordsman's water jutsus with a Sharingan. In the end, Kakashi was the victor as he pinned Zabuza against a tree with several kunas. But when Kakashi was about to finish off the rogue swordsman, a hunter ninja Kiri suddenly appeared and threw several summons at Zabuza's neck, killing him instantly. Then the hunter took Zabuza's body and walked away after Kakashi collapsed from chakra exhaustion due to the overwhelming drain of his Sharingan, one of the many risks of having a transplanted dojutsu. And that's it. Kakashi finished his story as Soma, then placed his finger under his chin as he couldn't help but think about what Kakashi had just told him. But there's one thing that worries me, Kakashi said, as he looked at Asuma and then at Naruto. The trio nodded as they all came to the same conclusion. Zabuza is still alive. Kakashi, Asuma, and Naruto spoke in unison. How could he still be alive? Kakashi-sensei, you took his pulse yourself, and I even confirmed it with my Yuga, said Hinata with fear in her voice. Kakashi Nizen said the hunter ninja used Semon's Naruto started, which is a strange weapon for assassination, and, if used correctly, can target a person's nerve point, sending them into a state similar to death. Added to some, in addition, it is essential that the ninja hunter destroy the body of his target on the spot, except the head, since they are required to extract it from the body to take it to the village as of the death of his target. Added Kakashi. The ninja hunter took Zabuza's body instead of doing it right there. That was already a warning sign. Naruto finished. So that means asked Ino, the ninja hunter is working with Zabuza, said Kakashi, Asuma, and Naruto in unison. Once again, what do we do, sensei? Asked Choji with a bit of fear in his voice, while Zabuza's nervous system is probably still damaged from Semon's attack, and he's definitely suffering from chakra exhaustion. I say we have about 7 days to prepare for it. Kakashi informed them. And what do we do until then? Sasuke asked. We train, of course, Kakashi said, with a smile in his eyes. Meanwhile, in other places, damn, that Kakashi, it's been a while since I fought someone that strong, Zabuza said while limping. Are you okay, Zabuza-sama? Asked the hunter ninja. I'm fine, Aku. I just need to get some rest, said Zabuza, as he laid down on a bed while the hunter ninja placed a blanket over him. I'm sorry if I had joined the fight earlier than now, identified, who tried to apologize, but was interrupted. I told you I can handle it myself. You did, as you were told, and stood still, so I can't be mad at you for that, said Zabuza. Well, in the meantime, I'll go get some herbs and medicine to help you recover faster. It will take a time for your nerves to heal completely, said Aku. Very well. And remember, tell anyone who meets me that I'm a child. I know. I still don't understand why I have to do that, Zabu-sama asked Aku. In his monotone voice, this world is full of degenerate Aku, and our current employer is the greatest of all. By saying those 3 words alone will scare them away immediately, said Zabuza in a surprisingly fatherly tone that didn't go unnoticed. Very well, thank you for your concern, Zabu-sama, said you with a kind smile. I'm just making sure you don't draw any unwanted attention to yourself. That's all, said Zabuza, as he closed his eyes real tight. I'll be back soon, said you, as he stood up from his chair and headed to his room to change into civilian clothes. Take care, Aku, said Zabuza quietly, with a bit of worry in his voice for his surrogate daughter. Now each team needs a week to prepare for their next battle. They can only hope everything goes well. Forest area, a few meters from Tazuna's house. The Team 17 are now being led by their Honing Sensei S for a week of training to improve their combat skills for their upcoming battle against the pair of ninja. Assassin Kakashi was now being held up by crutches as his body was still numb from their last battle. They then stopped in a small open area filled with tall trees. All right, guys, your training begins now. First, we will begin with the chakra review. The basic source of power of the ninja. Understanding the chakras is essential. Kakashi began with a brief recap. We know it, Sasuke said lazily. He's right, we learned all about chakra at the academy. Shikamaru added, yes. But the real question is, do you know how to control it? Kakashi asked all the genin present. Is that why we're here for the tree climbing exercise? Naruto asked his older brother with a raised eyebrow. We climb trees. But we already know how to climb trees. Choji stated a simple yet silly fact that almost everyone can climb trees. Yeah, that's obvious, but I think what Naruto meant was climb a tree. Without your hands, he added Alma to back up what he meant as blonde student. What? But that's impossible, sensei, declared Choji. Seriously, Naruto, do you mind proving it? Asked Kakashi. With a smiling tone, of course. Why didn't he? The blonde Senju said lazily. This was something he learned when he was just a kid, so it wasn't really a big deal to him. Naruto then walked over to the nearest tree and started channeling chakra up to the soles of his feet. He then began to walk up the surface of the tree as if he was walking on the ground below, which earned him a bit of surprise from some of his fellow genins. He was now hanging upside down from one of the branches with his arms spread wide. Tada, said Naruto victoriously as he channeled his inner showman. Wow, Naruto, that's amazing, said Choji with awe in his voice. And you make it look so easy, Naruto-kun, said Hinata with a cute giggle, feeling the boy blonde always managed to inspire her with his hard-earned skills. Well, it better be. I've been doing this exercise since I was 5. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't, said Naruto, as he rubbed the back of his head. Sheepishly, be the dobe is able to surpass you at this too. I won't be left behind. I'll catch up to you, Naruto, thought Sasuke, with a burning determination in his eyes. I'm surprised, Kakashi, you've been their instructor for months, and you never taught them the basics of chakra control before AC rank mission. I taught that stuff to my team in the first week, man, said Alma, with a victorious tone, feeling like he could be the best sensei compared to the supposed #1 elite honing in Konoha. Yet Kakashi Neeson, I know you're really lax nowadays, but you were a real tough guy when you trained me as a kid, Naruto added innocently, but not knowing that his older brother feels a bit embarrassed about his lack of educational skills for his team. LOL, I guess that I lost a bit of my teaching advantage when Lord Ti discharged me from the Ambu, Kakashi said with a sweat drop as he rubbed the back of his body in. Embarrassment that, or all the crazy sex you had with Hanasuma, he added mockingly, but was quickly stopped by silver-haired honing. Anyways, yes, we're here to train your chakra control. By perfecting your chakra control, your jutsu will become second nature to you. Once you perform them by mastering this technique, your jutsus, they will cost less chakra, and the power behind them will improve and possibly double. Kakashi informed the genins, but Kakashi Neeson already mastered this training and the water walking exercise. So what am I supposed to do? Asked Naruto. Then there's only one thing left to do, boy, replied Alma, and that is ask Naruto, not knowing what his sensei meant. Enjoy the show, said Asuma with a smile as he lit another cigarette in his mouth. Go, oh, said Naruto with a devilish smile, feeling as if now I was in the front row seats of a hilarious game show. Kakashi then threw 5 kunais to the ground in front of Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke, and Hinata. Use them to mark your progress. Don't stop until you can reach the top. It begins. Kakashi ordered the 5 genins. The genins of Team 17, excluding Naruto, began to perform their tree climbing exercise, and to put it lightly, it was very funny to watch. The boys often fell on there, but while the girls managed to progress in the descent despite falling down also from time to time and hadn't been training her chakra control weekly. After her team survival test with Asuma and was improving by the day, Naruto and Asuma could notice this and had no doubt that Ino would master tree climbing by the end of the day. Hinata was much better herself since she is a Yuga and has been trained to channel her chakra to parts of her body since she was a child. She will probably be the first to succeed. Sasuke was the third to progress more, but he still wasn't even halfway there compared to the 2 leading kunoichis, but to his credit, he has the most chakra reserves compared to the other 5 genins, meaning this exercise is much harder for him. After the 10th attempt, he managed to surpass his previous limit, but the Ukiya accidentally channeled too much chakra, causing him to be thrown off the crust he was running on and land roughly on the ground. Are you okay, Sasuke-kun? Asked Hinata. Worried Sasuke looked around and wondered where her voice was coming from. Then he turned his head up, and his eyes widened when he saw that Hinata had already reached the top of his tree, sitting on one of the branches. Way to go, Hinata. Naruto cheered his friend Yuga. Yet good job, Hinata. Choji cheered his kind teammate. Thanks. And Nat blushed slightly at her friend's sincere praise. Kakashi was very proud of his student. He knew Hinata was talented, but still she was very gentle. She just needed a little support to boost her growing confidence, and he was happy that she had very good friends for that. Well, Naruto, since you have nothing to do right now, how about you and Ine head to the bridge together for Tezuna protection duty? Kakashi informed the blonde Senju and the Yuga girl, but apparently two of the other Genins weren't too thrilled with the idea, so both Sasuke and Ino suddenly screamed as they both lost concentration and fell out of the tree into that they were running as much as they want to believe that Naruto and Hinata are just very close friends. They didn't like the idea of the handsome Senju and the beautiful Yuga being alone together. Maybe you should go with Naruto-kun instead of Suma-sensei. Hinata can rest here. After all, she must be pretty exhausted from all the training, suggested Ino. Desperately, don't worry, Ino, I'm fine, can I go, said Hinata, innocently, trying to reassure her platinum blonde friend. That she's okay? Are you sure, Hinata? Are you sure you're not? She asked, and not very desperate since her face was now centimeters from the dine, intensely staring her pale eyes at the band. And I'm not okay, Hinata answered nervously, not knowing why her friend was being weird. She's fine, and no, even I can say that she still has at least 80% of her chakra. Left impressive, by the way, Hinata, said Kakashi with a smile. Besides, we won't expect any combat soon. But with Naruto's sensory ability and Hinata's Bakugan, they can detect any threat a mile away and warn us before it happens. He added to his I see Ino couldn't help but admit defeat. He can't beat that logic with more of your suggestions. Come on. Hinata, we should go to the bridge. Soon Tezuna-san is already scared enough to know that Zabuza is still alive somewhere. But maybe if we're there, we can ease his mind and that of his workers, said Naruto. With a bright smile, Seo Recta, come on, good luck. Everyone, see you soon, Hinata said sweetly as she said goodbye to her friends and ran alongside Naruto all the way to the bridge. Asuma and Kakashi noticed the jealous looks on Ino and Sasuke's faces and decided to use this as an opportunity to give them some motivation. I'll tell you what, if you can get to the top of their trees before the end of the day, you can join them on the bridge, Kakashi informed with his eye smirk Ino and Sasuke's eyes, now burning with determination after what their senseis just told them. And no, they wasted more time as they continue their training. The construction site of the bridge. Naruto and Hinata are now leaning on the rails of the still developing bridge, enjoying the beautiful view of the ocean together in a comfortable silence. But Naruto noticed that something was bothering Hinata, so he decided to ask, and what's wrong with you? Hinata asked Naruto out of nowhere. What are you, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata, a little nervous. Come on, Hinata. Is it me you're talking to? Said Naruto, with a smile, feeling that he could always read her like a book. Side asterisk. Am I really that obvious? Hinata asked as she looked at Naruto softly. Just at me, said Naruto, with a bright smile. Hinata couldn't help but blush and smile at his positive attitude. So, is it about Sasuke? Naruto assumed yes, answered Hinata sadly. What did he ask? Naruto, worriedly hoping nothing bad would happen to his two best friends. No, he didn't do anything. In fact, he's been a great teammate. He's been very caring and supportive of both me and Choji, and he and I became closer ever since we went on missions together, Hinata said with a small smile. I'm feeling but here, Naruto guessed, it's just that I wish now we're more like you already. Ino, Hinata admitted sadly. Have you told her how you feel? Naruto asked innocently. Not everyone can confess their feelings when they were 5, Naruto-kun, replied Hinata with a deadpan look as she remembered the cute story of how Naruto and Ino got together. Ha ha ha. I guess that's true. Naruto laughs at her comment. Maybe you didn't like it that way, Hinata said with a dejected tone. Come on, Hinata. We're talking about Sasuke Yukiya here, who team has always had trouble getting in touch with his feelings, but he's a good guy, and I know he really cares about you, Naruto said with a reassuring smile. Really, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata with a hopeful smile. Yes, of course, Hinata. And that's why you need to tell him how you feel right now before the mission ends, Naruto suggested in a very excited tone. What, me? I can't do that, Hinata yelled as her face turned red. Why didn't I ask? Naruto innocently. Like I said, Naruto-kun, not everyone is like you. Not everyone is as confident as you two. I mean, when you told me you kissed when you were 5, I literally almost had my jaw drop. I mean, you were 5, yada, in disbelief. And now we're 13, and look at us now, Naruto said in a carefree tone. I don't know, Naruto. Kanata wanted to argue, but couldn't help but agree that the Naruto and Ino's relationship had been strong and loving ever since they confessed their feelings for each other. So you leave me no other choice, Hinata. This is my proposal. I want you to at least consider the idea and in exchange I will give you this Naruto, then pulled out a small plastic wrapper from his back bag that contained a cinnamon roll. Is that what I think it is, said Hinata, with wide eyes and mouth drooling, as her gaze was firmly fixed on the cake. The blonde was holding in his hand the famous cinnamon roll from the land of very limited tea, was also a thank you gift from my last customer, Jirocho Wasabi, and I have to say they are delicious, said Naruto with a mocking tone and a smile, but apparently he didn't realize that he had made a terrible mistake. Never get between Hinata and cinnamon roll. CC cinnamon roll. Give it to me. Hinata suddenly lunged at Naruto like a wild animal, but fortunately he managed to dodge his fury. Goo, slow down, princess. I want you to say the magic word first, he said. Naruto, with a smirk still mocking her, then had to dodge an incoming Kuna that was thrown straight at his right hand, which was currently holding the bun. Naruto-kun, I'm not afraid to hurt you. Give me the roll, threatened Hinata. And I'm not afraid to run, and you know I'm faster than you. Naruto challenged, still not afraid of Hinata's wild side. When it comes to cinnamon rolls this time, you won't. Hinata declared loudly as she continues to bash Naruto. As the young couple continued their small fight, they didn't realize they were being watched by two figures who at that time were hiding in the bushes near the Kino and Sasuke bridge. The Yamanaka and the Uchiha managed to reach the top of their trees in a few hours. The moment they finished, they immediately ran to the bridge to see what was going on between Naruto and Hinata, to the amusement of their teammate and sensei. When they arrived and saw that Hinata was practically jumping on Naruto, they hid behind a bush to see what was happening from a distance. They honestly didn't know why they hid it in the first place when they could have gone to the bridge and confronted them, but they wanted to see what was going on first before jumping to conclusions. What the hell is going on there? Ino asked, wondering what the couple in front of them would be doing. What does the dope look like? Is he flirting with Hinata, said Sasuke. Through gritted teeth, Sasuke, that's crazy. I trust both of them. And I'm sure that Naruto-kun is just messing with her. You know, he's right, said Ino, trying to calm the gloomy Uchiha. But in reality, she was also calming herself. Well, I don't like her, said Sasuke, with a pout. Wait, why are you so upset, Sasuke? Are you jealous? Asked Ino with a smile. What is that nonsense? Why would I be jealous? Sasuke defended his pride. Why do you like Hinata? You're a cow. He said the obvious with a big smile. Why not? I mean, she's my friend, and I care about her. But the proud almighty Uchiha, he stuttered for the first time in his life. Oh, please. You're so obvious. Come on, Sasuke. Just tell me already, he insisted, and no asterisk and Gemma asterisk. First of all, I don't like it that way. Second of all, even if I did, why would I tell you you're the biggest gossip girl in town, said Sasuke, with a look. It's not true, but I promise I won't tell anyone, I swear, he said, with a smile as he extended his pinky to the melancholic girl. I don't swear on the pinky, said Sasuke, with a sneer. Come on, Sasuke. If you're not going to say, who are you going to tell? Naruto-kun, believe me, he will say the same thing, reassured me. Why would I tell someone? I don't see the need for it, asked Sasuke with annoyance, because it's good to have someone to support you. Right now, you won't even admit your true feelings for Hinata to yourself. And if you can't do that, I'm afraid you might lose her, said Ino with a worried tone. What do you mean, I might lose her? Asked Sasuke out of curiosity and a little concerned. Sasuke, Hinata is a beautiful girl. She's so kind and caring. Any guy would line up just to be her. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if a man came from the moon just to make her his girlfriend. And she didn't say joking, but then she felt like there was a disturbance in the air when she said that last part. That will never happen, said Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. Oh, yeah. Then tell me if that happens, would it bother you? Would Ino asked with a slightly serious tone as she looked straight into his onyx eyes. Asterisk. So look, maybe I do feel something by Hinata. Maybe I always had, but I can't think about love right now. My goal in life is to bring my brother to justice and restore my clan with honor, and I don't want to drag Hinata into my crusade when I know it's going to be dangerous. The last thing I want is for pity not to kill her, said Sasuke with a sad tone. It's not her who has to make that decision, she asked Ino. Well, this is my decision, Sasuke clarified, and I couldn't see the fear in his eyes. It was the same fear that Sasuke once had. I also worried about Naruto-kun when he told me about his goal in life. I know that the road ahead of him is going to be very difficult, and I know the responsibility he is every day, but I still want to be there for him despite everything. Because Naruto Senju, he is truly precious to me. I want to always be by his side, facing his enemies together, protecting him as he would always protect me, to be stronger, so I could be by his side as his equal and fight for a future in which we both create, a future in which we will always be together forever. And if that would hurt me or kill me in the process, then at least I know that I died being there for him because I know he would do the same for me. And no, she said happily tears started to fall from her eyes. Ino's voice was full of passion, and she meant every word she said. This was enough to make Lukia's eyes widen as she finally realizes how much Ab and her blonde friends really mean to each other. Do you really love him, don't you? She asked Sasuke. Really, really. And every day, I thank my lucky stars that I get to be with him, and I know that you feel the same way about Hinata, said Ino with a soft smile. Sasuke remained silent. Honestly, he didn't know what to say. He could only wonder if he really deserved to be happy and have a normal life. So are you going to be honest and tell him how you feel, asked Ino. Maybe yes, or only when the time is right, answered Sasuke. Well, at least you finally admitted to yourself, said H with a smile, and Mimpi, come on. On before that, Hinata kills Naruto for a cinnamon roll, said Sasuke with a smile, and Hinata sure loves those rolls, he said H with a cute giggle. You have no idea, said Sasuke with a smile for the Yuga girl. But then an alarming thought came to his head. I just realized something, said Sasuke with wide eyes. What, he asked Ino with curiosity. Were we really spying on our equipment sensors? Do you think they know we're here? It doesn't seem like it. Let's hurry up before they detect us. Back with Naruto and yada yada. Put down the kunai. Give me the roll, Naruto then threw the cinnamon roll into the air, and, to his horror, he saw the once noble and feminine girl known as Hinata Yuga caught the bun with just her mouth. Yum, yum, yum. Naruto always knew that Hinata loved cinnamon rolls, but he never thought that she would bring out this very strange and wild side of her. After she finished devouring the dough, she looked at him as if he had done nothing wrong. What does he ask? Innocently, Hinata. I didn't realize you're a bad one, Sasuke is a lucky guy, said Naruto with a bulging smile, and penis Naruto Kunyata was blushing at her perverted teasing. Lol, sorry Hinata, but teasing is in my nature. You can blame it on H-chan. Naruto laughs out loud at her reaction, while Hinata tried to get rid of her embarrassing blush. Tazuna approached the young couple with an annoyed look. If you guys are done playing, we could use some help. The bridge builder informed Master in the first place. Glad to see you too, Tazuna. Sand, in the second place, our job is to protect it. Only you. Third, what happened to the rest of the workers, asked Naruto. When he noticed that some of the bridge workers had left, those chickens left me, saying that if you help build the bridge, you will also be targets. Tazuna was furious at his cowardice, but in the understood, I'm sorry, Tazuna, San Hinata. He apologized. Yes, how many people do you need to cover all the manpower you lost, asked Naruto. 30. Maybe. Why, asked Tazuna. Without knowing why did he need to know that, Naruto then made a cross sign with his fingers. Multiple shadow clone jutsu around 40 clones of Naruto appeared. The additional 10 will be the sentinels that watch over us while you, your men, and the rest of my clones work on the bridge, informed Naruto with a proud smile. Kid, this is amazing. You guys are a one-man construction team, Tazuna said with awe in his voice. I prefer the one-man army, but same difference. Just tell them what you need that they do, and they will follow you, Naruto reported. Okay, let's get to work. Tazuna's house night. Choji Shikamaru. They had just returned from their training and were completely exhausted. Everyone was sitting at a large table, enjoying a delicious home-cooked dinner cooked by Tsunami Team, 10 Team, 7 Tsunami, and his son Inari. Now listen to Tazuna as he told them what had happened in his day. It was incredible. Tsunami, this boy made 40 clones of himself and had them work on the bridge all day. Even some of those cowardly bastards who abandoned me wanted to come back. Apparently, seeing Naruto and his clones guarding the bridge made them feel safer. Honestly, I don't blame them because I felt the same for the first time. I felt at ease when I was working. If this keeps up, we'll finish the bridge in no time. Tazuna told his story with a wide smile and a cheerful tone. Wow, that's amazing. Thanks, Naruto. San said Tsunami with a grateful smile at the blonde boy. Ha. There is no problem. Besides, in a way, it doesn't benefit both of us, right? The faster I finish the bridge, the faster our mission will be completed. And as an added benefit, this land will finally be cat-free, said Naruto with his bright smile. I'll toast to that. Boy. Tazuna was about to take a sip of his drink until Tsunami snatched it from his hand. Oh, no, this week. I want you to be completely sober. This is a very important time for you and for this country, and the last thing you need is a hangover, said Tsunami with a strict tone. Oh, come on, Tsunami, just one drink, please. Tazuna practically begged his daughter since she hadn't had a single drink all day and was dying for a lick or no sorry, Dad. But I'm doing this for your own good. You can drink your drink after you're done, said Tsunami with a soft smile, with a strict tone, not leaving her voice MMPH, so bossy, just like her mother said to Zuna. With a pout, all women are bossy to Zuna-san, but it just means that they care, said Naruto with a smile, trying to cheer Tazuna up, remembering what Ino once told him a long time ago. Exactly, well-spoken, Naruto, San, said Tsunami. Agreeing with that statement, while I can't take all the credit, H-chan here is the one who taught me that, said Naruto, while rubbing the back of his head shyly. The platinum blonde Yamanaka was very touched that Naruto actually remembered that. I can't believe you remember. I said that after all these years, said Ino, with a small rumble on her cheeks as she looked at Naruto with love. Well, how could I forget such an important life lesson from Miyagi, Naruto said as he gently kissed Ino on her cheek, making her blush more. You guys are so cute together, said Tsunami. I know, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke and Hinata stared at the level of affection between their two blonde friends and couldn't stop thinking about their tips for confessing your feelings. Hinata really wanted to be with Sasuke, but the Yukio was still conflicted, thinking if he should or if they didn't look at each other, but immediately looked away, trying to contain their newfound shyness for each other. Well, right now, I just hope the rest of the week goes as smooth as today. This country really needs a break, said Tazuna, with a tired sigh. Don't worry, Tazuna, and we'll make sure nothing happens to you. You have our word, said Naruto, in a reassuring tone. Yes, today, we train like crazy. We're going to stop Gato no matter what happens, added Ino, with a smile. Confident the night was filled with a positive atmosphere. Everyone was happy, talking to each other, telling stories, and making jokes, but apparently someone at the table was full of anger and annoyance and couldn't take it anymore. Why did he say Inari in a low voice, but loud enough for everyone to hear? Why, Naruto asked, not knowing what the boy meant. Inari slammed the table with his hands and stood up. All this stupid training is just a waste of time. Cat has a whole army. They're going to beat you up and destroy you. This cool stuff you all say means nothing. No matter what you do, the strong always win, and the weak always lose. Inari yelled. Listen, kid, I know your father, Naruto. I was trying to sympathize, but was immediately interrupted. Why don't you just shut up? Looking at yourself makes me sick. You don't know anything about this country. You're just nosy, laughing and playing. You don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like trash. The room immediately fell silent. Ino, Kakashi, and Asuma looked at each other, immediately at Naruto, and they could tell he was releasing a small trace of his killing intent. Naruto was never considered an angry person. To those who know him personally, they know him as kind, funny, and strong-willed. But what Yari just said really pushed a button that I didn't even know I'd listen here. You're a winner. We're not going to stop just because some rich asshole might kill us with his army of inexperienced assholes. And how dare you assume anything about me or my friends? We don't know what it's like to suffer like that, Naruto screamed and stood up towards Inari. Everyone, even Sasuke, was starting to feel a little scared. He'd never seen the kind-hearted dope scream with so much anger, and he didn't want to calm him down, but he knew Naruto needed a vent for some reason. Naruto calmed down. Kakashi tried to calm his little brother down, but it was in vain. Isn't he the one who doesn't know about suffering? Look, I'm sorry for your father. What Cat did to him was wrong, but at least you still have your mother. You still have your grandfather. Meals, homemade, a warm house to come home. I grew up alone with no family. I was kicked out of stores just for being there. I was beaten by drunks on my birthday. They hated me for something I have no control over, Naruto yelled in pure rage. And Nari was turning pale as tears threatened to fall from his eyes. And it's not just me. Sasuke lost his entire family. Yada is rejected by her own. Kakashi Isen lost everyone he ever cared about before he was barely an adult. So shut up already, you little jerk. If you want me to all the pain and suffering stop, do something about it. Stop being a little bitch and become a man. Otherwise, you're nothing but a coward. Naruto, enough, said Asuma. With a strict tone, Naruto was still angry and knew he had to leave before he killed the boy in front of him. Where are you going? Ino asked worriedly. Outside. I need some air, said Naruto, as he closed the door behind him, leaving behind a crying Inari and a lot of shocked faces of his friends and senseis on the rooftop of Tazuna's house. Naruto now, he was sitting on the rooftop, trying his best to calm down. He knew yelling at the boy was wrong, but apparently something in him snapped. He didn't even realize he still carried so much anger in his heart, but he just doesn't know how to deal with it. He then snapped out his thoughts when he heard someone approaching him from behind. It was Hino, who then sat down right next to him. Out of instinct, Naruto simply leaned closer and rested his head on her shoulder while her head rested on his. Hey, said who in a low voice. Hey, Naruto replied. I have to say the things you said to Hinari were really brutal, you know. He's just a dumb kid, right? Ino asked. When I was his age, I trained until my bones were broken. And after the fourth time, I barely cried anymore, declared Naruto. Not everyone is like you. Naruto-kun, not everyone has your drive and commitment, honestly. I always thought you were some kind of superhuman, said Ino with a giggle. Haha, I guess that's true. Naruto gave a weak laugh. But then she didn't realize that it still hurt her. I'm worried about you, Naruto. Kun, you're not the type of person to just yell at people, let alone a child, just because they bother you. Why were you so upset, mother? No. I've been thinking about her a lot recently. I've actually been thinking about her ever since I became a genin, ever since I killed Mizuki Ao, and that I love genin. All I could think about is what would she think of me now? Will she continue to see me as her sweet child, or will she? I would be ashamed of myself. Right now, I don't even know where she's. I don't even know where. Look, I don't know if she's okay or if she's in pain. I don't even know if she's alive or dead. Naruto-kun. She may not be Kushin Uzumaki, but she was the closest thing I had to a mother. She took care of me when she didn't have it. She loved me when everyone else treated me like a monster. I miss her so much. H-chan, Naruto confesses sadly as he finally let out all his inner sadness as tears they fell down her face. And not only did she respond, holding him close to her tightly, allowing him to cry on her shoulder. Wherever he is, I'm sure she's very proud of you. And she'll always love you no matter what. Ino whispered sweetly in his ear. I hope so too, Naruto. Then slowly lifted his head from Ino's shoulder to look directly into her beautiful sky blue eyes, the moonlight shining against her soft, creamy skin, her long platinum blonde hair flowing calmly through the wind. Her eyes never left his, as if she was staring right through his soul. Naruto thought she looked like an angel. Then he caressed her soft cheek with his right hand. He brought her head closer to his, and their lips met in a sweet, tender kiss. Naruto then instinctively deepened the kiss as he slowly slid the tip of his tongue in her mouth, begging her to enter. He firmly grabbed her narrow waist and pulled her onto his lap. She placed both of her hands on his shoulders as he placed one of his hands on her waist, while the other caressed her thigh. Ino was completely overwhelmed by the intense pleasure she was feeling. She gladly opened her mouth wide, allowing Naruto's tongue to explore and taste every part of her. His town then collided with hers in a battle for dominance, and being the monster of endurance that Naruto is, he was winning as he shoved his tongue deeper in her throat and continues to steal her ollie, not wanting to lose so easily. Ino wrapped her arms around his neck, Naruto, and grabbed the back of her hair with his fingers, bringing her head closer to hers, deepening the kiss even more. Naruto was about to lose his mind. Her mouth didn't taste so sweet, and her hair smelled like wildflowers. He wanted the kiss to never end, and she felt the same way. Naruto never knew he could be so lucky to be with someone as beautiful as her. The kiss lasted almost 10 minutes until they finally separated to get some oxygen. He didn't breathe with difficulty, and her cheeks were still red. Naruto then rested his forehead against hers as they looked into each other's eyes. Thank you, H-chan. It's a pleasure, Naruto-kun. They stayed together for a while until Naruto finally stood up and dusted off his pants. Listen, I want to go train a little. I'm still a little bit with an R and I need to drown myself a little, said Naruto. Do you want me to accompany you? Asked Rino with hope in his eyes. You haven't been training all day and you need a rest. Besides, I want to be just for a while, Naruto reported. Oh, okay, Ino said a little sadly, noticing her sad tone. Naruto bowed his head and kissed her forehead as a small consolation, but it was enough to put the smile back on her face. It's just for a while, and H-chan, I'll see you in the morning. Okay, Naruto said with a soft smile. Very well, don't stay out too late, Hino said with her usual bossy tone, which only made Naruto laugh. As you wish, milady. Naruto then headed to the forest area where they trained before and made a only shadow clone. He and the clone took out their Raijin no Kin and ignited them. Their bright yellow blades shone in the darkness of the night. Naruto and the clone then proceeded with their Kinjutsu combat. The two energy swords collided with each other, causing both Naruto and the clone to feel a strong jolt of electricity from their energy swords. Naruto And his clone were evenly matched. Obviously, neither of them was willing to give the other the advantage. The blonde Senju really needed a Kenjutsu master, since he realizes that his strikes were a bit sloppy and undisciplined, but there aren't many skilled swordsmen in Noah, since Kenjutsu is more popular in Kirikyomo. Maybe he'll try to find one when he gets back home with Inari. Inari is now sitting by the docks of the house, hugging his knees close to his chest. He couldn't stop thinking about the harsh words that came from Naruto, but maybe the blonde was right, maybe the boy is a coward. But ever since he lost his father, he also lost his courage. It was hard to be brave against the people who took his precious father, whom the boy saw as the hero of the country. Yari really thought that his father was invincible and that he would protect him forever. But when he saw his father beaten, shattered, crucified, and finally executed, his heart was completely broken along with everyone else in the small country. He just didn't want anyone to suffer again. Because for him, heroes don't really exist. Yari then heard the sound of footsteps approaching behind of him. Being able to speak was Kakashi, who wanted to make sure the boy was okay. Silver-haired Honing sat next to the boy by the dock, staring out at the clear ocean. Naruto, he's never like that. Sometimes he can be a sneaky, but overall, he's one of the nicest people I've ever met, even when he was your age. And he doesn't hate you. Your grandfather told us what happened to your father. That I lost my father too when I was young, and so did that you heard death changed me. I became a conceited asshole ever since, haha. But when I thought I could finally make things better for myself, it got worse. When I started losing the people I cared about one by one. Then what Naruto said was true. Yes, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and even I all had suffered a lot, I see. But Naruto never gave up no matter how hard life became for him. He refuses to give up, and it was his will and determination that always managed to inspire the people around him. Surrounded, Sasuke would have been blinded and consumed by his deep desire for revenge. If it wasn't for Naruto, Nat would still be the too shy girl. If it wasn't for Naruto, as for me, well, I would have lost all hope of ever being close to anyone again, and I wouldn't have ended up with such a wonderfully weird girl. If it wasn't for Naruto, you said we're getting in each other's way, but we wanted to help. We could have gone back to our village, and your grandfather probably wouldn't he'll come home alive, but we stayed because it was the right thing to do, and we called for backup to make sure his family was protected and a part of. Me knew that's what Naruto would do. So what would he do right now if it were me? I was you. Yari was a sad little boy who had his heart broken so many times. I guess he got tired of crying and decided to do something about it. Even though he's young and he's still learning, he knows what it means to be strong, just like your father. I think he knows better than any of us what you're going through. What Naruto told you before, as cruel as it sounds, he's probably told it to himself 1,000 times, and he didn't know how to feel at that moment. Maybe he misjudged the blonde boy with the whiskered face, but he was ready to put his faith in someone again, let alone someone who can defeat someone as powerful as Gato. He doesn't want what happened to his father to happen to anyone else. He just hopes he can find his lost courage before it's too late. Forest area, early morning. A young girl was walking through the forest searching for any medicinal herbs she could find. She was wearing a sleeveless pink kimono with pale red edges and decorated with small plum-colored swirls that reached down to her ankles. Around her waist was a simple white hobby tied in a bow, and she was wearing a pair of light brown sandals with dark straps. She also wore a dark-colored choker around her neck. As she continued to gather her herbs on a very quiet morning, she saw a blond boy lying on the grassy ground, sleeping soundly. Then she notices his headband, and her eyes narrowed as she saw the leaf symbol. She carefully approached his unconscious form, but couldn't help but blush as she noticed how handsome he looked while sleeping. But she immediately shook off her thoughts and began reaching for his neck, intending to strangle him while he slept. But for some reason she couldn't do it, because despite the power of her bloodline, it wasn't cold by nature. Instead, she reaches out for his shoulder to gently shake him awake. But the moment she touched him, the blonde boy's eyes opened immediately. He grabbed her wrist and tackled her to the ground with a kunai placed at her throat. His violet eyes burned with cold fury at the dark brown ones that were so fast. Was all the girl thought, fearing the worst that was to come. Luckily for her, the blonde softened his gaze and realized what he was doing and immediately got off of her. Now he felt very ashamed and blamed himself. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you," says the blonde with a guilty tone, "and it's not okay. It was really my fault. I should have known better than to wake up a sleeping ninja, said the girl with a soft smile as she rubbed her neck to check if there was a cut. Well, I'm still so sorry. I'm Naruto, by the way. The blonde introduces himself. I'm Aku, and don't worry, I forgive you, Naruto, said the girl with a warm smile that made Naruto blush a little. If you don't mind me asking you, Aku, but what are you doing out here? Just asked Naruto. I'm looking for some healing herb for my father. He's not feeling well right now, and I want to help him get better as soon as possible. He replied, I see. Well, you need some help. I know a few things about herbs offered. Naruto, thanks, but I don't want to bother you. He said, it's no problem. It's the least I could do for such a lovely lady, said Naruto with his bright smile, who couldn't help but blush at what he said. His warm smile on its own, it was enough to melt her heart. The boy was not only handsome, but a real charmer as well, thought Naruto. And Yaku began to pluck some weeds from the grassy ground in a comfortable silence until Aku decided to ask a question. Why were you sleeping here? It's not safe, he asked you. I was training and also venting out some of my frustrations a bit, replied Naruto, rubbing the back of his head. Sheepishly, I see why you were feeling frustrated, he asked you with curiosity. Oh, some dumb kid was saying things I didn't understand, and I kind of bit his head off last night. No, literally, of course, Naruto quickly corrected himself. You're funny, and you're so kind of helping me. Like I said, there's no problem, Naruto reassured him with a smile. The two continued gathering herbs until Aku spoke again. Can I ask you another question? He asked, sure. Why do you train so hard? LOL. I get asked that question a lot, apparently. I think I did train so I could be good enough strong, so I can protect myself and all those who are precious to me from anything. Because I believe that when you have someone that you consider precious is when you truly become strong, said Naruto honestly with his bright smile. Yu's eyes widened when he heard this. The blonde boy was exactly the same as her. I already see that is a very good reason, Naruto. I sincerely believe. So too, said Yu with his own bright smile. Seriously, asked Naruto. Yes, my father is very precious to me, and I would do anything to protect him, even if it cost me my life, he stated. It should be the father's job to protect his son, asked Naruto. That's true, but that doesn't mean the child shouldn't help the father too. He reasoned. I guess you're right. But let me tell you this, Aku, a true loving father would rather see his son live and die before him. A father's love is truly powerful, but when life takes their child away from them, they suffer a fate worse than death. So if you really love them, you should live for them, Naruto stated. Aku was shocked. Once again, the boy was only 2 years younger than her, but he said things like a wise old man. Would you are quite wise for someone as young as you, he said you with a smile. I have good teachers, and your father is very lucky to have a daughter like you, Naruto said as he returned the smile. Thank you, Naruto. You are truly kind. You are welcome, Aku. They both smiled brightly at each other, but blushed when they realized they had been staring. Well, I should go now. I need to get these herbs to my father as soon as possible, who said as he stood up. Of course, it's been a pleasure meeting you, Aku. Maybe I'll see you again soon, Naruto said. Hopefully, yes, maybe, you said with a sad tone as he was about to leave. He remembered a small detail that he needed to inform anyone he met. Oh, and by the way, I'm a child, Egu said, preparing himself for his shocking reaction. But Naruto saw through his lie. No, you're not, Naruto said. Excuse me, forgive me if I sound a little presumptuous, but I know a real woman when I see one, said Naruto with a smile. Aku blushed heavily at this. Also, when I approached you, I accidentally felt your ahem lady parts, if you know what I mean. Aku blushed even more, feeling embarrassed that the handsome guy she met accidentally felt her. See, well, I guess there's no fooling you. Huh, said Aku, shyly. Lol, I guess. So, said Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head. Shyly, my father wanted me to say that, said it was a way to protect myself, especially from perverts, Aku informed. And well, Zabuza, sounds like an intelligent father, said Naruto, with a slightly cold tone. Yes, Aku immediately stopped his sentence. His eyes widened when he heard Naruto mention the name of his supposed father. Did you know that? Asked Aku with concern, his voice. Yes, said Naruto coldly. Since when he asked, since I met you, he replied, how I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I'm a sensor in your chakra levels. They are too tall for a normal civilian, Naruto explained. I see you're the fake hunter. Ninja, right? Well, it's nice to finally meet you, I guess, Naruto said. If you knew all along, why didn't you kill me? Why pretend and help me gather the herb? She asked you, why didn't you? You could have just killed me in my sleep. Why? Naruto asked, which made her wonder herself why she didn't want to. But I will fight you now if I have to, she stated. You really, do you want to fight me? Naruto asked, his voice full of sadness. He didn't answer you. Then we don't have to do it. In fact, we don't have to fight at all. Just take Zabuza and go, said Naruto I can't do that. This is Zabu-sama's mission, and I will follow his will to the end. Yet, even if it means we have to be enemies, Naruto, said you. But I don't see you as my enemy, Aku. I only see a kind-hearted girl who is sweet enough to gather herbs for her sick father. There are some truths in that cover you mentioned, and now I can't help it feeling like fighting you would be wrong. But I will fight you if you go to Port Tazuna, Naruto stated. There was now a moment of brief silence between the two. So what do we do now, are you? Asked a little nervous. I guess I'll see you at the end of the week, Naruto replied. I see you very well. Then you said sadly, as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but stop halfway as he turned around to look at Naruto one last time with a look of desperate pleading on his face. Please don't fight us, Naruto. I don't want to hurt you, she pleaded you. I don't want to hurt you too, Aku. But I guess only time will tell, Naruto said sadly. Aku then began to walk away with a sad look in her eyes. She didn't know why, but she really didn't want to fight Naruto. In a way, she felt a connection with him that she hadn't felt in a long time, as if he were family to her. Naruto, however, was now deep in thought. Who he really wasn't what she expected from an assassin and subordinate of the demon of the hidden mist, but there was something else that intrigued him about her. Why her chakra nature feels so familiar. It's almost as cold as ice, Naruto thought in amazement. But then his eyes widened as he finally realized who Aku really was. She's Ayuki, Naruto said quietly back at Zabuza's hideout. A couple days later, Zabuza was now sitting on a couch with an apple in his hand. His nerves are now fully recovered as he then crushed the apple. With ease you're recovering, quickly said Aku. Just a little more, Aku. It would be foolish to face them recklessly, since you told me that Kak and his brats already have backup, said Zabuza. Yes, Aku replied sadly, which didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. You've been quiet ever since you met that boy in the forest. Who is he exactly? Asked Zabuza. I don't know, but he was strong and kind, Zabu-sama. Are you sure we should do this job for someone like Gato? You asked his surrogate father. You already know why we're doing this, Aku. Gato, he's a worm, but his money is green, and we need it if we're going to fund a rebellion against Yagura. And that piece of water down, on the other hand, I don't mind killing that fat scum and just taking all his money, but luckily for him, I still have to maintain my reputation, said Zabuza, with pride and disgust in his voice. I understand. Zabuza-sama said, sadly. Speaking of the catworm, he walks through the main door with a big one on his face. Behind him are his two samurai bodyguards and a figure unknown. Well, that's it, the demon of the hidden mist. I heard a bunch of brats kicked your ass, said Cat with a smile. Watch your mouth, Cat. They got lucky. They won't be next time, said Zabuza with a bit of anger in his voice. Whatever you say, but I heard they have backup now, and as much as I want to see you make a fool of yourself again, I got a business to run, and that bridge is going to cost me this country. That's why I hired this guy as your backup. Cat introduces Zabuza Yako to the unknown figure. Appears to be a shinobi. I have to say, Zabuza-senpai, you are no longer living up to your title, said the unknown figure with an arrogant smile. Zabuza simply stabbed the man. What are we doing here, Raya? This is my job, asked Zabuza, who happened to know the unknown figure, and now it is mine, too. Don't worry, senpai. I'm not here to step on your toes. Consider the odds against the Konoha shinobi, plus it's good to work with a partner again. 7 ninja swordsmen, the now identified Raiga Kurisuke, said. Raiga had blue eyes with a darker ripple around the pupil, waist-length green hair, with the top 2 bangs going over his cheeks on either side, and had dark full lips. He also carries a pair of unique swords attached to his sides. Of whatever, just don't get in my way, he ordered Zabuza. Oh no, I'll dream about it, said Raiga with a big smile. Aku then notices a large bag on Raiga's back, and it seems so touching. What is it you carry on your back, Rai? San asked Aku. That is not important. Let's go now, senpai, said Raiga, hoping to change the subject. Okay, but I have a score to settle. With Kakashi, you can deal with the other honing. Aku can handle the brats, ordered Zabuza. Well, I hope you enjoy this little reunion, because I'm not going to pay you two to socialize. Now go show me why they already call you two the demon and the thunder of the hidden mist, ordered Cat. If I were you, I would stop testing my patience, Cat. Aku. Raga, let's go, ordered Zabuza, as he then led the two to the bridge construction site and their pending battlefield, while Aku and the 2 mist swordsmen leave the confines of their hideout. Cat couldn't help but smile as they left. As soon as Konoha's shinobi Zabuza and Raiga weaken, I want you to kill them all. I'm not wasting a cent on those grunts, but I want the bitch that broke my arm. It'll be a good one, Toy, said Cat with a perverted smile. And then, boss, isn't he a guy? One of his samurai bodyguards asked with a raised eyebrow. hoping his boss wasn't sexually confused. You idiots obviously lied. Plus, she's too pretty to be a man, and I'm going to make her scream, mark my words, boys, before this day is over. This remote country will once again be completely under my thumb, exclaimed Kat, with a sinister smile outside of Tazuna's house. It was a beautiful and calm morning. The sun, it was bright, the birds were singing, and all 7 of the Konoha shinobi were eager to start their day, escorting Tazuna back to the bridge. Tazuna never felt safer than ever before. Today, his ninja bodyguards were protecting him and his construction crew in shifts, as 2 of the remaining genins still needed to finish their tree climbing army. With the supervision of a honing, luckily Shikamaru and Choi managed to reach the top of their trees yesterday, and their accomplishment were celebrated with pride with a huge tsunami fest. To the delight of the Akimichi, now Tazuna will have the protection of 7 Kona Ninjas 7, because their 8th member Sunny Blonde is still fast asleep due to intensive training he had last night. Are you sure you should stay without Naruto-kun? Asked the silver-haired honing. Just for today, he's been training all day yesterday and deserves some more rest. I'll leave Naruto in your hands, said Kakashi with a smile. But what about you, Kakashi-san? Choji-kun, and are you okay? Asked Tsunami, worried about her 2 former patients. Yes, somehow, Kakashi said in a reassuring tone. Yes, I feel much better thanks to you, Tsunami, Sen said with a warm smile to the young mother, feeling glad that they are okay. Now Tsunami was very happy to be able to help the 2 ninja get better. It was nice to feel needed. Well, that's good. Remember not to overexert yourself next time, especially you, Choji-kun, said Tsunami. With a smile. You'll do it, ma'am, said Choji, with a playful wave to the young mother. We're leaving, Tsunami. See you tonight, said Tazuna, as he wished his daughter a sweet farewell as he and his 7 ninja bodyguards headed to the bridge construction site. Take care, Dad. Tsunami waved goodbye to all of them as they left on a boat with Zabuza, Aku, and Raiga. Are you 2 ready? Zabuza asked his surrogate daughter / right hand and his fellow 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Yes, Zabu-sama, says Aku with determination and hesitation in her voice. Then she placed her fake ninja hunter mask back on her face, covering her pretty feminine features and her conflicting emotions for the upcoming battle. Don't worry, senpai. I'll make sure to give everyone a beautiful funeral, says Raiga with a sadistic smile. But Zabuza narrowed his eyes when he heard the sound of Raiga's tone. He didn't like it at all. You better keep your head straight, Raiga. I don't work with psychopaths, but I'm curious when exactly you lost your head, said Zabuza with his eyes half closed, still fixed on Raiga. Huh? I don't remember. I guess I've been so busy attending too many funerals that it slipped my mind, said Raiga, without the sadistic smile leaving his face. Yeah, whatever. Just remember the priority. We only want the bridge builder. The Konoha shinobi are easy prey if they get in our way. But don't kill the contractors. Just knock them out, ordered Zabuza with a dangerously strict tone. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize you had become soft, senpai, said Raiga with an amused smile, but it seemed the demon of the hidden mist didn't like that comment. Call me that again, and I'll cut you, said Zabuza, while releasing a small portion of his demonic killing intent. But the ninja wielding the twin sword didn't flinch at all and took it as a joke. So bad, senpai, you just reminded me why I hated my fellow 7 ninjas warsman in the first place. Especially that fish-faced bastard Kisame. But I always like you were the same you in me. You are truly the definition of the ultimate killer, Raiga said, with admiration in his voice. We're not the same, Raiga. Just do as I say and don't test my patience, Zabuza said in a threatening tone. Oh, how scary. I like it. Don't worry, senpai, as long as I can bury someone today, I'll be a good boy, Raiga said with a sadistic smile. The 3 rebel shinobi turned their heads and saw the sight of their destination. They have finally arrived at the bridge construction site back at Tazuna's house with Naruto. He finally woke up from his long sleep and let out a loud yawn. He was still wearing his pajamas as he looked at the beautiful morning sky from his window. I slept like a baby, Naruto said, rubbing his eyes, stretching his limbs, and letting out another loud yawn. God, I was totally beat up last night, but it was all worth it thanks to my shadow clones. I finally mastered some of my new jutsus and Yotan's Fuinjutsus. I can't wait to try them out and maybe not the lethal ones, but yes, it was, said Naruto as he looked around his room to find his roommates Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji missing. Later, he saw a note right next to his bed. As he picked it up and started reading it, Dear Naruto-kun, you came back very exhausted yesterday. so we decided to let you get some sleep. Meet us at the bridge when you're awake. Love, Tuin Chan Shu. This immediately put a smile on his face. His girlfriend is really cute and thoughtful for leaving him a note. Such a cute handwriting from my cute girl. Wait a minute, what day is it today? Holy Sage of the Six Paths. It's the end of the week, Naruto yelled, panicking. He immediately got out of bed and went downstairs to find Tsunami washing the dishes. Tsunami, San, when did everyone leave? Naruto asked, panic in his voice. Oh, Naruto-kun, are you finally awake? They left about an hour ago. Kakashi, San wanted you to rest and relax for today. Tsunami informed the blonde. What were you thinking? Kakashi Nizan, it's the end of the week. Zabuza and Akuya might attack. Okay, calm down, Naruto. Everything will be okay with the Suma Sensei Team 17. We still have them outnumbered, but still Aku is a Yuki, and I have seen firsthand what Yotan's power could do. Naruto thought with worry. Thanks, Tsunami, Sin said Naruto calmly, and ran upstairs, then went to change into shinobi clothes. He put on his mesh shirt and his black bamboo pants and sandals. He put on his maroon-colored jacket and his metal-plated fingerless gloves and tied his Naruto, then walked down the stairs to see the young mother off. I'm leaving now. Don't worry, Tsunami. Sen, I already feel rested enough, said Naruto with a reassuring smile. Tsunami was really amazed to see him. He really does seem completely rested somehow. Last night, when he returned from his training, he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment, but here he is now looking fresh, as if nothing ever happened. Wow, you're such a ball of energy, Naruto-kun. What is your secret? Asked Tsunami. I have my way, said Naruto with a smile, but he could feel Kurama rolling his eyes in his mindscape when he said, that well, be careful, and please take care of my father. Do you want? He asked Tsunami. I will, ma'am, said Naruto, with a bright smile that made her smile too. With that, Naruto finally left the house and headed to the bridge construction site. As Naruto ran through the forest, he immediately stopped when he felt two low chakra signatures approaching the house. At first, he dismissed the idea, feeling like it could be some random civilians, but then he felt the strong emotion of malice radiating off of them. He didn't want to leave Tsunami and Nari alone, knowing that there were two possibly hostile individuals approaching, and he didn't want to risk sending a shadow clone to deal with them when they could be dispelled by a blow of. So Naruto decided to personally handle the matter himself. His hunch was confirmed when two samurai thugs appeared in front of the house. One of them cut open the door as if it were made of paper with his katana. Tsunami was shocked when she heard the sound of her door breaking and gasped when she saw the two intruders in front of her. One of them is a fair-skinned man with blue-white hair and black eyes. Striped markings are tattooed below his eyes. He wears a purple hat, dark on this head, the top of which extends far past the top of his head. He also wears a blue jacket with multiple pockets, and strapped to his waist is his blue-handled katana. The other is of a tall and stature man who wears an eye patch over his right eye and has brown hair that he parts in a three, ending in an elaborate bun. He has an intricate tattoo that apparently extends all the way down his left and right inner thigh, as well as a scar sewn into the left side of her forehead and the left side of her mouth. She is wearing what appears to be a loose-fitting kimono, although not in the traditional way, as the top half of the outfit falls around her waist, leaving her upper body exposed. She also wears bandages wrapped around her waist, simple sandals, and carries a rather long sword. So you are Tezuna's daughter. Too bad now. You will come with us, the samurai thug with the purple hat said to Tsunami. Who are you guys? What do you want? He asked Tsunami with great fear in his voice. He, quite a beauty, no Zori, said the samurai with a patch as he licked his lips and looked hungrily at the beautiful young mother. Keep it in your pants, Waraji. We have a job to do, remember? And I don't want to give Gato bad news, says the now identified Zori, reminding his sex-crazed Vine partner Waraji of his goal. Gato asked Tsunami as his fears had increased more than ever. The monster of a man who took her husband, now the chase Inari. He heard the sounds of his mother screaming and dishes breaking, so he ran downstairs only to find Tsunami on the floor with his back against the wall, as the two scary-looking thugs stalked her. At every turn, Mother yelled Inari. At his mother, Tsunami heard the sound of her son's voice, and her eyes immediately widened in fear. No, don't come here. Go, hurry up, Tsunami yelled at his son to run away. Don't move, kid, says Zora in a dangerously strict tone, just enough as if to freeze the boy where he was. Should we this 1-2 Waraji asked his partner. No, cat asked. Just one Rin. Zori answered. Ren. Inari thought in fear, knowing his life and his mother's were in great danger, but hearing that they don't need another hostage somehow puts a big sinister smile on Waraji's face. All right, then let's just waste it, Waraji shouted excitedly, as he slowly pulled out his katana, intending to cut the boy into strips before finally ending his misery. I'll listen the threat on his son Tsunami immediately panicked. Wait, please don't hurt my son, I beg you. He's just a child, Tsunami pleaded, and tried to reason, not even close Suati. I'm dying to cut something, and your dumb son will be a much better prey than that boar we ran into in the woods. Besides, what's in it for me, Baraji said with a perverted smile in the end. I'll do anything, just please don't hurt him, Tsunami pleaded once again, not knowing the repercussions of his plea, desperate, as she was blinded by her motherly instincts as she saw Gwaji's perverted smile widen. At anything, he said Gwaji as he licked his lips once again. Well, since you're so generous, how about you let us have some fun with you first, said Baraji as his perverted smile widened. And he slowly walked towards the helpless young mother. All Tsunami could do was gasp as her eyes widened in fear. She's really about to be raped in her own home. Are you crazy? The cat want her, Lisa, idiot, Zora screamed at the antics of his partner. He says that, but we both know what he intends to do with her. And as his loyal bodyguard, it is not our duty to taste the products before he enjoys his food, said Baraji, as he was now inches away from Tsunami, and grabbed her by her pink blouse. You do what you want, I'm not going to get in trouble. Just because you're fucking horny, says Zori with a grimace, and looks away. Very well, more for me. Then Waraji yells at joy as he immediately rips Tsunami's blouse off, revealing her white lace bra and well-toned belly, making her scream. No, don't touch me, Tsunami screamed with tears in her eyes and tried to fight off the eye-patch bully, but apparently her struggles only spurred him on even more. He then pinned her hard against the wall as his chest pressed against her subtle breast. Don't worry, beautiful, I won't bite much, Waraji, he whispered in her ear as he licked her tearful cheeks. See her mother helpless and being sexually assaulted made Inari cry her eyes out. He couldn't do anything. He was completely frozen. He didn't want to die. He was a coward. Naruto was right, thought Inari with great sadness in his heart. At the moment of truth, he couldn't do anything to help the person he loves. He was truly ashamed of himself. But then he remembered what Kakashi had told him about the blonde Senju. It was you. Inari was a sad boy who had his heart broken so many times, I guess he got tired of crying and decided do something about it. Inari's eyes widened at Honing's words and her crying lessened a little. Then she remembered what her father once told her. If you really care about something, protect it. Even if you have to risk your life, protect it with both arms. Inari stopped crying and wiped away her tears. She finally knew why her father smiled before being executed by Gato. She was happy because in the end he did what he had to do to protect his family. And even though he couldn't save his country from the tyranny of Cat Nu, he had done the best he could and trusted in his son to succeed. Where he failed and never give up, no matter what. Realizing this, Inari had finally found his lost courage. He already lost one of his parents and refuses to lose another. That stop. Leave my mother alone, Yari yelled, causing Gwaji to stop his advance on Tsunami. Hit it, boy. Can't you see him about to have some playtime with mom here, says Waraji as he slowly lifts up Tsunami's skirt. In oh, he yelled. Tsunami, trying his best to defend himself, hearing his mother scream, immediately filled Inari with animalistic rage. You get away from her, Inari shouted and charged at Araji. But the little one's advance was halted as he was knocked down by Zora with a backhand to the face. You're really starting to spoil me, my fun little boy. As punishment, I'm going to fuck your mother's brains out in front of you. So shut up and enjoy the show, Waraji says with a smirk. Inari, let me go, damn son of a bitch, yelled as she punched Waraji in his face. But the eye-patched samurai simply shrugged, feeling more excited than ever. Waraji smiled and then threw Tsunami to the ground with the intention of finally penetrating her in a more comfortable position. Oh, the true fighter in you. I like that. Then you're going to love me. Gwaji's eyes opened wide when he heard those words behind him and felt something sharp pierce his chest. It was a bright yellow sword, and its wielder is none other than Naruto. The blonde's eyes, they burned with cold fury. Naruto then deepens the stab, making sure it reaches Gwaji's heart, and finally pulling out the energy sword from the would-be rapist. Gwaji's body fell limp on the ground, but apparently something funny came to his mind as he was about to die. Haha, I always thought you'd die this W. He died with an erection. Disgusting son of a bitch. I never liked killing, but for you, I don't regret it one bit, Naruto said with great disgust and cursed himself for being so late. Naruto, shouted Inari with joy in his voice. Sorry, I'm late, Inari, said Naruto with a sad smile. Little brat, yelled Zori as he pulled out his katana and charged at Naruto. Naruto immediately put his Rin-Noan back in his pocket and smoothly dodged all the thug's careless slices. It seemed like Naruto was just dancing. Naruto could have easily killed him as Miraji, but he needed information from him. When Naruto saw an opening, he immediately disarmed the thug of his katana, grabbing his arm that he was holding the sword and breaking it in two places and kicking him hard in the stomach, making him fall in pain. "You broke my arm." He screamed in pain. "There are 206 bones in a human body. That's one now. Don't move," Naruto ordered with a dangerous tone. "Inari, I'm so glad you're okay." Tsunami ran towards him and hugged his son in a tight hug. "Inari, take your mother outside, please," Naruto ordered with a cold tone while his gaze was firmly fixed on Zori or Inar, and did as he was told and led to Tsunami outside. Naruto knew he needed to interrogate the samurai for valuable information, but he needed to do it quickly. Zabuza could be attacking the bridge by now. "Now tell me, why are you here?" Naruto asked calmly. "Haha, you don't scare me, kid," Zori scoffed. But then Naruto leaned his head forward and Zori could see his violet-purple eyes that immediately turned vermilion red with slanted pupils. "Why are you here?" Naruto said in his deep demonic voice. "Were you?" asked Zori, afraid. "Answer me." I know. Cat is going to kill me. If you don't talk, I'll kill you. If I do, you will let me go. Depends on your answer," said Naruto, while his eyes and voice returned to normal. Seeing that there was no way out, Zori had no choice but to cooperate. Cat wanted us to kidnap Tizuna's daughter as insurance. If Zabuza and his Kaio don't manage to kill him, he will use her as a bargaining chip. HL also wants to rape her. Yes, Cat has been obsessed with her since she was Caesar's wife. He wanted to hurt Kaiza even more, even if he is dead. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't kill you right here, right now. I'll look you do what you want to, maybe scum, but I'm not a rapist. Oh yeah, you didn't seem to care when your dead friend over there tried to rape an innocent woman in front of her son. You're a saint, Remy, Naruto asked sarcastically. This immediately made Zora narrow her eyes at the blonde. "Go away. Kid, call me a monster all you want. I have a little sister who has a heart condition, and I'd rather kill myself. That lowering myself to the level of the rapist and the morons I have to work with. I'm just a cheap thug, and the money I get from Cat is enough to pay for his treatment. I'm supposed to feel sorry for you. I don't give a damn how sad your life is. That doesn't justify the things that have been done to this country and its people. What else aren't you telling me? Cat hired another ninja assassin. His name is Ra or something, and I heard he's a total psycho. Something else. Heck, Cat plans betray Zabuza and Raigo once their fight with the Konoha shinobi is over. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Gato is too cheap to pay a huge fee for them. He also wants Zabuza's fall. I thought he was a handsome guy, but apparently he's a pretty girl, and you guys know where this is going. Hearing that here was in danger from Gato immediately made Naruto close his eyes in anger. That fat pig is going to die today. Mark my words. That now, what are you going to let me go or kill me? Naruto was reluctant to this. He knew that letting Zori go could cause him to hurt more people in the future, and the Hokage explicitly told him to learn from his mistakes, show mercy to an unforgivable enemy. But Zor and was no longer a threat, and with all the information he had given him, he was now nothing more than a burden for Gato. "I won't kill you, but I never said to let you go," Naruto said before knocking Zori out with a punch outside the house. With Tsunami, Tsunami managed to change from her torn pink blouse with one of her other blouses that were hanging to dry off outside now, wearing a dark blue blouse. She was still in shock from what happened earlier, but luckily Naruto arrived just in time before the unthinkable happened. As Tsunami and Nari saw Naruto leaving the house while dragging Zor and tied up and unconscious behind him, they immediately ran towards him and hugged him in a tight hug of recollection. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Tsunami asked the blonde boy. "Should I be asking you that? I'm so sorry for being late. Should I have? I came earlier," Naruto says apologetically. "No, please don't apologize. You came just in time. Thank you so much, Naruto." Kun, Tsunami says as he continues to hug Naruto, not knowing that he was actually suffocating him between his large bust. Naruto manages to free himself from the affectionate one, with a huge roar appearing on his face. "Thank you, Naruto." Inari says a little nervous and sad to the blonde boy. "You're welcome. And I'm sorry, Yari, about what I told you a couple of nights ago," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. He knows it was wrong for his part to yell at an ignorant child and no sorry. Naruto, I am a coward, says Inari with a dejected tone, "but not anymore. You are what you did took AG. Guts, you stood up to those men, knowing that it could have killed you, And you did it to save your mother. Now you finally understand the true meaning of strength, said Naruto, with a soft smile. True meaning, asked Hinari. Yes, Hinari, you see, when you have someone precious to you, you do whatever it takes to keep them safe by doing. So you agreed to a power that is far greater than anything the will of fire. I see that same fire in you, Yari, your strong desire to protect your mother, and thanks to that you have found your courage, your family. In this country, we're very precious to your father. Have you ever wondered how he could be so strong all the time, Naruto? Asked the little one, putting two and two together. Hinari, he finally understood what Naruto meant. H wanted to protect us, said Inari with wide eyes, finally knowing where his father's strength comes from. Naruto then smiled, and he gently patted Inari's head. You are a very brave boy, Yari, and your father will be very proud of you, Naruto said with his signature bright smile. Hearing this from Naruto and seeing his kind smile made Hinari want to cry. And Naruto Nissen, said Inari with tears in his eyes. The blonde Senju smiled softly when he heard the boy's affectionate nickname for him. So this is what it feels like to have a little brother, Naruto thought. Be it, I promised myself I wouldn't cry again. You're going to make fun of me again, and you're going to call baby, but I can't stop, said Hinari, trying to hold back her tears. And when you're happy, it's okay to cry, said Naruto with his bright smile. And Naruto, Nizen Inari couldn't help but cry again. Naruto was really someone special to him.